Chen Luo traversed into the world of Douluos, beginning his journey with the signing of the Deathgod martial spirit. Exceptional soul rings, formidable soul skills, and divine cultivation techniques are merely the fundamentals. Titled Douluos, fierce beasts, and hellish creatures, they are all my undead minions. The tale commences in Holy Soul Village, neighboring the humble Grassdog Village. 1. Activation of the signing system 29:30. After completing his final push-up, Chen Luo arrived at the riverbank, intending to wash his face before heading home. However, the reflection upon the water's surface momentarily stunned him. Before him stood a child, around 5 or 6 years old, with a porcelain-like face, undeniably adorable. 3 days had passed, yet Chen Luo still struggled to acclimate to this new body. Each time he glimpsed his own visage, he found himself lingering in awe. Originally, Chen Luo was an ordinary youth from Blue Star, freshly graduated from university and preoccupied with job hunting. That fateful day, as he was on his way to an interview, he heroically pulled a young girl from the path of a speeding truck, only to find himself sprawled in a pool of blood. When he awakened again, he had been transported to this new world, assuming a new body and identity orphan. Chen Luo, I knew you would be here. The old village chief's hoarse voice called out from behind him as he washed his face and prepared to rise. Turning around, he saw an elderly man, stooped and leaning on a cane. Tomorrow, the Spirit Hall will send someone to our village's branch to facilitate the martial spirit awakenings for the children. You should join them, he said with a warm smile. Understood, Grandpa Village Chief, Chen Luo replied with a nod. They'll come to fetch you in the morning, the elder assured him. Chen Luo returned to his home, a modest wooden house that appeared rather dilapidated, situated at the village's edge. Inside, simple wooden furniture adorned the clean and tidy space. This had once been the home of the late village chief's son, who had perished during a hunting trip over a decade ago, leaving the house vacant. Just half a month prior, the village chief had stumbled upon a destitute child. Chen Luo's original inhabitant, though, was in dire health. Moved by compassion, the chief took him in, providing food and clothing while attempting to nurse the boy back to health, showcasing his immense kindness. Unfortunately, due to the severity of the child's illness or perhaps other factors, she retained no memories, not even his own name. Despite the village chief's earnest efforts, the child's condition deteriorated, and just 3 days ago, he had been on the brink of death. In truth, the child had already perished, and now Chen Luo occupied his body. This world is known as the Douluos continent, and Chen Luo resides in Grassdog Village, adjacent to Holy Soul Village. Tomorrow marks the awakening of my martial spirit. The opportunity to alter my fate has arrived. I hope to obtain a powerful martial spirit, for I do not wish to live my life as an ordinary person in this new realm, he mused, devouring a flatbread from the table, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. The following morning, Chen Luo, your grandpa has come to fetch you. The old village chief called from outside the wooden house. Yes, Chen Luo replied, and shortly thereafter, he followed the village chief to the branch of the Spirit Hall in the village. Though referred to as a branch, it was essentially a larger wooden structure. Chen Luo was not surprised by this. Upon entering, he discovered that other children of similar ages, 5 or 6 years, had already gathered, totaling 10 in number. Among them stood a young man in his 20s, dispatched by the Spirit Hall. The young man was strikingly handsome, clad in a white uniform with a black cloak draping behind him, and a soul emblem the size of a fist emblazoned on his chest, alongside a badge carved with 3 crossed long swords on his left side. Young, handsome, a soul master of considerable rank, could it truly be him? As the other children displayed signs of shyness and fear, Chen Luo felt a surge of astonishment. The young man spoke, Children, line up, allow me to introduce myself. My name is Su Yun Tao, a level 26 Great Soul Master. My goodness, it truly is him. Among all the children, Chen Luo was the smallest, having arrived last and thus standing at the end of the line. Even from his position, he distinctly heard the name Su Yun Tao. Su Yun Tao, the one who awakened Tang San. Although he maintained a calm facade, his heart raced with excitement. If possible, he yearned to approach Su Yun Tao and inquire about Tang San. Douluos Continent was the first novel Chen Luo had ever read, and despite years passing without revisiting it, he retained vivid memories of its characters. Perhaps it was due to his exceptional memory, but even the most inconspicuous characters and locations from the novel remained etched in his mind. Upon realizing he had arrived in the world of Douluos, he felt an overwhelming thrill. When he learned that Grassdog Village was adjacent to Holy Soul Village, his excitement intensified. Everything felt serendipitously aligned, and he fervently hoped for even more auspicious events to unfold. Just as he wished, fortune smiled upon him once more. Su Yuntao, the one who awakened Tang San, had indeed come to Grassdog Village, and in mere minutes at most Tenhi would facilitate Chen Luo's awakening. It was too coincidental. Surely Su Yuntao had just completed Tang San's awakening in Holy Soul Village before arriving in Grassdog Village, given their proximity. If that were the case, it would be absolutely perfect. After the martial spirit awakening, he must ask about it. Chen Luo's keen interest in these details stemmed from his urgent desire to ascertain the timeline of the Douluos continent. Understanding the narrative of Douluos continent was his sole advantage for survival in this world. Naturally, he held one more hope: the upcoming martial spirit awakening. As Su Yuntao conducted his brief introduction, he was simultaneously preparing for the awakening of the children from Grassdog Village. 6 dark, round stones were arranged in a hexagonal formation on the ground, and at Su Yuntao's indication, one boy stepped into the center. As Su Yuntao activated his martial spirit, 2 rings of light, one white and one yellow, slowly ascended from beneath him. Simultaneously, his physique underwent a remarkable transformation, expanding significantly, his body brimming with muscularity. His dark hair transformed into long gray locks, and fur of the same hue sprouted from his arms, with claws glimmering ominously between his fingers, seemingly capable of tearing through anything. The boy standing before Su Yuntao, witnessing the transformation at such close quarters, felt his legs weaken, trembling uncontrollably, tears welling in his eyes, as if his very soul had been frightened away, rendering him incapable of thought, even lacking the instinct to flee. Not merely this one child, but the others as well share a similar plight, perfectly embodying the essence of profound fear. Among these children, only Chen Luo stands as an exception. Rather than exhibiting fear, his eyes are ablaze with fervor, and his youthful face radiates with longing. When Su Yuntao observed the children's reactions, he felt no surprise. Instead, his gaze lingered longer on Chen Luo, for the latter's performance was distinctly remarkable among all the children present. Employing the gentlest of tones, Su Yuntao skillfully comforted each child. Once their emotions stabilized, he formally commenced the awakening of their martial spirits. Under Su Yuntao's guidance, green light emanated from his palm, merging into each of the black stones. Subsequently, each stone released a layer of golden radiance, ultimately coalescing into a golden barrier enveloping the boy within. Moments later, Su Yuntao's authoritative voice resonated. "Extend your right hand." The boy instinctively reached out his right hand, and in an instant, all the luminous particles converged, forming a shoulder pole. Following this was the soul power test, determining whether the boy could become a soul master. The result: no soul power. The boy's face fell, while Su Yuntao remained utterly indifferent. Next, the golden barrier appeared again and again, yet none of the children from Xiaogo Village could create a miracle to bring glory to their village. Most of their martial spirits were merely common farming tools or familiar plants, such as blue silvergrass. Despite the presence of 10 children, none possessed soul power, rendering them incapable of becoming soul masters. Finally, it was Chen Luo's turn. Observing the martial spirit awakening of the previous children, he felt no sense of monotony. Rather, he found each display increasingly astonishing. The experience of witnessing it live far surpassed reading novels or watching animations. Without needing Su Yuntao's prompt, Chen Luo stepped forward among the 6 stones, quietly awaiting the whims of fate. Su Yuntao, maintaining a calm demeanor, refrained from excessive words, once more channeling soul power into the black stones. The awakening of Chen Luo's martial spirit was officially underway. Golden light surged forth from the black stones, once again forming a golden barrier, mirroring the process witnessed with the other children, devoid of any variation. However, the expression on Chen Luo's face within the golden barrier starkly contrasted with that of the previous children. While those children appeared relaxed and at ease during their awakening, Chen Luo was engulfed in profound agony. Su Yuntao noted this change, his eyes fixated on Chen Luo. A flicker of astonishment crossed his typically indifferent face, mingled with anticipation. Cold, excruciatingly cold. This was Chen Luo's most immediate sensation. He felt as though he were trapped in an ice cellar, submerged in frigid waters. The chill assailed him from all directions, plunging him to the brink of despair. Time became an ambiguous concept as the icy sensation gradually receded, accompanied by Su Yuntao's commanding voice. "Extend your right hand." Instinctively, Chen Luo complied, and in that fleeting moment, the cold engulfed him once more, but only briefly before surging into his palm. Sign-in system activated. Sign-in successful in the Douluos world. Obtain the martial spirit Deathgod. A chilling, synthesized female voice echoed in Chen Luo's mind. Simultaneously, a gray scythe materialized in his hand, appearing no different from an ordinary scythe, save for a longer handle and blade. Upon witnessing this, disappointment flickered in Su Yuntao's eyes. I had hoped for a formidable martial spirit, yet it turned out to be a scythe. He presented a blue crystal ball to Chen Luo. "Let us test your soul power." Chen Luo hesitated before extending his hand, still transfixed by the scythe, his expression a blend of fervor, surprise, excitement, and bewilderment. Su Yuntao observed his complex emotions, interpreting them as disappointment and confusion, naturally attempting to provide comfort. At that moment, Chen Luo regained his focus, instinctively nodding before placing his hand upon the blue crystal ball. Can he not see it? The one wielding the scythe, the Deathgod. Chen Luo cast a surprised glance at Su Yuntao, but his attention was swiftly drawn back to the blue crystal ball. To his astonishment, the blue crystal ball did not display any extravagant changes. Instead, it shattered. 1. Influenced by his martial spirit and divine-level cultivation methods, the protagonist possesses a unique physique capable of accommodating vast amounts of soul power. He seeks quality over speed, solidifying his strength each time he reaches a bottleneck, paving the way for future development. 2. Soul power levels do not solely define the protagonist's strength. He remains formidable and is the fastest to enhance his abilities. This narrative is one of invincibility, not hardship. 3. The protagonist's unique physique and formidable soul power lay the groundwork for absorbing high-edge soul rings. 4. Certain special skills of the protagonist necessitate substantial soul power. This is not a mere narrative convenience, but intricately linked to the protagonist's ascension beyond. Level 30. 5. The protagonist is Chen Luo, and his integration into Shrek Academy is a special arrangement, not a forced inclusion among the 7 Shrek monsters. Those suggesting a mere name change should reconsider. Individuals experiencing the same circumstances will inevitably face distinct outcomes. Furthermore, in the early stages, the protagonist is relatively weak, naturally developing in a familiar environment. The chapters involving Shrek are minimal, primarily revisiting classic scenes, often summarized from the protagonist's perspective, and they are few in number, swiftly leading to the protagonist's independent development. Additionally, a simple romantic thread is introduced. The female lead is Xiao Wu, revealed here in advance. The soft-bone rabbit is not an ordinary rabbit, at least. That is the premise in my book. While playful banter is welcome, do not take marketing rhetoric as gospel. It's all in good fun. Enjoy the narrative without taking it too seriously. Xiao Wu's character will also evolve due to the protagonist's influence, becoming less disagreeable. After all, individuals are shaped by their experiences. Many may perceive this as undermining the so-called 3 or 5 CPs, yet we can immerse ourselves in the narrative. If you were to traverse into the Douluos world and met Xiao Wu alongside Tang San, would you choose to support their relationship or pursue your own desires? If you do not favor Xiao Wu, consider my words disregarded. There is no absolute suitability, only the timing of encounters. If you desire something, pursue it. There is nothing inherently wrong in that. If you believe you can do better, why should you relinquish her to another? Failure is a different matter altogether. When opportunities present themselves, one must seize them and strive onward. If Tang San and Xiao were already acquainted and share a certain emotional foundation, it would indeed reflect a moral dilemma if the protagonist were to intrude upon their relationship, acting as a scheming third party. Should one find it unavoidable to consider Tang Hao, I recommend revisiting Chapter 138, where Xiao Wu, in Tang Hao's presence, embodies Tang San's soul ring and soul bone only. To act when Tang San possesses the capacity to absorb them. If one believes that there exists a notion of love among children and that even a titled Douluos refrains from intervening, then let us leave that aside. The protagonist's presence or absence in this context bears little influence in the early stages. Furthermore, it is perplexing to see many readers casually throw around the term dog liquor. I am genuinely curious if they fully comprehend its meaning. Dog liquor is a contemporary internet slang denoting an individual who, despite receiving no affection from the other party, persistently lowers their dignity to seek their approval. It describes someone who, devoid of self-respect and boundaries, continues to fawn over another, even when aware that their feelings are unreciprocated. Being kind to others does not automatically categorize one as a dog licker. If that were the case, the entire world would fall under that label. There are not as many dog lickers in this world as one might think. While it may be harmless to jest with the term occasionally, it is quite disheartening to witness its misuse without understanding its implications. Thus, I felt compelled to address this matter. I hold deep respect for each of my readers, and I endeavor to respond to your comments and queries regarding this chapter. Any areas of concern will be promptly amended, and I will offer my sincerest apologies. However, I also hope that readers can reciprocate this respect. If you enjoy the work, please show your support. If not, simply move on to the next book. There is no need to spread negativity that could affect the author and mislead fellow readers. It is truly unnecessary. I genuinely dislike having to include such matters within a main narrative, but I find myself compelled to do so. I apologize. The innate 17th level blue crystal sphere fractured, and in an instant, the entire orb was covered in fissures, shattering into countless pieces upon the ground. Chen Luo's hand lingered in the air, his expression one of sheer bewilderment. Su Yuntao exhibited little reaction, merely a flicker of surprise in his gaze, which quickly transformed into realization. It appeared that the object's usage had reached its limit. When you placed your hand on it just now, did you experience any particular sensation? Su Yuntao inquired, directing his gaze toward Chen Luo. Chen Luo retracted his hand, shaking his head. No, this was not an intentional lie to conceal something. He genuinely felt no extraordinary sensation. If pressed to describe anything, he would say the blue crystal sphere felt somewhat cool. Su Yuntao nodded, noting that he had sensed no fluctuation in Chen Luo's soul power. That must mean the soul power testing sphere has reached its maximum usage. Even a person with innate full soul power could not manifest such a circumstance. Furthermore, how could a scythe martial spirit possibly possess innate full soul power? Su Yuntao retrieved another soul power testing sphere and gestured for Chen Luo to place his hand upon it. Chen Luo complied, and this time, no unforeseen events transpired. Upon contact with the soul power testing sphere, it trembled momentarily before emitting a brilliant light. At that moment, Chen Luo discerned a distinct sensation. The residual chill within him was swiftly converging toward his palm, subsequently being consumed by the blue crystal sphere. The bone-chilling cold he had experienced during his martial spirit awakening left an indelible mark on his memory. Even though the awakening had concluded and the icy sensation had dissipated, a lingering chill still swirled within him, causing discomfort. During the soul power testing, the chill was absorbed, replaced by a wave of warmth that Chen Luo found quite pleasurable. After a brief interval, the soul power test concluded. 7th level innate soul power. Su Yuntao's voice resonated throughout the wooden cabin, the previous air of authority replaced by unbridled excitement and elation. To discover a child with 7th level innate soul power here, especially with a scythe as a martial spirit, was an unexpected delight rather than a fright after all his efforts. Only 7 levels? In contrast to Su Yuntao's exuberance, Chen Luo appeared somewhat perplexed. Hearing Chen Luo's murmured complaint, Su Yuntao shot him an exasperated glare. What are you saying, child? When I tested my soul power, I was merely at innate 2nd level. And you have already achieved 7th level. How can you be dissatisfied? He continued with growing enthusiasm. Your martial spirit is not a worthless blue silvergrass, but a scythe with combat capability. You shall undoubtedly become an exceptional weapon spirit master. The more Su Yuntao spoke, the more animated he became, nearly shaking Chen Luo by the shoulders in his fervor. 7th level innate power, and you're still not satisfied? I should just find a patch of land to cultivate. A hint of a smile graced Chen Luo's face as he thought, if 7th level innate soul power elicits this reaction, what would happen if they knew my true level is actually 17th? Before Chen Luo floated a holographic panel visible only to him, displaying the following information. Host, Chen Luo, martial spirit. Deathgod current soul power level, 17. Upon witnessing Chen Luo's test results, Su Yuntao's gaze underwent a transformation. From initial indifference, it evolved into admiration and recognition. In that fleeting moment, he had considered taking Chen Luo as his disciple, realizing how utterly unrealistic that notion was. He simply lacked the qualifications, and Chen Luo deserved a far superior teacher. I will report your situation truthfully. I believe many elders will find you intriguing. Su Yuntao declared with a smile. Now, I must hurry to the next village for martial spirit awakenings. I am eager to complete all tasks and report about you. After enthusiastically patting Chen Luo's shoulder, Su Yuntao began to swiftly gather his belongings. Externally, Chen Luo appeared composed, but internally he was brimming with excitement and elation. Just moments ago, he had acquired a sign-in system and, through it, obtained the top-tier martial spirit, Deathgod. Such a fortune would exhilarate anyone, for it meant that his destiny lay firmly within his grasp. No one could fathom the turmoil Chen Luo had felt during his initial days in this world. Lacking any background, his only reliance was his knowledge of the Douluos world and the martial spirit he was about to awaken. Should he awaken a subpar martial spirit or possess low innate soul power, even with his comprehensive understanding of Douluos, his prospects would be bleak. One must possess the strength and capital to seek alliances with the powerful. The weak could never integrate into the circles of the strong. Now, however, the essential system for a traveler was in place, and he had begun his journey with a top-tier martial spirit, illuminating his future with promise. Striving to maintain control over his emotions, Chen Luo hesitated for a moment before finally addressing Su Yuntao. Uncle, have you visited Holy Spirit Village? Chen Luo had been attentive to everything Su Yuntao had said, recalling the mention of the blue-silver grass as a worthless martial spirit, which led him to connect it to Tang San. However, he had yet to find the opportunity to inquire about Tang San's circumstances. Upon hearing Chen Luo's question, Su Yuntao immediately paused his actions, turning to Chen Luo with enthusiasm. I visited just yesterday. What would you like to know? Chen Luo's excitement surged as he asked. Did you encounter a child named Tang San during the martial spirit awakenings in Holy Spirit Village? How did his awakening go? He quickly added, he is my friend. Su Yuntao chuckled. Are you referring to the one with innate full soul power who awakened the worthless martial spirit, Blue Silver Grass? That must be him. He is the only one I recall by that name. Indeed, that's him. Chen Luo's tone became fervent. It seemed he had arrived in the Douluos world at a fortuitous time, perfectly synchronized with Tang San. Had Chen Luo not obtained the sign-in system and the Deathgod martial spirit, he would have sought to ally himself with Tang San, albeit on the condition that he possessed sufficient strength and capital. Otherwise, Tang San would surely overlook him. However, circumstances had changed. He no longer needed to cling to Tang San's coattails. He was now the one with power. His keen interest in the timeline of Douluos and Tang San's fate stemmed from his desire to seize the opportunities that Tang San would encounter. Su Yuntao remarked with a hint of regret, your friend is truly unfortunate. Although he possesses innate, full soul power, he awakened a worthless spirit. No matter how much blue silver grass evolves, it remains blue silver grass. A worthless spirit will always be a worthless spirit. Even if he becomes a soul master, he will likely only be a mediocre one. You, however, have a radiant future ahead of you. Once more, Su Yuntao approached Chen Luo, patting his shoulder, and his gaze shifted from mere approval to profound admiration. Chen Luo smiled slightly, internally reflecting, brother, your discernment is truly remarkable. After Su Yuntao had packed his belongings, he departed from the village of Grassdog. Before departing, Su Yuntao imparted numerous encouraging words to Chen Luo. Had it not been for his pressing mission, it is likely that Su Yuntao would have taken Chen Luo directly back to the Spirit Hall. The old village chief, who had been waiting outside the branch hall, was well aware of Chen Luo's spirit awakening. Soon enough, the news of Chen Luo's innate soul power at level 7 and his spirit being a scythe made him a household name in Deathgod Village. Within just a morning, Chen Luo transformed from an unpopular orphan to the beacon of hope for the entire village. Throughout the day, the villagers of Deathgod were engrossed in discussions about him. I believed in this child since he was little. He is the future of our Deathgod village, remarked one villager, the day the old chief brought him back. I knew our village would gain renown. While the villagers were preoccupied with their conversations about Chen Luo, he himself lay on his bed, delving into his system and spirit. 3. The Invincible Sign-In System. The full name of the system Chen Luo acquired is the Invincible Sign-In System. This system is remarkably straightforward, featuring only 3 interfaces: the personal interface, the task interface, and the lottery interface. Chen Luo had previously accessed the personal interface while testing his soul power, which allowed him to clearly view his current strength. At this moment, he opened the task interface. Main task: sign in at Nodding City, and enter the Spirit Hall. Subtask: sign in at the Black Forest. Simply reach the destination. The Black Forest is a wooded area to the east of the village, rumored to be quite perilous. Chen Luo furrowed his brow, but soon smiled. It's merely a matter of reaching that place. I wonder what the rewards will be. It shouldn't be too shabby, especially since the system generously bestowed upon me a god-tier spirit right from the start. Focusing on the subtask, Chen Luo resolved to complete it first, knowing he would eventually undertake the main task of entering the Spirit Hall in Nodding City. He closed the task interface and opened the lottery interface. The lottery interface presented a massive spinning wheel, shrouded in a layer of black mist. As Chen Luo attempted to scrutinize the wheel's contents, he was met with a notification. Current lottery points insufficient. Complete tasks to earn lottery points. Upon glancing at the information above the lottery wheel, he noted his lottery points. Lottery points. 1. He wondered how many points were required for a single lottery draw. Minimum point consumption for a lottery draw is 5. Now enlightened, Chen Luo felt invigorated, ready to set off towards the Black Forest to the east of the village. However, before doing so, he decided to examine his spirit. Extending his right hand, a grayish light burst forth, and a scythe manifested in his grasp. This scythe resembled an ordinary one, but was somewhat larger and entirely gray. At the tender age of 5 or 6, the scythe appeared quite immense in his small hands. Yet, Chen Luo's gaze was not fixed on the scythe, but rather on the figure that grasped it. It was better described as a phantom than a person. This entity also held the scythe, yet its form was ethereal, existing in a state that was both present and absent. Chen Luo could not discern its face, only sensing its presence. At times, it resembled a grotesque monster. At others, it appeared as a faceless youth, and in fleeting moments, it mirrored Chen Luo himself. When Chen Luo sought to observe it, it hovered before him, but when he glanced at the scythe, they seemed to merge into one. The scythe served as a bridge connecting the two, and regardless of its form, the phantom always clutched the scythe tightly. This was Chen Luo's spirit, death. To others, the existence of death appeared invisible. They could only perceive the scythe itself. Chen Luo deduced this from Su Yuntao's reaction upon witnessing his spirit, and he found it advantageous, preferring not to draw undue attention. The spirit of death imparted an overwhelming sense of power, even in the nascent stages of awakening his spirit. Chen Luo distinctly felt his body undergoing significant transformation, with remarkable enhancements to both strength and perception. However, within the realm of Douluos, he had yet to come across any mention of individuals experiencing such dramatic physical improvements solely due to spirit awakening. While spirit awakening does indeed elevate a soul master's physical attributes to a certain extent, such an exaggerated enhancement was unprecedented. If the spirit of death were to augment his physical capabilities akin to a primary spirit, it would indeed be an extraordinary gift. Chen Luo harbored a strong intuition that his conjecture was accurate. Without obtaining a soul ring, merely gazing at his spirit yielded limited insights. After a brief contemplation, he retracted his spirit, eager to fulfill the subtask and venture into the Black Forest. Just then, a series of knocks echoed through the air, followed by the familiar voice of the old village chief calling from outside. Chen Luo, are you at home? Grandpa Village Chief, I am. Chen Luo quickly composed himself and approached the door. Upon opening it, he found the old chief standing there, brimming with vitality, his wrinkled face adorned with a joyous smile, tinged with a hint of pride. Before Chen Luo could inquire about the chief's visit, the old man spoke directly. Word of your spirit awakening has spread throughout the village. Since I brought you back, you have become a part of our Grassdog Village. Each year, our village is allotted one opportunity for a working student to attend a dedicated Soul Master Academy to learn all there is to know about being a Soul Master. And the entire village has unanimously agreed to grant this opportunity to you. With a grin, the old chief added, it's rather amusing to admit, but our village hasn't utilized this opportunity in many years. Even though it is exceedingly rare, it was only after our village produced a Soul Emperor that we managed to obtain it. At this, Chen Luo instinctively twitched the corner of his mouth. The Holy Spirit Village had produced a Soul Sage, while Grassdog Village had birthed a Soul Emperor. Indeed, they were neighboring villages of distinction. If all went well, the Soul Emperor from Grassdog Village likely had a spirit closely tied to the village's name. Thank you so much, Grandpa Village Chief. Chen Luo readily accepted the offer. Even if he chose not to attend the Soul Master Academy, it was only a matter of time before someone from the Spirit Hall would approach him. Su Yuntao's excitement was no mere facade, as an innate level 7 soul power carried significant weight. Fortunately, the soul power testing sphere did not reveal Chen Luo's true capabilities otherwise. The revelation of his innate level 17 soul power would undoubtedly cause a stir in the world. In truth, the soul power testing sphere had indeed yielded results. Although he need not worry about his development, Chen Luo was still eager to attend the Soul Master Academy, not for anything else, but to cultivate friendships. Given the proximity of Deathgod Village and Holy Spirit Village, it was likely that the same Soul Master Academy served both. Excellent. Delighted by Chen Luo's affirmative response, the old chief beamed, proclaiming, "I shall come to fetch you tomorrow." Tomorrow? Chen Luo replied, somewhat taken aback. Isn't there a 3-month wait before heading to the Nodding Soul Master Primary Academy? The old village chief chuckled and said, "Tomorrow, I will take you on a tour of Nodding City to familiarize you with the surroundings. Although there are still 3 months until the Nodding Soul Master Academy opens, we cannot afford to wait idly. Our village has indeed produced a Soul Emperor in the past, but the current villagers possess far too little knowledge about Soul Masters. I wish to take you to the Spirit Hall in Nodding City to learn some essential information about Soul Masters, at the very least the methods of cultivating soul power. Time is of the essence for a Soul Master, and we cannot squander it. If possible, we even hope you can head to Nodding City tomorrow to begin your development. As our village, Deathgod Village, is simply too small. You are our hope. It would be too late to go today, and you have only just completed your soul awakening. You need a good rest. It seems we can head to Nodding City ahead of schedule to fulfill the main quest." Chen Luo nodded vigorously. "I understand, Grandpa Village Chief." Hearing these words from the old village chief filled Chen Luo's heart with warmth. While he was unaware of the circumstances of others in the village, it was clear that this old chief was a genuinely kind-hearted individual who cared deeply for others. Without the old village chief, the original owner of this body would likely have perished in some forgotten corner, and perhaps Chen Luo would not have had the opportunity to live again. In the days since his arrival in this world, Chen Luo had consistently felt the old village chief's kindness and concern for him, for which he felt immense gratitude. "Let's leave it at that for now. What would you like for lunch? Grandpa will cook for you when I return," the old village chief said as he prepared to leave. Chen Luo smiled. "I want fish for lunch. I plan to go fishing by the river on the east side of the village." The old village chief smiled kindly and nodded. "All right. Make sure you go and return quickly. When you come back from fishing, I will cook for you. Then you must prepare a larger pot, and perhaps a big water bucket as well. Haha, Grandpa will be ready for you when you return." After the old village chief departed, Chen Luo returned to his home to gather his fishing gear. Of course, he did not intend to fish genuinely. It was merely an excuse to venture into the dark woods on the east side of the village. If time permitted, he might even try his hand at fishing for a while. Before long, Chen Luo arrived at the riverbank on the east side of the village. He concealed his fishing gear and headed directly into the dark woods. As he walked, he faintly heard the cries of children. The voices sounded urgent, even tinged with fear. Chen Luo quickened his pace, realizing that the cries were emanating from the dark woods. As he approached, the sounds grew louder, and he soon arrived at his destination, the dark woods. Though the woods were at least 3 miles from the riverbank, Chen Luo could hear the voices clearly, indicating a significant enhancement in his perception. Not far ahead, 2 children around 10 years old were clinging to a tree trunk, while some bundles of firewood lay scattered on the ground. Before them stood a fierce tiger, clearly indicating that the children, who had gone out to gather firewood, had encountered the beast and, in a moment of desperation, climbed the tree. However, the situation was dire. The tiger was poised to attack the children at any moment. Fortunately, due to the distance, the tiger had not noticed Chen Luo's arrival. Observing the scene before him, Chen Luo furrowed his brow. "Shall I become a hero and confront the tiger? I cannot stand idly by and watch those children perish." Without further hesitation, Chen Luo extended his right hand, and with a thought, the scythe of death materialized in his grasp. Another hand grasped the scythe, perfectly overlapping with his own. It was the embodiment of death itself. Upon summoning his martial spirit, Chen Luo felt a significant surge in his strength, rendering him fearless in the face of the approaching tiger. "Act now." If I delay any longer, it will be too late. Chen Luo tightened his grip on the scythe of death and took a step forward. Just as he was about to become the hero of the moment, a peculiar sound caught his attention. Whoosh! An arrow shot forth from the dense thicket nearby, instantly embedding itself in the tiger's skull. Thud! The tiger collapsed, and the two children were freed from their perilous predicament. With a rustling sound, a young man in his 20s emerged from the foliage, his dark skin contrasting with his simple clothing. His unassuming appearance was overshadowed by his muscular build and the longbow he wielded, which drew immediate attention. He grasped his hand, and the longbow vanished from sight, presumably his martial spirit. Quickly return. This place is dangerous. Many fierce beasts roam here. You must not come back again. He shouted to the children in the tree. The two children immediately responded, Understood, Uncle Dahe. They swiftly descended from the tree, abandoning their hard-won firewood, and hurried away. After casting a glance at the tiger, the young man did not linger and followed the children. Presumably, they are villagers from Deathgod Village, Chen Luo mused. At this point, he had already retracted his martial spirit, but did not depart. He had arrived at the designated location of the quest, the Dark Woods, but had yet to receive a notification of task completion, so he could only wait. After some time, Chen Luo grew impatient and prepared to leave. However, just as he turned to walk back, he suddenly felt a unique sensation. Whether it was a moment of madness or something else, he found himself turning back and heading straight toward the tiger's corpse. Standing before the lifeless tiger, he swallowed hard. The tiger was at least 5 meters long and remarkably robust. From a distance on the hillside, it had not seemed so large, but now that he stood close, he felt an acute sense of trepidation. Striving to calm his racing heart, Chen Luo extended his right hand and placed it upon the tiger's corpse. This felt instinctive, as if he were acting without conscious thought. Moments later, he pulled his hand away sharply, and a gray mist materialized above the tiger's body. Is this the tiger's soul? What is happening? As Chen Luo pondered in confusion, the scythe of death unexpectedly reappeared in his hand. When the scythe made contact with the gray mist, it vanished instantaneously, as if absorbed by the scythe. Simultaneously, a notification echoed in Chen Luo's mind. Dark Woods sign-in successful. Acquire soul harvest and awakening. The task was finally complete. Chen Luo immediately checked his rewards. Soul harvest. Reap souls to enhance strength. Awakening. Control the lifeless and bend them to your will. These were 2 skills, seemingly tailor-made for his martial spirit, the Scythe of Death. The methods of utilizing these skills had been imprinted in Chen Luo's mind, requiring no additional study. He could wield them with remarkable proficiency whenever he desired. I feel as though I've grown stronger. I can distinctly sense an increase in my soul power, likely a result of the soul harvest. Chen Luo's gaze returned to the Scythe of Death in his hand, excitement and exhilaration gradually illuminating his expression. Now, let me attempt awakening. Chen Luo raised the death scythe in his hand, without any flamboyant movements, and brought it down directly upon the corpse of the fierce tiger. The blade of the scythe pierced the tiger's body, yet there were no visible wounds nor blood splattering. Suddenly, a tremendous force emanated from the death scythe, and in an instant, all of Chen Luo's strength was drained away, leaving him devoid of soul power. Simultaneously, a gray light radiated from the lifeless tiger, which slowly opened its eyes and rose to its feet. The tiger was resurrected, yet it had lost its intelligence, remaining a mere shell, albeit one capable of combat. Its eyes turned a lifeless gray, and its physique appeared to have undergone some transformation, seeming even more robust. Vaguely, wisps of gray energy swirled around the revived tiger. Was this the awakening? Truly formidable. Although Chen Luo felt somewhat weakened from expending all his soul power, it did not dampen his excitement and exhilaration. He could distinctly sense that the combat prowess of the tiger before him surpassed that of its living form by more than double. Reviving a corpse and enhancing its strength for one's own use was already an extraordinary feat. The most astonishing aspect was that the awakening seemed devoid of any temporal limitations. How magnificent! A broad smile spread across Chen Luo's face, reflecting his elation. It appeared he no longer had to worry about returning safely. He had not forgotten the advice given by the great black creature to those 2 children, even in his heightened state of excitement. He remained aware of the perilous environment he was in. With fierce tigers lurking in this dark forest, there were surely other ferocious beasts present as well. Possibly due to the differences in worlds, Even ordinary beasts here were considerably larger than those in Chen Luo's original world. This was his first encounter with such an immense tiger, and he fervently hoped to avoid any other colossal creatures on his way back. Without lingering further, Chen Luo commanded the tiger to lead the way as they began their journey back. He did not retract the death scythe, keeping it firmly in hand while maintaining a heightened state of vigilance. Once he successfully exited the dark forest, he intended to let the tiger die again. He did not wish to draw unnecessary attention or cause himself undue trouble. Special mission detected. Do you accept? The system's prompt suddenly echoed in Chen Luo's mind. Before he could fully process it, an overwhelming sense of danger surged toward him. As he sensed the imminent threat, Chen Luo's entire being tensed, and he instinctively tightened his grip on the death scythe. The system was indeed courteous. It seemed he had no choice but to accept this special mission. He chuckled inwardly and promptly chose to accept the task. Special mission accepted. Completing this task will yield a chance of obtaining exquisite rewards. Special mission: eliminate the giant python. A faint rustling sound, akin to leaves stirred by the wind, reached his ears. Had he not been sufficiently perceptive, he would have undoubtedly overlooked it. It was here. Chen Luo swallowed hard and immediately shifted into a combat stance, with the tiger before him preparing for battle. The hunter had been detected by its prey, and now the concealed predator emerged from its hiding place, charging forth brazenly. The rustling sound grew louder and closer. Chen Luo held his breath and focused intently ahead, when suddenly a colossal figure burst forth from the jungle. His eyes widened involuntarily, cold sweat streaming down his brow. Before him was a gigantic python, as thick as a barrel and over 10 meters long, its gaping maw revealing a vivid crimson tongue flicking in and out, an alarming sight indeed. Such a monstrous creature was utterly terrifying. It was even more chilling to contemplate how this enormous beast had managed to ambush him silently on his return. Chen Luo took a deep breath, unleashing his full strength. Fleeing was not an option. He had no choice but to fight. The python before him did not emit the aura of a soul beast, lacking any sign of soul power. It was simply a massive wild creature. However, this did not bode well, as it was evident that this behemoth was stronger than the typical lower-level soul beasts. Chen Luo was acutely aware that he was no match for the giant python, even with his martial soul awakened and extraordinarily powerful. And being a soul master of level 17, he still felt woefully inadequate in comparison to the python, even if it were not a soul beast. Had he possessed a soul ring, the situation could have been drastically altered. Nevertheless, he had an unyielding ally at his side. Fixating on the rapidly approaching python, Chen Luo vigorously gestured to the tiger, issuing the command to attack. Kill it. The tiger sprang into action, undeterred by the imposing size of its foe. Though the disparity in size was immense in that moment, the tiger's aura matched the python's. The python, sensing an unfavorable shift in circumstances, paused momentarily, raising its massive head to glance at a large tree to its left before recklessly charging toward Chen Luo's position. Chen Luo caught this detail. Could there be someone else nearby? He was certain that the python's momentary hesitation was not due to the tiger. Glancing at the tree the python had focused on, his initial doubts and apprehensions dissipated as his gaze returned to the oncoming python. In mere moments, the distance between the giant python and the tiger diminished, and without any prolonged standoff, the two colossal beasts engaged in a fierce clash. The python opened its massive jaws, revealing razor-sharp fangs capable of piercing anything, and lunged toward the tiger with incredible speed. To the python, the tiger appeared as a mere kitten, yet this agility allowed the tiger to launch itself toward the python's neck with explosive force. The tiger deftly evaded the python's strike and successfully sank its fangs into the python's neck. Blood gushed forth, and the python let out a pained roar. With a resounding thud, the tiger knocked the python to the ground, its fangs penetrating the python's scales, firmly securing its grip on the creature's neck, rapidly soaking the ground in blood. In a swift counter, the python utilized its massive body to envelop the tiger, squeezing tightly. The sickening sound of cracking bones echoed, sending shivers down one's spine. The tiger's form contorted under the pressure, but it maintained its grip on the python's neck, biting down harder, causing the ground to darken with the creature's blood. Chen Luo, initially intent on joining the fray, had since abandoned that notion. He had regained some strength, but chose to sheath the death scythe, his earlier worries and tension fading away, replaced by a demeanor of calculated calm. He had already foreseen the outcome. If the tiger were alive, it would have perished countless times by now. Yet, crucially, it was not alive. It felt no pain and was not easily vanquished. What chance did the python have against it, even with its colossal size? Once the tiger had latched onto its vulnerable spot, it could only await its demise. The ferocious tiger's assault retained its innate instincts, targeting the vulnerable neck of its prey for a swift kill, which consequently shaped the scene before us. Blood gushed from the wound on the neck of the colossal python, rendering it increasingly feeble, and it wasn't long before the creature succumbed to death. Even in its final moments, the python clung tenaciously to the tiger's body, while the tiger maintained its grip on the python's neck, despite its own form being utterly mangled. The outcome aligned with Chen Luo's expectations, albeit the spectacle was far more gruesome than anticipated. Taking a deep breath, Chen Luo stood still for a while, then slowly approached the lifeless forms of the python and tiger. His prudence proved wise. 3 minutes after the python's demise, it suddenly convulsed violently, its tail thrashing, devastating a wide area around it. Had Chen Luo ventured near the python's corpse at that moment, he would likely have become yet another cold body. Although the blood staining his shoes was of little concern to him, he resolutely approached the python's remains. Extending his right hand, he pressed it against the python's corpse and, with a tug upwards, a dense, gray mist materialized, richer than that which had emanated from the tiger's remains. In the next instant, the Grim Reaper's scythe manifested in Chen Luo's grasp, its blade unceremoniously sinking into the gray mist, which vanished instantaneously. Chen Luo, once weary and fatigued, felt invigorated, his body brimming with vitality. Furthermore, his soul power experienced a notable enhancement. After completing this ritual, Chen Luo departed without a backward glance. The tiger had also perished, its once vibrant gaze now dull and lifeless. On his return journey, Chen Luo encountered no further dangers. The tiger and python had constituted the greatest threats in that forest, both now entirely lifeless. Shortly after his departure, a figure leaped down from a nearby tree, a young man in his 20s, with dark skin, gripping a longbow tightly. It was Deathgod. A white halo hovered beneath his feet as he cautiously approached the corpses of the python and tiger, his eyes fixated upon them. Despite the short distance, Deathgod took considerable time to ascertain that these formidable beasts were truly dead. He then glanced in the direction Chen Luo had taken, his face displaying sheer astonishment. Python slain successfully, special mission accomplished. Congratulations, host, for receiving the supreme reward, the Deathgod's technique. As soon as Chen Luo exited the dark forest, he received the notification about his completed special mission. Upon hearing of his supreme reward, his eyes sparkled with excitement, and he promptly checked the details. The Deathgod's technique, a divine-level cultivation method. A blue holographic panel appeared before him, showcasing the information regarding the exceptional reward triggered by his mission completion. The introduction was succinct, devoid of unnecessary embellishment. The term divine level spoke volumes. At that moment, an arcane passage of information about the technique filled his mind, effortlessly accessible at the slightest thought, as if he had practiced it countless times before. Chen Luo felt an exhilarating rush. What he desperately needed was an appropriate cultivation method, ensuring no one was around. He promptly sat cross-legged on the ground and began to channel the technique. The flow was seamless, devoid of any hindrance or unfamiliarity, akin to an act he had mastered through repetition. In no time, invisible energy spiraled around him, continuously infusing his being. This energy, sourced from the very essence of nature, was exquisitely pure and devoid of any impurities. Chen Luo relished the process of cultivation, becoming wholly absorbed in the experience. He could distinctly sense his strength gradually augmenting, not merely in terms of soul power, but also in physical robustness. Realizing the hour was late, he decided to conclude his session and return, intending to continue his practice later that evening. He reluctantly exited the meditative state and resumed his journey. Having arrived at the dark forest around midday, he now emerged as evening fell. Not long after, he returned to the riverbank, casually catching a fish to bring back. "Grandpa, the fish is ready." Before an old wooden cottage, a fire crackled as Chen Luo presented the grilled fish to the village elder. The old man accepted the fish with a broad smile, exclaiming, "Such a large catch. I fear we may not finish it between the two of us." He placed the fish into a large bowl on the table, then continued, "It smells delightful. Who would have thought you could grill fish, Chen Luo? Today I am fortunate indeed." After savoring a piece of the tender, sweet fish, he couldn't help but exclaim, "Delicious, delicious. I've never tasted such exquisite grilled fish. It may have been slightly overcooked, but the flavor was still superb." Chen Luo tasted the fish he had grilled and felt a profound sense of satisfaction. While enjoying the meal, the old man suddenly remarked, "Chen Luo, I feel as though I am in a dream. Just days ago, you were on the brink of death, and now you can cook fish for me." He added, "Most importantly, you have awakened your martial soul, with innate soul power at level 7. To be honest, I never even dreamed of such a thing." Chen Luo smiled gently. He too could hardly believe he had traversed into the world of Douluos. Even after several days in this realm, an air of unreality lingered. "It's a pity I do not know where my family is. If they knew about your martial soul awakening, they would surely be overjoyed," the elder lamented. Chen Luo remained unfazed. "I have no family, no recollection of kin, nor any memories of the past. I only remember my name." This was not a fabrication. The body he inhabited bore no memories of its previous life, even the name being one he had chosen for himself. "Do not worry. I shall be your family. If my little Chen Luo does not mind," the old man comforted. Chen Luo laughed. "How could I possibly mind? You saved my life. Were it not for you bringing me back, I would likely be nothing more than a pile of decaying bones." He felt immense gratitude towards the kind elder, who indeed felt like family, not just for saving him, but also for the meticulous care he provided. Such kindness was not always found among so-called relatives. "By the way, Grandpa, is Dahei from our village?" Chen Luo inquired. The elder nodded with a smile. "Indeed. Why do you ask? Did you see him today?" Chen Luo replied, "I encountered him in the Black Forest to the east of the village, where he rescued 2 children from a fierce tiger. I learned his name from those children." "You ventured to the Black Forest to the east? I thought you were fishing all day, as you did not return for lunch." The elder's demeanor suddenly shifted to one of excitement. "You foolish child, did I not warn you? That place is exceedingly dangerous. It harbors not only a fierce tiger, but also a giant snake. My son once sought to eliminate that serpent, and he never returned. Those creatures are truly deadly. It is said that the great serpent measures several dozen meters in length, with a girth surpassing that of 4 wooden tables combined, which is utterly terrifying and loathsome." The old village chief grew increasingly agitated as he spoke, his fists clenched and eyes reddened with fervor. "I killed that great serpent," Chen Luo interjected nonchalantly. "But it was not as exaggerated as you have described. It was merely around 17 or 18 meters long, at most not exceeding 20, and as thick as a large water bucket. For wooden tables? That is far too extravagant." Chen Luo had initially not intended to disclose his encounter with the serpent. But upon hearing the old chief's assertion that the serpent was the cause of his son's disappearance, he felt compelled to share his experience, hoping to assuage the elder's heart. The village chief, momentarily taken aback by Chen Luo's revelation, regarded him with astonishment before dismissively chuckling. "Chen Luo, do not jest with me. Even if you have awakened your martial soul, how could your small frame possibly slay such a serpent?" With a mild smile, Chen Luo chose not to delve further into the matter. The old chief then resumed speaking about Dahei. "Dahei is one of the few soul masters to emerge from our village. Upon awakening his martial soul, he possessed only a first-level innate soul power. He dedicated himself to arduous training, yet his talent proved insufficient. Unable to graduate from the Soul Master Academy and unwilling to venture elsewhere, he returned to the village, declaring his desire to protect it. Alas, Dahei is but a foolish child. As a soul master, he could thrive anywhere beyond our humble mountain village. Tomorrow, we shall head to Nodding City, and Dahei will accompany us for protection." Above the darkened sky hung a crescent moon, adorned with twinkling stars. The nights in the village were perpetually tranquil, punctuated only by the sounds of insects, devoid of the vibrant nightlife found in bustling towns. After enjoying roasted fish at the old chief's home, Chen Luo returned early. Grateful for his timely departure, had he lingered, the chief would have needed to escort him back with a torch. And he marveled at how swiftly darkness fell in this place. Upon arriving home, Chen Luo settled cross-legged on his bed, entering a state of cultivation. The following morning, The old chief arrived at Chen Luo's doorstep, accompanied by Dehe. Due to their impending journey to the city, the chief had donned a new outfit, though still rudimentary. It appeared fresh. Clad in deep blue and gray trousers, his hunched figure, paired with bright, spirited eyes, gave him an unexpectedly handsome appearance. Dehe, in contrast, wore the same gray attire from the previous day, stained and marred, with traces of blood still visible. Chen Luo is a truly careless child. I specifically reminded him last night about our trip to the city and urged him to rise early, yet here he is, still slumbering. The old chief chuckled with a hint of exasperation, though his tone bore no reproach. Dehe remarked, perhaps he was simply too fatigued yesterday. Let him rest a while longer, for it is still early. Even if we arrive at Knotting City a bit late, it will not hinder us. At this, a gentle smile spread across the old chief's wrinkled face, and he nodded. Suddenly recalling something, he added, indeed, after all, he spent the entire day fishing yesterday. Oh, and this child mentioned last night that he had slain the great serpent in the dark woods to the east of the village. Daí imediately tensid. Memories of the previous afternoon's events in the dark woods replaying vividly in his mind. The serpent, which had devoured countless villagers and posed the greatest threat to their safety, had perished at the hands of a mere 6-year-old child. Even with extraordinary abilities, it seemed utterly implausible. Ha ha, Dehe, you don't actually believe that, do you? Chen Luo was clearly jesting. Even if he awakened his martial soul and possessed 7th level innate soul power, given his diminutive stature, he would be inadequate to confront such a serpent, let alone attempt to slay it. The old chief laughed heartily. As the old chief and Dehe conversed, Chen Luo emerged from his room. He had awakened while the chief was speaking and quickly tidied himself, mindful of their journey into the city, despite being just a 6-year-old child with little to prepare. Grandfather, Dehe, I sincerely apologize for keeping you waiting, Chen Luo said, bowing his head in apology. The old chief shook his head with a smile. No matter. We have only just arrived. Dehe's gaze lingered on Chen Luo, and although he seemed to have much to say, he ultimately just uttered 2 words. Let us go. Knotting City was not particularly far from Grassdog Village. Within half a day, under the guidance of Dehe and the old chief, Chen Luo arrived at their destination. After passing through the soldiers' inspection at the city gates, they entered the bustling city. Compared to their remote village, Knotting City exuded a more urban atmosphere, with numerous pedestrians and shops lining the streets, barely qualifying as prosperous. Upon entering the city, they did not linger in the shops, but made their way directly to the Spirit Hall. Chen Luo, you have yet to enroll in the Knotting Soul Master Primary Academy. During the school term, outsiders are prohibited from entering, which means you cannot acquire knowledge related to soul masters there. However, the Spirit Hall is different. It welcomes all soul masters, Dehe explained as they walked through the streets of Knotting City. Understood, Chen Luo nodded in acknowledgement. He had been contemplating how to obtain an excuse to visit the Spirit Hall and fulfill his primary mission. It seemed now that such complications could be avoided. Making matters simpler, in Chen Luo's recollection, the methods of cultivating as a soul master did not appear significantly different. At least, the narrative of Douluos did not emphasize these techniques, with Tang San possessing the Xintian treasure record and a few others, such as the Poison Douluos' unique cultivation method. Dehe, being a soul master himself, ought to be familiar with these techniques. Yet, Dehe and the others had traveled a considerable distance to Knotting City specifically to learn about soul master knowledge, particularly cultivation methods. Dehe, aren't the cultivation methods for soul masters all the same? You are also a soul master. You could simply teach me the cultivation techniques directly, Chen Luo, unable to suppress his curiosity, finally asked. Dehe chuckled. People vary in skills and abilities, and so too do the cultivation methods of soul masters differ in quality. As an ordinary soul master, I can only learn the most basic techniques. With your innate soul power at level 7 and a formidable martial soul like the Scythe, you must pursue superior methods. I believe the people at the Spirit Hall will arrange that for you. Besides cultivation methods, you can also learn a wealth of knowledge about soul masters at the Spirit Hall. My own abilities are quite limited, and rather than burden you with my scattered knowledge, it is far better for you to acquire the most legitimate information, as you are fully qualified to do so. Indeed, Chen Luo, once you arrive at the Spirit Hall, make sure to study diligently. The old chief chimed in with a smile. Chen Luo gently nodded, internally contemplating, I have already acquired a supreme cultivation method for soul masters. Once I arrive at the Spirit Hall, I shall endeavor to absorb more knowledge pertaining to soul masters. As they were on the verge of reaching the Spirit Hall, he felt confident that signing in for the task would pose no issues. Should it require a prolonged stay within the Spirit Hall for the sign-in to be deemed successful, he would dedicate extra time to learning about the cultivation of soul power. Approaching the Spirit Hall in Nodding City, Chen Luo's primary intention remained his mainline sign-in task. The Spirit Hall stands as a monumental emblem of this world, its grandeur unmistakable. Any passerby could easily direct one to its location. Before long, Chen Luo, accompanied by the elderly village chief and Dahe, arrived at the entrance of the Spirit Hall. The exterior of the Spirit Hall exuded magnificence. Spanning over 100 meters in width and soaring more than 20 meters high, its dome structure comprised of 3 tiers, all enveloped in gray. At the entrance, 2 guards stood watch. Upon noticing Chen Luo and his companions, they approached and inquired, "What brings you here?" Although the guards appeared somewhat stern, they maintained a level of courtesy. Dahe stepped forward with a smile. "I am a soul master, and my brother has also become one. I brought him here today to learn about the methods of soul power cultivation." Upon hearing this, the guards did not impede their entry any further and simply stepped aside. Dahe led Chen Luo into the Spirit Hall, while the village chief waited outside. The methods of cultivating soul power? In the reception hall, a female soul master, clad in a light robe and possessing an unremarkable appearance, regarded Dahe and Chen Luo with an expression akin to disbelief. "Dahe, should I call you foolish, or merely state the obvious? The methods for cultivating soul power are nearly identical for all soul masters. You could easily teach your brother yourself." "Yang Chui, could you let me finish?" Chen Luo stood beside Dahe, glancing at the female soul master named Yang Chui, and then at Dahe. It appeared that Dahe, whose full name was Dahe, had a pleasant rapport with Yang Chui. Upon entering the Spirit Hall, Chen Luo had yet to admire the awe-inspiring dome before Dahe guided him directly to the reception area. As for the cultivation methods of soul masters, Chen Luo harbored no concerns. His Deathgod technique was unparalleled, if not the best, certainly the most suited for him. Within the Spirit Hall, Chen Luo's focus was primarily on the system prompts, eagerly awaiting the melodic chime indicating task completion. Yang Chui continued to regard Dahe with a bemused expression. "I am quite curious to see what you will say next. You simply sought a tedious excuse to come and see me, did you not?" At this, Chen Luo's gaze shifted to Dahe and Yang Chui, becoming increasingly inquisitive. Before Dahe could respond, Yang Chui interjected, "Do not tell me this little brat has innate soul power exceeding level 5. How could such talent emerge from your decrepit village?" "Actually, yes. My innate soul power is level 17. Chen Luo silently boasted to himself. Dahe nodded vigorously, affirming, "Indeed. His innate soul power is level 7. Our humble village truly has produced a talent." As he spoke, Dahe's tone grew resolute, tinged with a hint of pride. "Are you serious?" Yang Chui furoet her bro. Dahe, without elaborating, nodded emphatically. Yang Chui, realizing Dahe was truthful, swiftly altered her demeanor. This is the first time I have encountered such an adorable younger brother. Come, sister shall take you to find cultivation methods." Yang Chui beamed at Chen Luo, exuding warmth and enthusiasm, a stark contrast to her previous indifference upon their arrival. "Dahe, why are you still standing there? Hurry and order from the best restaurant in Nodding City. It's a rare occasion for your brother to visit. He deserves to be well treated." Yang Chui shot a glare at Dahe, before turning back to Chen Luo with an even brighter smile. "Oh, I misspoke. Before long, you will be visiting often. With your talent, you will surely gain admission to the Nodding Primary Soul Master Academy. Or perhaps the Spirit Hall will suffice. Many esteemed elders will surely take a liking to you." As she spoke, Yang Chui took Chen Luo's hand gently, leading him away. Before departing, she shot Dahe another glare. "Quit dawdling here and go find that restaurant. If you lack funds, just put on my tab. After all, what is mine is yours." Thus, Chen Luo, bewildered, was led away by Yang Chui to the 3rd floor. The 3rd floor was lined with closed doors, and Yang Chui guided him to the leftmost room. This appeared to be the Spirit Hall's library, featuring a solitary bookshelf with a scant collection of books, presenting a rather shabby sight. Once inside, An elderly voice reverberated. What brings you here? Yang Tsuetsue promptly replied with respect. Elder, this is my brother. He possesses innate soul power at level 7 and wishes to learn about soul power cultivation methods. Innate soul power at level 7. The elderly voice instantly grew animated, murmuring, could this child be the one Su Yuntao spoke of? They just left and this child arrives. The voice drew nearer, transitioning from within the library to appear behind Chen Luo and Yang Tsuetsue. Chen Luo turned to see a frail, white-haired elder draped in a black robe emerging from the adjoining room. Elder, Yang Tsue respectfully greeted, having turned to face him. The elder, however, paid her no mind. Fixing his fervent gaze upon Chen Luo, what is your name? Chen Luo, he answered calmly, though a sense of unease stirred within him. Pondering, why does the elder's gaze feel so peculiar, sending shivers down my spine? Chen Luo then noted the emblem of the spirit hall on the elder's robe. 5 long swords, signifying that this elder was a battle soul master. It was surprising to encounter a soul master of such caliber in this remote branch of the spirit hall, explaining his position as an elder. Chen Luo, a fine name, the elder remarked with a smile. Would you like to become my disciple? Chen Luo was taken aback, while Yang Tse beside him appeared entirely unfazed, even exhilarated. The elder observed Chen Luo's astonishment and stroked his white stubble, chuckling. Did I come on too strong? Did I startle you? That's quite normal. You are still just a child. Just know that if you agree to be my disciple, I promise you an unobstructed path in your cultivation journey. I will provide all the soul rings you require. Your talent is quite impressive. With my assistance, you will undoubtedly surpass my current achievements within 20 years. Perhaps not. Chen Luo interjected firmly, directly declining the elder's various enticing propositions. In his existence across 2 lifetimes, Chen Luo, despite being only in his 20s, is far from a mere child. A 6-year-old might easily be deceived, but not him. Regarding the notion of a mentor, Chen Luo believes he does not require one. If he were to seek guidance, it must be from a remarkably powerful teacher. Initially, upon his arrival in this world, he may have lacked options, yet he now possesses the means to choose. When the elderly man's proposal was met with Chen Luo's unwavering refusal, the old man's expression shifted instantaneously. You better think this over, young man. My door will always be open for you. With that, the elder retreated to the adjacent room, firmly closing the door behind him. Chen Luo, unfazed, raised an eyebrow, pondering why the task he signed up for had yet to be completed. Once the elder departed, Yang Tsitsue cast a disbelieving glance at Chen Luo, but refrained from further comment, leading him into the library. There, she presented him with a unique scroll, instructing him to attune to it, assuring him it would reveal the most suitable cultivation method for him. Following Tsuetsue's guidance, Chen Luo focused intently on the scroll. Even with the Deathgod technique already in his possession, he saw no harm in exploring other methods of soul power cultivation. Before long, a gentle warmth emanated from the scroll, flooding his mind with an abundance of information. Yet, just as swiftly, a wave of coolness swept over him, causing all the information to vanish, along with the scroll's warmth. Must it be so domineering, denying me the opportunity to explore other cultivation methods? Chen Luo felt momentarily confused, then suddenly found it amusing, glancing down at the scroll in his hand, which seemed now rendered useless. After completing his study of the soul power cultivation method, he promptly returned the scroll to Tsuetsue, expressing his gratitude. Thank you, sister. Tsuetsue, bewildered, accepted the scroll with a look of incredulity. So soon? Indeed, Chen Luo nodded. I scarcely had the chance to peruse it before it disappeared. Tsuetsue carefully returned the scroll to its place and led Chen Luo out. While descending the stairs, he finally received the system notification he had eagerly anticipated. Successfully signed in at the Wuhuan Hall in Nodding City. The current main quest has been completed. Reward, Deathgod Ring. At a local restaurant in Nodding City, Yang Tsuetsue, as promised, treated Chen Luo and his companions to a hearty meal. With their hunger sated, they prepared to depart when Tsuetsue interjected, Old Village Chief, I believe Chen Luo could easily cultivate here in Nodding City. The environment is vastly superior, and he could learn much more about being a soul master. If he wishes, he could even move into the Wuhuan Hall. I am certain the elders there would welcome him with open arms. The Old Village Chief smiled broadly. If that is indeed possible, it would be splendid. However, This matter is not solely within my purview. It ultimately depends on Chen Luo. He continued, we initially planned for Chen Luo to cultivate in Notting City, but we were unable to afford the steep living expenses. Now, it appears that concern is alleviated, yet the final decision rests with Chen Luo. Turning to him, the old chief inquired, Chen Luo, what are your thoughts? Chen Luo shrugged. I think it's best to return. The city is too noisy. I prefer the village. Remaining in Notting City would likely subject him to frequent disturbances. Had he not witnessed the elder's exuberance, he would scarcely believe that having innate soul power at level 7 could wield such influence. The old village chief exchanged a knowing glance with Yang Suitsue, then remarked with a smile, we respect your choice, Chen Luo. Well then, Suitsue said, is there anything you'd like to eat or do? It's on me. Chen Luo gently shook his head. Having completed his sign-in task in Notting City, he yearned to return and focus on his cultivation. Had it not been for Yang Suitsue's warm hospitality and consideration for the old chief and Lu Dahe's feelings, he likely would have skipped the meal altogether. Suitsue smiled. Then I wish you a safe journey. You will soon find yourself in Notting City again, and I will treat you to food and fun then. Thank you, sister. Chen Luo replied politely with a smile. Upon their return to Deathgod Village, dusk had fallen. Chen Luo shared a meal with Lu Dahe at the old village chief's home before they returned to their respective residences. Once at home, Chen Luo did not immediately commence his cultivation. Instead, he gazed at his left wrist. Before his eyes, a black tattoo, a finger's width, gradually emerged around his left wrist. As the tattoo formed, a black ring materialized upon his hand. At first glance, the ring appeared unremarkable, yet upon closer inspection, one could discern the myriad of intricate and profound patterns, resembling various formations intricately interwoven in a unique equilibrium. This was the reward for completing the main quest of signing in at Notting City, the Deathgod Ring. The Deathgod Ring possesses two primary functions. Firstly, it serves as a storage space, the size of which is contingent upon Chen Luo's strength. The stronger he becomes, the larger the space can grow. Currently, it is akin to a wardrobe. Secondly, it functions as a necromantic space, a realm for housing the undead. The beings Chen Luo revives through awakening are classified as the undead, which he can store in this necromantic space for future summoning, similar to the storage space. The dimensions of the necromantic space are also influenced by Chen Luo's prowess, though it remains dormant for now. With unwavering determination, he resolved to cultivate diligently, aspiring to unlock the necromantic space soon, at which point he could summon a powerful undead to serve as a safeguard. Contemplating the Deathgod Ring served as motivation for Chen Luo. It is only when one has hope that they strive diligently. After storing the ring away, he immediately embarked on his training. 3 months later, the day had arrived for the commencement of the Notting City Junior Soul Master Academy. Early in the morning, the old village chief and Lu Dahe arrived at Chen Luo's doorstep. After a brief gathering of his belongings, he set out with them. Throughout these 3 months, Chen Luo had dedicated himself tirelessly to cultivation, embracing the opportunity of rebirth with fervor. He cherished every day in this life, determined not to squander time as he had in his previous existence. Now, his soul power approached level 20 with continued effort. He would soon be able to attain 2 soul rings simultaneously. Nevertheless, he planned to acquire his first soul ring upon entering the Notting Academy. While it is true that not having a soul ring does not impede the progression of soul power cultivation, it does curtail a soul master's battle capabilities, an enhancement Chen Luo had long desired. Moreover, there was a more pressing reason, the refresh of system tasks. After completing the main quest of signing in at Notting City, no new main quest had emerged, and the same was true for side quests. The task interface displayed but a singular prompt: obtain the second soul ring to refresh all tasks. Chen Luo, you must study diligently at the Soul Master Academy. We have faith in your abilities. Upon Chen Luo's arrival in Notting City, the village elder began his heartfelt admonitions. Chen Luo nodded, assuring, rest assured, Grandpa, I will. The elder smiled, yes, I believe in you. We have always believed in your potential. Your efforts have not gone unnoticed. Oh, by the way, there's something I've been meaning to tell you. Do you remember Master Su Yun Tao and the elder from the Spirit Hall who visited you 3 months ago? Chen Luo nodded. I remember. What about it? 3 months prior, on the day after Chen Luo had signed in at the Spirit Hall, Su Yun Tao and an elder had sought him out. intending to offer assistance similar to that of the Soul Master he had encountered there. However, Chen Luo declined their offer. The elder continued. They mentioned that if you ever require help in obtaining soul rings, you can always seek them out. They assured me that you are always welcome. It is a fortunate thing to have someone willing to assist you. I understand you are a strong-willed child, but sometimes you must learn to be adaptable. Chen Luo nodded. Understood, Grandpa. At this moment, Lu Dahe interjected. If you ever need help, you can also reach out to Yang Tsue at the Spear Hall. All right, Chen Luo replied, confident that he would soon require their assistance. The elder and Lu Dahe accompanied Chen Luo to the entrance of the Nodding Soul Master Primary Academy. The academy exuded an air of grandeur, with its massive stone archway and dark iron gate, likely the most striking structure in Nodding City aside from the Spirit Hall. A middle-aged man in his 30s was on guard duty. Contrary to the descriptions often found in books, he was not at all haughty. Instead, he greeted Chen Luo and the others with great courtesy. Are you here to report to the Soul Master Academy? The gatekeeper inquired with a smile, displaying a warm demeanor. Chen Luo and his companions nodded, prompting the gatekeeper to step aside. Then please, hurry inside. Chen Luo found the gatekeeper's politeness rather surprising. After exchanging brief farewells with the elder and Lu Dahe, Chen Luo stepped into the academy. After walking a short distance, he caught the gatekeeper muttering softly, which dispelled his earlier astonishment. So many work-study students this year. What's the situation? Just now a kid went in, and now another one has arrived. No matter what, I must restrain myself and treat them politely. If the master sees me acting otherwise, I might lose my job. Work-study students? Master? Chen Luo immediately thought of Tang San. Could it be that Tang San had just arrived as well? Chen Luo quickened his pace. In no time, he found the Academic Affairs office and smoothly completed his registration. With innate soul power at level 7, no Soul Master Primary Academy would refuse him. Upon reporting his details and presenting the credentials from the Spear Hall, all the teachers ceased to concern themselves with whether Chen Luo was a work-study student. He was even granted special treatment. Nevertheless, Chen Luo still wished to experience life as an ordinary student. These are your supplies, provided free of charge by the academy. You have been assigned to dormitory room 7. Allow me to show you the way. A young teacher said with a warm smile. Thank you, teacher. I can find my way there. You need not trouble yourself. Chen Luo replied, accepting the items and giving a polite nod before departing. The young teacher remarked, what a courteous child. If you ever need assistance, feel free to come to me. After Chen Luo left, Director Su could not help but chuckle and shake his head. It seems our Nodding Academy is destined for fame this year. First, a student with full innate soul power, and now another with innate soul power at level 7. In my decades here, I have never encountered either. Today I meet both. The young teacher shrugged. Let us not mention the one with full innate soul power. What potential could a blue silvergrass have? To even have a master as a mentor? Enough of that. Don't look at me like that. I have higher hopes for that new kid. Director Su shot the young teacher a disdainful glance. I noticed that without you saying. Meanwhile, Chen Luo had already arrived at the dormitory building. Everything had gone remarkably smoothly. Soon he would see Tang San, and if all went as expected, Xiao should have arrived by now. A smile unconsciously crept onto Chen Luo's face. I hope I haven't arrived too late. Room 7 was not difficult to find. It appeared the most dilapidated among the dormitories. It was home to work-study students, regardless of grade or age, as the academy, not being a charitable organization, had its standards lowered for those receiving free accommodation. Chen Luo had the opportunity and eligibility to choose a different dormitory, yet he opted for the standard work-study student room, Room 7, solely for the sake of experiencing life. Upon reaching the door of Room 7, Chen Luo peered inside to behold a lively scene. 7 or 8 children, ranging from 8 to 12 years old, were gathered around, with a boy and girl at the center, seemingly just having concluded a quarrel. The boy, about 6 years old, wore simple clothes, had a healthy wheat-colored complexion, and sported a head of glossy black hair, appearing quite ordinary. The girl, of a similar age and height, had a rosy, cherubic face with large, sparkling eyes, making her exceptionally beautiful and charming. Her long black hair was styled into a single braid cascading down her back, and she wore a neat pink outfit. According to the dormitory rules, if you win against me, you will become the dorm leader, our group's leader, the boy stated. The girl smiled slightly, her eyes sparkling with delight. Leader? That sounds quite fun. Then I shall be your leader from now on. Suddenly, a knock echoed at the door, drawing everyone's attention. Chen Luo stepped into the dormitory calmly, though his heart raced with excitement. The boy and girl before him were undoubtedly Tang San and Xiao Wu. Is this room 7? Chen Luo asked, directing his gaze toward Tang San and Xiao Wu. Could be. Another one has arrived? Last year we had no work-study students, and now 3 have come, exclaimed an older child, incredulity etched across his face. Approaching Chen Luo, he awkwardly managed a smile. Hello, I'm Wang Sheng. My martial soul is the Battle Tiger, and I aspire to be a Battle Soul Master. This is indeed room 7. Are you also a new work-study student? After being defeated by Tang San and witnessing Xiao Wu's victory over him, Wang Sheng no longer dared to underestimate newcomers. Chen Luo nodded. Yes. I'm a work-study student from Deathgod Village. Deathgod Village? Wang Sheng's lips twitched, barely stifling a laugh. But ultimately, he succumbed to amusement. The other children, upon hearing the village's name, wore expressions of barely concealed hilarity, while only Tang San remained composed. Xiao Wu, however, burst into laughter. What a delightfully amusing village name. By the way, we have a rule in our dormitory. New work-study students must demonstrate their martial soul strength. As a leader, I want to bully you, Tang San. Go and spar with him. With that, Xiao Wu turned to Tang San, who looked exasperated yet eventually nodded in agreement. Chen Luo casually placed his belongings to the side and moved to a more spacious area, addressing Tang San. I am Chen Luo. My martial soul is a scythe. Tang San, with his martial soul blue silvergrass, stepped forward. Xiao Wu wore a bright smile, eagerly anticipating the forthcoming battle, excitedly exclaiming, "Let us get started." Chen Luo and Tang San locked eyes, and thus the battle commenced. Tang San appeared cautious, adopting a defensive stance without launching an attack. In contrast, Chen Luo wasted no time, advancing with a straightforward punch, devoid of any embellishment. Tang San favored such forthright adversaries, already contemplating how to utilize his skill. Control Crane Seize Dragon to counter his opponent. Chen Luo's punch was not particularly swift, granting Tang San ample time to react. Seizing the moment, he attempted to divert Chen Luo's fist with Control Crane Seize Dragon, but he failed miserably. Chen Luo's strength far exceeded Tang San's expectations. He was unable to control it at all. Chen Luo's fist descended directly onto Tang San's forehead, halting just before contact. Tang San's expression shifted to one of sheer astonishment, his eyes wide open in disbelief. It was over. Chen Luo retracted his fist. The shock on Tang San's face gradually faded as he spoke softly. Well, I admit defeat. In the face of overwhelming power, all techniques seemed utterly futile. Chen Luo's soul power stood at level 19, a clear advantage over Tang San. Furthermore, influenced by his martial soul, Deathgod, Chen Luo's strength was significantly greater than Tang San's. Had Chen Luo not pulled back, a direct blow to Tang San's forehead would likely have resulted in his immediate demise. Wang Sheng, taken aback, exclaimed, "Is this really the end?" The other children wore similar expressions of disbelief. They had witnessed Tang San effortlessly subdue their former leader, Wang Sheng, leaving him utterly defenseless. They had anticipated a similar outcome for the newcomer, Chen Luo, only to find Tang San unable to withstand even a single round. Xiao Wu, equally surprised, glanced at Tang San and curiously asked, "Weren't you just strong? What happened now?" Tang San remained silent, casting a wary glance at Chen Luo. Thinking to himself, his power is terrifying. Could it be that his soul power surpasses mine? Yet, judging by his age, he must have only recently awakened his martial soul. Noticing Tang San's silence, Xiao Wu decided not to press further, directing her attention toward Chen Luo with a commanding demeanor. "I'll take my turn. Come on." Chen Luo smiled gently, but shook his head. "I cannot defeat you." "Eh?" Xiao Wu furrowed her brow. "You haven't even tried yet, and you're giving up?" Chen Luo chuckled softly, heading toward his bed with his belongings, quickly identifying the spot Xiao Wu had chosen and opting for a bed beside hers. "How dull." Xiao Wu pouted. Chen Luo certainly did not fear Xiao Wu. He simply found it difficult to act against such a charming and lovely girl. Glancing at his empty bed, he turned to see Wang Sheng and the others neatly making their beds, and he frowned slightly, thinking, "I forgot to bring an extra blanket when I came." At that moment, a teacher in his 30s with light green hair entered the dormitory, carrying 2 blankets. "New work-study students, please step forward for a self-introduction. Chen Luo, Tang San, and Xiao Wu immediately stood up and introduced themselves. My name is Mo Hen. You may call me teacher. Mo Hen introduced himself with a gentle smile, handing one blanket to Chen Luo. This is prepared for you by the academy. If you need anything in the future, you can always find me at the academic office. Tang San, this is for you from the master. Mo Hen handed the other blanket to Tang San and assigned him and Xiao Wu the task of cleaning the academy, reminding them to be diligent, as the academy reserved the right to expel them for negligence. Turning to Chen Luo, he added, if you're willing, you can join them in cleaning. If not, like Tang San and Xiao Wu, you will receive 10 copper soul coins each day. Xiao Wu could no longer contain herself, protesting, why does he get special treatment? He not only gets a blanket, but also doesn't have to work to earn money, and doesn't he have to worry about expulsion? It's so unfair. Mo Hen cast a calm glance at Xiao Wu. Do not question the academy's arrangements. Xiao Wu chose not to argue further, but still wore a dissatisfied expression. Chen Luo felt a bit embarrassed internally. This isn't how to win friends, is it? In truth, Xiao Wu could also enjoy special treatment, as she, like Tang San, possessed innate full soul power and a genuine beast martial soul. However, the academy likely remained unaware of this, or else Xiao Wu would certainly be a focal point of attention. Mo Hen briefly outlined the academy's new student enrollment arrangements before departing. Xiao Wu sat on her bed, eyeing Tang San and Chen Luo's new blankets with envy. Noticing her gaze, Chen Luo offered his blanket to her. Here, take this. Xiao Wu instinctively replied, what about you? I'll figure something out, Chen Luo responded. That's too embarrassing. How about we just share? The blanket is quite large, Xiao Wu suggested with a smile. All right, Chen Luo reluctantly agreed, while Xiao Wu was dissatisfied with the academy's arrangement. She harbored no ill feelings toward Chen Luo. In fact, Chen Luo's delicate features left a favorable first impression. It was impossible for them to sleep in the same bed, so they pushed their beds together, with Xiao Wu placing her bundle in the gap between them. Chen Luo, understanding, placed his own bundle there as well. From now on, this is our boundary. If you cross it, don't blame me for being rude, Chen Luo said calmly, preempting what Xiao Wu was about to say. Xiao Wu shot him a glare, asserting, I'm the leader. Your bed is my bed. I can go over whenever I want, but you can't come to mine. Fine. Chen Luo reluctantly acquiesced again. Just as Chen Luo and Xiao Wu finished arranging their beds, Wang Sheng approached, grinning, it's time for lunch. Leader, Chen Luo. Tang San, let us go together. Xiao Wu frowned. Stop calling me leader. It makes me sound old. From now on, call me Sister Xiao Wu. Understood, Sister Xiao Wu. Wang Sheng immediately complied, pointing toward the door. Let us go. Xiao Wu became visibly excited, exclaiming, let us go, let us go. I wonder what delicious food awaits. The cafeteria at the Nodding Junior Soul Master Academy was vast, spanning 2 floors, capable of accommodating all faculty and students at once. On their way to the cafeteria, Chen Luo and his companions noticed numerous students hurrying toward it. By the time they arrived, a long queue had formed at the serving counter. Initially, Tang San was reluctant to join them for a meal, primarily because he lacked soul coins. His father had squandered them all on alcohol back in Holy Soul Village. Ultimately, it was Wang Sheng who stepped up to invite Chen Luo, Tang San, and Xiao Wu to join him for lunch. Not long after entering the cafeteria, they found themselves confronted by a group of upperclassmen who began to taunt them. Hey, look over there. It's Wang Sheng and his group of paupers. Indeed, paupers will always be paupers, relegated to dining on the first floor. They never make it to the second. Upon witnessing this familiar scenario from Douluos, Chen Luo raised an eyebrow, thinking, as expected, Xiao Wu is about to step in. As anticipated, the formidable Xiao Wu stepped forward, exclaiming, who do you think you are? What is so impressive about the second floor? Oh, how delightful it is to see such a beautiful girl, albeit a work-study student. Upon catching sight of Xiao Wu, the male students were utterly captivated, their jaws dropping in admiration, before one of them shot a glare at Wang Sheng, declaring, I'll let you off this time. I'm off to eat. With that, the group ascended to the second floor. Xiao Wu was infuriated and prepared to pursue them. Observing this, Chen Luo immediately followed suit. He could not tolerate the disrespect Xiao Wu had endured. However, just as they took a couple of steps, a figure abruptly appeared before them, blocking their path. It was Tang San. Let go. We came here to eat, he advised. Xiao Wu shot him a disdainful glance. Are you so afraid of trouble? She then turned to Chen Luo. Look at others, Chen Luo. Oomph. Tang San offered no further explanation and proceeded to queue for food. Chen Luo turned to Xiaowu and inquired, "Shall we go after them?" "I'll accompany you." Xiaowu flashed a slight smile at Chen Luo. "Forget it. Let us go eat." Wang Sheng immediately chimed in, "Xiaowu, this way." Unlike Tang San's demeanor of avoiding conflict, Wang Sheng preferred the boldness exhibited by Xiaowu and Chen Luo. Following the recent incident, Wang Sheng found his admiration for both of them significantly increased. Under Wang Sheng's guidance, Chen Luo and the others joined the queue for their meals. At that moment, Tang San spotted an acquaintance and approached to greet him, instantly capturing the attention of Chen Luo and the others. "It's the master," Wang Sheng murmured. Before them stood an ordinary-looking middle-aged man, appearing to be in his 40s or 50s, dressed in black, with dark hair styled in a neat part. Yet, he emanated a unique aura. Is he truly the master? Chen Luo pondered. Should I go over and greet him too? Perhaps not. He likely only has eyes for Tang San right now, and it would be rather odd to intrude. Tang San referred to the master as his teacher, and their exchange consisted merely of pleasantries. The master inquired about the bedding situation before preparing to escort Tang San to the second floor for a meal, but Tang San declined. After the master departed, Tang San returned to Chen Luo and the others to continue queuing for food. Wang Sheng looked at Tang San incredulously and asked, "Tang San, is the master your teacher?" Tang San nodded affirmatively. Wang Sheng continued, "Why would you choose the master? I've heard his abilities aren't impressive. He's nearly 50 and hasn't even broken through to a great soul master. He probably never will. The only reason he's here is due to his good relationship with the dean. To put it bluntly, he's just coasting along." "Enough," Tang San interjected, his face filled with anger. "Please refrain from making baseless comments about my teacher. This is the first and last time I will ask you. Otherwise, do not blame me for being impolite." With that, Tang San turned on his heel and walked away. Wang Sheng stood there, stunned, watching Tang San's retreating figure. His mouth twitching. Is this kid out his mind? I was merely offering a friendly warning. Indeed, I have never encountered someone so petty, Xiaowu scoffed. Chen Luo glanced at Xiaowu in surprise. According to the narrative, she should have found Tang San suddenly more admirable at that moment. Yet it was understandable, as Tang San's reaction had indeed been excessive. Having just taken the master as his mentor that very day, how could he have formed such a strong bond in less than a day? The adage that a teacher for a day is a father for life surely requires a foundation of genuine feelings. Moreover, Wang Sheng had been kind to Tang San, inviting him to dinner on their first day and offering a warning out of good intentions. Perhaps this is the nature of a protagonist, distinctive and exceptional. Tang San's departure did not affect Chen Luo and the others' enjoyment of lunch. Once they had finished their meals, they gathered together, enjoying a lively atmosphere. "Xiaowu, when I have money, I will treat you to something delicious," Chen Luo declared, picking up the lone piece of meat from his bowl and placing it in Xiaowu's. Xiaowu beamed in response. "All right, that sounds wonderful." The group, including Wang Sheng, exchanged knowing glances, each displaying expressions of encouragement before returning to their meals. After lunch, they returned to their dormitory. With the opening ceremony scheduled for the following day, the afternoon was free, and after some light conversation, they settled onto their beds to practice. The opportunity to be a work-study student was rare, and each student was diligently committed to their training. Initially, Xiaowu intended to indulge in some leisure, but seeing everyone immersed in their practice, she joined them. It was not until evening that they gradually concluded their training. Chen Luo was the last to finish. Upon opening his eyes, he was met by a pair of sparkling eyes and an exquisitely delicate face. Xiaowu was perched on his bed, gazing intently at him. "It's time for dinner," Xiaowu said with a smile. "Yes, I know. I suddenly feel it's a bit unfair," Chen Luo replied. "What is unfair?" Xiaowu asked. "You can come to my bed, but I can't go to yours," Chen Luo stated earnestly. Xiaowu burst into laughter. "That's because I'm your boss. Besides, I'm a girl. You must let me." "Very well," Chen Luo nodded. Tang San had not returned throughout the afternoon. When Chen Luo and the others finished dinner and returned to their dormitory, they finally spotted him sprawled on his bed, fast asleep, perhaps stirred by the noise. Tang San groggily woke and sought out Xiaowu to inform her of his plans to acquire a soul ring the next day. Xiaowu immediately frowned. "If you leave, then I'll have to do all the work as a work-study student by myself." Before Tang San could respond, Chen Luo stepped forward and offered, "I'll help you." "Thank you, Chen Luo. You're the best." Xiao Wu exclaimed, her face lighting up with joy. Chen Luo smiled slightly and turned to Tang San. Obtaining a soul ring is the most crucial task for a soul master, but it is also perilous. You must exercise caution. Understood. Thank you for your concern. Tang San nodded. Let us go. Chen Luo, let us take a stroll. Xiao Wu suggested, unable to sit still after merely returning to the dormitory for a short while. All right. Chen Luo agreed, initially intending to practice, but he could never refuse Xiao Wu's requests. Xiao Wu led Chen Luo on a leisurely walk around the school, eventually stopping at the playground, where they sat on the grass, gazing up at the starry sky. There's so many stars. They're so beautiful. Xiao Wu exclaimed joyfully. Indeed, but they pale in comparison to you, Chen Luo replied. Xiao Wu turned her head to glare at him. Did you spread honey on your lips? Why are your words always so sweet? Chen Luo grinned. It's all the truth. After a while of stargazing, Xiao Wu grew bored. We Haven Tea sparred today. Should we have a match now? She proposed with a smile. Chen Luo nodded, unable to refuse any of Xiao Wu's requests. They stood up, and their sparring commenced, though it concluded swiftly. While Xiao Wu's agility was impressive, it was of no consequence against Chen Luo's overwhelming strength. He had her thoroughly restrained. Ultimately, if not for Chen Luo's deliberate concession, Xiao Wu would never have emerged victorious. Feigning defeat, Chen Luo fell to the ground and gave Xiao Wu a thumbs up. Sister Xiao Wu, you are truly remarkable. Oomph. Naturally, Xiao Wu knew well that Chen Luo had deliberately let her win, yet she felt elated nonetheless. Afterward, Xiao Wu sought to spar with Chen Luo numerous times. Each time, Chen Luo feigned defeat, lying on the ground as if lifeless. To make the experience more entertaining for Xiao Wu, he intentionally prolonged each bout, ensuring she enjoyed herself thoroughly. Ultimately, Xiao Wu was left utterly exhausted, and their sparring came to a halt, though Chen Luo himself was also fatigued, albeit feigned. Xiao Wu, we should head back, Chen Luo suggested after a brief rest. However, Xiao Wu waved her hand dismissively. I can't go on any longer. I'm too tired. I'll just sleep here tonight. That won't do. You'll catch a cold. Chen Luo replied earnestly, then proceeded to lift Xiao Wu into his arms in a classic princess carry. The moment Xiao Wu was swept up, her body trembled slightly, but she quickly adjusted, truly worn out, and soon fell asleep against Chen Luo's chest. Gazing down at her, Chen Luo's eyes softened, a smile unconsciously gracing his lips as he mused. Is this considered abducting a minor? Surely not. She is 100,000 years old. Upon returning to the dormitory, Chen Luo carefully laid Xiao Wu on the bed and tucked her in. The other roommates were either practicing or already asleep. Chen Luo felt no inclination to sleep, nor did he wish to practice. Instead, he reclined on his bed, glancing at the peacefully slumbering Xiao Wu, feeling a profound sense of contentment. Such scenes were ones he had previously only dared to dream of. He covered himself with a bit of the blanket, mostly sharing it with Xiao Wu, and closed his eyes, contemplating his future plans. In the soul-hunting forest, the immediate priority was to acquire a soul ring. Chen Luo sensed his cultivation speed significantly diminishing, likely due to the absence of a soul ring. He harbored a strong intuition that without obtaining his first soul ring, even if he cultivated tirelessly, his soul power might never reach level 20. Achieving level 19 without a soul ring was already nothing short of miraculous. While the lack of a soul ring did not impede one's ability to cultivate soul power, it imposed limitations, making continuous advancement impossible, and the levels attained could not be manifested clearly. Chen Luo had evidently surpassed such constraints, and he could genuinely feel the presence of soul power. His strength was indeed a result of its growth. Tomorrow, after assisting Xiao Wu with her work-study duties, he would strategize on how to obtain a soul ring. Tang San had the Master's assistance and could set off to hunt soul beasts for soul rings the very next day. However, Chen Luo lacked a mentor and would not shamelessly ask the Master to accompany him. Even if he did, there was no guarantee of the Master's consent. He had to devise alternative plans. Relying solely on himself was clearly unfeasible. Despite his unique martial spirit, substantial physical enhancements, and the formidable skills of soul hunting and awakening, attempting to hunt soul beasts alone would be sheer folly. It was an unrealistic endeavor. Even if there were some possibilities, they came with dangers that Chen Luo could not afford to underestimate. Unless he had lost his wits, he would never choose to hunt soul beasts for a soul ring alone. Furthermore, Chen Luo had ample resources at his disposal. Whether from the teachers at the Nodding Junior Soul Master Academy or the elders at the Spirit Hall, they would readily assist him if he merely expressed a need. 2 days later, as the sun set, Xiao Wu escorted Chen Luo to the academy gates, parting with evident concern. "You must be careful." Chen Luo flashed her a radiant smile. "Don't worry, I'll be back." He waved goodbye to Xiao Wu as he stepped out of the academy. On the street opposite, the individual he had arranged to meet had already appeared. It was a diminutive, white-haired elder dressed in gray cloth, seeming frail like any ordinary elderly person, yet those around him exhibited great respect. "Old Master Pu, what brings you here? This is quite a rare occurrence." "Ah, good day. Looks like you've grown taller again." Passers-by, regardless of their status, greeted Elder Pu warmly. Observing this, Chen Luo furrowed his brow slightly. "I thought you were a low-key individual, keeping yourself hidden to avoid recognition. It appears I was mistaken. You young rascal, you don't understand. After living for so many years, all one's efforts are ultimately for that fleeting moment of vanity, are they not? It's quite enjoyable." "Indeed," Elder Pu said, hiring a carriage in Nodding City, their destination set for the soul-hunting forest 400 miles northeast of the city. "You don't realize, I was once just a small-time thug in Nodding City, barely better than a street rat. It's taken me a lifetime to reach this point. I finally feel vindicated." "I'm beginning to understand you," Chen Luo replied. "Then why not hasten to become my disciple? Why does every conversation lead to this? Do you think I'm here to babysit you while hunting soul beasts out of sheer boredom? I'm exhausted. I'll take a nap." Though the carriage was bumpy, it did not impede Chen Luo's pretense of sleep. Elder Pu seemed aware that one could not rouse someone pretending to be asleep and refrained from disturbing him further. As he closed his eyes, Chen Luo reminisced about the first time he encountered Elder Pu outside the library of the Spirit Hall in Nodding City over 3 months ago. The proud elder shutting the door, still vivid in his memory. He had thought he would never cross paths with Elder Pu again, only to find himself unexpectedly entwined with him once more. Yesterday, when Chen Luo visited the Spirit Hall, he had intended to inquire with Yang Tsuetsue about Su Yuntao's availability while mentioning his plans to acquire a soul ring. To his surprise, Elder Pu happened to pass by and overheard the entirety of their conversation. Subsequently, Elder Pu shamelessly offered to assist Chen Luo in obtaining a soul ring, and Chen Luo reluctantly acquiesced. After a brief time together, Chen Luo found Elder Pu to be rather interesting, not as rigid as he had initially presumed, albeit somewhat fixated on persuading him to become his disciple, a proposition Chen Luo would never accept. As for Elder Pu's choice of the soul-hunting forest as the site for Chen Luo's soul ring acquisition, it conveniently coincided with the location Master had chosen for Tang San. This was no mere coincidence. The remoteness of Nodding City left few options for soul beast forests, and the soul-hunting forest was indeed the prime selection. Departing in the evening, by the next morning, Chen Luo and Elder Pu arrived at their destination. The elder's choice of carriage was exceptional, operating through the night with remarkable speed. Upon disembarking, Chen Luo was greeted by a bustling marketplace. Where there are resources, commerce flourishes. Listening to the vendors' calls and the shouts of soul masters seeking companions, Chen Luo followed Elder Pu through the market until they reached the true entrance of the soul-hunting forest. A towering steel fence, over 10 meters high, extended toward the forest, adorned with sharp spikes, seemingly capable of repelling anything, spreading from the entrance to encircle the entire forest. Through the bars, glimpses of the ancient trees within could be seen, evoking a profound sense of awe. Outside the gate, 100 soldiers patrolled, clad in heavy armor and wielding long spears, imparting an air of solemnity. "Young rascal, I've shared quite a bit of knowledge regarding soul beasts and soul rings during our journey. Have you decided which soul beast you intend to hunt?" Elle depuis incroyable. As they spoke, Park Si had already brought Chen Luo to the entrance of the soul-hunting forest. Carelessly, he displayed his elder's token from the Spirit Hall to the captain of the inspecting soldiers, who immediately granted them passage with respect. Upon entering the soul-hunting forest, the invigorating air filled Chen Luo with exhilaration, making him feel that the so-called natural oxygen bars he had visited in his previous life paled in comparison to this place. "Your words suggest that if I desire a particular spirit beast, you can simply procure it for me," Chen Luo remarked with a hint of sarcasm. Park Si shot him a glare. "Do you still doubt my capabilities?" "Not at all," Chen Luo replied. "Given the strength of a soul sect, capturing a spirit beast under 1,000 years is quite manageable. However, it primarily hinges on our luck in encountering a suitable spirit beast for me. You cheeky brat. Isn't that just stating the obvious? Park C retorted, his tone dry. I firmly believe you can absorb a spirit ring under 400 years. Too small. Chen Luo shook his head. 420 years. Still too small. Are you boasting or simply foolish? Park C exclaimed. The master resides at your academy. You should visit him more often and learn about spirit masters from him. Although his strength is lacking, his understanding of martial souls is unparalleled. He has mentioned that the limit for the first spirit ring is 423 years. Seems you hold him in high regard. Admiration? Huh, does he deserve it? Park C chuckled. It's merely appreciation. In any field, achieving the pinnacle is worthy of admiration. Didn't he expect you, old man, to have such a sound perspective? Chen Luo commented. If I were like you, the grass on my grave would be 3 feet high. Park C replied. In fact, you could try for a spirit ring around 420 years. I have faith in your abilities. Each spirit ring presents a singular opportunity. So strive to select the best one. Park C insisted earnestly. Chen Luo remained unconvinced. As I said, it's still too small. You were just boasting again. I too enjoyed boasting in my youth, only to realize how foolish it is in old age. 1,000 years. What? Chen Luo declared earnestly. I believe I can attempt for 1,000-year spirit ring. Meanwhile, at the nodding Primary Soul Master Academy, Xiao Wu had awakened early and glanced at the adjacent bed, suddenly feeling a pang of nostalgia. Has it only been a day? She thought. Suddenly, recalling something, she pouted in displeasure. That big liar Chen Luo promised to help me with our work-study duties, yet he ran off. The work-study duties merely involved cleaning the school, which was exhausting but rather time-consuming. The tasks that were meant for two had now fallen to her alone, compelling Xiao Wu to arrive early at school to prepare for the assignments arranged for her and Tang San, lest she miss the morning class. Arriving at the garden south of the playground, she discovered it had already been cleaned, sparklingly pristine. Just then, Wang Sheng and others emerged from the nearby bushes, greeting Xiao Wu with cheerful smiles. Good morning, Sister Xiao Wu. We completed all the work here. Shall we go for breakfast? Xiao Wu was taken aback. What are you all doing? Wang Sheng replied. Don't overthink it, Sister Xiao Wu. It was Chen Luo who instructed us, and he has already paid us. Xiao Wu paused, then nodded gently, her initial confusion dissipating, replaced by a charming smile. At the edge of the soul-hunting forest, Park C, upon seeing Chen Luo's serious expression, realized he was not joking. He became earnest. It seems after helping you hunt a spirit beast for your spirit ring, it will be essential to introduce you to the master. Your knowledge of spirit masters is alarmingly insufficient. I am confident, Chen Luo asserted. You little brat. What do you understand? 1,000-year spirit ring could easily overwhelm you. Previously, Park C had thought Chen Luo was quite mature for his 6 years, displaying a degree of understanding in his words and actions. However, it now appeared that was merely an illusion. A child remains a child, and their thoughts could be exceedingly naive. Old man, trust me, I truly can. Chen Luo argued, unsure how to demonstrate his ability to absorb 1,000-year spirit ring, resorting to verbal persuasion. This matter is non-negotiable. I cannot gamble with your life. I hope you can take your existence seriously. There is but one life. Park C stated calmly. Chen Luo felt helpless, unsure how to explain. He himself was uncertain about absorbing 1,000-year spirit ring for his first, and his ambition stemmed primarily from the system's task. Upon entering the soul-hunting forest, he received a system notification. Special task detected. Would you like to accept? Naturally. Chen Luo chose to accept, as each system task represented an opportunity for him to grow stronger. Special task accepted. Completing the special task will yield a chance to obtain exceptional rewards. Special task. Acquire a spirit ring of 1,000 years or above for your first spirit ring. Certainly, Chen Luo could not divulge the workings of the system to Park C. To him, the system's special task, though perilous, still held a chance for completion, especially since the system claimed he could acquire a spirit ring of 1,000 years or more for his first. What reason did he have to refrain from striving for it? Take a risk, and a bicycle turns into a motorcycle. If possible, Chen Luo wished for his first spirit ring to be blood red. Presently, he could only take it step by step, hoping that an unwitting spirit beast would wander into his path. Park C led Chen Luo onward, meticulously selecting suitable spirit beasts, all of which Chen Luo declined. This 380-year-old netherwolf is quite suitable. Let us go with it. Among the 100-year spirit beasts, the netherwolf's claws have considerable reputation. Absorbing its spirit ring could sharpen your scythe. No. Then how about this 420-year-old mandrake snake? Its venom could perhaps imbue your scythe with toxicity. Let go. Park C proposed a multitude of spirit beasts, each accompanied by a rationale for selection. Yet Chen Luo rejected them all, inciting Park C's frustration. After yet another suggestion met with refusal, Park C could no longer contain himself. What on earth are you trying to achieve? You refuse this and that. Then you choose. Afterward, Park C coldly reminded, we are nearing the edge of the soul-hunting forest. Venture further, and we shall enter the territory of 1,000-year spirit beasts. I know. Chen Luo responded, his voice now imbued with newfound vigor. Park C, puzzled, glanced at Chen Luo, suddenly grasping his intentions. He furiously inquired, you little brat, you're not seriously contemplating attacking a 1,000-year spirit beast, are you? Can't you defeat it? Chen Luo asked. Park C glared fiercely at Chen Luo. Of course I can. Then why all this talk? Chen Luo smiled. It's evident you possess substantial knowledge about spirit beasts. So which 1,000-year spirit beast will be suitable for me? The face-devouring spider is quite suitable, as it can imbue your scythe with lethal poison. Any soul beast that can enhance your martial spirit is appropriate, focusing on two aspects, increasing the scythe's strength, resilience, and sharpness, and bestowing it with additional attributes such as poison, ice, or fire elements. With a spontaneous utterance, Pusi turned to Chen Luo with a serious expression. Are you truly planning to target a Millennium Soul Beast? Chen Luo nodded vigorously. Indeed. Then let us see if you can achieve a miracle. Pusi ultimately chose to compromise. Though we have not known each other long, I have discerned your stubbornness. You insufferable brat. If I do not acquiesce, you would likely persist indefinitely. Truly, one does not shed tears until faced with a coffin. Your martial spirit scythe appears rather ordinary. Yet possessing innate 7th-level soul power, it must be no mere scythe. However, even if your martial spirit is exceptional, it does not guarantee that your first soul ring can absorb a Millennium Soul Ring, as there has never been such a precedent. Chen Luo confidently asserted, that will soon change. I am the exception. Ah, I do so admire your confidence, albeit it borders on foolishness, Pusi remarked. To put it plainly, the likelihood of you successfully absorbing a Millennium Soul Ring is 0. Yet if you insist on trying, I cannot stop you. I must warn you, I cannot guarantee your safety during the absorption process. Life and death are fated. Wealth and nobility are in the hands of destiny. You need not bear excessive psychological burdens. The path I choose is my own, Chen Luo replied. Seeing Chen Luo's earnest demeanor, Pusi snorted. Indeed, a little madman. Chen Luo chuckled and pointed ahead. Let's hasten to find a suitable soul beast target. Slap! Pusi struck Chen Luo's head, exclaiming, you are the madman. Not I. Were it not for my previous experience, witnessing a fool forcibly absorb a Millennium Soul Ring during their first soul ring and subsequently explode, I might have been inclined to use you as a subject for experimentation. I truly cannot fathom why there are always imbeciles like you challenging theories proven through life and death. Chen Luo pondered, reflecting on why Pusi had suddenly become so agreeable regarding his quest for a Millennium Soul Ring. He realized he had overthought. From Pusi's earlier remarks, it was evident that he and the master belonged to the same ilk, both fervent intellectuals with considerable research into the knowledge of soul masters and soul beasts. Come. This way, I can already scent the blood of soul beasts. There must be a battle occurring nearby, or perhaps other soul masters are hunting soul beasts. Let us join the fray. Pusi indicated to the left, speaking in a low tone. Chen Luo nodded, resigned to follow Pusi. Along the way, Chen Luo observed numerous corpses of soul beasts, encircled by white soul rings, most being decade-level soul beasts, with the occasional century-level beast. Were it not for Pusi's presence, Chen Luo would have been tempted to test his soul-hunting and awakening skills. It appears to be a battle among soul beasts. Pusi deduced upon glancing at the mangled corpses. A Millennium-level soul beast has ventured to the periphery of the soul-hunting forest. It is likely hunting. Pusi stated, for safety's sake, we must eliminate that Millennium Soul Beast, lest it disrupt your soul ring acquisition. I shall not permit any unforeseen incidents. Chen Luo inquired, Didn't you say that soul beasts should not be randomly killed? We must protect the soul beast resources. It has overstepped its boundaries. Ordinary hunting for sustenance is acceptable, but this one indulges in sheer slaughter. By eliminating it, we can ensure the survival of weaker soul beasts, Pu Si explained. Suddenly, Pu Si's expression shifted. It is approaching us. Chen Luo, attuned to the shifting winds, sensed some movement but could not discern the target. Even though his perception had improved due to an increase in soul power, it could not compare to Pu Si's soul master capabilities. After Pu Si's warning, a powerful presence manifested beside Chen Luo. He turned to see Pu Si had activated his martial spirit. A jet black hammer appeared in Pu Si's hand, accompanied by 4 soul rings, 1 white and 3 yellow, enhancing his aura immensely. Stay close to me, within a 3-meter radius. Pu Si commanded solemnly. Chen Luo nodded, a mixture of tension and exhilaration coursing through him as he activated his martial spirit. The scythe of death materialized in his grasp, merging with his body. Even devoid of soul rings, the activation of his martial spirit doubled his combat prowess, though it remained insufficient against a formidable soul beast. Whoosh! With a strange sound, a gigantic spider exceeding 1 meter in length burst forth from the underbrush. Before Chen Luo could fully comprehend its appearance, Pu Si's voice rang out. Be cautious. It is the face-devouring spider. The colossal spider was over 10 meters away from Chen Luo and Pu Si, its body alone nearly a meter long, and with its 8 spear-like legs, it measured at least 2.5 meters. This was the first time Chen Luo had encountered such a large spider. Though he understood that soul beasts tended to be larger than ordinary creatures, he was nonetheless awed by the imposing figure before him. Besides its size, the spider possessed distinctive features, a black exoskeleton gleaming ominously, with its 8 elongated, sharp legs effortlessly piercing the earth. At that moment, Chen Luo caught sight of its abdomen, adorned with numerous white markings forming an exceedingly grotesque human face, standing out starkly against its dark body. Its 8 thumb-sized eyes glimmered with a purple hue, exuding an eerie aura. This unmistakable characteristic confirmed it was indeed the face-devouring spider. Reflecting on the soul beast corpses he had observed alongside Pu Si, it was no surprise that the aftermath bore its signature, for this creature was notorious, known as an evil slayer. Chen Luo tightened his grip on the scythe of death, self-mockingly remarking, just as I mentioned the face-devouring spider, how fortuitous to encounter it. Do not be overly anxious, brat. This face-devouring spider is merely slightly over a millennium in age. As long as you remain by my side, your life will not be in danger. I shall subdue it in no more than 15 minutes. Puis he déclarait confidently. Chen Luo nodded emphatically. Indeed, there was little time for confrontation. The moment the face-devouring spider appeared, the battle was destined to ensue. Before Pu Si could make a move, the face-devouring spider acted first, its malevolent nature propelling it forward at high speed, its 8 legs deftly maneuvering to close the distance between it and Pu Si and Chen Luo. Pu Si did not hesitate. He immediately retaliated, his white soul ring flashing as he activated his first soul skill. Spinning hammer, Pu Si shouted, hurling the dark hammer with great force towards the face-devouring spider, imbued with terrifying power. The spider, quick and reactive, darted towards Pu Si and Chen Luo, skillfully evading the thrown hammer by sidestepping effortlessly, quickly adjusting its form to continue its advance. The reason it was called the spinning hammer lay in the spinning motion of the attack. After narrowly missing the face-devouring spider, Pu Si's dark hammer flew a distance before reversing course with even greater speed and force, catching the spider off guard and striking it decisively. Bang! The sound of a heavy impact and the cracking of bones resonated simultaneously as Park Si's obsidian hammer shattered the 3 spider spears of the faceless demon spider. Before returning to his grasp, in agony from the loss of its limbs, the faceless demon spider staggered and crashed to the ground, rolling several times before coming to a halt. True combat is not turn-based. Park Si would not foolishly remain stationary to observe the spider's reaction. The moment the hammer returned to his hand, he propelled himself forward, anticipating the creature's final position. Chen Luo responded swiftly, following suit the moment Park Si moved. Recalling the warning not to stray beyond 3 meters of Park Si, even amidst such favorable circumstances. As Park Si advanced rapidly, he gripped his hammer tightly. The second soul ring on his body radiating a yellow light as he activated his second soul skill. The heavy hammer struck with tremendous force. In an instant, the obsidian hammer enlarged significantly, imbuing Park Si with a newfound strength as he swung it downwards with great vigor. During this brief moment, he had closed the distance to the faceless demon spider, the hammer poised to descend upon it. The creature, however, was not idle. Its remaining 5 spears bent into a menacing arc, launching its body away with great speed. Boom! The obsidian hammer crashed down, creating a massive crater over 3 meters in diameter. Yet, the faceless demon spider had narrowly evaded the blow, already 10 meters away. Park Si seemed to have foreseen this outcome, pursuing without hesitation, his hammer in hand. Chen Luo closely trailed behind, maintaining the 3-meter distance. Exhilarated by the proximity to the battle, realizing the true essence of a soul master, fantastical, powerful, and awe-inspiring, Park Si's prowess was undeniable. Confronting a millennia-old faceless demon spider was well within his capabilities. His earlier claim of resolving the conflict in a quarter of an hour had primarily been spent in pursuit. The faceless demon spider, cunning and bloodthirsty, relished in slaughtering the weak, yet fled recklessly when faced with strength. Despite its speed, even with only 5 spears remaining, it could not outrun Park Si. Before long, Park Si caught up to the faceless demon spider. With the enhancement of his third soul skill, the obsidian hammer fell heavily, rendering the creature incapable of further resistance, its body marred with cracks and embedded in the earth. The battle concluded. Park Si sheathed his hammer, casting a dispassionate glance at the fallen spider, an evil soul beast that deserved its fate. Little brat, I didn't expect you to be fast enough to keep up with me. Park Si's gaze shifted from the spider, a trace of unexpected amusement creasing his weathered face as he turned slightly to look back, only to be met with silence. Before he could comprehend the situation, a figure surged past him, wielding a massive scythe imbued with murderous intent. Chen Luo. With a swift thrust, the scythe of death was raised high by Chen Luo and then brought down with precision upon the spider's cracked body. The previously lifeless, faceless demon spider trembled violently, its remaining 5 spears suddenly stiffening. Chen Luo had anticipated this reaction, retreating just in time to avoid the razor-sharp spears. Had he hesitated even a moment, he would have been skewered. The spider's convulsions were fleeting, subsiding within moments, yet the spears remained rigid. A circle of purple soul rings quietly ascended from the corpse of the faceless demon spider, signifying the end of its wicked existence. You reckless little brat, daring to engage in such dangerous actions. If you hadn't retreated, you would have perished here. Witnessing Chen Luo's decisive finishing blow, Park Si's anger flared, his voice hoarse with a mix of fury and fear. I had overlooked that this vile creature was cunning enough to feign death. It was a close call. Little brat. Park Si intended to express further thoughts, but abruptly noticed something amiss with Chen Luo's actions, exclaiming, "What are you doing? You're not planning to absorb the faceless demon spider's soul ring, are you? Have you lost your mind?" At that moment, Chen Luo had already seated himself before the soul ring of the faceless demon spider, indeed preparing to absorb it, as Park Si feared. This was Chen Luo's prime opportunity, and he was unwilling to let it slip away. Despite the significant risks involved, he believed that the potential rewards justified the danger. After all, how many such chances does one encounter in life? With Park Si guarding him, he felt secure against external threats during the absorption process. This resoluteness was the very reason for Chen Luo's swift decision. Once the absorption of a soul ring commenced, there was no possibility of halting midway unless faced with an irreversible situation, which would result in dire consequences. Park Si refrained from chastising Chen Luo further, yet his distressing expression spoke volumes. Suppressing his emotions, he endeavored to remain composed, clenching his gnarled fists tightly, veins protruding. This boy is truly fearless. What a pity. During the recent battle, Park Si had observed Chen Luo closely and was thoroughly impressed by his performance. Most children would have been terrified or overwhelmed in the presence of such a formidable foe. Yet Chen Luo remained remarkably composed, displaying only a hint of nervousness. His mindset alone distinguished him from others. In subsequent encounters, Chen Luo exhibited alarming speed and reflexes, keeping pace with the rhythm of a soul master, even when the opponent deliberately slowed down the tempo. Park Si had initially been quite pleased with Chen Luo, especially with his innate 7th-level soul power enhancing his potential. However, after the battle, Park Si's admiration for Chen Luo's capabilities deepened. He had resolved that, following the skirmish, he would carefully select an excellent soul ring for Chen Luo and, no matter the circumstances, would strive to take him as a disciple. It was evident to anyone with discernment that this child was destined for greatness. Unfortunately, all of this would remain a dream. Park Si's reluctance to intervene did not imply any hope regarding Chen Luo's attempt to absorb a millennium-old soul ring. The notion of a first ring absorbing a millennium soul ring was simply impossible. He refrained from taking immediate action, recognizing that this was not the optimal moment to interrupt. Even though Chen Luo had just begun the absorption process. At this moment, Chen Luo resembled an empty vessel being filled with water, the influx uncontrollable and rapid. If Pu Si were to act recklessly, the vessel would overflow or perhaps even burst. Only when the pace of filling slowed could there be an opportunity for change. Yet, even when the optimal moment arrived and the situation transformed, the vessel would still suffer considerable repercussions. Total failure might very well be the best outcome. While an explosion remained a distinct possibility, Pu Si silently observed Chen Luo, awaiting the right moment to intervene in his absorption of the soul ring. With no other options available, even with the knowledge of the outcome, he had to proceed. In comparison to Chen Luo's life, this was the sole glimmer of hope. As the soul ring was absorbed, Chen Luo's countenance grew increasingly grim, though it seemed he could still endure the strain. Time ticked away, and Pu Si failed to identify a suitable opportunity, his expression becoming more peculiar. In this state of affairs, Pu Si was astonished to discover that Chen Luo was on the verge of completing the absorption of the soul ring. The process of absorbing the soul ring was far less arduous than Chen Luo had anticipated. It was devoid of significant pain. He felt as if he were persistently utilizing soul-hunting skills to harvest souls and enhance his strength, acutely aware of his power escalating at a terrifying rate. If he had to pinpoint a discomfort, it was merely an overwhelming sensation akin to having overeaten. However, this sensation did not emanate from his stomach, but rather enveloped his entire being. During the absorption, every meridian in Chen Luo's body expanded, each increment filled with energy before continuing to stretch. If one were to liken Chen Luo's body to a container, he had transformed from a mere jar into a burgeoning water barrel. This process continued for an indeterminate time until the sensation of fullness dissipated entirely, signifying the completion of the soul ring absorption. Slowly, Chen Luo opened his eyes, and an extraordinary transformation graced his demeanor. In that fleeting moment, despite his youthful appearance, he exuded an undeniable aura of power. Was this truly the conclusion? Chen Luo felt a lingering sense of unfulfillment. Extending his left hand, the scythe of death materialized. Simultaneously, a radiant purple halo ascended from beneath him, resplendent in its brilliance. From this moment forth, I too am a bona fide soul master. With the scythe of death firmly grasped, Chen Luo's heart swelled with excitement. Soul ring absorption successful. Special task completed. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the general reward. Poison Flame. Poison Flame, an enhanced version of a Millennium Soul skill. The special task offered a chance for exquisite rewards. Yet it seemed fortune had not favored him this time. Nevertheless, possessing an enhanced Millennium Soul skill was already a remarkable achievement. Pu Si continued to watch Chen Luo in stunned silence, his aged face etched with astonishment. It was truly a success. As Pu Si beheld the purple soul ring rising from Chen Luo, the suppressed emotions within him erupted. A miracle, a true miracle. It was only then that Chen Luo acknowledged Pu Si's presence, having been lost in his own joy and momentarily forgotten the elder. "Oh man, I did it." Chen Luo smiled, his heart brimming with emotions he could not articulate. Pu Si nodded vigorously, yearning to reach out and touch Chen Luo, yet fearing he might tarnish the miracle before him, ultimately retracting his hand, his entire body trembling. It was simply too incredible. You are undoubtedly the first person in history to absorb a Millennium Soul ring as your first, and likely the only one. From the moment Chen Luo defeated the faceless spider to the conclusion of his soul ring absorption, Pu Si had witnessed it all. A myriad of emotions churned within him. But now only shock remained. Chen Luo grinned. "I may not know if I'm the first, but I'm certainly not the last. There cannot be that many unique occurrences." If memory served him correctly, many years hence, on the Douluos continent, there would be a lad named Hua who absorbed a million-year soul ring as his first. Pusi's astonishment transformed into joy, his smile radiating as he regarded Chen Luo, akin to admiring an exquisite piece of art. What sensations accompany the absorption of a soul ring? Pusi inquired eagerly. Chen Luo replied, I feel significantly stronger. This was a purple millennium soul ring, an artifact he had never possessed. An increase in strength was inevitable. What is your current soul power level? Pusi asked with palpable excitement. Chen Luo paused for a moment before responding. My current soul power level should be 11. Only level 11? Pusi frowned, more concerned with Chen Luo's soul power level than the soul skill. Chen Luo nodded, affirming, indeed. It was impossible for his soul power level to be merely 11. Prior to absorbing the soul ring, his level had already reached 19. How could it diminish? However, he reported his level as that of a typical soul master post-absorption. Perhaps due to the peculiarities of his martial spirit, others could not perceive the true extent of his strength, allowing him to conceal it more effectively. That shouldn't be the case. You absorbed a millennium soul ring, even if your soul power level doesn't increase by 10 or 8 levels. An increase of at least 3 levels is entirely plausible. It cannot be equivalent to the benefits derived from a common ring. Pusi mused. Chen Luo replied, while my soul power level remains unchanged, the soul power within me has multiplied several times. Oh, really? Pusi's spirits lifted, the confusion on his face dissipating instantaneously. If that is indeed the case, it is understandable. Furthermore, this is even more beneficial than a direct increase in soul power level. Chen Luo nodded in agreement. I believe so as well. Although his soul power level had not altered, the quantity of soul power he possessed had indeed seen a significant enhancement. This may sound somewhat paradoxical at first, but if rephrased, it becomes readily comprehensible. If one likens soul power to water, under the same soul power level, another soul power might equate to a basin of water, while Chen Luo's soul power resembled a grand reservoir. The soul power level represents one's capacity to draw water, given equal capacities, while others possess but a basin. Chen Luo has a reservoir at his disposal. This exemplifies the advantages gained from absorbing the faceless spider's millennium soul ring. Pusi's smile grew increasingly radiant. I truly struggle to find words to describe you. You are nothing short of a marvel, achieving what should be impossible and creating even more impossibilities. Pusi appeared more jubilant than Chen Luo himself. Though merely a witness, he felt genuine happiness for Chen Luo. Chen Luo smirked, displaying a self-assured grin. Old man, I hope you can keep this a secret. Pusi promptly nodded. Rest assured, I understand your aversion to complications. Chen Luo and Pusi exchanged knowing smiles. Oh, by the way, quickly showcase your soul skill. Let me witness the manifestation of a millennium soul skill. Pusi suddenly recalled the soul skill and said eagerly. Chen Luo cast a puzzled glance at Park Si. Old man, why do you not possess a single millennium soul ring? Park Si replied. Are you implying that I should take offense from your words? Of course not, he continued. In my youth, I was ignorant and lacked guidance in this area, foolishly acquiring soul rings at random. This remains my greatest regret. So, you began to diligently study the knowledge of soul masters and soul beasts afterward? Indeed, though it was rather late. Well then, old man, let us not dwell on your sorrows. Allow me to showcase my soul technique. As Chen Luo spoke, he gripped the scythe of death firmly and declared, Toxic Flame. The violet soul ring hovering above him shimmered brightly, and in the next moment, the scythe of death radiated a dark glow, enveloped in a layer of black mist that clung to its blade. With a powerful push of his legs, Chen Luo charged toward the nearest large tree and swung the scythe of death forcefully at it. With a swift motion, the scythe effortlessly carved a massive gash into the tree, black flames clinging to the cut, steadily corroding the trunk. Once he completed this demonstration, Chen Luo sheathed his scythe and approached Park Si, explaining, the toxic flame, when activated, allows my scythe to bear this special substance, which is highly corrosive and extremely toxic. Park Si observed the gash in the tree, where the black flames were rapidly eroding the wood, causing the wound to widen until the tree, unable to withstand the damage, collapsed with a thunderous crash. After a moment of silence, Park Si spoke slowly, truly astonishing. Without employing this soul technique, does your scythe still carry any poison? It does, Chen Luo replied, but the toxin is not particularly potent, merely enough to induce paralysis at most. Park Si nodded. That is already quite impressive. At the very least, it has granted your martial soul some unique attributes. When you showcased your martial soul scythe earlier, I did not perceive any changes, and I assumed this special attribute did not exist. It does exist, but it is not visibly apparent, Chen Luo clarified. Park Si mused. Today has truly opened my eyes. It seems my determination to assist you in hunting soul beasts and acquiring soul rings was indeed a wise choice, perhaps one of the few correct decisions in my life. With Chen Luo's first soul ring successfully acquired, their objective was fulfilled, and Park Si refrained from any unnecessary delays in the hunting soul forest. After a brief rest, they began their journey back. Interestingly, on the way home, it was quite possible that Chen Luo and Park Si passed by the location where Tang San obtained his soul ring. Although the corpse of the soul beast was somewhat mangled, it was still unmistakably recognizable as a mandala snake. By the time Chen Luo and Park Si returned to Nodding City, it was already midday the following day. Their expedition in the hunting soul forest had consumed several days, primarily spent absorbing the soul ring. Fortunately, everything had proceeded smoothly. With his first soul ring obtained, Chen Luo had officially entered the ranks of soul masters. Before returning to school, he accompanied Park Si to the Martial Soul Hall to complete his registration as a soul master and receive a stipend of 1 gold coin. It is important to note that registering and joining the Martial Soul Hall are two distinct matters. While Park Si certainly hoped for Chen Luo to formally join the Martial Soul Hall, Chen Luo declined. Park Si did not press the issue further, and his desire to take Chen Luo as a disciple dissipated. Not because Chen Luo was unworthy, but because Park Si felt unworthy himself. As for the fact that Chen Luo's first soul ring was a purple millennium soul ring, such a secret was bound to be uncovered. Yet all information concerning Chen Luo was meticulously recorded by Park Si, who refrained from making a grand announcement within the Martial Soul Hall. He understood Chen Luo's desire to avoid unnecessary trouble and aimed to prolong the concealment of this information. Upon returning to the Nodding Junior Soul Master Academy, Chen Luo's first order of business was to seek out Xiao Wu in the dormitory. However, he found it utterly deserted. He checked the dining hall, but she was nowhere to be found, as were Wang Sheng and the others, who seemed to have vanished entirely. A sense of foreboding gripped Chen Luo, compelling him to head toward the back mountain of the academy. The back mountain of the Nodding Junior Soul Master Academy lies outside the academy's premises. Chen Luo moved swiftly and soon arrived at the back mountain, entering the woods there. In the distance, he could hear a group of students shouting, "You useless fool! Do you think you're a tiger? You're less than a cat. Wang Sheng, you are so foolish. Thinking Lulong's staff is an ordinary stick? That's his martial soul. Little rabbit, your team has lost. No one else is stepping up? Why don't you come? Who are you calling little rabbit? Call me Sister Xiao Wu. I'll step up." Who is afraid of whom? It was Xiao Wu's voice. Chen Luo immediately surged forward, following the sound, and within moments, he reached a clearing. At that moment, two groups of students were poised for confrontation. One comprised senior students, while the other consisted of work-study students. The senior students were all around 10 years of age, with a tall and handsome leader whose demeanor exuded contempt that was quite unpleasant to behold. Leading the work-study students was a petite girl, exquisitely cute, with her hair styled in a scorpion braid cascading down her back, displaying a resolute expression, none other than Xiao Wu. Behind her stood Wang Sheng and the other work-study students, all present except for Tang San. Judging by the situation, Wang Sheng had already engaged in a scuffle, his face bruised and battered, with numerous wounds leaving him in a woeful state. The moment Chen Luo appeared, all eyes were drawn to him. Upon seeing Chen Luo, Xiao Wu's previously inflamed expression transformed into a radiant smile. "Chen Luo, you have finally returned." Chen Luo grinned in response. "Did you miss me?" "A bit," she replied playfully. "I missed you too." Hey, are you kidding? This is a place for fighting, not for you two to flaunt your affection." Xiao Qinyu interjected, pointing at Chen Luo with a fierce expression. "You brat, you better be prepared for me later." Chen Luo's gaze remained fixed on Xiao Wu, entirely disregarding Xiao Chunyu's presence. He approached Xiao Wu, letting out a sigh of relief inwardly. "I'm glad I made it in time." Since the incident when everyone from room 7 went to the dining hall, and Xiao Wu had a verbal clash with the senior students, Chen Luo had anticipated that the day of confrontation would eventually arrive. Fortunately, he had arrived just in time. He could not allow anyone to bully Xiao Wu. Now that he was present, there was no need for him to intervene further. He believed the matter could be resolved. Meanwhile, Tang San had returned to the dormitory after visiting the master, intending to greet his roommates, but to his astonishment, he found no one there and went out to search for a while. While at the playground, he overheard the senior student conversation and realized that Xiao Wu and the others had gone to settle score. Initially, Tang San intended to intervene, but upon reaching the back mountain and seeing Chen Luo already there, he dismissed the thought and decided to return to his cultivation. Xiao Chunyu, a 6th grade student with a wolf martial soul, was an 11th ranked, one-ring battle soul master. The woods echoed with Xiao Chunyu's voice, and behind him, his group of lackeys had all lost their fighting spirit, either sitting or lying on the ground, intermittently groaning in agony. In just a few short minutes since Chen Luo's arrival, the scene before him had unfolded. No one could rival Chen Luo. Even among the senior students who had already acquired their soul rings, they paled in comparison to him. Remarkably, Chen Luo had yet to even activate his martial soul. Xiao Chenyu, the leader among the upperclassmen and the only one with any combat prowess, felt the pressure of his subordinate's gaze and had no choice but to face Chen Luo. Despite his apprehension, what sort of monster was this? Without even activating his martial soul, he was already this formidable. If he were to unleash his martial soul, what would become of us? The arrogance and disdain that once marked Xiao Chenyu had vanished, replaced by a visage of nervousness and a flicker of fear in his eyes. Chen Luo, a first-year student, martial soul, scythe, rank 11, one-ring soul master. Chen Luo responded with calm courtesy, yet he still refrained from activating his martial soul. The battle commenced swiftly. Although fear crept into Xiao Chenyu's heart, he could not show weakness before his followers. Upon activating his martial soul, he charged at Chen Luo. With his martial soul awakened, Xiao Chenyu's muscles swelled with strength. His eyes transformed into a pale green, and his nails elongated into sharp claws, dramatically altering his aura. Yet, before Chen Luo, he appeared diminutive. Even before the fight began, Xiao Chenyu's fear had already set the outcome in stone. Swift and powerful, Xiao Chenyu had previously crushed a stone with ease in his martial soul state, exuding confidence. However, facing Chen Luo now, even with the support of his martial soul, he felt as if Chen Luo were an insurmountable mountain. In an instant, he closed the distance, raising his right hand to strike at Chen Luo's forehead, his claws gleaming menacingly as if to sever anything in their path. But before his claws could descend, Chen Luo's foot struck Xiao Chenyu's abdomen, sending him hurtling backward. More terrifyingly, Chen Luo pursued him, gripping Xiao Chenyu's throat tightly. A wave of suffocation washed over him, triggering his primal instincts of fear as the specter of death loomed closer. Remember this feeling. Should you dare trouble Xiao Wu again, my grip shall be firmer, and I would not hesitate to turn you into a corpse. The chilling words echoed in Xiao Chenyu's ears, destined to haunt him for a long time to come. A year later, it was the holiday at the Nodding Junior Soul Master Academy. Most students were busy heading home, with only a handful choosing to remain at school. A semester felt like an interminable year. Students were unable to return home. Only family could visit. Throughout the year, the old village chief and Lu Dahe had come to see Chen Luo several times. Even after Chen Luo had insisted he could return home alone during the holidays, they still arrived at the academy. Grandpa Village Chief, Brother Dahe, you're here. Xiao Wu greeted them with a bright smile at the academy gate. Though they had only met a few times, Xiao Wu seemed quite familiar with them, while Chen Luo observed quietly from the side. A month before the holiday, Xiao Wu had insisted on accompanying Chen Luo home, and he had reluctantly agreed. During the visits from the old village chief and Lu Dahe, Xiao Wu was always present. Her charming demeanor endeared her to them, fostering a sense of familiarity. On the way back, Xiao Wu babbled animatedly to the old village chief and Lu Dahe, bringing joy to the former and eliciting smiles from the usually taciturn Lu Dahe. Chen Luo trailed behind, lost in reflection about the past year at the Nodding Junior Soul Master Academy, where each day had been a repetition of the last. Aside from training and attending classes, he spent time indulging in leisure activities with Xiao Wu. Xiao Wu thrived. After her victory over Xiao Chenyu in the academy, she had become the leader, enjoying a carefree life while her former subordinates took on the responsibilities of work and classes. Now, regarding his own progress over the past year. Chen Luo had only made marginal advancements. A year ago, his soul power was at level 19, and a year later it remained the same, though he was closer to reaching level 20. This was not due to laziness. He trained diligently, dedicating the majority of his time to honing his skills when not with Xiao Wu. The slow progression in his soul power, he believed, was linked to its immense capacity. The sheer volume of soul power within him could be described as inexhaustible. This abundance allowed his training results to manifest primarily in solidifying his foundation. It was a process of gradual accumulation, and once completed, he would return to a phase of rapid advancement in soul power. Of course, he also had the option of enhancing his strength through soul hunting. However, soul hunting was not something to be taken lightly. It required opportunity and vigilance against the scrutiny of others. Reckless acts of soul harvesting would brand one as malevolent, leading to perilous consequences. Chen Luo sought to steadily and securely enhance his power. As for his system, without acquiring a second soul ring, new tasks had yet to refresh, leaving him at a temporary standstill. In matters of the heart, his early cultivation had progressed smoothly. Anyone would find Xiao Wu irresistible. Who could resist such a beautiful and charming girl? While there were many beauties in Douluos, Chen Luo held a special affection for Xiao Wu. He had initially thought he would be in competition with Tang San, yet it became evident that Tang San lacked the qualifications for such rivalry. Upon returning to Deathgod Village, evening had already fallen. Chen Luo and Xiao Wu headed to their small wooden cabin, where they shared a bed divided by a boundary of bundled cloth, which seemed non-existent to Xiao Wu. Her hand crossed the line, playfully tugging at Chen Luo's clothing. Chen Luo, I didn't expect your bed to be so well placed, allowing us to gaze at the stars through the window. Indeed, tomorrow, we bought so many ingredients. Will you cook something delicious for me? Of course. I heard from Grandpa Village Chief and Brother Dahe that you are quite the chef. Naturally, Xiao Wu and Chen Luo seemed to have endless conversations. After discussing numerous holiday plans, Xiao Wu gradually fell asleep. Chen Luo gently covered her with a blanket and tenderly watched her for a few moments, whispering, I will always protect you. Reluctantly averting his gaze, Chen Luo looked out the window. The moon hung like a silver plate, and the sky was adorned with countless stars. Tomorrow promised to be another fine day. With such a long holiday ahead, it was essential to find something to occupy their time. Otherwise, if left to Xiao Wu's arrangements, their days would be filled solely with feasting. Perhaps they could visit Shanghan Village soon? Tang San might be busy crafting hidden weapons. After all, they were roommates, and it would be remiss not to visit him. 5 years later, in the kingdom of Barak, Soto City, on the bustling street, 3 young souls were in search of a restaurant. 2 boys and a girl, all merely 12 or 13 years of age. The girl walked alongside one of the boys, adorned in a delicate pink top and white trousers. While her attire appeared rather simple, it accentuated her perfect figure exquisitely, her slender waist and long, straight legs exuded remarkable beauty. Especially striking was her delicate, rosy face, imbued with a touch of youthfulness yet possessing an extraordinary allure. Her lustrous black hair was styled into a scorpion braid cascading down her back to brush against her calves. The boy beside her stood just over 7 meters tall, clad in sleek black attire that complemented his proportionate physique. A black bracelet adorned his left wrist, and his short black hair framed a face that radiated a sunny disposition, making him appear exceptionally handsome, a perfect match for the girl. Another boy walked ahead, dressed plainly in light blue athletic wear, his waist encircled by a belt adorned with 24 jade stones. With an ordinary appearance, he seemed somewhat out of place when juxtaposed with the other 2. These 3 were none other than Xiao Wu, Chen Luo, and Tang San, hailing from the Nodding Junior Soul Master Academy. Xiao Wu was currently lamenting, her lips pouting in displeasure. I truly cannot fathom why you would choose this obscure academy when there are numerous advanced Soul Master Academies offering us abundant opportunities. Tang San responded with a gentle smile. The teacher only asked me to take the entrance exam. You and Chen Luo were not required to come. Oomph. If it weren't for Chen Luo's decision to attend, I wouldn't be going to that wretched academy. Xiao Wu retorted with a hint of disdain, glancing at Chen Luo with her large, watery eyes filled with reproach. Chen Luo, I simply do not understand your reasoning. Don't overthink it. Perhaps this academy will surprise us. Chen Luo replied. Noticing Xiao Wu's lingering discontent, he suggested, We are making good time, with 2 days until the academy opens. Let us take a leisurely stroll around Soto City. Xiao Wu's face lit up with joy. Once a promise is made, even 1,000 horses cannot chase it back. Chen Luo chuckled. Yay, you're the best, Chen Luo. Xiao Wu exclaimed, linking her arm with his. Ahem. Tang, Sin coughed lightly. Could you spare a thought for my existence? I may be ahead, but I'm certainly not blind. Brother San, you do talk too much, Xiao Wu teased, sticking out her tongue at him. There's a restaurant up ahead. Let us go there. After munching on dry rations all this way, it's time for a proper meal, Chen Luo suggested. After we eat, we should find a hotel to stay. Great. Brother San is treating us. He has worked at the blacksmith's shop for so long. He must have earned a fortune and has never treated us to a nice meal, Xiao Wu remarked eagerly. Chen Luo grinned. As all Brother Sin's hard-earned money. How can you bear to take it? Tang Sin appeared quite generous. No worries. I'll treat. Money is meant to be spent. Upon entering the restaurant, Xiao Wu seemed determined to treat Tang San to a feast, ordering an array of dishes. Before all the food even arrived, the trio was already indulging, enjoying their meal heartily. During the meal, Chen Luo reflected briefly on his 6 years at Notting Academy, a gentle smile unconsciously gracing his lips. Each day had been fulfilling, as he devoted himself diligently to training, while cherishing every moment spent with Xiao Wu, which brought him immense joy. Over the past 6 years, their bond had grown inseparable. In addition to Xiao Wu, Chen Luo had also fostered a strong friendship with Tang San. While they were not yet as close as brothers, they could be considered very good friends. Both Xiao Wu and Chen Luo affectionately referred to Tang San as Brother San, a testament to their camaraderie. Chen Luo had spent over half a year progressing from level 19 to 20, and after obtaining his second spirit ring, his spirit power surged rapidly. A year prior, he had already reached level 29. Just as he had faced a bottleneck while advancing to 20, he now encountered another, requiring considerable time to solidify his foundation. Though his power level remained stagnant, it did not indicate a decline in his strength. Incidentally, Chen Luo's second spirit ring was a nearly 3,000-year-old fire lizard, which was also purple. The process of obtaining this spirit ring had nearly cost him his life with Pu Si, despite Pu Si's formidable strength. The quality of his spirit ring had been rather poor, yet they had ultimately emerged unscathed. After their meal, the trio began their search for accommodations. Chen Luo and Tang San aimed for a modest hotel for a 2-night stay, but Xiao Wu had her sights set on a rather unique establishment. Gazing at the 3-story hotel adorned in rose-red decor, Chen Luo couldn't help but smile ruefully, pondering whether some things were simply inescapable. Rose Hotel, Chen Luo, Brother San. Let us stay here, Xiao Wu exclaimed joyfully. Chen Luo nodded. Very well. What is meant to be will be. Some matters must be confronted. Tang San agreed with a nod. Thus, the 3 of them entered the Rose Hotel. Upon stepping inside, Chen Luo was immediately enveloped by a fragrant scent of roses, lifting his spirits considerably. The decor within was warm and exquisite, showcasing a palette of white, silver, and rose red, exuding elegance. Approaching the front desk, Chen Luo requested, "Please, reserve 3 rooms for us." "Are you sure you want 3? The attendant behind the counter winked at him. Chen Luo feigned ignorance. "Absolutely. Apologies, but we only have 2 rooms available." Chen Luo turned to Xiao Wu and Tang San. Xiao Wu chimed in, "That's sufficient. I'll share a room with you, and Brother San can have one to himself." Tang San nodded. "That works." Chen Luo addressed the attendant. "Then we'll take 2 rooms." The attendant regarded Chen Luo with a hint of envy before promptly proceeding with the reservation process. Just as the arrangements were nearing completion, a booming voice interrupted. "My room is still available, right?" Turning around, Chen Luo and his friends beheld 3 figures who had entered the hotel unbeknownst to them. Making their way towards the front desk, 1 man and 2 women. The 2 girls appeared to be twins, their figures and features strikingly similar. Dressed flamboyantly and appearing to be around 18 or 19 years of age, with graceful postures and charming faces. However, the trio's gaze was not fixed on the girls, but rather on the striking young man standing between them. He stood at least 1.8 meters tall, looking youthful, perhaps even younger than the girls, with a tall and strong physique. His handsome and resolute features were framed by cascading golden locks, and his deep blue eyes held an alluring intensity. Circumstances were shifting, yet what was meant to happen could not be avoided, Chen Luo mused internally. If he were unable to recognize the man before him, then his time in Douluos would have been in vain. However, he had not anticipated that Dai Mubai would be so extraordinarily handsome, though he still felt he held a slight edge. Dai Mubai's gaze traversed the trio, lingering a moment longer on Chen Luo and Xiao Wu, while merely casting a fleeting glance at Tang San. Cradling a pair of twin sisters, Dai Mubai approached the counter, his gaze coldly fixed on the server. Are you new here? Are you unaware of the rules? Although the server was considerably older than Dai Mubai, he exhibited a palpable trepidation in the presence of a younger man. It was an instinctual fear. What rules? He stammered. Dai Mubai replied nonchalantly. This hotel always reserves a room for me. The server was momentarily taken aback, his face reflecting sheer confusion. Call your manager, Dai Mubai commanded coldly. Of course. Please wait a moment. The server quickly nodded and hurried away. Chen Luo observed the unfolding scene, feeling an uncanny familiarity despite it being his first encounter. A sense of foreboding grew within him. This gentleman seems to have arrived before us, Tang San remarked as he stepped forward. And what of it? Dai Mubai replied without even glancing at Tang San. Xiao Wu, not possessing Tang San's patience, interjected fiercely. It matters little. We have already booked the room. You should leave at once. Huh. It has been quite some time since anyone dared to utter such words in my presence, Dai Mubai sneered icily. Today, as I am in good spirits, I shall let it slide if you perform an act of departure. Xiao Wu's large, watery eyes widened in disbelief, her fists clenched, ready to strike. As the formidable leader of Nodding City, Xiao Wu had a fiery temperament and preferred to resolve matters with her fists rather than with words. At that moment, the hotel manager arrived, a rather stout middle-aged man, who was causing a disturbance in our hotel. Manager Wang shouted, sensing the tense atmosphere from a distance. Perhaps believing himself to be of some importance, he approached with an air of arrogance. However, upon spotting Dai Mubai, his demeanor shifted dramatically to one of obsequiousness. Ah, it's you, young Master Dai, he exclaimed, showering Dai Mubai with flattery and sweet words. Rest assured, young Master Dai, I will handle this matter to your satisfaction. Today's accommodation is on the house. After finishing his flattery, Manager Wang turned his attention to Chen Luo and his companions, his expression darkening considerably. You lot should hurry and pack your things. You are not welcome here. If you have already paid, we will refund you double, no paperwork necessary. Just take your money and leave, quickly. He then shot a glare at the server. What are you standing there for? Hurry up and prepare a room for young Master Dai. Prepare 2 rooms to the utmost perfection, allowing young Master Dai to choose. Xiao Wu, already fuming, exploded with rage upon hearing Manager Wang's words. On what ground should we leave? We have reserved this hotel for our stay. Chen Luo frowned slightly, cursing inwardly. I never expected that the one stirring up animosity would be this insufferable Manager Wang. Dai Mubai's voice rang out again. Even if you wish to leave, you cannot. At this, Manager Wang immediately took a few steps back, realizing the gravity of the situation. In that case, young Master Dai, please feel free to proceed. Any losses will be covered by our hotel. Your satisfaction is our priority, you lowly creature, looking down on others. Xiao Wu shouted at Manager Wang, but he appeared to ignore her, maintaining a professional smile. You must be a soul master as well. Come on, I shall strike you so hard that even your mother won't recognize you. With that, Xiao Wu prepared to attack. Chen Luo stepped forward, pulling Xiao Wu behind him. If there is to be a confrontation, let it be me. He was not averse to trouble. When faced with unavoidable circumstances, he would not hesitate to act. It was unthinkable to let his female companion engage in combat. Xiao Wu was about to voice a protest when Tang San, who had remained silent until now, spoke up. This is a matter for men. You should remain back and observe. Initially, Tang San had intended to step in, but upon seeing Chen Luo take the initiative, he retracted his intentions. Tang San sensed the formidable strength of the young man before him. If he engaged, he might not prevail. But Chen Luo could handle it. Tang San held unwavering confidence in Chen Luo's abilities. Dai Mubai regarded Chen Luo's advance with a dismissive smile. You 3 can come at me together, otherwise, I might find it dull. One is sufficient for me. Chen Luo calmly stepped forward. Let us begin. Dai Mubai refrained from further banter and advanced, launching a powerful punch aimed at Chen Luo's forehead. Though it was a simple attack, it was imbued with tremendous force, speed, and intensity, the hallmark of someone seasoned in combat. As Dai Mubai's fist was about to strike Chen Luo's head, a hand suddenly grasped his fist, halting it in its tracks. No one could discern when Chen Luo had made his move. His expression remained tranquil, not even a flicker of his eyelids. "Is that all?" Chen Luo remarked with indifference. In the next instant, Chen Luo's figure shifted with astonishing speed, almost in the blink of an eye. He closed the distance to Dai Mubai and delivered a fierce kick to his abdomen. A dull thud echoed as Dai Mubai was sent sprawling backward, skidding to a halt several meters away. The speed at which Chen Luo moved was so rapid that Dai Mubai was unable to react in time. Regaining his footing, a look of shock spread across Dai Mubai's face, his earlier disdain evaporating. "White Tiger, unite!" he exclaimed, activating his martial spirit. A brilliant white light erupted from him, and his body began to transform rapidly. The sound of cracking bones filled the air as his muscles expanded, straining against his clothing. His golden hair shifted to a striking black and white, with the white predominating, while several strands of black stood out prominently. 4 faint lines, 3 horizontal and 1 vertical, resembling a character for king, appeared on his forehead. His hands grew more than twice their original size, white fur sprouting on his palms, as razor-sharp claws emerged from between his fingers, glinting with lethal sharpness. His eyes turned a profound azure, and 3 soul rings, 2 yellow and 1 purple, rose from beneath him, his aura surging to its peak in an instant. Dai Mubai, Martial Spirit, White Tiger, Level 37 Battle Soul Master. "I await your guidance," Dai Mubai declared, formally challenging Chen Luo. Xiao Wu and Tang San, witnessing this transformation, exchanged astonished glances. "He possesses a Millennium Soul Ring and is at the Soul Master level. I am no match for him," Tang San thought, then looked towards Chen Luo, still confident in his friend's abilities despite the formidable opponent. Chen Luo, too, was taken aback, not by Dai Mubai's soul ring or level, but by the seriousness with which he approached the fight. Inwardly reflecting, he is activating his martial spirit after just 1 exchange? Unbeknownst to Chen Luo, the strength and speed he had just displayed had deeply impressed Dai Mubai. While he might have managed without activating his martial spirit, it would have been excessively taxing. It was far better to unleash his full potential and conclude the conflict swiftly. Chen Luo regarded Dai Mubai with calm eyes and slowly announced, "Chen Luo, Martial Spirit, Scythe, Level 29 Weapon Soul Master. I await your guidance." "Are you only at the 29th level?" Chen Luo had just reported his martial soul and level when Dai Mubai, standing opposite him, expressed disbelief. "So what if I am at the 29th level?" Chen Luo replied, while activating his martial soul. A flicker of ethereal light heralded the appearance of a massive scythe in his hands, and with it, Chen Luo's entire demeanor underwent a dramatic transformation. 2 violet soul rings slowly ascended from beneath his feet, and in an instant, his aura surged to its zenith. Although he possessed 1 less soul ring than Dai Mubai, his presence was no less formidable. Dai Mubai, who had intended to speak further, was rendered speechless upon witnessing Chen Luo's soul rings, his expression resembling that of someone who had encountered a ghost. How is this possible? A monster? There is no need for alarm. Anything is possible." Chen Luo replied nonchalantly, resting the scythe on his shoulder. "Come on, 18 crush," Dai Mubai retorted, his competitive spirit ignited by Chen Luo's display of strength. Without hesitation, he launched himself at Chen Luo, his feet driving into the ground with such force that the hotel floor buckled beneath him. He shot forward like a cannonball, his speed almost unfathomable. This was the essence of a soul master. Once their martial soul was activated, their power surged dramatically. Dai Mubai's martial soul was particularly unique, significantly enhancing his strength and speed. On the other hand, after activating his own martial soul, Chen Luo experienced a tremendous boost in strength as well. As Dai Mubai charged towards him, Chen Luo remained unperturbed. In his perception, everything seemed to unfold in slow motion. He could almost visualize each event as if it were playing out in a languid sequence. Dai Mubai quickly closed the distance, his claws striking out with remarkable swiftness. Yet, his attack met the cold steel of the scythe, producing a sound reminiscent of metal clashing. Dai Mubai, undeterred, launched a flurry of strikes, all of which were deftly deflected by Chen Luo's scythe. Finally, after another failed assault, Dai Mubai opted to retreat, the astonishment in his eyes returning. This speed. It's as if he predicted my moves. Wait, more terrifying is his strength. He is merely a weapon's sole master. Dai Mubai realized that Chen Luo's power rivaled his own, perhaps even surpassing it, regardless of whether their martial souls were activated. If Chen Luo's martial soul had been exceptionally potent beast type, Dai Mubai might have accepted the outcome. But the fact that it was a weapon-type martial soul left him bewildered, particularly in terms of raw power, with both his first and second soul rings being millennium level. What was truly impossible? Dai Mubai quickly composed himself, fully immersing in the battle. Why have you stopped? Chen Luo smiled faintly at the distance growing between them. It seems the warm-up has concluded. Before his words had fully settled, Chen Luo's figure vanished, leaving behind only phantoms. Not good. Dai Mubai sensed the impending danger and reacted instinctively. A radiant white light erupted from his body, his eyes transforming into a bright white. Simultaneously, the first soul ring among his three glowed brilliantly, enveloping him in a protective barrier. In the next moment, Chen Luo reappeared, swinging his scythe toward Dai Mubai. Clang! The scythe halted mere inches from Dai Mubai, unable to advance further. Evidently, Dai Mubai's first soul technique had activated, shielding him from harm, though he was still forced back several steps. Chen Luo's strength was indeed formidable. Regaining his footing, Dai Mubai swiftly adjusted and charged at Chen Luo again, his speed astonishing. Yet, Chen Luo's reactions were even swifter. Clang! 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 Amidst the symphony of metal clashing, every one of Dai Mubai's assaults was met with Chen Luo's unwavering defense. Following Dai Mubai's final strike being deflected, Chen Luo seized the opportunity, delivering a powerful kick that sent Dai Mubai hurtling backward. With a dull thud, he landed 10 meters away, struggling to stabilize himself. Upon looking at Chen Luo again, a hint of confusion flickered in Dai Mubai's eyes. He had yet to deploy any soul techniques, and already he felt a sense of overwhelming inadequacy. Is this guy even human? At this juncture, Dai Mubai disregarded everything else, eager to engage fully in the fight, yearning to fathom the extent of Chen Luo's terrifying prowess. Third soul technique, White Tiger King Transformation. With a fierce shout, Dai Mubai's purple third soul ring erupted in a blinding glow, and he initiated his second transformation. The air around him warped, his eyes turning blood red, and his already imposing physique swelled further, ripping his clothing and revealing a formidable muscular outline. His hands expanded, the blades between his fingers glimmering with enhanced sharpness. Black stripes appeared across his skin, and he was enveloped in a radiant golden light, resembling a majestic tiger. Is he really that confident to employ his third soul technique against me? Upon triggering the White Tiger King transformation, Dai Mubai wasted no time, immediately unleashing his second soul technique, the White Tiger Radiant Wave. He opened his mouth wide, summoning a massive wave of white light that coalesced before him. And with a roar, he unleashed it, the force behind it terrifying. It seemed that Dai Mubai was taking this battle seriously, thus, it was time for Chen Luo to match his intensity. As the white wave surged toward him, Chen Luo's expression remained largely unchanged, though a newfound seriousness graced his handsome features. First soul technique, Poison Flame. Chen Luo gripped the scythe tightly, and the first purple soul ring blazed to life. The blade of the scythe glimmered with a dark glow, a layer of black, mist-like energy enveloping it. Prepared for an offensive, Chen Luo met the oncoming wave head-on. Charging forward instead of retreating, a seamless motion completed in an instant. As Chen Luo collided with the white wave, the scythe cleaved through it, and instead of exploding, the wave was devoured by the scythe's poison flame, returning to a calm stillness. If it were not for the overwhelming energy fluctuations permeating the hotel, everything would appear as if nothing had transpired. The white light waves had vanished, yet the scythe of death in Chen Luo's hand still bore the remnants of toxic flames. After shattering the white light waves, Chen Luo immediately lunged towards Dai Mubai, wielding the scythe with a direct and unembellished ferocity, infused with immense power and speed. This time, Dai Mubai managed to react just in time, narrowly evading Chen Luo's strike. However, Chen Luo's relentless assault followed swiftly, and after a brief exchange, Dai Mubai found himself overwhelmed, compelled to endure the onslaught. Clang! The scythe halted mere inches from Dai Mubai's form, but this time, the blade, imbued with toxic flames, began to corrode his defenses at a visibly rapid pace. In no time, several wounds marred Dai Mubai's body. Although superficial, the edges were darkened, indicating he had been poisoned. Nevertheless, with the strength of his soul master and his unique martial spirit, Dai Mubai possessed a certain resilience against toxins. The toxic flames that had momentarily clung to him were extinguished almost instantaneously, yet he had still endured considerable suffering. This was under the condition that Chen Luo had restrained his full power. Had he unleashed his complete might, Dai Mubai would have long been defeated. Furthermore, Chen Luo had not even employed his second soul skill. Eventually, burdened by his injuries, Dai Mubai conceded defeat, exclaiming, "You truly are a monster." A heartfelt evaluation of Chen Luo's prowess. Currently, Dai Mubai was in a disheveled state, his clothing torn and his body marked with numerous wounds. A stark contrast to his former self. We shall meet again soon. You are welcome at Shrek Academy. If you encounter any trouble there, mention my name, Dai Mubai of the evil-eyed white tiger. However, I suspect you may not need to, he added, departing with the pair of twin beauties. Chen Luo, you are truly remarkable, Xiao Wu exclaimed, rushing to Chen Luo's side, brimming with excitement. I rarely witnessed you in combat before. I never imagined you had become this formidable, capable of defeating a soul master. Oh, by the way, how did that fellow know we were heading to Shrek Academy? He must be a student there. Chen Luo remarked as he retracted his martial spirit and led Xiao Wu towards the reception desk. Manager Wang and a server stood at the counter, with Wang visibly sweating and trembling, while the server appeared slightly better, though still displaying signs of fear. I am truly sorry. I was wrong. It was my error to underestimate you. Everything is my fault. Manager Wang immediately confessed upon seeing Chen Luo approach, slapping his own face in desperation. I hope you can forgive me. Chen Luo, without even glancing at Manager Wang, directed his gaze towards the server. Let us proceed with the check-in process. Oh, and regarding the damages caused during the recent battle, tally the costs. I will compensate you. The server hesitated, glancing at Manager Wang, who quickly interjected, those are mere trifles. There's no need to trouble yourselves. It is our honor to have you stay at our hotel. Everything is complimentary. Stay as long as you wish. And if you require additional rooms, I can arrange them immediately. Ignoring Manager Wang, Chen Luo brushed his wrist against the scythe ring, producing a gold coin, which he placed on the counter. He then naturally took Xiao Wu's hand and walked towards the exit, with Tang San promptly following suit. Let us venture out for a bit. I hope everything will be arranged upon our return. As they exited the hotel, Xiao Wu exclaimed, Chen Luo, I truly did not anticipate your prowess. During our years at Notting Academy, you seldom revealed your strength, and I had no idea you had grown so powerful. Chen Luo maintained his calm demeanor, a slight smile gracing his lips. If I were not strong, how could I protect you? Indeed, Xiao Wu beamed, interlinking her arm with his in a show of affection. This time, Tang San, who had been trailing behind, no longer coughed. His mind was still occupied with the memory of the battle between Chen Luo and Dai Mubai. In contrast to Xiao Wu's excitement, Tang San was profoundly astonished by Chen Luo's capabilities. Having lived together for 6 years, Tang San was even more curious about Chen Luo's true strength. Today, witnessing Chen Luo's combat prowess had greatly impacted him, even if Chen Luo had not revealed his full potential. 6 years prior, during the competition at Notting Academy, Tang San had sensed Chen Luo's uniqueness. When he learned that Chen Luo's first soul ring was a 1,000-year one, he had been astounded. The revelation that Chen Luo's second soul ring was also a 1,000-year one left him in awe once again. Adding to this was the earlier confrontation with Dai Mubai, which had shocked Tang San time and again. The terrifying power and speed, the exaggerated rate of cultivation, and the astonishing longevity of his soul rings. All of these were like heavy hammers striking at the core of Tang San's being. The gap between individuals could not merely be bridged by effort alone. Tang San had always regarded Chen Luo as his goal, believing that with sufficient diligence, he could catch up to him, and he had indeed managed to reach the same level of soul power. He had naively thought that the distance between them was narrowing. Now, however, he had come to a sobering realization. Chen Luo occupied a realm that was worlds apart from his own, a gap that he could never hope to close. Fortunately, Chen Luo was his friend. 5 years prior, the loss of his father had plunged Tang San into a state of deep sorrow for several days. It was Chen Luo's presence that had pulled him from that darkness. Despite his youth, Chen Luo exhibited a maturity that made interactions between them effortlessly enjoyable. Tang San could genuinely feel that Chen Luo regarded him as a true friend and brother. The fact that Chen Luo possessed 2,000-year soul rings had been a well-kept secret, yet he had shared it openly, asserting that friends should not harbor too many secrets. Chen Luo had also provided substantial assistance in crafting hidden weapons, offering not only moral support, but financial backing as well, frequently sharing excellent ideas. To have such a friend was indeed a blessing. Chen Luo is so impressive. I should be happy for him. Tang San reflected briefly on the past, a smile finally emerging on his face. I too must continue to strive forward. As they strolled through the bustling streets, accompanying Xiao Wu on her shopping excursion, images of the battle with Dai Mu Bai flickered through Chen Luo's mind. It dawned on him just how strong he had become. With this newfound awareness, a subtle smile graced his lips. Chen Luo had never fully comprehended the extent of his own strength, only knowing that he was formidable. In recent years, Chen Luo has maintained a remarkably low profile. The acquisition of 2 Millennium Soul Rings is known only to Pu Si, Xiao Wu, and Tang San. Even the teachers at the academy are unaware of the matter. Pu Si has played a significant role in concealing this information, for which Chen Luo is profoundly grateful. Though they could not establish a master-disciple relationship, they have forged a friendship that transcends age. It is precisely because of Chen Luo's discretion and his continuous efforts to hide his true abilities that he has lost any clear perception of his own strength. He is well aware that his power cannot be measured by ordinary soul power levels, yet he remains astonished by how formidable he has become, effortlessly defeating the evil White Tiger, Dai Mu Bai. The recent battle in the hotel proved to be even easier than he had anticipated. The enhancement provided by his martial soul, the god of death, is extraordinarily overwhelming, akin to wielding a divine artifact martial soul, combined with the entirety of his primary martial soul. Although the scythe of death appears rather unremarkable at first glance, it is indeed a formidable weapon of the highest caliber. The augmentation from the Phantom of Death enhances his physical capabilities to an extraordinary extent, imbuing him with unparalleled strength and speed, as well as a robust constitution capable of withstanding tremendous energy. He hopes for an opportunity to unleash his full power in battle soon. But for now, as they prepare to head to Shrek Academy, it is prudent to remain humble and focus on steady growth. Chen Luo silently acknowledges the wisdom of being discreet, understanding that a towering tree attracts the wind. One cannot help but marvel at the prosperity of Soto City, bustling with people and vibrant with life, far surpassing the modest scale of Nodding City. The rapid pace of life here is palpable as denizens hurry about their affairs, creating an atmosphere of urgency. After wandering through 2 streets, Xiao Wu managed to purchase only a single inexpensive garment. Chen Luo watched her frugality with a twinge of sympathy. In truth, they are not lacking in funds, having saved several hundred gold coins from the Soul Master subsidies. Chen Luo wished to buy her some finer clothes, but Xiao Wu adamantly declined, insisting that she must not be wasteful. Where can one find such a sensible and considerate girl? After a considerable time of strolling, Chen Luo's insistence finally led Xiao Wu to purchase a few better items. After all, the purpose of earning money is to spend it on those we care about. In terms of food, Xiao Wu was quite generous, and they indulged in numerous delicacies, consuming a hearty dinner in advance. As dusk approached, while Chen Luo showed no signs of fatigue, Xiao Wu began to express concern for him. Today was truly delightful. Let us return. I don't want to wear you out. Chen Luo gently shook his head. It's nothing, as long as you are happy. I can stroll for as long as you wish. You are so kind. Xiao Wu beamed, taking Chen Luo's hand as he carried several bags, most of which contained food. Sangu is working too hard, she remarked. He rarely suggests taking a break, and, after just a short outing, he has already returned to the hotel. We should go back and train. After a brief interval, Tang San had indeed returned to the hotel. For a man, shopping can be a form of torment, especially when alone. Rather than waste time enduring such an ordeal, he preferred to return and practice. Xiao Wu, let's take a look at this shop. Chen Luo suddenly halted. Next to them stood a modest establishment that appeared quite ordinary amidst the splendor of Soto City, marked by a unique sign featuring a sword, a hammer, and a blue lightning Tyrannosaurus intertwined in a circular emblem. Xiao Wu nodded eagerly. All right. Throughout the afternoon, it had been Xiao Wu suggesting various places to visit, and Chen Luo had spoken little, curious about what could possibly attract Chen Luo to this shop. She followed him inside. The interior was starkly simple, devoid of a counter, with only 3 walls adorned with various items, most of which appeared old and seemingly worthless. In a corner, a middle-aged man in his 50s reclined on a wooden chair, eyes closed, swaying gently. Although aging, he retained a robust physique that caused the chair to creak under his weight. His features were distinctive: a protruding chin, wide cheekbones, a flat face, and a hooked nose, complemented by black-framed glasses that imparted a shrewd, peculiar aura. Chen Luo chose not to disturb him and motioned for Xiao Wu to lower her voice. Chen Luo, there is nothing remarkable in this shop. It seems to have some soul-guiding devices, but they look rather antiquated. Just browsing, Chen Luo replied, scanning the entire shop for any overlooked treasures. Ultimately, he discovered a crystal the size of a human head in an inconspicuous corner. The crystal was transparent, yet contained large dark yellow impurities. Finally found it, he mused. If memory serves, this unremarkable crystal is the golden dragon beard needle, an item Tang San requires. The slumbering middle-aged man was none other than Flender, the director of Shrek Academy, a rank 78 soul sage. Boss, is that crystal available for 1 gold soul coin? Chen Luo inquired. Xiao Wu immediately grew anxious, whispering, Chen Luo, why would you want that worthless thing? Though it resembles a crystal, it's probably the least valuable one around. If you're looking for a crystal, amethyst is far more precious. She continued, besides, do you even know how to shop? That thing is worth, at most, 1 silver soul coin. Chen Luo nodded gently, quickly adjusting his offer. Boss, is that crystal available for 1 silver soul coin? 1 gold soul coin. 1 gold soul coin? Why don't you go rob a bank? Xiao Wu exclaimed. 2 gold soul coins. 5 silver soul coins. Take it or leave it. After that, Xiao Wu pulled Chen Luo away. He revealed no reluctance and followed her out. As they reached the door, a voice suddenly called out, 1 gold soul coin. Take it or leave it. Xiao Wu glanced at Chen Luo, who nodded slightly, prompting them to return. After paying 1 gold soul coin, Chen Luo placed the crystal into the god of death as hand ring. Boss, we are leaving, he said politely before departing with Xiao Wu. On their way back, Xiao Wu could no longer restrain her curiosity. Chen Luo, does that item hold any special significance? I think Sengu might need it, Chen Luo replied. Xiao Wu pouted. So it's for him. I thought you wanted it for yourself. It's rare to see you wanting to buy something. Upon returning to the hotel, their rooms had been arranged in advance. Chen Luo and Xiao Wu resided in the Red Ocean, while Tang San stayed in the Green Departure. Upon entering Tang San's room, Chen Luo presented the crystal he had just purchased. I believe this might be of use to you. Tang San's eyes lit up upon seeing the crystal, his excitement palpable. Where did you find this? Xiao Wu smiled slightly. We bought it from a rundown shop for 1 gold soul coin. On the way back, I thought we overpaid, but it seems it was worth it. Chen Luo specifically bought it for you. 1 gold soul coin? Even 1,000 gold soul coins would be worth it. Tang San, filled with excitement, stepped forward and enveloped Chen Luo in a hearty embrace, vigorously patting his back. Chen Luo, you truly are a great brother. Is there any more of that crystal? Alas, there's only this one, Chen Luo replied. Oh, that's to be expected. After all, such items are exceedingly rare, Tang San responded. Xiao Wu, observing quietly from the side, could no longer contain her curiosity and asked, what is so special about a mere broken crystal? Though Chen Luo understood the significance of the crystal, he feigned curiosity and turned to Tang San. Tang San enthusiastically exclaimed, this is a bored crystal with golden dragon whiskers. Chen Luo, it seems there's a small village ahead. That must be Shrek Academy. We're finally here. I'm utterly exhausted, Xiao Wu remarked, pointing ahead where a quaint village lay about a mile away. Tang San replied nonchalantly, the one who is exhausted is Chen Luo. Xiao Wu made a playful face at Tang San, retorting, humph. It was Chen Luo who insisted on carrying me. Tang San, with an impassive expression, replied, I only saw you jump onto his back. With a chuckle, Chen Luo suggested, let us quicken our pace. We shall soon arrive. It was only when Xiao Wu was being carried by Chen Luo that she would call him Brother Chen Luo. Each affectionate utterance melted Chen Luo's heart, and he would gladly carry her indefinitely. From a distance, they observed a throng gathered at the village entrance. As they approached, It became apparent that the majority were youths of similar age, most accompanied by their parents. Could be, is Shrek Academy truly so unimpressive? Merely a small village? Xiao Wu questioned, spotting the wooden archway at the village entrance with the words Shrek Academy inscribed upon it. Above these words was a green emblem that resembled the head of a humanoid creature. Having already harbored doubts about Shrek Academy, Xiao Wu couldn't help but scoff further upon seeing its appearance. It doesn't even compare to Nodding Academy. It's likely less than a third of its size. Turning to Tang San, she asked, Brother San, you weren't deceived by the master, were you? Xiao Wu, quiet down, Chen Luo interjected. Xiao Wu immediately complied, appearing obedient. Chen Luo pointed toward the line of youths, stating if this were a subpar academy, there wouldn't be so many here to enroll. Let us join the queue. What a pathetic academy. It only accepts students under 12 with a soul power of level 20. Isn't that blatantly a money trap? My 10 gold soul coins for the registration fee. Indeed, only true prodigies could meet both conditions. If such standards were met, one would surely seek a better academy, rather than this substandard one. It doesn't even measure up to an ordinary primary soul master academy. As time passed, individuals began to depart, most grumbling as they left. Initially, over 100 had come to enroll, but within minutes, only a handful remained. This situation arose because Shrek Academy had announced strict enrollment criteria. Candidates must be under 12 years old and possess a soul power of at least level 20. Both conditions were mandatory. Those who had previously been unaware of these requirements foolishly paid their registration fees, only to find themselves ineligible for admission, unable to reclaim their fees. Some attempted to reclaim their fees through forceful means, but a youth of about 16 or 17 unveiled his martial soul, a 2 yellow, 1 purple battle spirit. The mere sight of this combatant quelled any rebellious thoughts. Most could only grumble before departing. That combatant was Dai Mubai. Registration continued, and those who remained largely met the Academy's enrollment criteria, although a few attempted to slip through the cracks but were met with merciless rejection. Perhaps due to their early or late arrival, Chen Luo did not encounter the other members of the Shrek 7. If memory served him right, Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing were also due to register today, yet he had not seen them. The registration process for the trio went exceptionally smoothly. The only delay was with Tang San, as the elder in charge of registration could not ascertain Tang San's age through his hand bones due to his cultivation of the Xianyu hand, and even felt Tang San's calf. When it was Chen Luo's turn to showcase his abilities, he inevitably attracted a myriad of astonished gazes. 2,000-year soul rings. The elder marveled. Our academy is about to have a true prodigy. Chen Luo had intentionally placed himself at the end of the line for the enrollment qualification assessment, wishing to avoid drawing too much attention. Nevertheless, 2,000-year soul rings were undeniable. Anyone who beheld the radiant purple rings was left profoundly astonished. Even the elder, who had spent years at Shrek Academy and seen countless prodigies, was taken aback. He scrutinized Chen Luo for a long moment, until Chen Luo broke the silence. I should qualify, shouldn't I? Indeed, you absolutely qualify. Without a doubt. The elder responded promptly. Mubai, take them inside swiftly, especially this student. He need not take any further tests. He is already a student of Shrek Academy. I am certain the principal would make the same decision without hesitation. Dai Mubai showed no surprise at the elder's arrangement. Rather, if the elder had appeared indifferent, that would have been peculiar. Even though Dai Mubai had witnessed Chen Luo's 2,000-year soul rings previously, seeing them again today still left him astounded. Once confident in his uniqueness, believing himself to be one in a million, he now understood the true meaning of a prodigy after encountering Chen Luo. Dai Mubai promptly led Chen Luo, Tang San, and Xiao Wu into the academy, explaining the forthcoming arrangements, which were primarily directed toward Tang San and Xiao Wu, with Chen Luo excluded from specifics. You will conduct your second examination here. A teacher will instruct you on what to do. Dai Mubai guided them to an open area surrounded by wooden houses, seemingly the heart of Shrek Academy. All those who had passed the preliminary test were gathered here, and from time to time, soul power fluctuations emanated from the front. Dai Mubai appeared somewhat anxious, and after his explanation, he left Chen Luo and the others there, casually advising Chen Luo, you need not participate in any further examinations. Feel free to wander around the academy. Your dormitory will be arranged shortly, and if you wish to stay with your companions, that is also permissible. With that, Dai Mubai departed, But just then, a soft, melodic voice resounded. Sausages for sale. Sausages for sale. It was Oscar. Upon hearing that familiar call, Chen Luo instantly thought of Oscar. Turning around, he spotted a man pushing a cart, calling out while blocking Dai Mubai's path. The man was clad in simple gray attire, sporting neatly trimmed hair and a face adorned with a stubbly beard, his large, expressive eyes contrasting with the delicate nature of his previous words. Dai Mubai, why the rush? Come grab a sausage, Oscar exclaimed with a beaming smile. Scram, Dai Mubai retorted. Why the hostility? If you don't want any, that's fine. Oscar nimbly stepped aside. Still grinning, I think I just spotted a stunning girl, quite the figure. If I'm not mistaken, you must be off to find her, right? Dai Mubai ignored Oscar and continued on his way. Chen Luo clearly overheard the conversation between Oscar and Dai Mubai. Instantly realizing who Dai Mubai had gone to find, it was most likely Zhu Zhuqing. To his surprise, Zhu Zhuqing had arrived even earlier than they did. Chen Luo, I want to eat sausages, Xiao Wu said, her eyes sparkling as she caught a whiff of the enticing aroma. However, Chen Luo shook his head. Look at that man. He seems rather shady. Would you dare eat the sausages he sells? Hey, how rude. Who are you calling old man? Who looks shady? Oscar with keen ears caught Chen Luo's words and stepped forward, clearly displeased. I'm only 14. Calm down. Just bring me 10 sausages, the freshly grilled ones. Chen Luo ordered. Oscar's demeanor did a complete turnaround. Sure thing. After a moment, Oscar appeared to have a realization and awkwardly glanced at Chen Luo and the others. Why don't you cover your ears? Why? Xiao Wu asked innocently. Because I don't want to ruin your appetite, Oscar replied. He then extended his right hand and shouted, I have a giant sausage. A yellow glow gathered in Oscar's palm, and 2 yellow rings rose from beneath his feet, followed by a sausage appearing in his hand, identical in size to those on the cart. Get lost, Xiao Wu exclaimed. Soon, Dai Mubai returned, accompanied by a girl dressed in black. The girl was strikingly beautiful, her figure voluptuous, creating a stark contrast with her youthful face. At first glance, Chen Luo was momentarily taken aback until Xiao Wu pinched him sharply at the waist, bringing him back to reality. Zhu Zhuqing was indeed stunning, and Chen Luo couldn't help but think that her beauty transcended mere appearance. Is it not your turn yet? Dai Mubai remarked. Never mind. I'll speak to the teacher, so you can skip the line and head directly to the 4th challenge. Dai Mubai approached the teacher and whispered a few words, to which the teacher nodded in agreement, allowing Dai Mubai to lead Chen Luo and the others away. At that moment, someone couldn't help but complain. Why should they get special treatment? Their soul power exceeds level 25. If yours is the same, you can skip the line as well and join them. The teacher in charge of the assessment responded. Afterward, the teacher's gaze lingered on Chen Luo. Mubai, you only mentioned those 2. What about this student? Dai Mubai smiled slightly. He is already a member of Shrek Academy. Oh. The teacher seemed surprised but quickly regained composure, waving them off. In previous years, there were exceptional talents who were allowed to enter without assessment, though it has been quite a while since we last witnessed such cases. Teacher, I believe I should also be exempt from the 2nd and 3rd challenges, a melodious voice suddenly chimed in, as a girl in a white dress with an elegant demeanor stepped forward. Her beauty rivaled that of Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing, and she possessed an aristocratic air that none of them had. Ning Rong Rong. Finally, they had gathered together, and the next step was to enter the combat phase. Chen Luo thought inwardly. He was uncertain if he would have the opportunity to join in, given that he had already received an exemption and become a Shrek Academy student. If given the chance, he would not mind trying his hand at it. Seeing Chen Luo follow along, Dai Mubai chuckled. The 4th challenge is a practical test. Chen Luo, do you have any thoughts on it? Chen Luo nodded without hesitation. Excellent. It seems we are in for an exciting show today, Dai Mubai replied with a grin. Before long, Dai Mubai led Chen Luo and the others to another open area. In the center, a middle-aged man in his 50s was lounging in a chair, basking in the sun. Upon seeing him, Chen Luo couldn't help but smile. There he is, the unmoving king, Zhao Wujin. As Dai Mubai approached Zhao Wujin for a discussion, Chen Luo and the others finally got a clear look at him. Zhao Wujin was not tall, even shorter than Tang San by half a head, yet he possessed an incredibly robust physique, so muscular that it seemed exaggerated. His body was a fortress of solid muscle, devoid of any excess fat, and while Zhao Wujin looked like an ordinary middle-aged man, he exuded a unique charm. 5 of you exceed level 25. There's so many little monsters this year. Is our academy on the verge of a resurgence? Zhao Wujin's gaze shifted to Chen Luo and the others, his expression changing. Ahem, let me introduce myself. I am Zhao Wujin. Since you have arrived here, it indicates that your soul power meets the academy's requirements. However, we do not accept mere practitioners. All students must undergo a practical test. The fourth challenge is quite simple. If you can withstand my attacks for the duration of a stick of incense, you will pass. I will grant you a stick of incense to prepare and understand each other's capabilities. Dai Mu Bai, having anticipated this situation, appeared unfazed. Teacher Zhao, actually, Chen Luo is already one of our Academy's members, but he still wishes to participate in the fourth challenge. Dai Mu Bai suddenly recalled and reported to Zhao Wujin. Zhao Wujin seemed surprised. What given the right to join? Dai Mu Bai quietly explained, and after a moment, Zhao Wujin's eyes sparkled with interest. Good, good, good. After exclaiming 3 times, Zhao Wujin smiled. It seems our academy is truly on the rise. Don't just stand there. Hurry and prepare. A stick of incense is not a long time. Communicate more with that young man, as he will be the key to your success in this test. After Zhao Wujin finished speaking, he pursed his lips. I think it might not be wise to let this young man join. It could raise the difficulty for everyone. But then again, he has already expressed his desire to take the exam. Would we really drive him away? Zhao Wujin mused aloud, then turned to Dai Mu Bai Xiao Bai. Go inform them of my strengths and characteristics to help them prepare better. Understood, Teacher Zhao. Dai Mu Bai nodded and approached Chen Luo and the others, smiling. Teacher Zhao is a level 76 soul sage with a beast martial soul, the battle soul sage. Ah, Ning Rongrong exclaimed. How can we fight him? We are not even in the same league. Dai Mu Bai chuckled. Originally, you were supposed to face me, but I anticipated this situation on the way here. So I can only cheer for you now. Teacher Zhao's martial soul is the great strength King Kong bear, a very powerful beast martial soul. His greatest strengths are strength and defense, while his weakness lies in speed. However, considering the vast difference in soul power, you likely won't have an advantage in speed either. Don't worry too much, just go all out. Teacher Zhao is not impulsive. He will definitely spare your lives. Spare our lives? Zhu Zhuqing frowned slightly. Ning Rongrong remarked, I know who he is now. He is the unmoving King Zhao Wujin. Ascendant. Dai Mu Bai nodded. After a brief moment of surprise, Ning Rongrong sighed. Let us just go home. We are definitely no match for him. If even the Spirit Hall couldn't capture him, how could we possibly win? Do you know him? Xiao Wu asked curiously. Ning Rongrong promptly recounted the valiant deeds of Zhao Wujia, who once broke free from a siege of 16 bishops of the Spirit Hall. She then sighed, expressing her despondency. There is no hope. How can we know if we do not try? Chen Luo interjected. He was not surprised by Ning Rongrong's reaction. As facing a soul sage was daunting for anyone at their age, it was natural to feel apprehensive. Chen Luo's voice drew everyone's attention as he spoke. There is still hope if we strive. Without effort, hope is utterly lost. He encouraged them and declared his own martial spirit and strength, demonstrating his resolve. I am Chen Luo, wielding the Scythe martial spirit, a level 29 assault-type battle spirit master. Upon Chen Luo's declaration, Xiao Wu wasted no time to follow suit. I am Xiao Wu, with the beast martial spirit of the rabbit, a level 29 assault-type battle spirit master. Tang San then spoke up, and after a brief hesitation, Ning Rongrong and the others chimed in as well. I am Tang San, with a blue-silver grass martial spirit, a level 29 control-type battle spirit master. Ning Rongrong, with a 7-treasure glazed tile martial spirit, a level 26 support-type battle spirit master. Zhu Zhuqing, with the spectral cat martial spirit, a level 27 agility-type battle spirit master. This was the composition of Chen Luo's team. After hearing their introductions, Chen Luo immediately outlined their strategy. Xiao Wu and I will take the lead in offense. Tang San will handle control. Zhu Zhuqing, use your speed to distract the enemy. And Ning Rongrong, you will provide support. Tang San, you are our only control-type soul master. Your role is crucial, as the rhythm of our battle will rely on you. Tang San nodded earnestly. Rest assured, I will do my utmost. After a brief discussion to understand each other's martial spirits and soul skills, a stick of incense burned away quickly. Zhao Wujia's booming voice announced, Time's up. Let the battle begin. Those who feel fear may withdraw now. Stepping forward, Chen Luo calmly gazed at Zhao Wujia. Teacher, let us commence. Behind him, Tang San and the others brimmed with determination. When someone exhibits sufficient effort and resolve, it naturally inspires others. They were not ordinary individuals and required no further encouragement, as their competitive spirits ignited within them. Zhao Wujia performed a simple warm-up, and the sound of cracking bones echoed ominously, already exerting significant pressure on Chen Luo and his companions before the fight even began. A stick of incense was placed at a distance. Before it could be lit, Chen Luo and his team began to unleash their martial spirits in preparation. They could not afford to squander any opportunity or detail when the real test commenced. As they released their martial spirits, Ning Rongrong was the first to do so. When her 7-treasure glazed tower emerged, Zhao Wujia couldn't help but express surprise. Well, it seems we have a member of the 7-treasure glazed tile school. Has Flinder been doing many good deeds lately? The academy appears to be thriving. With that, Zhao Wujia ignited the incense and tossed it aside, readying himself for battle. Once Ning Rongrong activated her martial spirit, she immediately utilized all her support skills without reservation, especially when she sensed Zhao Wujia was about to strike. She wished she could unleash her abilities instantaneously. The 7 treasures are renowned. The first is power, the second is speed. Just as Ning Rongrong unleashed her soul skills, Zhao Wujia made his move. Crouching slightly, he slammed his fists into the ground with tremendous force. Tang San, keep the battle rhythm. We are engaging. Chen Luo called out. Having already released his martial spirit, 2 violet rings of light emanating from beneath him as a massive scythe appeared in his grasp. For a brief moment, everyone, including Zhao Wujia, was momentarily stunned, but it was merely a fleeting pause. The battle officially commenced. A flurry of black vines erupted from Tang San's hands, ensnaring Ning Rongrong in an instant. He then leaped, lifting her into the air. At Chen Luo's command, Tang San reacted promptly, and the others sensed the impending danger. Leaping into action, in that fleeting moment, a thunderous rumble shook the ground, sending waves of earthy vibrations towards Chen Luo and his team. Thanks to their foresight, none were caught in the onslaught, and as they landed, they launched a fierce counterattack. Xiao Wu was the first to strike, aided by the 7-treasure glazed tile. She dashed swiftly to Zhao Wujia's front and unleashed her most adept agility techniques. As Xiao Wu made contact with Zhao Wujia, Tang San's parasitic soul skill activated, and countless blue-silver grasses enveloped Zhao Wujia, the thorns piercing his body and releasing a potent paralyzing toxin, successfully restraining him. Seizing the opportunity, Xiao Wu stepped onto Zhao Wujia's shoulder to execute her agile techniques, while the blue-silver grass pushed Zhao Wujia's feet off the ground, leaving him suspended and providing Xiao Wu with an advantageous moment. Unfortunately, Zhao Wujia's strength was overwhelming. Just as Xiao Wu's feet began to lift him, the blue-silver grass binding him suddenly exploded, causing Xiao Wu to become rigid, and Zhao Wujia landed back on the ground. Xiao Wu sensed impending danger and withdrew immediately. Yet Zhao Wujia did not counterattack, seemingly allowing her to escape. Interesting, he mused. If you were an ordinary person, you might have had your neck snapped by that little maneuver. Unfortunately for you, you are up against me. In the face of absolute power, all techniques appear somewhat frivolous. Zhao Wujia remained calm and composed as he spoke, already activating his martial spirit. Instantly, his stature increased by a meter, his muscles became even more exaggerated, and he stood like a mountain, covered in a thick layer of brown fur, his eyes turning a deep hazel, and his hands resembling massive paddles. 7 soul rings of 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 3 black radiated with vibrant colors, ascending slowly from beneath Zhao Wujia. A series of metallic clinks resonated from behind Zhao Wujia, signaling Zhu Zhuqing's assault. After activating her martial spirit, Zhu Zhuqing's speed more than doubled, and she possessed claws akin to those of Dai Mubai post-transformation. This was an opportune moment for a surprise attack. Following Xiao Wu's initial offense, while Zhao Wujia was momentarily off guard, the chances of success were at least 90%. However, Zhao Wujia's strength was insurmountable, and everything unfolded within his control. Zhu Zhuqing's attack landed successfully, yet did not inflict any damage on Zhao Wujia. Your speed is commendable, but not quite fast enough. Had been a tad quicker, you might have harmed me before I activated my martial spirit, Zhao Wujia remarked calmly. following the activation of his martial spirit. An aura characteristic of a true powerhouse erupted, exerting immense pressure on Chen Luo and his companions. Given the vast disparity in strength, Zhao Wujie had already shown leniency. Otherwise, both Xiaowu and Zhu Zhuqing would have become lifeless corpses. As a level 76 soul saint, the immutable king would certainly not overlook the tactics employed by a few children. He deliberately refrained from retaliating, wishing to assess the true capabilities of Xiaowu and her companions while offering some guidance along the way. After their futile attempts to attack, Xiaowu and Zhu Zhuqing immediately retreated, for Zhao Wujie had already activated his martial spirit. Approaching such an overwhelmingly powerful being, with near-invincible strength and defense, to test their so-called skills was akin to foolishness. In such a brief span of time, their coordination was commendable, and Zhao Wujie expressed his admiration without reservation. However, his expression soon shifted. He suddenly turned, adopting a defensive stance as a massive scythe, engulfed in black flames, struck his arm. With a clang, Zhao Wujie's body merely shifted slightly, while his attacker was sent reeling backward. Although his martial spirit manifested as a scythe, its speed was astonishingly swift, faster than that of the agile young girl, and the force behind it was undeniably remarkable. Instead of feeling anger at the ambush, Zhao Wujie's eyes sparkled with excitement. Chen Luo's attack was, of course, well within Zhao Wujie's control. He could perceive everything around him. And a level 76 soul saint would certainly manage to dominate a group of children below level 30. What surprised him was the sheer speed and ferocity of Chen Luo's assault, which compelled even Zhao Wujie to take notice. Although Chen Luo had only managed to prompt a slight movement from Zhao Wujie's formidable body, the fact that he could elicit any response from such a powerful entity was already an extraordinary feat. This young man was adept at seizing opportunities from the very onset of the battle, demonstrating exceptional timing in his attacks. Truly a little monster. No, not just him. All these youngsters were little monsters, and he was the monster among them. Zhao Wujie's eyes gleamed with exhilaration, a faint smile gracing his face as he glanced at his arm, where the black, poisonous flames clung, striving to erode his flesh and seemingly containing a degree of toxin. Excellent. Zhao Wujie casually brushed away the poisonous flames, then stretched his limbs, preparing for combat. You've had your fun. Now it's my turn. With a slight bow, he launched himself forward like a cannonball. While speed was generally Zhao Wujie's weakness among his peers, facing a group of youths below level 30 allowed him to turn this perceived flaw into an advantage. His target was none other than Chen Luo, the one who had just attacked him. Chen Luo, however, was not foolish enough to wait passively for Zhao Wujie to strike him. Even in the face of a level 76 old saint, he maintained his composure and called out, "I'll hold him off. You all find an opportunity." Ah, what a self-assured young man. Zhao Wujie's figure loomed before Chen Luo, his massive fist hurtling toward him. Just take care of yourself. Whoosh. Though Chen Luo was mere inches away, Zhao Wujie's punch missed entirely. Even with a controlled amount of force, the empty strike caused Zhao Wujie to stagger slightly forward. Chen Luo's speed was indeed impressive, and his reflexes even more so. In that fleeting moment, he sidestepped Zhao Wujie's onslaught and counterattacked. The enormous scythe swung once more at Zhao Wujie, but this time he had no chance to evade and could only instinctively raise a hand to block. Clang! The razor-sharp blade sliced through Zhao Wujie's skin, and the poisonous flames surged again, though that was where the success ended. Zhao Wujie's body was as resilient as unyielding steel, and the Grim Reaper's scythe could advance no further. After successfully landing his attack, Chen Luo wasted no time contemplating further strikes and immediately began to retreat. Against such a formidable opponent, evasion was the only viable strategy. Engaging head-on would be tantamount to courting death. During the brief distraction that Chen Luo had created, Tang San and the others had not been idle. Zhu Zhuqing stealthily approached Zhao Wujie's rear, her claws striking down. Though she failed to inflict significant harm, she successfully planted the blue silver grass seeds upon him. In the next instant, countless blue silver grass erupted, ensnaring Zhao Wujie tightly and lifting him off the ground once more. Xiao reappeared, attempting her soft technique once again, and this time she succeeded. Boom! Zhao Wujie crashed to the ground, appearing quite disheveled. Seizing the opportunity afforded by Chen Luo Tang San and his companions executed a flawless combination attack, catching Zhao Wujia off guard and achieving commendable success. Positioned at the edge, Ning Rongrong, behind Tang San, also contributed to the recent endeavor. Had it not been for her speed-enhancing support, Zhu Zhuqing and Xiao would not have been able to close the distance to Zhao Wujia so swiftly. Well done. Truly well done. The blue-silver grass erupted once more, but these seemingly robust bindings were like child's play before Zhao Wujia. Had he not focused all his attention on Chen Luo moments earlier, he would never have afforded Tang San and the others such an opportunity. He likely would have broken free from the blue-silver grass the instant it ensnared him. Standing up with a beaming smile, Zhao Wujia even clapped his hands. Your performance has greatly pleased me. With a flourish of his hand, he reduced the half-burnt incense to mere ashes. That trinket cannot be your limitation. I welcome you to join Shrek Academy. Tang San and his companions sighed in relief at his words. Yet their hearts remained apprehensive as Zhao Wujia's voice echoed once more. The exam is over, but the battle continues. Be cautious. Chen Luo, who had been frowning, slowly relaxed his expression. I told you, Zhao Wujia would not let us off so easily. Compared to the Zhao Wujia of the books, the one before them felt more tangible and was indeed a competent teacher, albeit with some discrepancies from Chen Luo's memories. Yet, the continuation of their struggle was imperative, particularly in this battle of such pronounced inequality in strength. Everyone, focus your attention. We must remain vigilant, Chen Luo declared earnestly, showing no signs of relaxation despite Zhao Wujia's words. Tang San and his companions echoed his sentiment, including the two seemingly fragile girls, Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing. The more talented one was, the more competitive they became, especially among this group of little monsters. Passing the exam was an absolute necessity for them, and even upon achieving this goal, they were eager to embrace new challenges, ready to unleash their full potential without worry. In contrast, ordinary students would struggle to withstand the pressure exerted by the immutable king Zhao Wujia, a level 76 soul saint. Most would likely abandon any thoughts of further combat upon receiving their exam results. And it was even more probable that the mediocre would lack the courage to confront Zhao Wujia at all. The preparation and rest period was exceedingly brief, and the battle soon resumed, with Chen Luo and his companions taking the initiative to attack once again. As before, the rhythm of the conflict was orchestrated by Tang San, the soul control type soul master within the team, while Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing sought opportunities to support Chen Luo, with Ning Rongrong maintaining her role as a healer. Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing launched the first assault, swiftly approaching Zhao Wujia with the aid of Ning Rongrong's speed enhancement. Zhao Wujia stood firm, seemingly allowing their advance. Zhu Zhuqing managed to close the distance and struck fiercely with her claws, producing a jarring metallic screech upon contact. However, Zhao Wujia's defenses were formidable, and Zhu Zhuqing's current strength was insufficient to inflict any substantial damage. She could only implant the blue-silver grass seeds onto him. In the next moment, the blue-silver grass grew wildly, ensnaring Zhao Wujia once again like a tightly wrapped rice dumpling. As Xiao Wu prepared to unleash her soft skill, Zhao Wujia's voice suddenly echoed. Are you resorting to the same old tricks? I advise you never to employ such foolish tactics against a true enemy. A single unexpected strike suffices. Boom! A tremendous surge of soul power erupted, shattering all the blue-silver grass in an instant. This time, the binding of the grass on Zhao Wujia lasted barely a breath, and the thorns failed to leave even a mark on him, as if they had been affixed against an iron plate. Just as Xiao Wu was about to execute her technique, she was thrown back by the terrifying wave of Zhao Wujia's soul power. No, she should have retreated gracefully. Xiao Wu had no intention of using her soft skill again. Ah, a new strategy, is it? Zhao Wujia sensed the intense heat approaching from his side and instinctively raised his arm to block. Clang! A massive scythe struck his arm, its blade not coated in black poisonous flames, but rather in blood-red inferno. Boom! The moment the scythe's blade made contact with Zhao Wujia's arm, Chen Luo's second soul ring erupted in a burst of purple light, and the flames surged forth, instantly engulfing Zhao Wujia entirely. As the flames dissipated, Zhao Wujia was enveloped in a wave of earthy light, suffering minimal harm, yet many charred marks were visible on his body. Well now, It seems you've developed a taste for underhanded tactics. The earthy wave around Zhao Wujia erupted violently, impacting Chen Luo, who let out a muffled groan as he was propelled backward for several meters before finally coming to a halt. Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing, who had been at a distance from Zhao Wujia, were also affected by the wave, sent flying as blood sprayed from their mouths, causing them to lose consciousness mid-air. Tang San, upon witnessing Xiao Wu's injury, the typically composed Chen Luo became exceedingly agitated. Hearing Chen Luo's shout, Tang San, who had been momentarily dazed, immediately unleashed the blue-silver grass to catch and pull back both Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing. It was understandable that Tang San hadn't been fully aware of the battle-less dynamics. He had also sustained severe injuries and was still recovering. The connection between a soul master and their martial spirit was profound, and after having his blue-silver grass destroyed multiple times by Zhao Wujia, it was remarkable that Tang San had managed to hold on thus far. Following the explosion of blue-silver grass, he finally could not suppress a mouthful of blood, leading to Zhao Wujia's subsequent aggressive action. After Tang San rescued Zhu Zhuqing and Xiao Wu, Dai Mubai rushed over, proactively lifting Zhu Zhuqing into his arms, while Ming Rongrong cradled Xiao Wu. "Oscar, get over here now," Dai Mubai shouted. It seemed the battle had reached a conclusion. Out of the 5 individuals, 2 were unconscious. 1 was gravely injured, and 1 was a support soul master. Were they really expected to rely on the support soul master to turn the tides? Oh, and there was still 1 combatant left, yet it appeared he could do little to change the outcome. Returning to the epicenter of the battlefield, Zhao Wujia regarded Chen Luo with a peculiar gaze. "You, surprisingly resilient," Zhao Wujia remarked incredulously. Just moments ago, he had deliberately exerted a bit more force, aiming to conclude the battle swiftly and impart lessons to these young prodigies, emphasizing the undeniable gap in strength and the necessity of relentless effort to ascend to the ranks of the powerful. However, to his astonishment, though Chen Luo had been sent flying, he seemed to have emerged relatively unscathed, while Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing, positioned further away, had succumbed to unconsciousness, blood spilling forth. While one is remarkably resilient, the others are not weak. Rather, it appears I miscalculated my power control, Zhao Wujia thought to himself, feeling a tinge of regret and concern for the potential harm inflicted upon Xiao Wu and the others. In the recent skirmish, he had gleaned all he needed to know. These young prodigies had yet to reach level 30 and had only managed to employ 2 soul skills. Thus, the focus had been on testing their teamwork and individual combat abilities. But the girl with the rabbit martial spirit seemed to have refrained from using her second soul skill, perhaps out of caution, yet this was of little consequence. Zhao Wujia felt quite satisfied with their performance. Yet, unexpected events often occur. Zhao Wujia, feeling somewhat weary of further explanations, even forewent his final teachings, realizing it might be somewhat presumptuous to continue educating these young talents. He waved toward Chen Luo, saying, "That will suffice. Hurry and check on them." However, Chen Luo merely glanced in their direction. "Teacher Zhao, I wish to challenge you one-on-one," Chen Luo stated with a dispassionate gaze. Zhao Wujia furrowed his brow, perplexed by Chen Luo's audacity. Chen Luo remained silent, opting to convey his intentions through action. He grasped the scythe of death and raised it beside him. In the next moment, the blood-red flames clinging to the blade morphed into a deep black hue, reminiscent of his first soul skill, Poison Flame, yet distinctly different, more akin to a fusion of Poison Flame and Inferno. In the blink of an eye, the black flames rapidly spread from the scythe of death, soon enveloping the entirety of the weapon, subsequently cascading over Chen Luo himself, his aura surging dramatically. 25. Undying. Zhao Wujia furrowed his brow further, perplexed. What is happening? You must be cautious. Any forced enhancement of your power could irreversibly harm your body, or even your life. Sensing the gravity of the situation, Zhao Wujia shouted at Chen Luo. Chen Luo replied calmly, "Rest assured, there will be no adverse effects." At that moment, Chen Luo's strength had surged to the level of a 40-level soul master, seemingly reaching its zenith, with his aura no longer ascending. This was an extraordinarily frightening phenomenon. Such a sudden increase in power was unprecedented, even for Zhao Wujia, who had never witnessed anything like it. Upon sensing something amiss, Zhao Wujie immediately concluded that Chen Luo must have endured a tremendous sacrifice to achieve this, prompting him to intervene. However, Chen Luo's assurance only deepened Zhao Wujie's surprise, yet also eased his worries. Ultimately, as long as his body remained intact, the means of his enhancement became less significant. What a monstrous talent you are! Zhao Wujie couldn't help but reflect inwardly. Curiosity piqued regarding the extent of Chen Luo's hidden capabilities. Little did Zhao Wujie know, this was indeed Chen Luo's final trump card, one that he had only recently acquired. Since Chen Luo acquired his second soul ring, his sign-in tasks have been refreshed, with the new sign-in location being Shrek Academy. Just moments ago, Chen Luo completed his sign-in task at Shrek Academy and received the reward of immortality. Immortality temporarily enhances one's power, with the duration and level of enhancement determined by current strength. The peak of enhancement achievable, Soul Master. The duration of enhancement, 10 minutes. Upon gaining immortality, Chen Luo witnessed Zhao Wu being knocked unconscious by Zhao Wujie. In that instant, Chen Luo felt a pang of anguish. Although he understood that Zhao Wujie likely did not act with malice, he was compelled to intervene, and the recently acquired immortality provided him with the means to do so. Chen Luo was enveloped in black flames, wielding the Grim Reaper's scythe, and for a fleeting moment, he truly resembled a harbinger of death. Be cautious, Zhao Wujie warned. After years of teaching, he could easily discern that Chen Luo needed an outlet for his emotions. He could only acquiesce to this need, albeit with concern that Chen Luo might act recklessly, risking further misfortune. Chen Luo nodded and accelerated toward Zhao Wujie, eventually transforming into a mere phantom. Zhao Wujie, witnessing this, was taken aback. It seemed that not only had Chen Luo's strength increased, but also his speed. In addition to his surprise, Zhao Wujie felt a surge of anticipation, fully embracing the combat mode. Suddenly, Chen Luo's figure appeared, swinging the Grim Reaper's scythe with great force. Zhao Wujie instinctively raised his hand to block, but unexpectedly, Chen Luo altered the direction of his strike, landing the scythe upon Zhao Wujie's shoulder. As the scythe descended, the first point of contact with Zhao Wujie's body was the black flames enveloping it, which seemed to amalgamate the characteristics of both poisonous and fiery soul techniques, exhibiting extreme corrosiveness alongside an explosive potential. The black flames surged forth, possessing formidable toxicity. Despite Zhao Wujie's robust defenses, he could not completely evade the damage. Once the black flames dissipated, Zhao Wujie's shoulder, left cheek, and chin were charred, with faint wisps of black flames still writhing. Impressive, Zhao Wujie remarked. The corrosiveness is formidable, the explosion sufficient, and it even possesses paralyzing toxicity. Remarkable. As he spoke, Zhao Wujie's first soul ring shimmered, and golden light coalesced around him, erupting violently. Yet, as if foreseeing the impending eruption, Chen Luo had already distanced himself from Zhao Wujie, evading the fallout. Is this still human? Zhao Wujie mused with a wry smile. I wonder if he'll maintain this speed. Zhao Wujie's third soul technique activated, creating an immense gravitational force centered on him, which immediately slowed Chen Luo's speed. This was Zhao Wujie's third soul technique, gravity enhancement. The advantage of speed was being minimized. Chen Luo acknowledged inwardly that even with the augmentation from immortality, he was still far from Zhao Wujie's 76th level soul sage. Thus he could not entirely negate the effects of Zhao Wujie's gravity enhancement, only slightly mitigating its impact. As he fought, he realized that while his power had significantly increased with immortality, his soul power was depleting at an alarming rate, as though it were being consumed as fuel to grant him strength he did not inherently possess. Fortunately, he had ample soul power. Had he still been at the 29th level, even with an abundance of soul power, movement would have become exceedingly difficult. Unbeknownst to him, the slight mitigation he felt was already perceived by Zhao Wujie as incredibly formidable. Has his physique also strengthened? Even with his power at the Soul Master level, it shouldn't be possible for him to maintain such speed. Zhao Wujie furrowed his brow, yet excitement soon replaced his concern as he recognized the increasing surprises Chen Luo presented. Under the influence of Zhao Wujie's gravity enhancement, Chen Luo's speed could no longer exploit its advantages. His attacks were easily countered, and Zhao Wujie sought opportunities to retaliate. After several unsuccessful attempts to land a hit, Chen Luo nearly exposed himself, almost allowing Zhao Wujie to seize him and pin him down. Alas, the odds are against me. The disparity in strength is too great, and I lack Tang San's array of hidden weapons and his finesse. Otherwise, I might have continued to fight. While Chen Luo maintained confidence in his abilities, he was also aware of his limitations. Some things were immutable and must be accepted. Over the years, Chen Luo had fostered a good relationship with Tang San, who had even prepared some hidden weapons for him. However, at present, those weapons could not provide him with substantial advantages, as they were not his forte. I concede. Chen Luo voluntarily chose to withdraw, ending immortality. Zhao Wujie promptly retracted his martial soul, laughing heartily. I thought you were going to persist. If we continued, I might have to unleash my true martial soul. You performed remarkably well. You are the most outstanding student I have encountered during my tenure at Shrek Academy. You flatter me, teacher. Chen Luo replied with a smile. Zhao Wujie's demeanor was far more attentive and considerate than Chen Luo had anticipated. Despite his rugged exterior, he possessed a meticulous heart and a strong sense of professional ethics as an educator. Oscar, where are you? Are you looking for a fist to the face? After concluding his conversation with Chen Luo, Zhao Wujie bellowed. Chen Luo couldn't help but chuckle, just as I remembered. Similar yet different. Zhao Wujie's current state was indeed somewhat disheveled, with most of his attire charred, yet he exhibited no signs of irritation, even after nearly being overwhelmed by his student. As long as his students excelled, he seemed willing to endure anything. Oscar finally arrived, only to be met with a barrage of reproaches. First from Zhao Wujie, followed by Dai Mubai. Are you trying to get hit? Why did you arrive only now? Zhao Wujie shouted. Hurry and bring me 2 sausages. One of each kind. Oscar appeared quite humble. Of course, Zhao Wujie retorted. Chen Luo observed this exchange while making his way to Ning Rongrong, taking Xiao Wu into his arms. I am now a member of Shrek Academy, he said with a faint smile. 26, you little chubby one. Even though Chen Luo was unscathed, Oscar still handed him a sausage without charge. The large sausage not only heals wounds, but also restores some soul power, Oscar explained. As for why Oscar suddenly exhibited such enthusiasm towards Chen Luo, it was because he had just heard Dai Mubai recount Chen Luo's recent exploits. Everyone desires to cultivate relationships with the powerful. Mubai, arrange accommodations for them. Classes commence officially tomorrow, Zhao Wujie declared before departing, requesting 2 sausages from Oscar before leaving. Although Chen Luo's toxic flame and fiery blaze had not inflicted severe damage on Zhao Wujie, they had certainly made him feel discomfort, particularly the toxic flame, whose corrosive and paralyzing effects were quite unpleasant. Oscar's small hunting sausage possessed the ability to dispel foreign substances, yet it could not fully alleviate the pain. Chen Luo, you truly are remarkable. This was the 3rd time Dai Mubai had expressed this sentiment to Chen Luo. At that moment, Dai Mubai was carrying Zhu Zhuqing while leading Chen Luo towards the dormitory. Chen Luo held onto Xiao Wu, with Tang San and Ning Rongrong trailing behind, while Oscar inexplicably followed along. Chen Luo smiled faintly, stating, I must continue to strive. Ever since encountering you, I have suddenly found a renewed purpose in my endeavors. With you emphasizing the importance of effort, what right do we have to refrain from working hard? Dai Mubai chuckled, you flatter me. Chen Luo briefly reflected on his recent battle with Zhao Wujie and recalled the outcome of Tang San's duel against Zhao Wujie in the book. Strengthening his resolve, I must exert myself. Even though Zhao Wujie is a true soul sage at the formidable level of 76, he possesses absolute control over a group of soul masters below level 30. Casting a glance at Xiao Wu, Chen Luo silently vowed, only by striving diligently can I accelerate my growth. Only by becoming sufficiently strong can I protect you. Under Dai Mubai's guidance, they soon reached the dormitory. On the way, arrangements had already been made. Chen Luo would share a room with Xiao Wu, Tang San would be with Oscar, and Ning Rongrong would stay with Zhu Zhuqing. Chen Luo specifically requested to room with Xiao Wu, fearing that he would be unable to sleep without her by his side. Thus, they would continue to share a bed, remaining inseparable. Dai Mubai had no objections. He was fully capable of making such decisions, and he believed that even the principal would not disapprove, as prodigies often enjoy certain privileges. The others had no objections either. The dormitory was essentially a larger wooden cabin, and Chen Luo felt that it was even smaller than the cabin he had stayed in at Deathgod Village. He had to admit that the facilities at Shrek Academy were rather limited. Inside the cabin were 2 wooden beds, and Chen Luo could not bear the thought of sleeping apart from Xiao Wu. What if she caught a chill in the night for not covering herself properly? What if she felt cold and wanted to warm her feet by slipping under his blanket? After much contemplation, Chen Luo decided to push the 2 beds together. Xiao Wu's injuries were not too severe. After eating some sausages and resting for the night, she would be fine. The reason Xiao Wu did not use her second soul skill, Charm, during the battle with Zhao Wujia was primarily due to Chen Luo's instructions. If she had, the consequences could have been dire. Once Chen Luo tucked Xiao Wu in a bed, he sat beside her and accessed the system. He had completed the sign-in task at Shrek Academy and wished to see if any new tasks had refreshed. Currently no tasks available. Tasks will refresh after obtaining the 3rd soul ring. I knew there would be conditions for acquiring tasks. Chen Luo sighed, closing the task interface. He had gradually discerned some patterns regarding system tasks. Ordinary sign-in tasks come with specific conditions, such as the requirement to become a student of Shrek Academy. Additionally, acquiring ordinary sign-in tasks also necessitates meeting certain thresholds, like obtaining a specific number of soul rings before new tasks can refresh. As for special tasks, their variability is vast, yet they're fundamentally tied to life and death, often involving significant danger. One must consider whether they are willing to gamble their life. There's also the matter of lottery points. Completing a task earns 1 lottery point. Including special tasks, Chen Luo had amassed 5 points, meeting the minimum requirement for the system's lottery. Should he wait a bit longer or draw now? After a moment of hesitation, he decided to hold off. He did not urgently need to enhance his strength through the lottery. Sometimes, rapid power increases through external means can be counterproductive, even if there are no side effects. The psychological impact can still be significant. To continuously enhance his abilities, he ultimately relied on his own diligence and rigorous training. Chen Luo sat on his bed, preparing to cultivate the Deathgod's law. Today, he had expended a significant portion of his soul power, which should expedite his training. Just as he was about to begin, an unexpected thought crossed his mind. Zhao Wujia had not been overly harsh on Tang San. Would Tang House still provide him with a lesson? The following morning, as Chen Luo concluded his training, Xiao Wu awoke. "Brother Chen Luo, what is it?" "Seeing you upon waking feels wonderful," she smiled, her big, watery eyes sparkling. Chen Luo nodded. "I feel the same." "Brother Chen Luo, I'm hungry. Let us go find something to eat," Chen Luo replied. "This academy is rather poor. Do you think they have a canteen?" Xiao Wu pouted. Chen Luo, unable to resist her adorable expression, playfully pinched her soft cheeks. "Even if there is no canteen, it's not a significant issue. The academy is situated within the village. We can simply buy some food from the villagers." "All right, let us go," Xiao Wu exclaimed excitedly. As they walked, they abandoned the idea of searching for the academy's canteen and decided to buy food directly from the villagers. Just then, they overheard a commotion. "Suehua, have I treated you poorly? Why do you want to break up with me? You have treated me well, but..." Driven by curiosity, Xiao Wu momentarily forgot her hunger and dragged Chen Luo to observe the scene. Soon, they arrived at a narrow path where a chubby boy around 10 years old was entangled with a girl about 14 or 15. "This is the last time, otherwise, you will never escape me," the chubby boy declared. "Please, let me go. I can't take it anymore," Suehua pleaded, attempting to leave. The chubby boy, seeing this, tried to forcibly detain her. Chen Luo frowned slightly, recognizing this chubby boy as the notorious Ma Hongjun. Surely, it must be him. His lewd demeanor made it evident. The scene before him closely mirrored the events from the book, and Chen Luo immediately confirmed Ma Hongjun's identity. "Stop." Just as Chen Luo pondered, Xiao Wu stepped forward. Having always played the role of the leader, she could not tolerate Ma Hongjun's bullying behavior and sought to intervene immediately. Chen Luo was momentarily taken aback by Xiao Wu's decisiveness. It seemed that an encounter with Ma Hongjun was now inevitable. Xiao Wu's arrival captured the attention of both Ma Hongjun and Suehua, particularly Ma Hongjun, whose eyes widened in surprise. As he wiped drool from the corner of his mouth, he grinned. "Hey, beautiful girl, do you want to be my girlfriend?" "Get lost," Xiao Wu shouted angrily, kicking Ma Hongjun's hand away from Suehua and pulling her to her side. Ma Hongjun immediately fumed. "What else with you, little girl? Do you want to meddle in my affairs? Do you really think you're something special? If you make me angry, you'll regret it." As he spoke, he reached out with his filthy hands toward Xiao Wu. Xiao Wu, now even more furious, prepared to retaliate against Ma Hongjun. At that moment, Chen Luo intervened swiftly delivering a powerful kick that sent Ma Hongjun flying, who barely had time to react. Who the hell dares to ambush me? Ma Hongjun grumbled as he picked himself up from the grass several meters away, with a few dry blades of grass sticking to his head. Chen Luo cast an indifferent glance at Ma Hongjun, causing the latter's previously arrogant demeanor to diminish significantly, his voice unconsciously softening. This matter concerns me and Suehua. Why do you meddle? Ma Hongjun still appeared angry, but his former bravado had waned. At this moment, Suehua spoke up, her irritation directed not at Ma Hongjun, but at Chen Luo and Xiao Wu. Please, mind your own business and leave. I can handle my affairs. Xiao Wu, upon hearing this, felt displeased. We chose to help you out of pity, and this is how you repay us? Fine, do as you wish. Chen Luo, let us go. We won't bother with them. Chen Luo had known from the outset that this was a case of unnecessary interference. Had it not been for Ma Hongjun's intent to confront Xiao Wu, he wouldn't have even cared. He was also surprised that Ma Hongjun had backed down so quickly. Wasn't he supposed to be notoriously hot-headed and arrogant? Just then, a familiar voice rang out. Chen Luo, Xiao Wu, what are you doing here? A tal figura emerged, Dai Mubai. Oh, the fatty is also here? Look, fatty. This is my brother Chen Luo, the formidable monster who can hold his own against teacher Zhao. Dai Mubai introduced. Ma Hongjunide Chen Luo Wiridi. I can guess as much without you saying. This fatty is the evil fire phoenix, Ma Hongjun, and a fellow student of our academy. Dai Mubai glanced at Chen Luo and Xiao Wu, then at Ma Hongjun and Suehua, unable to suppress a laugh. I seem to have pieced together what just transpired. Fatty, would you prefer to disclose your embarrassing incident, or shall I? Ma Hongjun fell silent, his plump face turning crimson. Dai Mubai then recounted Ma Hongjun's troubles, his mutated martial soul, and issues with his evil fire, details that aligned almost perfectly with Chen Luo's recollections. In simpler terms, Fatty here possesses a mutated version of a paltry martial soul, slightly stronger than the ordinary one, but still burdened with numerous issues. Dai Mubai jested. Ma Hongjun, indignant, retorted. You are the paltry martial soul. Your entire family is paltry martial souls. Mine is a phoenix, do you understand? Dai Mubai shot him a glare, causing Ma Hongjun's voice to shrink again. I can't waste my time arguing with you. I'm off to deepen my emotional bond with Suehua. Huh? Where's my Suehua? Ma Hongjun looked around, puzzled by her absence. Others have long since left, Fatty. Stop clinging to them. Where are your principles? Dai Mubai teased. My principles are intact. Not everyone can juggle as many dates as you do. Boss Dai. Ma Hongjun protested. You can call me Fatty, but don't call me Dead Fatty. That term is too harsh. Dead Fatty, Dai Mubai retorted. I advise you not to speak carelessly. Food can be wasted, but words cannot. Watch your poultry head. Ma Hongjun quickly perceived Dai Mubai's intentions. Has the academy brought in new pretty girls? Didn't you flaunt your conquest before? Cough, cough. Dai Mubai cleared his throat. Yet, Ma Hongjun, as if invigorated, ignored the warning. There must be new beauties, and they certainly aren't this fierce girl. You, Chen Luo, couldn't possibly defeat them. Who are you calling fierce? Xiao Wu exclaimed, hands on her hips, furious. Ma Hongjun was about to lash out, but found his gaze inadvertently drifting towards Chen Luo, ultimately choosing to concede. I misspoke. You are not a fierce girl, but a beautiful young lady. Enough, this place is too cramped for me. I must take my leave. See you in the cafeteria. Boss Dai. With that, Ma Hongjun dashed off. Don't take his words to heart. He asked like that. You all haven't had breakfast yet, right? Follow me. The others should be waiting. Dai Mubai chuckled. Upon reaching the cafeteria, they had a simple breakfast. Nearly all the academy's students had arrived, except for Oscar. Dai Mubai briefly introduced everyone, but when it came to Zhu Zhuqing, she walked past coolly, leaving Dai Mubai awkward. Ma Hongjun, ever the instigator, teased Dai Mubai. Had it not been for the audience, might have directly confronted him. Dai Mubai then outlined the situation at Shrek Academy, which aligned with Chen Luo's memories. The only difference being that he was now experiencing it firsthand. Before long, the bell rang. Dai Mubai led everyone to the playground for assembly. Brother, you must be around level 30. How do you hold your own against teacher Zhao? On their way, Ma Hongjun finally asked the question that had been nagging at him. Chen Luo smiled politely. Boss Dai was exaggerating. I knew it. Ma Hongjun sighed in relief. Even if exaggerated, you undoubtedly possess formidable strength. Had I not recognized you earlier, you might have given me a thorough beating. Ah, I'm quite easy to get along with, Chen Luo replied with a faint smile. Upon arriving at the playground, the Shrek 7 were all present, and if Chen Luo was included, they were the Shrek 8. Oscar had shaved, and Chen Luo and Xiao Wu nearly failed to recognize him. It must be said that with a little grooming, Oscar looked like a different person, handsome, albeit slightly less so than Chen Luo. Once everyone had gathered, the Academy's principal, the four-eyed cat eagle, Flinder, made his appearance. This is our esteemed principal, the founder of Shrek Academy, Flinder, a soul sage of level 78, even more formidable than teacher Zhao. As soon as Flinder appeared, Oscar immediately began introducing him to Chen Luo and Xiao Wu. The principal possessed an exceedingly rare flying-type beast martial soul, and Fatty was his direct disciple. Flinder maintained his signature appearance, hawk-like nose, giving off a cunning aura, adorned with black-rimmed glasses and dressed in a gray long coat. Upon reaching the playground, Flinder's gaze swept over the crowd, pausing momentarily on Chen Luo before retracting it. A warm welcome to our new 5 little monsters. Shortly, you will need to pay your tuition fee of 100 gold soul coins to Teacher Li, who handles financial matters. Mubai, take them along, explain the Academy's rules. Show them around, and then you can return to rest. The first class after enrollment will commence tonight. Yes, Principal, Dai Mubai replied respectfully. He then turned to gesture for Chen Luo and the others to follow. Zhu Zhuqing continued her cold demeanor, walking away without regard, just as Oscar sighed in relief. Preparing to join the group, Flinder's raspy voice echoed again. Oscar, Ning Rongrong, you two stay behind. Oscar facepalmed, visibly distressed, yet he halted his steps, forcing a smile. Principal, what can I do for you? It was a question he already knew the answer to. Flander spoke with an impassive expression. You should discuss with Ning Rongrong the knowledge we possess regarding auxiliary soul masters at our academy. Then, run swiftly around the village for 20 laps. You may utilize your martial soul abilities to assist one another. You must complete this before noon. Otherwise, lunch will not be provided. Understood. Oscar and Ning Rongrong immediately responded, knowing full well that refusing was not an option given Flander's demeanor. Oscar led Ning Rongrong aside and briefly explained the Academy's specific training regimen for auxiliary soul masters before commencing their lengthy run. As Flander prepared to depart, a voice suddenly called out to him. Turning around, he saw Tang San. Recognizing the 24 bridges of bright moonlight at Tang San's waist, Flander paused momentarily and said, Follow me. Everything seemed to align with Chen Luo's memories, with the only change being his presence. In the morning, after accompanying Dai Mubai on a tour of the academy, Chen Luo familiarized himself with his surroundings. After lunch, he returned to the dormitory with Xiao Wu. Brother Chen Luo, I still feel that this academy is rather exploitative. Xiao Wu, sitting cross-legged on her bed, declared earnestly. What's the matter? This shabby academy actually charges us 100 gold soul coins in tuition fees. Not to mention, we also paid a registration fee of 10 gold soul coins. Chen Luo could not help but chuckle. This academy may appear shabby on the surface, but the faculty resources are incomparable. First, we have Teacher Zhao, a soul sage, and then the principal, also a soul sage. I suspect the teacher handling registrations is no ordinary person. The tuition is worth it. I don't care. I still think this academy is exploitative. Xiao Wu pouted. Chen Luo laughed. All right, whatever my sister Xiao Wu says goes. This academy truly is exploitative. Xiao Wu could not help but smile, then gradually sobered. Brother Chen Luo, let us train. The students here seem quite formidable, and we must strive to keep up. Sure. It's rare for my sister Xiao Wu to take the initiative to train. The afternoon was spent in rigorous practice. In the evening, under Dai Mubai's guidance, everyone gathered in the training field, where Principal Flander had already arrived. Oscar and Ning Rongrong appeared quite pale, both looking exceedingly weak, especially Ning Rongrong, who seemed on the verge of collapse. Oscar, take Ning Rongrong back to the dormitory to rest. The rest of you, follow me. Flander's gaze rested on Oscar and Ning Rongrong, a satisfied smile gracing his lips. Oscar nodded, but Ning Rongrong suddenly interjected. I'm fine. Take me with you. Flander's demeanor turned serious. You have completed today as training exceptionally well, and I am pleased. Your task tonight is to ensure you rest adequately. If you are hungry, go to the cafeteria and request something to eat. I can do it. Ning Rongrong insisted again, her pale face reflecting a stubborn determination. Even though I am an auxiliary soul master, I do not require special treatment. I, Ning Rongrong, am no less capable than others. Ha, Flander chuckled. Today, just get accustomed to it. You will begin tomorrow. Only then did Ning Rongrong relent, departing towards the dormitory with Oscar's support. Observing the situation, Chen Luo felt somewhat surprised. According to the storyline, Ning Rongrong had not completed her physical training and had shown her true nature unabashedly. Yet the Ning Rongrong before him appeared entirely different. She must have completed her training, likely even before noon. Her strong will might have led her to forego food until now. There were discrepancies. This Ning Rongrong did not exhibit a princess complex, but was a genuine little princess, exceedingly determined. Chen Luo gazed at Ning Rongrong's departing figure and couldn't help but reflect. As the little princess of the seven-treasure glazed tile school, Ning Rongrong had not indulged in a life of luxury. Though she appeared delicate on the surface, she likely possessed an unwavering resolve to uphold the future of her sect. Are you all wishing to return to the dormitory as well? Flander's voice interrupted. I initially thought she would be unable to do it, yet she surpassed my expectations. I hope you all will do the same. Flander gestured. Let us proceed to the classroom. With that, he swiftly set off, prompting Chen Luo and the others to follow suit. As they moved, the world around them blurred past. In no time, the disparity in speed between Chen Luo and the others became evident. Surprisingly, it was not the sole power-laden Dai Mubai who trailed closely behind Flander, but Chen Luo himself. Following Chen Luo were Dai Mubai, Zhu Zhuqing, Tang San, Xiao Wu, and Ma Hongjun, in that order. Chen Luo's speed was indeed remarkable. However, Dai Mubai and the others were not taken aback, having witnessed his capabilities before. Flander, on the other hand, was the most astonished. He deliberately quickened his pace, seemingly attempting to gauge Chen Luo's limits, but ultimately could not, as he had to ensure the other students could keep up. In silence, Flander led Chen Luo and the others to Soto City. After each had a cup of cheap, unpalatable tea, they set out towards the Soto Great Soul Arena, which was located not far from the tea shop. The Soto Great Soul Arena was far more magnificent than Chen Luo had envisioned. During a previous outing with Xiao Wu, he had not seen the arena, and this was his first encounter. The arena was oval-shaped, standing approximately 120 meters tall, exuding an imposing presence that marked it as a landmark of the area. Upon entering, they were greeted by an opulent decor. Dai Mubai's voice resonated as he provided a brief introduction. The Soto Great Soul Arena contains a main arena and 24 sub-arena, accommodating up to 60,000 spectators. With over 100 VIP boxes, it serves not only as a venue for soul masters to display their prowess, but also as a stage for various factions to showcase their strength. As they walked further inside, Dai Mubai continued his exposition until they arrived at the registration area. After paying 10 gold soul coins, they completed their registration and were guided to a spacious room to rest while awaiting the competition. During this time, Xiao Wu proposed that she and Chen Luo form a duo to participate in more matches and accumulate points for advancement, to which Chen Luo readily agreed. Just moments ago, Principal Flander had stated that the fundamental requirement for graduating from Shrek Academy was to obtain a Silver Soul badge. The badge rankings are as follows: Iron, Copper, Silver, Gold, Platinum, Sapphire, Ruby, and Diamond. Transitioning from Iron to Copper requires 100 points, earning 1 point for a win and losing 1 point for a loss. Winning 5 consecutive matches grants an additional 10 points, while winning 10 consecutive matches awards an extra 100 points. The subsequent badge levels require 10-fold points. For instance, moving from Copper to Silver necessitates 1,000 points, where winning yields 10 points and losing deducts 10 points, with the same consecutive win rules applying. This system of doubling points, while seemingly innocuous, serves to prevent malicious point manipulation, deterring individuals from deliberately losing or oscillating between wins and losses, followed by a streak of victories that could lead to an alarming accumulation of points. For instance, some individuals deliberately keep their points at 45, achieving 11 consecutive victories, which amounts to a total of 150 points. If the upgrade for all badges is set at 100 points, one could exploit this mechanism to leap 2 levels directly. However, with point doubling, such a situation would not arise. The competition comprises 3 formats: 1-on-1, 2-on-2, and group battles. Each participant is allowed to engage in 1 battle per format daily, which is precisely why Xiao Wu chose to team up with Chen Luo. They needed to come up with a name for their duo. After paying 10 gold soul coins, the staff promptly completed their registration, leaving only the final name. How about Falling Dance Duo? Xiao Wu suggested. Chen Luo shook his head slightly. Falling Dance sounds like falling behind, not very appealing. Let's call ourselves the Dancing Duo instead. Sounds good. I'll go with whatever you say. Xiao Wu nodded. Do you wish to dance as well? All right, the Dancing Duo is now registered. Perhaps the staff member they encountered was quite reliable, as there were no errors in the name. It would have been amusing if dancing turned into 5. Just as the Dancing Duo was being arranged, Dai Mubai's voice suddenly rang out. Xiao Wu, your one-on-one soul battle is about to commence. Xiao Wu's opponent was a towering muscular man exceeding 2 meters in height. As they stepped onto the stage, the stark contrast between the burly giant and the petite girl was immediately apparent. The audience buzzed with speculation. Even Ma Hongjun questioned Xiao Wu's strength. The outcome, however, was evident. Xiao Wu concluded the battle in less than 10 seconds, using a waist bow technique combined with agile moves to effortlessly throw the soul master named Qing Bao off the stage. Although he possessed far greater strength, he could not restrain Xiao Wu. If the power disparity is not substantial, Xiao Wu could easily dominate most strength-type soul masters. The second battle was an internal match between Tang San and Zhu Zhuqing. Before stepping onto the stage, Dai Mubai earnestly advised Tang San to go easy, having witnessed Tang San's prowess firsthand. The control type inherently counters the agility attack type, leading to a predictable outcome. Tang San emerged victorious. It wasn't until the 5th battle that it was Chen Luo's turn. His opponent was a girl in her early 20s with shoulder-length hair, an appearance rated 5 out of 10, and a figure rated 8 out of 10, clad in a black leather outfit that accentuated her curves, rivaling Zhu Zhuqing, though lacking in both looks and demeanor. Her name was Wu Jingbai, with a martial spirit of the flying wheel and a soul power level of 28. Little brother, can you let your sister win just this once? I'm about to advance to a silver badge, and afterward, I can reward you handsomely. As soon as she stepped onto the stage, Wu Jingbai threw a flirtatious glance at Chen Luo, uttering rather brazen words. I didn't expect you to be so handsome. Forget the silver badge. How about I let you win this time, and you can make it up to me later? Upon seeing Chen Luo's appearance, Wu Jingbai quickly changed her tune with a smile. Chen Luo paid her no mind, but Xiao Wu watched with irritation, itching to leap onto the stage and slap that shameless woman. Chen Luo, end the battle quickly, or you'll regret it later. Xiao Wu couldn't help but shout. Chen Luo offered a faint smile and nodded in acknowledgement. With a commanding shout from the host, the battle commenced. Wu Jingbai spoke sweetly, yet she was more eager for victory than anyone, immediately activating her martial spirit. 2 soul rings, one white and one yellow, rose from beneath her feet, and she wielded a large, razor-edged circular wheel. Before Chen Luo could unleash his martial spirit, Wu Jingbai launched her attack, hurling the spinning wheel towards him with astounding speed, reaching him in the blink of an eye. For an ordinary person, there would be no time to react, and they would either be severely injured or worse. Yet, Chen Luo was no ordinary individual. He did not even need to activate his martial spirit to deal with Wu Jingbai. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, the wheel passed through Chen Luo's body, only for them to realize something amiss. It was merely an illusion. With a loud thud, Chen Luo reappeared, lifting his left foot high and delivering a powerful kick that sent Wu Jingbai tumbling off the stage. The battle concluded. Silence ensued. The first to react were naturally the other members of Shrek Academy. Xiao Wu and Tang San remained composed, having long been accustomed to Chen Luo's extraordinary feats. Dai Mubai, who had fought Chen Luo before, understood his terrifying capabilities. The others had witnessed Chen Luo's duel with Zhao Wujia, but were astonished at his strength even without activating his martial spirit. After a moment of stunned silence, the host finally regained composure and stammered. Master Chen Luo wins. Record, 1 victory, 0 losses. Wu Jingbai's record, 52 victories, 11 losses. Master Chen Luo, please proceed to register your points after stepping down. The audience erupted in astonished gasps, followed by thunderous applause. Although the battle was brief, it left a profound impact, and no one felt their ticket was wasted. After quietly stepping down, Chen Luo, having maintained a low profile throughout, was soon pulled aside by Xiao Wu before he could savor the cheers from his teammates. Well done, she exclaimed. Chen Luo smiled gently. Everyone is watching. Xiao Wu, seemingly unfazed, blushed slightly and boldly declared, "Let them watch. I want everyone to know that you're mine." Chen Luo was taken aback for a moment before nodding with a smile. Ahem. Dai Mubai cleared his throat. "All right, you two, enough of that. Get ready. The 2-on-2 battle is about to begin." The 2-on-2 soul battle for Chen Luo and Xiao Wu was said to commence shortly, but they still had to wait a while, as the arrangement of battles was quite reasonable, allowing participants time to recover their soul power. Xiao Wu had already utilized her first soul skill in her one-on-one battle, and her soul power was fully replenished. As for Chen Luo, he hadn't even activated his martial spirit, so there was no need to discuss soul power recovery. When it was their turn to take the stage, both were in peak condition. In the fifth match of the 2-on-2 battles, the Iron Blood duo faced off against the Dancing duo. With the host's booming announcement, the audience erupted in cheers. Compared to the one-on-one battles, the 2-on-2 matches were significantly livelier, and the stage was also considerably larger, accommodating the increased number of Soul Masters for better display of their skills. Opposite Chen Luo and Xiao Wu stood their opponents, who appear to be twins, strikingly similar in appearance, as if molded from the same cast. Both were around 18 or 19 years old, tall and robust, standing at least 180 centimeters, with fierce expressions and remarkable strength. Why are there two kids? Upon seeing Chen Luo and Xiao Wu, the Iron Blood brothers simultaneously frowned, with Iron Tiger unable to restrain himself from muttering. Iron Dragon quickly regained composure. "Anyone who stands here cannot be an ordinary child. Iron Tiger, take this seriously." "Yes, big brother." Iron Tiger nodded. The host was somewhat taken aback by the ages of Chen Luo and Xiao Wu, yet his professional demeanor remained impeccable. He paused briefly, unnoticed by anyone. The competition commenced. The Iron Dragon and Iron Tiger brothers stepped forward, their voices low and synchronized, as gray light radiated from them, revealing two identical forged hammers in their hands. Simultaneously, two yellow, century-old soul rings slowly rose beneath their feet, and under the illumination of the rings, intricate patterns on their hammers became vaguely visible. Iron Dragon, Iron Tiger. After an exceedingly simple self-introduction, both brothers appeared serious, showing no signs of underestimating Chen Luo and Xiao Wu due to their youth. "Be careful," was a polite warning as the brothers charged toward Chen Luo and Xiao Wu. By this time, Xiao had already activated her martial soul, while Chen Luo remained still. This was not an act of bravado, although it might have appeared so. The reason he refrained from revealing his martial soul was that he wished to avoid drawing attention too early and exposing his strength. He was utterly confident in his ability to handle the two before him. "One each?" Xiao Wu inquired. "All right." Chen Luo nodded, in the face of the brothers' fierce advance. Both Xiao Wu and Chen Luo displayed remarkable composure, devoid of any fear, as if they were simply assigned a straightforward task. They began to move, charging directly at the Iron brothers with clear intentions. Chen Luo facing Iron Dragon, and Xiao Wu confronting Iron Tiger. The first clash quickly erupted at the center of the battle platform. Iron Dragon swung his hammer toward Chen Luo, but Chen Luo's speed was astonishingly swift. He easily dodged and closed in on Iron Dragon, delivering a straightforward punch. Bang! Chen Luo's fist struck Iron Dragon's shoulder, sending him tumbling. Meanwhile, Iron Tiger swung his hammer at Xiao Wu, but she nimbly leaped back to evade. Almost immediately, Xiao Wu's second soul ring shone with brilliance, activating her charm skill. Her eyes took on a pink hue, and Iron Tiger momentarily froze, losing control. Xiao Wu seized the opportunity, leaping onto Iron Tiger's shoulders and executing a graceful technique that sent him crashing down onto the battle platform. Both Iron Dragon and Iron Tiger were quickly overwhelmed. One was sent flying, grimacing in pain, while the other lay dazed from the impact, his expression twisted in agony. The audience was left in stunned silence, and the host was equally taken aback, unable to comprehend how the battle had concluded so swiftly. Just as Chen Luo and Xiao Wu believed the confrontation was over, the Iron brothers surprisingly rose again, proving to be far more resilient than anticipated. "How can I still get up? I should have utilized my full strength." Xiao Wu furrowed her brow. Chen Luo remarked, "Though they are weapon soul masters, their physiques are significantly sturdier than ordinary soul masters, so it's natural for them to endure more." "No problem. Let us see how long they can last," Xiao Wu replied, brimming with confidence against opponents of comparable strength. Chen Luo smiled slightly, No need. They have already reached their limits. Although the Iron Brothers stood up, their bodies trembled slightly, revealing their struggle. Brother, they are truly formidable. Iron Tiger stammered. Let's make one last effort. Iron Dragon sighed. Iron Tiger nodded vigorously. The brothers gripped their hammers tightly, spun around rapidly, and, simultaneously, their second soul rings glimmered, releasing their hammers at incredible speed toward Chen Luo and Xiao Wu. Can they still use their second soul skill? Was their earlier act a facade? Chen Luo frowned slightly, pulling Xiao Wu into his embrace and instantly accelerating to evade the Iron Brothers' assault. However, the situation was dire. Their all-out attack had a tracking effect, making it impossible for Chen Luo to shake it off. There was no time to hesitate. He activated his martial soul. A massive scythe materialized in his hands, and two purple soul rings emerged beneath him, his aura reaching its zenith. Clang! The powerful hammers collided with the scythe, halting abruptly. Chen Luo was pushed back only a few steps, completely unharmed, his left arm still protectively around Xiao Wu. The hammers fell to the ground, and Chen Luo swiftly retracted his martial soul, paying no heed to the astonished gazes around him as he turned to Xiao Wu with concern. Are you all right? A faint blush appeared on her cheeks as she shook her head gently. Simultaneously, the Iron Brothers spat out blood. The bond between a martial soul and its master is profound. When their all-out attack was thwarted by Chen Luo, they suffered immediate backlash. Before the host could announce the outcome, the Iron Brothers declared, "We concede." The spectators were bewildered, struggling to comprehend what had transpired. Both soul rings were purple. How is that possible? I too find it hard to believe, yet I truly witnessed it. Most in the audience, including the host, try to convince themselves that they must have misseen. It must have been an illusion. How could a great soul master possess 2,000-year soul rings? Achieving the level of great soul master at such a young age is already inconceivable. Regardless, the battle concluded so swiftly, resembling a one-sided onslaught. Though exhilarating to watch, some felt a lingering sense of incompleteness. After descending from the platform, Chen Luo and Xiao Wu observed the Iron Brothers recovering on the battle stage, supporting each other as they made their way down. Even as they left the stage, a trace of fear lingered on their faces. He possesses 2,000-year soul rings. In the Soul Master Corridor, Iron Dragon admitted, I was careless. I should have concluded the battle immediately to prevent you from getting hurt. I'm fine. Xiao Wu smiled gently, shaking her head. Chen Luo quickly reviewed the battle in his mind, surprised that the Iron Brothers had employed tactical maneuvers. When he had knocked Iron Dragon down with a punch, he had begun to suspect they were feigning weakness, but he had not expected them to perform so convincingly. By the time they unleashed their second soul skill, it was too late for him to intervene. I must not make such a basic error again, Chen Luo resolved inwardly. Upon returning to the resting area, Dai Mubai and the others immediately surrounded them, offering their congratulations. Chen Luo, during the one-on-one soul duel with Xiao Wu, the two brothers from the iron-blooded combination were seated in the audience. Dai Mubai remarked. Ma Hongjun immediately responded. They likely devised this trick because they saw how formidable you both are, pretending to be defeated by you. They planned to catch you off guard with their second soul skill. Chen Luo nodded gently, unsurprised. Everything was within his expectations. How did your match go? He inquired. Dai Mubai chuckled. Only the fatty hasn't fought yet, but it's almost over. Ma Hongjun sighed. It's not that I intend to hold everyone back. It's just that you all are fighting too swiftly. I'll try to finish my battle quickly as well. Do take your time. Those who stand there are not to be underestimated. Haha, rest assured, as long as my opponent isn't you, I can conquer anyone else. Ma Hongjun confidently declared, waving his fist. Before long, Ma Hongjun's match concluded with a comfortable victory. Just as everyone prepared to leave, they realized Dean Flender was missing. The Dean must have had something to attend to. He instructed us to return directly after our soul duels, Dai Mubai stated. At that moment, Ma Hongjun suddenly interjected. A look of excitement on his face. You all go ahead. The Dean told me to come to his shop after the duels. Dai, would you like to join? Dai Mubai seemed to have anticipated this comment from Ma Hongjun. If looks could kill, Ma Hongjun would have perished countless times. Ma Hongjun promptly fell silent, glancing at Zhu Zhuqing before making a hasty exit. Zhu Zhuqing maintained her frosty demeanor, treating Dai Mubai with utter indifference. Don't listen to that fat idiot, came Ma Hongjun's voice unexpectedly from around the corner. Dai Mubai shot a glare in that direction, but but when he turned back to Zhu Zhuqing, his gaze instantly softened, akin to a child caught in wrongdoing. Zhu Zhuqing remained aloof. What does it have to do with me? After saying this, she walked away. Dai Mubai gritted his teeth in frustration, his fists clenched tightly. Chen Luo observed this unfolding scene, appearing calm on the surface while inwardly stifling a laugh. Dai, you still have a long way to go. Chen Luo preferred not to interfere in others' emotions. He lacked the energy for such matters, having all his thoughts devoted to Xiao Wu. Upon returning to the academy, there was little commotion. According to the plot in the book, there should have been a segment involving the witch Ning Rongrong making a reckless move. However, this Ning Rongrong was not a witch, born into nobility like a princess. She exhibited no signs of princess syndrome and was exceptionally strong-willed. Brother Chen Luo, weren't you planning not to use your martial soul today? Upon arriving at the dormitory, Xiao Wu immediately inquired, her large, sparkling eyes blinking. Chen Luo replied, when you are in danger, my sole desire is to protect you. At that moment, everything else becomes inconsequential. If time had permitted, I would have even unleashed the immortal. You're the best. Xiao Wu beamed. She then asked, is the immortal the sole skill you used in your battle with teacher Zhao last time? Chen Luo unreservedly acknowledged indeed. Xiao Wu did not pursue the topic further and smiled gently. Brother Chen Luo, let us train. Chen Luo was somewhat taken aback. When did you become so proactive? I've always been this enthusiastic. Xiao Wu pouted. Chen Luo couldn't help but chuckle. Only since yesterday, it seems. Don't expose me. A night passed without conversation. The following morning, after finishing breakfast, the academy's bell chimed. Everyone gathered in the playground, yet no teachers were in sight. After waiting for nearly a quarter of an hour, Dean Flender strolled in leisurely. His gaze swept over the crowd, landing on Oscar. Not bad. You've reached level 30, Flender remarked with satisfaction. All eyes immediately focused on Oscar, who suddenly felt a bit embarrassed, just lucky. Flender continued, luck is also a part of strength. I hope each of you possesses that fortune. The crowd quickly returned to attention. Flender then stated, it seems tomorrow's lesson is confirmed. Everyone is to gather here at dawn, and under teacher Zhao Wuji's guidance, we will head to the Stardow Forest to assist Oscar in acquiring his third soul ring. This is a splendid opportunity for training, so make sure to seize it. Now, let us commence today's lesson, making sausages. Oscar was to conjure sausages for everyone to eat, primarily aimed at adaptive training. Though Oscar's incantations were somewhat comical, the flavor of his sausages was quite delightful. Initially, the group hesitated, but once Chen Luo took the lead, others began to partake in the sausages. The class progressed even more smoothly than Flender had anticipated, concluding early. What a bunch of strong-willed little monsters. Flender mused inwardly before departing, reminding Chen Luo and the others once more not to forget the lesson scheduled for the next day. Early the following morning, the group assembled and set off for the Stardow Forest. The Stardow Forest is one of the 3 most renowned residences of soul beasts in our Douluos continent, its area nearly equivalent to that of a Barak kingdom. On the journey to the Stardow Forest, Zhao Wuji patiently introduced the forest to Chen Luo and the others. His expression earnest, though his appearance elicited suppressed laughter. What happened to teacher Zhao yesterday? Why does he look like a pig's head today? Ma Hongjun muttered quietly. Oscar remarked, what do you mean yesterday? He looked like this the day before too. Please don't mention it. I nearly got pummeled after I carelessly asked him. Tang Xin pondered. It's hard to imagine what terrifying opponent teacher Zhao encountered to end up like this. He is a battle soul saint focused on defense, and not even a soul saint of the agility type could inflict such severe injuries on him. Upon hearing this, Chen Luo couldn't help but think. Don't overthink it. It was just your father who pummeled him. Zhao Wuji's examination that day wasn't excessively harsh. In the final duel, it was Chen Luo who stepped in, while Tang San merely coughed up blood due to the explosion of the blue silver grass, sustaining only minor injuries. Chen Luo had thought Zhao Wuji would escape punishment, but he could not avoid this ordeal. One could only say that the Hao Hianduo was overly protective of his son. Zhao Wuji evidently caught wind of the murmurs behind him, instinctively touching his swollen face, wincing slightly in pain. Reflecting on the events of 2 days prior, he felt no anger. Rather, a faint smile graced his lips. How could he harbor resentment? That was a rare opportunity for him. Dai Mubai, keep the team organized. Sensing it was time to address the discussions behind him, Zhao Wujia spoke in a low voice. Yes, Teacher Zhao. Dai Mubai promptly nodded in agreement, then reminded everyone. The Stardow Forest is home to numerous soul beasts, which generally harbor ill feelings towards us humans. We must exercise utmost caution. The dangers there exceed our imagination. Maintain formation and be ready for battle at all times. Before departing, the formation for the Shrek group had already been arranged. Zhao Wujia led the forefront, and naturally, this strongest presence was tasked solely with clearing the path. Unless faced with extreme danger, Zhao Wujia would refrain from intervening. Chen Luo and Tang San followed closely behind Zhao Wuji, with Ning Rongrong and Oscar trailing behind them. Ma Hongjun and Xiao Wu flanked them on either side, while Dai Mubai and Zhu Zhuqing brought up the rear, forming a 6-2 formation, with the two support members at the core receiving special protection. The team had initially become somewhat disjointed, but with a reminder from Dai Mubai, everyone swiftly regained their formation and entered a heightened state of vigilance. They continued on their journey. Had it not been for Oscar's sausages providing sustenance, they would have likely exhausted themselves. Ning Rongrong generously assisted with speed enhancements, freely expending her soul power. However, one individual stood apart, Chen Luo. From the beginning, he had not partaken of Oscar's sausages, not out of disdain, but simply because he had no need for them. His soul power was abundantly excessive, and his Deathgod's art was continuously in operation, consuming less than it replenished. Even when not in a state of cultivation, the Deathgod's art would automatically function, albeit at a slower pace. Whenever Chen Luo experienced any depletion, the art would immediately activate to rapidly replenish his energy. As for Chen Luo's disinterest in sausages, Tang San and the others held no particular opinions. Ning Rongrong, while assisting the group, selectively avoided Chen Luo, recognizing that he was intentionally slowing his pace. Any peculiar behavior from anyone else would instantly attract attention. But when it came to Chen Luo, it seemed the group had developed a certain immunity. After all, absurdities had occurred around him before. This was merely a trivial matter. It was unlikely they would reach the Stardow Forest today. Ahead lay a small town where they could rest for the night and replenish their supplies. As evening approached, Zhao Wuji issued the command to take a break. After a day of travel, the Shrek team had covered a distance of 400 kilometers, leaving less than 100 kilometers to the Stardow Forest. The town was approximately 3 times the size of the village where Shrek Academy was located, bustling with activity, and although it lacked walls, it resembled a small city. The streets were lined with various shops, most related to soul masters. They chose a hotel and checked in. We will rest here for the night, and you'll cover your own expenses, Zhao Wuji succinctly instructed before heading upstairs to a single room. Chen Luo and the others discussed their dinner options, as they had eaten nothing but sausages for the entire journey, and Ma Hongjun was already clamoring for food upon entering the town. Waiter, we're ready to order. They found a restaurant. And when Dai Mubai offered to treat everyone to a meal to welcome the newcomers, Ma Hongjun became visibly excited. He quickly called the waiter and ordered numerous dishes, his eager expression betraying his anticipation. Boss Dai, I won't hold back today. We must feast. Dai Mubai, exuding generosity, replied, No problem. Order whatever you like. I can cover the cost. Boss Dai is loaded. I'm nearly broke. Ma Hongjun jested. Dai Mubai shot him a disapproving glance, prompting him to quiet down. The 8 of them sat at a table, while Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun exchanged light banter. Chen Luo and Xiao Wu shared whispered conversations, while Oscar and Ning Rongrong closed their eyes in meditation. Throughout their journey, Oscar and Ning Rongrong had made significant contributions, and even though their soul power had been sufficiently replenished, they still required rest to recover mentally. Zhu Zhuqing maintained her aloof demeanor, remaining silent and absorbed in her thoughts. Tang Xin gazed out at the night scenery, lost in contemplation. Chen Luo, I just spotted so many delicious dishes. Shall we indulge later? Xiao Wu inquired softly. Sitting beside him, Chen Luo nodded gently. Sure, but I wonder if you'll still have room after dinner. Xiao Wu replied excitedly. We can eat less. The restaurant was bustling, filled with patrons, and the service slowed slightly due to the crowd. As they waited, a group of individuals dressed in silver-white soul master robes entered the establishment, immediately capturing the attention of many. Leading them was a middle-aged man in his 40s, followed by 6 young men and 1 woman, all around 20 years of age. Boss Dai, those folks seem to be from Tsanghui Academy, Ma Hongjun exclaimed, excitement evident on his chubby face. Just a trashy academy. Why be so worked up? Dai Mubai replied dismissively. But there are girls, and they look quite good. Ma Hongjun said eagerly, licking his lips. Look at you, such a hopeless case. Dai Mubai scoffed at him. Chen Luo's gaze fell on the group of soul masters, and he inwardly sighed. As expected, trouble has arrived. Upon reaching the town, Chen Luo had sensed an ominous feeling. He distinctly remembered that Shrek Academy had previously clashed with a high-level Soul Master Academy on their way to the Stardow Forest. Arriving at the restaurant, he pondered whether fortune would be so cruel. Indeed, it was for the unfortunate Songhui Academy had appeared. Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun had not taken care to lower their voices, speaking as if engaged in a casual conversation, especially when Dai Mubai mentioned Trash Academy. Songhui Academy happened to pass by, making it impossible for them to remain unheard. The middle-aged teacher at the forefront furrowed his brow, and the other students displayed displeasure on their faces. Let's sit here, they declared, choosing to sit right next to Shrek Academy despite the availability of other tables. Songhui Academy's emblem was prominently displayed on their Soul Master robes, featuring a green circular insignia embroidered with the words Songhui, in contrast to Chen Luo's group, who dressed modestly. Songhui Academy's members were much more ostentatious. Upon entering, the restaurant owner greeted them with enthusiasm, offering a warm welcome. Chen Luo observed the middle-aged teacher from Songhui Academy speak to one of the young men, who promptly rose and approached Chen Luo's table. Here comes trouble, he thought. Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun continued their conversation, seemingly oblivious to the actions of Songhui Academy. In contrast, Oscar, having just rested, was visibly excited. Looks like we're in for a show, he remarked. A waiter happened to pass by, but the young man from Songhui Academy acted as if he were blind, colliding with him and nearly toppling the tray of food on Dai Mubai's head. Tang San reacted swiftly, using his control technique to stabilize the dishes and gently set them back on the table while also steadying the waiter. The young man from Songhui Academy immediately apologized. My bad, I'm really sorry. Just as he was about to leave, he deliberately kicked the chair that Dai Mubai was occupying. And, judging by the force of his kick, it was likely to break the chair. At a pivotal moment, Dai Mubai suddenly rose and delivered a sharp slap to the young man's face, exclaiming in anger, "Have you taken my patience for granted?" It was evident that the ever-volatile Dai had been harboring a wealth of frustration, and the young man unwittingly found himself at the receiving end of that ire. The crisp sound of the slap reverberated through the air, accompanied by the unsettling crack of bones, as the young man's body was propelled uncontrollably, crashing through several tables in the restaurant. Chaos ensued instantly, with patrons hastily retreating to safety. Yet they remained, their expressions brimming with eagerness to witness the unfolding spectacle. Dai Mubai's temperament was even more volatile than I had anticipated. Chen Luo mused quietly, maintaining a calm demeanor amidst the turmoil. Beside him, Xiao Wu, once a leader herself, was visibly exhilarated, relishing the unfolding commotion. What followed was a commonplace scene of conflict. The Shrek's 7 devils engaged in combat with the members of Songhui Academy. The outcome all too predictable. Songhui Academy faced a dismal defeat. Chen Luo remained a silent observer until the teachers from Songhui Academy, disregarding martial ethics, joined the fray. Xian Gui Fuji, Yi Zhiqiu sought to redeem his academy's dignity, unleashing his martial spirit. A wave of dark ripples emanated from him, swiftly suppressing the morale of the Shrek group. His limbs shrank by a third, and a massive shell emerged on his back, his entire being radiating a menacing black light. 5 soul rings, 1 white, 2 yellow, and 2 purple, rose from beneath his feet, showcasing Yi Zhiqiu's prowess as a soul king. I'm Yi Zhiqiu, director of the Foreign Affairs Department at Songhui Academy. You children lack understanding. Summon your teachers. Following the release of his martial spirit, Yi Zhiqiu's presence reached its zenith, his confidence soaring. At this moment, Ma Hongjun, already worked up, scoffed, "With an old turtle like you, do we really need our teachers to handle you? We can take you down ourselves." Yi Zhiqiu's expression darkened, for he detested being called a turtle more than anything. No longer holding back, he retorted, "Then allow me to educate you on behalf of your teachers." With that, he stepped outside. The restaurant owner was nearly on his knees, realizing that should the fighting continue, his establishment would surely be lost. Dai Mubai and the others gathered, their gazes fixed on Chen Luo. He gestured slightly, "You go first. If it becomes too much, I'll step in. This was an invaluable opportunity for the Shrek 7 Devils to hone their skills. If he intervened, the battle would lose its significance. Dai Mubai and the others nodded in agreement, fully aware of Chen Luo's capabilities. If he joined, Sanghui Academy's old turtle would stand no chance. After a brief discussion, the Shrek 7 Devils launched into battle. Even faced with a Soul King-level opponent, they remained undaunted, and after a few exchanges of bravado, the fight commenced. Chen Luo, having risen from his seat, strolled outside with a cup of tea, sipping leisurely while observing his comrades in combat. Their coordination was impeccable, trading blows with Yi Zhiqiu. However, the disparity in power was apparent, and soon the Shrek 7 Devils found themselves at a disadvantage. Yet, Chen Luo remained unperturbed. Even without his intervention, Tang, sat among the 7 Devils, wielded formidable hidden weapons. But as the battle unfolded, an unexpected danger befell Xiao Wu. In a flash, Chen Luo's calm demeanor evaporated, and he sprang into action. At that moment, Yi Zhiqiu unleashed his third soul skill, Xian Shui Ji Dong. A chilling wave of dark water surged toward the Shrek members. With Xiao Wu positioned in the line of fire, Fatty quickly, Dai Mubai shouted urgently. Ma Hongjun leapt into the air, unleashing purple-red flames from his mouth to counter the dark water. But the disparity in their soul power was too great, and he soon faltered. Xiao Wu was retreating with the others when a figure suddenly sped past them, enveloped in black flames, wielding a massive scythe. His aura rivaled that of Soul King Yi Zhiqiu, and he darted toward Yi Zhiqiu with astonishing speed, swinging the gigantic scythe down. The Grim Reaper's scythe descended, igniting with black flames that engulfed Yi Zhiqiu entirely, unleashing a terrifying heat, corrosive properties, and toxins in that instant. Yi Zhiqiu, shrouded in his first soul skill, Xian Gui Hu Ti, and the second soul skill, Xian Shui Bing Feng, found his defenses rapidly dissolving as the black flames made contact. Once they dissipated, much of Yi Zhiqiu's body was charred, with remnants of the flames continuing to erode his flesh. It was worth noting that these black flames could breach even the defenses of a soul sage, such as the indomitable Zhao Wujin. What chance did a Soul King stand? Even one focused on defense? Yi Zhiqiu could not suppress a pained hiss, hastily reinforcing his first soul skill, Xian Gui Hu Ti, and the second soul skill, Xian Shui Bing Feng, to expel the lingering black flames. Enraged, Yi Zhiqiu descended into a frenzied state, bellowing at Chen Luo, "You little brat, are you seeking death? Is it not you who is courting death?" Before Yi Zhiqiu could finish, a chilling voice echoed beside him. Bang! A colossal fist, imbued with power, struck Yi Zhiqiu's head with blinding speed. He barely had time to react before his face contorted in pain, and he was sent flying. Although Chen Luo's hand bore frost from Yi Zhiqiu's Xian Shui Bing Feng, he sustained no substantial harm. Everything transpired in an instant. Yi Zhiqiu could not comprehend how Chen Luo had moved so swiftly. Just as he had issued his threat, his opponent appeared before him in a heartbeat, leaving him no chance to respond. Over 10 meters away, Yi Zhiqiu struggled to regain his footing, leaving behind deep ruts in the ground. The visage of the once successful man had vanished, replaced by one of disarray. His face bore a significant dent, blood trickling from his nose and mouth, and the fury in his eyes had fled, replaced by terror. "Are you their teacher?" Yi Zhiqiu asked instinctively, only to mentally chastise himself for his foolishness. What kind of teacher is so young? Yet, his strength was undeniably monstrous. Assessing his aura, he appeared to be at the spirit master level. But the two flickering purple soul rings indicated that he was merely a great spirit master, a 12-year-old, possessing 2,000-year soul rings, yet exhibiting the power of a spirit master. Each revelation struck Yi Zhiqiu's nerves with a frenzy. Gradually, Yi Zhiqiu regained his composure, though fear had taken root within him. Chen Luo cast a nonchalant glance at Yi Zhiqiu, casually shaking his right hand, causing the ice shards clinging to it to melt away in an instant. He then retracted his martial soul and walked directly toward Xiao Wu. It was unnecessary to escalate the situation, especially since they had instigated it first. "Xiao Wu, are you all right?" Chen Luo inquired with genuine concern as he approached her. Xiao Wu smiled faintly. "I'm fine." The eyes of Dai Mubai and the others were fixed on Chen Luo, each displaying varying degrees of astonishment, particularly Ma Hongjun and Oscar, who had never witnessed Chen Luo unleash his martial soul in combat. Oscar had previously been fortunate enough to observe the aftermath of Chen Luo's battle, wherein the sight of teacher Zhao in such disarray was enough to reveal the sheer terror of Chen Luo's prowess. Witnessing Chen Luo's true capabilities today only deepened Oscar's impression of his formidable strength. Ma Hongjun, meanwhile, could not help but swallow nervously, murmuring, "It's a good thing I didn't fight him that day. Otherwise, I would have been finished." At the Soto Great Spirit Arena, Chen Luo had refrained from using his martial soul in one-on-one duels, only resorting to it during a tag team match to protect Xiao Wu. But that fight had concluded in an instant, leaving no time for anyone to appreciate Chen Luo's strength. Just moments ago, he had single-handedly overwhelmed the Soul King Yijiqiu, a feat that repeatedly flashed through their minds, igniting their senses with excitement. Dai Mubai was the first among them to regain his composure, teasingly remarking, "Chen Luo, your Xiao Wu hasn't even been hurt, and you're already going wild. If she had been injured, would you have gone so far as to eliminate that old turtle?" "Quite possibly," Chen Luo candidly admitted, not shying away from revealing his true thoughts. The group paused momentarily before breaking into smiles, while a slight blush crept onto Xiao Wu's cheeks. Chen Luo added, "I was selfish. You ought to have some opportunities for experience." Xiao Wu nodded in agreement. "Indeed, if I always stand behind you, how will I grow strong?" Chen Luo smiled gently. "I will be more mindful in the future." Despite her words, Xiao Wu had already linked her arm with his. Meanwhile, the members of Tsanghui Academy were left aside, particularly Yijiqiu, whose feet remained stuck in the mud. In his mind, thoughts of eliminating Chen Luo flashed repeatedly. Such a prodigy would undoubtedly become a terrifying force in the future. Having already made an enemy of him, he could not hope to gain any advantage. And if he could not, then he must destroy him. Yet, these thoughts were swiftly suppressed, as he recognized that even if he desired to eliminate Chen Luo, he lacked the capability to do so. Conversely, if that young man wished to eliminate him, he would already be a corpse. The mere thought sent shivers down his spine. Retracting his martial soul and disregarding his own disheveled state, Yijiqiu waved to his students, "Settle the accounts. We're leaving." The Shrek team also chose not to spare a glance at the members of the Tsanghui Academy, their faces aglow with the triumph of victors. Upon returning to the inn, they indulged in a hearty meal, ignoring the curious stares and murmurs of the surrounding patrons. When it came time to settle the bill, Dai Mubai insisted on paying despite the restaurant owner's refusal to accept any money, ultimately tossing 2 gold spirit coins onto the counter. The payment was more than sufficient, with the remainder serving as a tip, as they had thoroughly enjoyed their meal. After their departure, Zhao Wujin's figure suddenly appeared within the inn, casually ordering a couple of dishes while his gaze remained fixed on the vacant space outside. He scratched the back of his hand. "I thought I might quell my itch." But it seems there was not even an opportunity to act. Returning to the hotel, the group retreated to their rooms to rest. Throughout the journey, Xiao Wu kept glancing at Chen Luo with her big, watery eyes. Chen Luo inquired with a smile, "What's the matter?" "Nothing much, just wanted to look at you." Xiao Wu replied with a smile. Suddenly recalling something, Chen Luo ruffled Xiao Wu's hair. "Wait here for a moment." He then stepped outside. After a brief interval, Chen Luo returned. With a sweep of his hand over the Deathgod's ring, a plethora of delectable treats appeared on the table, each item previously mentioned by Xiao Wu. "I almost forgot. I promised you." Chen Luo grinned. Xiao Wu gazed at the array of delicacies, overwhelmed with gratitude, and embraced Chen Luo, exclaiming, "Chen Luo, you're the best." As Chen Luo glanced at the peacefully sleeping Xiao Wu, he quietly tidied up the remnants of their feast. Whether due to lingering hunger or Xiao Wu's genuine desire for the food, every dish had been devoured. After cleaning up, Chen Luo chose not to practice but instead lay beside Xiao Wu, reflecting on the events of the day. "I was too impulsive and selfish. I squandered a rare opportunity for her to gain experience. She is Xiao Wu, after all, strong-willed and prefers to resolve matters with her own strength. Yet I have been overly protective, which may not be beneficial." He resolved to exercise restraint moving forward, but how could he truly manage that? A conflicted expression crossed Chen Luo's face. Striving to grow stronger was to ensure her safety. Yet if he resolved everything, how would she evolve? Given her character, she certainly did not relish being shielded constantly. Regardless, he needed to find a balance. Wanting to stroke Xiao Wu's face, he ultimately refrained, fearful of waking her. It had been a long time since he had enjoyed a peaceful night's sleep. Chen Luo cast one last glance at Xiao Wu, lying flat with a faint smile gracing his lips, and slowly closed his eyes. The following morning, the Shrek team set out once more. The Stardew Forest was not far off. After exiting the town, they pressed on at full speed, reaching their destination in under 3 hours. Standing atop a small hill, they beheld an endless expanse of verdant foliage, towering trees reaching heights of over 20 meters, their dense canopies creating a breathtaking sight. Before they even entered the forest, a refreshing sensation enveloped them. The crisp air, mingled with the scent of damp earth, invigorated their senses, dispelling the fatigue accumulated from their journey. Zhao Wujin did not allow Chen Luo and the others to immediately enter the forest. Instead, he instructed them to rest at the periphery. I won't elaborate on the dangers within the Stardew Forest. Once we enter, none of you are to stray more than 20 meters from my side. Not even you. Chen Luo, especially you, Ning Rongrong, and Oscar. You must stay close to me. No one is permitted to attack soul beasts without my command. Zhao Wujin spoke in a serious tone. Understood. After a brief rest, the group revitalized themselves and, under Zhao Wujin's guidance, ventured into the Stardew Forest. As they journeyed, the Shrek team encountered numerous soul beasts. In most instances, they chose to circumvent them, even if the beasts were weak. When faced with actively aggressive soul beasts, they opted to avoid inflicting harm. Dai Mubai nearly succumbed to the urge to eliminate the obstructing soul beasts several times, but ultimately relented after Chen Luo's persuasion. Sustainable development, alongside the desire to avert complications, constitutes Chen Luo's rationale. No one has risen to counter his argument, and all present find his reasoning quite compelling. Even Tang San, the esteemed disciple of a master, silently nods in approval, recognizing that soul masters like Chen Luo, who possess such awareness, are indeed rare. Chen Luo's role as a mediator is not solely driven by the reasons he articulated. Primarily, he seeks to spare Xiao Wu any distress. After all, this is Xiao Wu's home, a rare opportunity for her to return, and it is imperative to avoid bloodshed whenever possible. Moreover, there exists a certain connection among soul beasts. Who would wish to witness their kin unjustly slain? A commotion arises. Everyone be cautious. As noon approaches, while the Shrek team rests beneath a large tree, Zhao Wujia's voice suddenly pierces the air. Instantly, all fall into a heightened state of vigilance. Without needing Zhao Wujia's prompt, Zhu Zhuqing activates her martial spirit and ascends a tree to assess the situation. A flying serpent is spotted, seemingly limited to 3 meters above the ground, adorned with a blood-red crest larger than its head and a fan-shaped tail. Zhu Zhuqing's cool voice soon echoes from above. Zhao Wujia's eyes brighten. It must be a phoenix tail, coke snake, an exceedingly rare soul beast. However, its age remains uncertain. Tang San promptly inquires about its length and the color of its wings. Zhu Zhuqing responds. It measures between 6 to 8 meters in length, with pale red wings. Tang San immediately confirms. This is a phoenix tail, coke snake aged between 1,300 and 1,800 years, perfectly suited for Oscar. He then elaborates on how to discern the age of the phoenix tail, coke snake, and shares pertinent information regarding it. It must be noted that Tang San exhibits remarkable expertise in the realm of soul masters and soul beasts. Chen Luo smiles faintly. What are we waiting for? Let us all charge together. We must capture this phoenix tail, coke snake. Tang San nods. If Oscar absorbs the soul ring from the phoenix tail, coke snake, his third soul skill might enhance our speed. The speed of the phoenix tail, coke snake, is astonishing, especially as the crest atop its head can bestow terrifying velocity in an instant. Perhaps it could even grant us the ability to fly, Chen Luo remarks with a grin. Tang San's eyes sparkle. It might indeed be possible. Oscar, filled with excitement, urges, let us go, we must not let it escape. Zhao Wujia glances at Chen Luo. I shall refrain from intervening. You may proceed. Chen Luo nods. Understood. Oscar exclaims, Chen Luo, if you help me capture the phoenix tail coke snake, I will owe you my loyalty. Chen Luo smiles gently. I already have Xiao Wu. This statement elicits no surprise from the group, except for Xiao Wu, whose cheeks flush with shyness, and a sweet smile unconsciously graces her lips. Before entering the Stardew Forest, Xiao Wu was vivacious and cheerful, but upon entry, she has appeared burdened with concern. This marks the first time she has smiled since their arrival. While others may be oblivious to Xiao Wu's feelings, Chen Luo is acutely aware. With Zhao Wujia's approval, Chen Luo, eager to act, springs into motion. The Shrek 7 can certainly handle the phoenix tail, coke snake, yet its cunning and remarkable speed pose a challenge. Given Dai Mubai and the other's current capabilities, capturing the phoenix tail, coke snake, may prove difficult. It is essential to seize this rare soul beast promptly, as it could grant Oscar the ability to fly upon absorption of the soul ring. Activating his martial spirit, the colossal scythe of death manifests in Chen Luo's hands. Concurrently, an invisible shadow merges with his being, and as two purple soul rings ascend, his aura surges significantly. With a powerful leap, Chen Luo propels himself forward like a cannonball, engulfed by black flames as he activates his indomitable spirit. To prevent any unforeseen incidents, he must exert his utmost effort. The phoenix tail coke snake, swift as the wind, soon arrives at the location of the Shrek team. Perhaps sensing the presence of humans, it abruptly turns to flee without hesitation. Attempting to escape? Not so easily. Chen Luo, fully prepared, cannot permit the phoenix tail coke snake to slip away. He crouches slightly before launching himself toward the serpent with explosive speed. Although the serpent is remarkably fast, it cannot match Chen Luo's pace. In the blink of an eye, he closes the distance. Without any hesitation, Chen Luo strikes, swinging the scythe at the serpent's body midair. The blade makes contact with its scales, producing a shower of sparks. Soon, the scales yield, and the scythe pierces into the phoenix tail coke snake. In the next moment, black flames erupt, engulfing most of the serpent's form. A nauseating sound of corrosion fills the air, followed by a foul scent of charred flesh. As the flames dissipate, the phoenix tail coke snake bears numerous charred wounds. Its scales fused with its scorched flesh, eliciting a wince from onlookers. Amidst the remnants of its flesh, black flames continue to corrode and consume it. In excruciating pain, the phoenix tail coke snake emits a mournful cry, its movements slowing as the paralyzing toxin from the black flames takes effect. Seizing the moment, Chen Luo advances, raising the black scythe to deliver a final blow. At that instant, sensing the imminent threat of death, the serpent's crest glows brightly, and its speed surges dramatically, propelling it over 10 meters away in an instant. Chen Luo reacts swiftly, pursuing the serpent almost immediately with terrifying speed. Is Chen Luo even human? This speed is absurd. Even soul beasts known for their agility cannot outrun him. Ma Hongjun gulps. Dai Mubai chuckles. He is indeed a monster among monsters. The day I witnessed him contending with Master Zhao, I knew there was nothing beyond his capabilities. While Chen Luo engages in combat ahead, the rest of the Shrek team observes, understanding that their intervention would only hinder him. They are acutely aware that Chen Luo possesses the unparalleled strength to deal with the phoenix tail coke snake. Zhao Wujia perches on a branch of a large tree, poised to act if necessary, yet a faint smile tugs at his lips as he witnesses Chen Luo's prowess. It seems there is no opportunity for him to intervene. Truly, he is a monster among monsters. As the others watch with keen interest, Xiao Wu's face reflects a hint of anxiety. Noticing her concern, Tang San smiles reassuringly. Chen Luo's current strength is at least at the Soul Sage level, and his combat prowess far exceeds that of a typical Soul Sage. There is nothing to worry about. Indeed, Chen Luo does not disappoint. Despite the phoenix tail coke snake's sudden burst of speed, he continues to pursue. However, at such high velocity, wielding the massive scythe becomes cumbersome. Ultimately, he resorts to bare hands, seizing the serpent's tail and driving the scythe into the ground. With a forceful tug, the phoenix tail coke snake pulls Chen Luo forward relentlessly, yet the combined weight of the scythe and Chen Luo begins to exhaust the serpent. The scythe of death carved a trench several dozen meters long into the ground, and Chen Luo himself was half a meter deep in the earth. Yet, he clung to the tail of the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake with unwavering grip, stubbornly halting its momentum. Was he finally out of strength? Chen Luo still appeared robust, a victorious smile gracing his lips. With a forceful heave, the veins in his arms bulged, and those in his forehead and neck also surged. As he astonishingly lifted the nearly 7-meter-long phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake and slammed it down onto the ground, the impact created a massive depression, leaving the snake unconscious within it. It was over. Chen Luo retracted his martial soul and waved toward his companions from Shrek, signaling, all done. The group remained momentarily stunned, except for Xiao Wu, who rushed toward Chen Luo with concern. Chen Luo, are you all right? She asked, worry etched on her face. Despite knowing of his formidable power, the fact remained that he had faced a 1,000-year-old spirit beast, and it was impossible for her not to feel anxious. Chen Luo smiled and shook his head. I'm fine, just a bit of numbness in my hand. He then shook his hand lightly. To halt the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake, he had exerted excessive force. And in an effort to avoid a fatal blow, he had resorted to the simplest method of stunning it, leaving his arm somewhat tingling. Xiao Wu immediately approached to massage his arm, and upon confirming that he was indeed fine, she felt relieved. Her gaze then shifted to the now unconscious phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake. Do we really have to kill the spirit beast? Chen Luo nodded gently, survival of the fittest. Xiao Wu pursed her lips, withdrawing her gaze, betraying little emotion on her face. Meanwhile, Dai Mubai and the others, having snapped out of their stupor at Xiao Wu's approach, reacted as if awakening from a dream, their minds still lingering on the image of Chen Luo wielding such terrifying power. They all made their way toward Chen Luo, with Oscar being the swiftest, eager for his third spirit ring, feeling that any lack of excitement would be inappropriate. Chen Luo, your strength is truly terrifying, Dai Mubai exclaimed as he reached Chen Luo. Ma Hongjun added, if it had been teacher Zhao swinging the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake, I could accept it, but it was you. For a moment, I felt as if I had been swung around as well. It's not that exaggerated, Chen Luo replied modestly. Really? Oscar exclaimed as he dashed toward Chen Luo, enveloping him in a hearty hug, his excitement palpable, almost as if he were about to kiss him. Thank you so much, my good brother. After expressing his gratitude, Oscar released Chen Luo and swiftly moved to deliver the final blow to the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake before commencing the absorption of its spirit ring. In the Stardow Forest, danger lurked everywhere, and unforeseen events could arise at any moment. Thus, they needed to achieve their objective as swiftly as possible. As Oscar began absorbing the spirit ring, Chen Luo and the others entered a state of heightened vigilance to protect him, while Zhao Wujin remained perched on a tree branch, his eyes half closed, seemingly sensing the surroundings. Suddenly, Zhao Wujin opened his eyes wide. Come out, he said expressionlessly. At that moment, Chen Luo and the others also sensed something and turned their attention to the nearby thicket. Under their watchful gaze, an elderly woman with a cane emerged. She appeared to be in her 60s or 70s, but her spirit was vibrant, her white hair neatly arranged, and despite the many wrinkles on her face, it was as rosy as that of an infant. What truly captivated Chen Luo and the others, however, was the 6 spirit rings that slowly ascended beneath her feet. The old woman gripped a 3-meter-long serpent-headed staff, emanating a powerful aura of spirit power. It was surely her martial soul. After the old woman stepped out of the grass, a striking young girl followed, looking exceptionally beautiful with her short bob haircut. Appearing to be around 16 or 17, she wore a sleek outfit that accentuated her graceful figure. She too held a serpent-headed staff, though it was significantly shorter at 2 meters, with 2 yellow 100-year spirit rings rising from her feet. Upon her arrival, her large brown eyes immediately fixated on the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake, and as she realized it was dead and that someone was absorbing its spirit ring, her eyes widened slightly in surprise. Zhao Wujin had already activated his martial soul by this time, 7 spirit rings shimmering around him, releasing a terrifying aura of spirit power that showcased his spirit's sage prowess. The gazes of the elderly woman and the girl instantly shifted to Zhao Wujin as he spoke slowly. What do you intend to do? The old woman's expression darkened. We mean no harm. We were merely pursuing the spirit beast. Pursuing a spirit beast? Zhao Wujin furrowed his brow. The old woman continued. That phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake had a wound from me in its abdomen. It is dead, Zhao Wujin replied blandly, showing no interest in verifying the truth of her claims. The old woman's expression soured dramatically. You must provide an explanation. This spirit beast was our target first, and we injured it. An explanation? What sort of explanation do you seek? Zhao Wujin shot her a cold glance. The old woman then realized how foolish she had been, anger clouding her judgment to utter such meaningless words. Sensing Zhao Wujin's murderous intent, she quickly stated, I am Chao Tianxiang, a respected figure in the Spirit Master community, known as the Serpent Matriarch. My husband is Meng Shu, known as the Dragon Duke. This was a declaration of identity. After revealing her title, Chao Tianxiang forced a strained smile. Since the spirit beast has already been eliminated by you, let this matter rest. Further discussion would be pointless. With that, she beckoned to the young girl beside her. Iran, let us go. Dai Mubai had intended to speak further, but was halted by Zhao Wujin. Only after Chao Tianxiang and her companion had completely departed did Zhao Wujin finally speak. The great dragon and serpent have long been renowned. The dragon duke should now possess the strength of spirit Douluos. With the serpent matriarch present, the dragon duke must be nearby. I am not afraid to confront either of them alone, but they possess a particularly formidable martial soul fusion technique. Unless one possesses the strength of a titled Douluos, it will be difficult to withstand. Hearing this, Dai Mubai felt a chill run down his spine. I thought so, given teacher Zhao's temperament. I never expected you to be so accommodating. Protect Xiao Ao well. Once he has absorbed the spirit ring, we will depart, Zhao Wujin instructed solemnly. The group nodded, resuming their defensive posture. The recent events were merely a minor interlude for everyone, having little impact. Even if the great dragon and serpent were formidable, they could not instill fear in this group of young prodigies. With the phoenix-tailed coxcomb, snake dead, and the spirit ring already in the process of absorption, the matter was settled. Unless the great dragon and serpent were exceedingly petty, it was unlikely they would return for revenge. As everyone returned to a state of calm, only Chen Luo's gaze grew increasingly complex. It seems that there has been a deviation from what transpired. In Chen Luo's recollection, the members of Shrek encountered the phoenix-tailed cockatrice, which was subdued by Zhao Wujia, and Oscar had not yet had the chance to claim it. Shortly thereafter, the snake mother Qiao Xingxiang, accompanied by her granddaughter Meng Aran, appeared, leading to a series of conflicts, ultimately resolved by Tang San. However, the recent events bore significant discrepancies from Chen Luo's memories. Chen Luo acted swiftly, effectively neutralizing the phoenix-tailed cockatrice, and Oscar, even more decisively, bypassed the customary expressions of gratitude and immediately began absorbing the soul ring. Could it be that my presence has altered the course of events? Oscar's process of absorption was remarkably smooth, taking approximately half an hour to complete. As in Chen Luo's recollection, the third soul skill granted to Oscar by the phoenix-tailed cockatrice was flight. Duration of flight, 1 minute. Speed of flight, equivalent to that of the phoenix-tailed cockatrice. Upon learning this information, the group naturally erupted in joy. After a brief moment of excitement and cheers, during which they composed themselves, Zhao Wujia prepared to lead everyone back. Regardless of whether the formidable dragon snake would pursue them again, their presence in the Stardow Forest remained perilous, even in its outskirts. After all, the Stardow Forest was not an enclosed habitat for soul beasts. It was rife with uncertainties. As they made their way back, Chen Luo deliberately cast a glance at Tang San. Was it due to his absence from combat with Meng Yiran that he had not yet broken through to the 30th level? According to the original narrative, during the struggle between the Shrek members and the snake mother Qiao Xingxiang for the phoenix-tailed cockatrice, the ownership was ultimately determined through a contest. Tang San battled Meng Yiran, and it was after that confrontation that Tang San's soul power broke through the constraints of the 29th level, reaching the 30th level, subsequently leading to a series of events. It appears that this butterfly effect is rather substantial. After battling the phoenix-tailed cockatrice, I feel I am not far from the 30th level. Perhaps I should remain here to cultivate for a while? Would that allow subsequent events to unfold as they should? This thought flickered through Chen Luo's mind, but he quickly dismissed it. Better to let things take their natural course. The journey back was remarkably smooth. Perhaps the ruckus they had caused while dealing with the phoenix-tailed cockatrice deterred weaker soul beasts from attacking. In fact, they scarcely encountered any soul beasts at all. They must have been frightened away. Zhao Wujia remarked, with a satisfied smile, that they would likely exit the Stardow Forest within half an hour. With Oscar successfully obtaining his third soul ring, and the third soul skill being flight, it was difficult for Zhao Wujia to suppress his joy. Dai Mubai and the others were equally elated, genuinely happy for Oscar. The benefits of their brother obtaining a commendable soul ring and skill ultimately redounded to them. Hence their delight. Is that all there is to it? Among everyone, only Chen Luo and Xiao Wu appeared somewhat subdued. Xiao Wu seemed a bit melancholic, reluctant to leave the Stardow Forest. Chen Luo maintained an outward calm, though his heart was in turmoil. He secretly hoped for an unexpected occurrence to facilitate the events that were meant to transpire. If they simply returned, would Tang San's 8 spider lances be lost? Just as Chen Luo's emotions grew increasingly complex, a hoarse, aged voice suddenly rang out. Stop! Zhao Wujie immediately activated his martial spirit, as did Dai Mubai and the other young ones, their brows furrowing slightly. Only Chen Luo's lips curled into a faint smile. Finally, they had come. They did not disappoint. The formidable dragon snake had arrived. One must maintain their dignity. Trees require their bark. Sometimes, what is deemed strength is accompanied by a pettiness that surpasses all, as was the case with the dragon snake couple. After Ko Shangxiang and Meng Shu reunited, they promptly relayed the news of their granddaughter Meng Yiran's soul beast being taken, and their own humiliation undoubtedly embellishing the tale. Meng Shu was immediately unsettled, insisting on reclaiming their so-called honor, particularly since they had failed to find a suitable soul beast for Meng Yiran along their journey, which only fueled their ire. Thus, they hastened to pursue the Shrek group, determined to demand an explanation for the affront to Ko Xiangxiang. What Meng Shu and Gong Sun did not anticipate was the swiftness of Shrek's movements. Within less than 2 hours, the soul ring had been absorbed, and they had disposed of the phoenix-tailed cockatrice's remains. Finally, after much exertion, Meng Shu and his companions caught up with the Shrek group. As the command to halt was issued, an overwhelming aura of terror emanated from behind the Shrek members. Zhao Wujie had already activated his martial spirit, and the young ones of Shrek, unable to withstand the pressure, also summoned their own martial spirits, their faces paling. Only under Zhao Wujie's protection did they find some respite. Emerging from the shadows was an elegantly dressed elder, appearing to be around 70 years of age, wielding a 3-meter-long dragon-headed cane, surrounded by 8 soul rings, 2 yellow, 3 purple, and 3 black, creating an imposing presence that emanated from the vibrant colors of the soul rings. A soul Douluos. The 8 dazzling soul rings testified to the elder's formidable strength. Upon his appearance, Ko Xiangxiang and Meng Yiran, who had previously encountered the Shrek group, also materialized. Dragon King Meng Shu? Zhao Wujie's expression grew markedly grim, particularly upon noticing the number of soul rings adorning Meng Shu. Could the dragon snake be so petty? Alone, Zhao Wujie felt confident in overpowering the snake mother Ko Xiangxiang. Even facing Dragon King Meng Shu, despite his soul Douluos prowess, he believed he could emerge unscathed. The critical issue, however, was that the dragon snake had combined forces, exceeding Zhao Wujie's capabilities. If he were not accompanied by the young ones of Shrek, he would have been entirely confident of a safe retreat. But now he had to consider their safety, as they were the hope of Shrek. Upon seeing the dragon snake, Zhao Wujie silently cursed their ancestors countless times. But he managed to force a smile, saying, Sister Chao Tian, I never expected to see you again so soon. I presume this is the esteemed Dragon King Meng Shu? It is an honor to finally meet you. May I inquire as to the purpose of your visit? A cold smirk appeared on Ko Xiangxiang's face, feigning ignorance. Zhao Wujie's face twitched. Not long ago, this woman had spoken to him with courtesy, yet now the roles had shifted so swiftly. I am Zhao Wujie, the unmoving king. I assume you have come regarding the soul beast matter? I sincerely apologize. A man of honor knows when to bend and when to stand firm. Zhao Wujie displayed this principle flawlessly, suppressing his temper and engaging in polite conversation, even offering an apology. We were unaware that the phoenix-tailed cockatrice was your target. Otherwise, we would never have contended with you for it. However, it is too late now. My student has already absorbed the soul ring, and there is no turning back. Is that how it will be? Dragon King Meng Shu replied slowly, exuding an aura of authority. Zhao Wujie immediately smiled apologetically. Of course not. Since we have inadvertently acquired a soul beast belonging to you, I, Zhao Wujie, shall capture another one for you. Only the group of little monsters behind Zhao Wujie could bring him to such a state of subservience. Without them, given Zhao Wujie's fiery temper, he would have likely resorted to violence against this so-called unparalleled Longxi. Even if he couldn't win, he could always flee. How could he endure such humiliation? Longgong Meng Shu remained silent, turning his head to glance at Ko Xiangxiang, seemingly seeking her opinion. Ko Xiangxiang's gaze had already shifted from Zhao Wujie to the little monsters behind him, and upon noticing her husband's attention, she promptly reminded Meng Shu to look ahead. It was only then that Meng Shu noticed the little monsters behind Zhao Wujie. His originally calm and profound expression suddenly tinged with surprise. In a typical confrontation among strong opponents, one would hardly pay attention to the minions behind, which was why Meng Shu had previously overlooked the existence of the Shrek little monsters. His focus had been solely on Zhao Wujia, who possessed the strength of a soul sage. Even though they had absolute power to suppress him, caution was still necessary. To his astonishment, there were actually 2 soul sages present, both of such young age, and those even younger had already attained the strength of a grand soul master, murmured Gu Xin, as Longgong Meng Shu's eyes widened in disbelief. His gaze fell upon Chen Luo, incredulous as he exclaimed, 2 grand soul masters with 1,000-year spirit rings. How is this possible? Instinctively, Meng Shu glanced at his granddaughter, whom he had always taken pride in, believing her talent to be exceptional. Yet, upon witnessing the group of little monsters, he suddenly felt that his granddaughter was rather mediocre. Meng Yiran's eyes widened in astonishment, her mouth slightly agape. The shock evident on her face. She had clearly noticed the presence of the Shrek little monsters much earlier. Initially, she thought that the young man who absorbed the phoenix-tailed chicken-crowned serpent spirit was merely an anomaly, a rare young soul sage she happened to encounter, reassured by her own considerable talent. However, her self-comforting thoughts crumbled upon seeing the peculiar group before her. There was not just one soul sage, but the slightly older young man was also a soul sage. Even if his age was a tad older than the one who absorbed the phoenix-tailed chicken-crowned serpent spirit, he was undoubtedly younger than herself. The others were all around 11 or 12 years old, yet they had attained the strength of grand soul masters, especially that handsome young man wielding a giant scythe, who possessed not 1, but 2,000-year spirit rings. The talent she had once prided herself on paled in comparison to theirs. As for the 7 treasures glazed tile school members, Meng Shu had regained his composure, his gaze lingering on the treasure pagoda in Ning Rongrong's hands for a moment before turning to Zhao Wujia. Let this be. You shall find a suitable spirit beast for Iran, and we will consider this matter closed. Ko Xiangxiang had initially wanted to say more, but was silenced by Meng Shu's look. No need to be aggressive. That immovable Ming Wang Zhao Wujia was not one to be trifled with, and the little ones behind him were no mere background. Just the presence of the 7 treasures glazed tile school was enough to give us a headache. If we were to confront them directly, it would be a difficult situation to navigate. While those little ones could be easily crushed, Zhao Wujia was not so easily defeated. Meng Shu conveyed his thoughts to Ko Xiangxiang in a manner inaudible to others. Ko Xiangxiang nodded gently in response. I think the same. I was just upset earlier. Let us leave this matter be. We will find the spirit beast ourselves. With that, the decision was made. This was Chen Luo's first experience feeling the pressure of a titled Doe-level expert. The overwhelming soul power of Longgong Meng Shu made him feel breathless, only alleviated significantly upon activating his martial soul. Strangely, even without Zhao Wujia sharing the pressure, once Chen Luo activated his martial soul, he could also become immune to the discomfort brought by Meng Shu, just as he had been when facing Zhao Wujia. Perhaps it was due to his unique physique or the nature of his martial soul. Regardless of how formidable the opponent was, they could not impose significant effects on him. In contrast, Dai Mubai and the others were greatly affected, had it not been for Zhao Wujia alleviating some of the pressure, even with their martial souls activated. They would have faced immense strain, likely only able to exert 60 to 70% of their true strength in such conditions. This is the oppression that comes with true power. Reflecting on the unexpected events, Chen Luo found himself less than pleased. Regardless of what transpired in the Stardow Forest, it was of little consequence to him. The one most affected would be Tang San. Without unexpected incidents, it was likely his external spirit bone, the 8 spider lances, would be rendered useless. The next in line would be Xiao Wu. The Titan giant ape would come seeking her, but that impact was negligible. Gazing at the swiftly advancing, unparalleled Long Shi and the leftward Zhao Wujia, Chen Luo turned to glance back at Xiao Wu, silently resolving to work even harder. He was still too weak. At that moment, they all sped deeper into the Stardow Forest in search of a suitable spirit beast for Meng Yiran. With everything around them rapidly retreating, the unparalleled Long Shi had retracted its martial soul, as had Zhao Wujia, for they were on the hunt for spirit beasts. If they maintained their martial souls, even 1,000-year spirit beasts would be frightened away. Even without activating their martial souls, their speed remained astonishing. With all but Chen Luo struggling to keep up, Meng Yiran, accompanied by the serpent mother Ko Xiangxiang, managed to keep pace effortlessly. In truth, the Shrek little monsters had assistance from Ning Rongrong and Oscar, who could provide support and share his mushroom sausages, yet they refrained from doing so, as no one knew when unexpected events might arise. The best course was to conceal their strength as much as possible, whether it was merely bad luck or another reason. After 2 days of searching the Stardow Forest, neither Shrek nor the couple of Longshi had managed to find a suitable spirit beast for Mengaran. On the third morning, even Meng Shu and his wife felt a bit embarrassed. "Brother Zhao, why don't you all head back? We'll handle the spirit beast matter ourselves." Longgong Meng Shu, who seldom spoke, primarily communicated through the serpent mother, Kao Xingxiang. Zhao Wujia chuckled. "Very well. We've been in the Stardow Forest for several days. We wouldn't want the Academy to worry." In truth, the Academy was not overly concerned. It was primarily the families of the children who would fret if they came looking for them. Meng Shu and his wife nodded in agreement. Zhao Wujia waved his hand at them. "Then we shall take our leave." With that, Zhao Wujia led the Shrek little monsters back. After walking a considerable distance and ensuring their safety, Zhao Wujia paused, his expression darkening. "Let us rest here for a moment." Everyone halted, panting heavily. Oscar immediately distributed sausages for everyone to replenish their energy. They had sprinted desperately along that stretch. Each wanted to put as much distance as possible between themselves and the danger. Damn it! Zhao Wujia suddenly unleashed a punch on a nearby large tree, splintering wood and creating a massive dent in the trunk. I've lived this long and never experienced such humiliation. I can't count how many escape plans I've concocted in my mind over these past 2 days. Zhao Wujia vented all the pin-up negative emotions he had been harboring. Suddenly, Zhao Wujia's figure vanished, reappearing before Chen Luo. I even considered that if you little monster were stronger, we would simply confront those 2 old geezers directly. Chen Luo remained solemn, silent in response. It is evident to all that Zhao Wujia has been harboring a tempest of emotions these past few days. Beneath his subservient demeanor lies a ferocious beast, restless and yearning to break free. The mere act of suppressing his feelings has proven to be a formidable challenge. He harbors a fervent wish that those 2 old fools encounter a formidable soul beast that could bring about their demise. After venting his emotions to a significant extent, Zhao Wujia could only mutter a quiet curse of impossibility. The reason for this curse lies in the unparalleled strength of the dragon and serpent couple, who could traverse the Stardow Forest with ease. As long as they refrain from foolish actions, such as provoking the powerful soul beasts at the center of the forest, they face little danger. The mightiest soul beasts are inherently cautious and would never instigate conflict with formidable human soul masters. Chen Luo stood before Zhao Wujia, and although Zhao Wujia spoke in hushed tones, Chen Luo heard him clearly, a strange expression crossing his face. Just then, a tremendous roar echoed from afar, accompanied by a powerful surge of energy. Even at a considerable distance, Chen Luo and the others felt its impact, causing them to stagger backward. Boom! The sound waves assaulted their eardrums, inducing considerable discomfort. Zhao Wujia immediately activated his martial soul and leapt powerfully to the treetops. Moments later, he descended, his face a mask of terror, urging, regardless of whether you've rested, run now. Oscar, transform into mushroom sausages quickly. Without hesitation, Oscar handed over several pre-prepared mushroom sausages to his companions before continuing his transformation. "I have a mushroom sausage. I have a mushroom sausage." The peculiar incantation failed to evoke any amusement, replaced instead by an overwhelming, intangible pressure. Could it be mere coincidence? Chen Luo's expression grew complex as he glanced into the forest, but the dense foliage obstructed his view. Resolutely, he activated his martial soul and leapt toward the treetops. Chen Luo. Zhao Wujia could not suppress a shout at Chen Luo's sudden action, but soon fell silent, muttering under his breath, "You run fast anyway. Go ahead and watch." Chen Luo swiftly reached the treetops and, gazing into the distance, identified the source of the commotion. Suspended far above were 2 figures, both adorned with dazzling soul rings. Facing off against an enormous gorilla, towering 7 to 8 meters high, which was roaring fiercely at them, even without the purple extreme demon eyes. Chen Luo's exceptional physique granted him remarkable vision. He could see clearly even from a great distance. Goodness, it truly is a Titan great ape. After his shock, a wry smile crept across Chen Luo's lips. Those two seemed to be the dragon and serpent couple. How formidable! The Titan great ape appeared immensely enraged, having cleared a wide swath of trees around it. With a thunderous roar, it stood up, reaching an astonishing height of over 15 meters, a true beast of ferocity. The dragon and serpent couple struggled against the Titan great ape, yet it was evident they were no match for its might. Even their martial soul fusion techniques struggled to inflict significant damage upon the Titan great ape, whose ferocity was overwhelming. In mere moments, the serpent mother, Tianxiang, was sent flying by the Titan great ape, with the dragon lord, Mengshu, soon following suit as they crashed into 10 or more large trees before coming to a stop. Cold sweat poured down Chen Luo's brow. The title of king of the forest was indeed well-deserved. Despite the dragon and serpent couple possessing the strength of a titled Douluos, they were utterly outclassed by the Titan great ape. If the Titan great ape was this formidable, how much stronger was the Tianqing Yomeng? Chen Luo initially wished to observe further, but Zhao Wujia's urgent call broke through his thoughts. "We need to go. Stop looking." Just from his tone, one could sense Zhao Wujia's overwhelming anxiety. He had not shown such distress even when facing the dragon and serpent couple. Without delay, Chen Luo leapt down to rejoin his teammates. Although the Titan great ape was still at a distance, it could close the gap in an instant, making lingering any longer a reckless endeavor. The team had already readied themselves for a hasty retreat, each holding 2 sausages, one for restoring soul power and the other, the mushroom sausage, for escape. Oscar, having produced so many sausages, looked pale, casting an apologetic smile at Chen Luo. "Why didn't he prepare one for you?" Chen Luo nodded lightly. "No worries, I can keep up." With no time for further discussion, Oscar had already acclimated to the substantial consumption of soul power, and the group swiftly began their flight towards the outskirts of the Stardow forest. With the aid of the mushroom sausages, the Shrek monsters moved at an impressive speed, leaving Zhao Wujia struggling to keep pace, while Chen Luo remained close behind. During their escape, Chen Luo noticed Zhao Wu's anxious demeanor. She had glanced back several times. Everyone assumed she was concerned for Chen Luo, but he understood that apart from her initial worried glance, she was fixated on the Titan great ape. Even amidst the towering trees and dense foliage, she could still sense the Titan great ape's presence. Suddenly, Chen Luo noticed a change in Zhao Wu's expression, her face paling. He then sensed something amiss. The ground trembled slightly, and heavy footsteps echoed from afar, drawing closer with each passing moment. The Titan great ape was in pursuit. The dragon and serpent couple had ultimately failed to deter the king of the forest. Or perhaps they had realized the Titan great ape's true target was not them and chose to retreat. Zhao Wujia also sensed the Titan great ape's approach. His body halted abruptly, a look of internal conflict crossing his face. Yet, he quickly made up his mind, shouting to the small monsters ahead, "You all go on ahead. I'll hold it off. Chen Luo, protect them while I'm gone." With that, he resolutely turned, activating his martial soul's true form. "Great power, Diamond Bear!" Zhao Wujia bellowed, his 7th soul ring bursting forth with an incredibly deep radiance. In an instant, black light enveloped his entire being, transforming him drastically. His already formidable physique swelled as if inflated, towering over 5 meters, his muscles expanding in an exaggerated manner, and his brown fur growing wild, morphing him into a true giant bear. As Zhao Wujia's form fully shifted into that of a bear, his brown fur shimmered with a golden glow, and his aura surged to its zenith. The Titan great ape's speed was insurmountable. Continuing to flee offered no hope of escape. Zhao Wujia, with no other option, resolved to stay behind and buy time. He knew well that his strength could not hold out for long, but he would strive to delay the inevitable, granting the small monsters a chance. With his martial soul's true form activated, Zhao Wujia charged towards the Titan great ape, embodying the valiant spirit of a warrior facing the unknown. Chen Luo had initially thought that the Shrek team would embody the reckless spirit of the narrative and rush to aid Zhao Wujia against the Titan great ape. Ultimately, he realized that he had overthought the situation. These little creatures exhibited a level of rationality far beyond his expectations, fleeing without so much as a backward glance. With their current capabilities, they were of no assistance to Zhao Wujia and would only become a burden. Zhao Wujia had resolutely turned back to confront the Titan giant ape for their sake, and if they were to retreat, it would be utterly absurd. The spirit of perseverance is undoubtedly commendable, yet it must be applied judiciously. Clearly, this group of little beings possessed their own intellect. Oscar's mushroom sausage had a duration of merely 1 minute, and within that fleeting moment, Chen Luo and the others had already covered a significant distance in their escape. However, this was far from sufficient. Once the effects of the mushroom sausage waned, they resumed their frantic flight towards the forest's periphery. The Stardew Forest was even more expansive than one might imagine. Even in its outer regions, it spanned a vast area. Had they not been assisting Mengyuran, the granddaughter of the legendary dragon snake, in seeking a suitable spirit beast over the past few days, Chen Luo and his companions would have long since made their escape. Zhao Wujia's combat strength surpassed expectations, yet he managed to hold off the Titan giant ape for less than a minute. The colossal creature continued its pursuit of Chen Luo and the others, its intentions unmistakably clear. While others might speculate about the Forest King's erratic behavior in wreaking havoc at the edges of the Stardew Forest, Chen Luo understood that the Titan giant ape was in search of Xiao Wu. The ground trembled incessantly, the vibrations growing increasingly pronounced, and the heavy footsteps behind them drew closer. Chen Luo finally made a decision. You all continue running. I will buy some time. At this moment, he was the strongest fighter in the group, and he could not simply stand by while the Titan giant ape closed in on them. Although the Titan giant ape sought Xiao Wu, he could not guarantee that this behemoth would not inadvertently harm the other Shrek creatures. As long as there was a chance, he would fight to the bitter end, striving to keep them as far from danger as possible. Chen Luo activated his immortal state, pushing his combat prowess to its zenith. Faced with the Forest King, the Titan giant ape, he felt a profound sense of trepidation. Had he not known that the Titan giant ape's primary target was Xiao Wu, and that it bore no interest in others, he would never have dared to take such a reckless course of action, as it would have been tantamount to courting death. If the Titan giant ape had come with the intent to kill, given his current strength, a mere flick of its finger could easily dispatch him. Brandishing the scythe of death, Chen Luo charged towards the Titan giant ape, yet the sheer size of the creature instilled a palpable fear within him. The Titan giant ape, however, showed no mercy. Before Chen Luo could close the distance, he was struck by a wave of dark energy emanating from the Titan giant ape, sending him sprawling. In that instant, it felt as though his very organs were being crushed, and blood spewed forth uncontrollably. Damn it! Had I known I wouldn't even last a second, I wouldn't have attempted this. After colliding with several trees, he finally came to a halt. The immortal state was forcibly terminated, and an indescribable pain coursed through his entire body, as if all his bones were on the verge of shattering and his insides were ablaze with agony. Chen Luo's face contorted in distress. He vowed never to engage in such foolishness again. Had the Titan giant ape struck, he would have been a corpse by now. Perhaps sensing their inability to escape, the Shrek creatures turned back to fight, but the outcome was devastating. One by one, they were sent flying perilously close to death. Tang San unleashed the hidden weapons of the Tang sect, but despite his efforts, he could not inflict any harm upon the Titan giant ape, not even leaving a dent in its formidable exterior. The disparity in strength was simply too great. Ultimately, the Shrek creatures lost all combat capability, and Xiao was taken by the Titan giant ape. Even though Chen Luo was aware that the Titan giant ape harbored no malicious intent toward Xiao Wu, he still forced himself to endure the pain and pursued the creature. As Xiao Wu's elder brother, Tang San could not bear the thought of her being captured by the Forest King and similarly rushed after them in a frenzy. Zhao Wujia watched as Chen Luo and Tang San receded into the distance, letting out a sigh before gritting his teeth and saying, "Mubai, take everyone back to the academy and find the dean. I will pursue those two boys." Zhao Wujia's appearance was quite disheveled, covered in bruises. He had already exhausted his martial soul's true form, which would necessitate a week to recover, during which all attributes would be diminished by 50%. Even in this state, he was determined to chase after Chen Luo and Tang San, even if the outcome was death in the Stardew Forest. He could not bear to watch as those he had brought along walked willingly to their demise. Dai Mubai initially wanted to say something, but was overtaken by emotion. Zhao Wujia shot him a fierce glare. "Now is not the time for your theatrics. Do you wish to join me in courting death?" Dai Mubai nodded vigorously, and the other little creatures followed suit, displaying a resolute readiness to face death. A faint smile crossed Zhao Wujia's lips, only to be swiftly replaced by a harsh reprimand. "You mindless fools, quickly return to the academy and summon reinforcements." If you accompany me to certain death, we may all perish here. Rest assured, I am not so easily vanquished, nor are those two little creatures." Having finished his tirade, Zhao Wujia wasted no more time and immediately set off in pursuit of Chen Luo and Tang San. Dai Mubai stood frozen, his fists clenched tightly, the veins in his arms bulging. Ultimately, he released his grip and called to Ma Hongjun and the others. "Let us go. Stay close to me." During the chaotic battle, they had all sustained varying degrees of injury. Particularly, Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong had narrowly escaped death, thanks to Dai Mubai and Oscar's protective efforts. Otherwise, they might have been reduced to a bloody pulp. Dai Mubai carried Zhu Zhuqing, while Oscar supported Ning Rongrong, as Ma Hongjun led the way. The group raced towards the outskirts of the Stardow Forest. After a considerable distance, Chen Luo finally halted beneath a large tree, coughing violently before expelling a considerable amount of blood. That damn Titan giant ape was far too swift. At first, he could still see its retreating figure, but now it had vanished from sight, utterly untraceable. The Deathgod's technique was now in full effect, tirelessly working to mend Chen Luo's injuries. The blood he had just coughed up was the stagnant blood within him, and after expelling it, he felt significantly better. Xiao Wu should be all right. There was no need to worry excessively. Chen Luo continually reassured himself, yet a sliver of unease lingered in his heart. According to the original storyline, the Forest King, the Titan giant ape, had come to the edge of the Stardow Forest primarily to find Xiao Wu. Their bond was profound, as Xiao Wu was the leader among the Titan giant ape and the Azure Bull Python. However, if events did not unfold as he recalled, even the slightest deviation could spell disaster for Xiao Wu. Chen Luo recognized that the likelihood of such an outcome was minimal, yet he could not shake his concern. With a determined effort to regulate his breath, Chen Luo sprang into action once more. Even though the Titan giant ape and Xiao Wu were merely set to meet, he felt compelled to catch a glimpse, ensuring her safety. Sprinting deep into the Stardow Forest, he soon arrived at the entrance of an underground lair. By this point, Chen Luo's injuries had fully healed, and he was in peak condition. The frantic pace had only invigorated him further. It seemed that the more severe his wounds, the more fervently the Deathgod technique surged within him. Throughout his journey, not only had he restored his injuries, but his soul power had also significantly increased. If all went well, his soul power would have reached level 30. Yet, Chen Luo did not hasten to acquire his third soul ring, for the absence of Xiao Wu left his heart in a state of profound unease. The reason for his pause lay in sensing an extremely perilous aura, one emanating from a formidable soul beast. It was lurking within the lair ahead, and it had already detected his presence. A sudden, massive spear shot forth from the depths of the cavern without warning. Anticipating such an occurrence, Chen Luo instinctively retreated as soon as the spear emerged, distancing himself by over 100 meters before halting. It was then that he discerned that the so-called spear was, in fact, a spider leg. Emerging from a lair was a colossal spider, the cave magic spider. As soon as it burst forth from its dwelling, it charged at Chen Luo with the ferocity of a long-hidden predator that had lost its quarry. Chen Luo immediately stepped back, his eyes narrowing as the creature's movements appeared to slow, allowing him to scrutinize its form. The spider's spear-like appendage measured approximately 4 to 5 meters in length. Its body enveloped in a layer of black armor, with a torso larger than a dining table, exuding a terrifying presence. Was it the human-faced demon spider? No. It was more likely the cave magic spider. Chen Luo quickly identified the beast, having spent years as a companion to Tang San, who was well-versed in the Encyclopedia of Soul Beasts, and having cultivated a friendship with the knowledgeable Pu Si, he possessed a fair understanding of soul beast lore. The cave magic spider was slightly smaller than its human-faced counterpart and lacked its unique facial features. Both were among the most elite of spider-type soul beasts. While the human-faced demon spider was notorious for its overwhelming offensive power and venom, the cave magic spider was infamous for its cunning and treachery, delighting in ensnaring its foes. Had it not been for Chen Luo's acute perception, alerting him to the imminent danger, the consequences could have been dire. A hasty charge into the lair, or even an attempt to circumvent it, could have led him directly into the traps meticulously crafted by the cave magic spider. The area surrounding the lair was likely riddled with its deadly snares. Realizing it was injured, Chen Luo understood the creature's urgency. It had lost its patience for ambush. He noted the numerous cracks adorning the spider's body, with several of its spear-like limbs nearly severed, likely a result of its wounds, causing it to become reckless in its desire to tear apart its prey. After retreating a short distance, Chen Luo abruptly halted, then, rather than retreating further, surged forward, propelling himself directly at the cave magic spider. If his judgment was correct, this creature was at least in the 10,000-year realm, though it appeared to have recently reached that threshold. Had it been at its peak power, he would have had no choice but to flee. However, this spider was gravely wounded. With the enhancement of his undying state, both his first and second soul rings illuminated simultaneously, merging the effects of poison flame and blazing fire. Chen Luo moved with astonishing swiftness, almost instantaneously passing the cave magic spider. The scythe of the Deathgod, engulfed in black flames, left a gaping wound on the creature's body, which was swiftly consumed by the flames. The sound of corrosive burning filled the air as the cave magic spider emitted a piercing scream, writhing in agony. Seizing the moment, Chen Luo pressed the attack, wielding the massive scythe to deliver relentless strikes upon the spider, targeting the already damaged areas of its armor to inflict further harm. Although the black flames were formidable, directly corroding the cave magic spider's armor proved challenging, given its status as a 10,000-year soul beast. However, exploiting the creature's wounds yielded far more effective results. The sizzling of its flesh echoed like the sound of meat grilling, as the surface of the spider's black armor turned crimson, and the flesh within the fissures was continuously burned and eroded. The cave magic spider cried out in torment, attempting to retaliate, but could not reach Chen Luo. His speed was too overwhelming. The ground around them bore the scars of deep pits left by the spider's strikes, its razor-sharp appendages capable of piercing anything. Had Chen Luo not been quick enough to evade, even a single hit could have proven fatal. Fortunately, the cave magic spider was severely injured and in a poor state. Its limbs were damaged, and it struggled to adjust its position. Despite its heavy injuries, it had managed to endure thus far, a testament to its resilience. Chen Luo recognized this vulnerability and boldly engaged the 10,000-year soul beast. After encountering the Forest King, the Titan giant ape, Chen Luo had resolved never again to engage in reckless behavior that could cost him his life. Without absolute certainty, he could not afford to take risks. Approximately half an hour later, the cave magic spider completely lost its ability to fight back. Its already faltering limbs had been severed by Chen Luo early in the confrontation, creating a conducive environment for his relentless onslaught. The spider's body was riddled with horrific wounds, and Chen Luo himself had lost count of how many strikes he had delivered. The undying state had long since worn off, and despite the risk of exhausting his soul power, he continued to unleash his attacks. The 10,000-year soul beast clung to life, and Chen Luo dared not relent for even a moment. Once more, the immense scythe of the Deathgod was raised high before crashing down into the cave magic spider's body, ultimately delivering the fatal blow. A deep black 10,000-year soul ring began to rise slowly from the corpse of the cave magic spider. Witnessing this, Chen Luo finally exhaled in relief, panting heavily as he endeavored to regain his composure, ultimately settling into a seated position to channel the Deathgod technique, fervently replenishing his soul power. He could no longer concern himself with the dangers surrounding him. If he did not absorb the soul power to replenish his near-depleted body, he feared he would not survive. Indeed, 10,000-year soul beasts were not to be underestimated. Even one on the brink of death had nearly claimed Chen Luo's life. In confronting the cave magic spider, he had not only attacked, but also had to evade its counterattacks, carefully calculating his angles of assault, leaving his nerves taut to their utmost limits. The abyssal demon spider may falter numerous times, yet a single misstep could spell its doom. What appears to be an effortless endeavor of reaping the weakened is, in truth, Chen Luo wagering his life repeatedly. The abyssal demon spider likely relied on its formidable strength, choosing to confront Chen Luo head-on. However, as the battle progressed, it soon realized it was outmatched, deprived even of the chance to flee. One was gambling with its life, while the other was overconfident, resulting in the current predicament. Of course, the abyssal demon spider's confidence was not unfounded. Despite its severe injuries, dealing with a mere human soul master should have been a trivial matter. Alas, its misfortune lay in encountering an anomaly like Chen Luo. Chen Luo's terrifying speed perfectly exploited the significantly diminished mobility of the injured spider, while his attacks were exceedingly cunning, invariably targeting the damaged areas of the spider's black shell. The corrosive, burning, and toxic properties of the black flames further ravaged the abyssal demon spider from the inside out. Under the relentless operation of the Reaper's law, it wasn't long before Chen Luo's condition had nearly returned to normal. During this time, no immediate dangers emerged. Even if they had, Chen Luo would have been quick to respond. This marked Chen Luo's first instance of exhausting his soul power. After all, facing a 10,000-year soul beast and managing to exert his utmost was the best outcome he could hope for. Just as Chen Luo had anticipated, the worse his condition became. The faster the Reaper's law operated. Otherwise, he could not have recovered so swiftly. His fondness for the Reaper's law deepened, as it continually fortified his body, boasted terrifying reserves of soul power, and exhibited astonishing rates of cultivation and recovery, all deserving of the term divine. Standing before the lifeless form of the abyssal demon spider and gazing at the profoundly deep 10,000-year soul ring, Chen Luo felt his heartbeat quicken. He had not received the previous special task of seeking the first soul ring or absorbing a 1,000-year soul ring. Yet, for reasons unknown, he felt a surge of confidence. After all, he needed to find a third soul ring. Why not this 10,000-year one? Chen Luo's second soul ring was a fire lizard nearing 3,000 years of age. He had originally aimed to find a soul beast between 5,000 and 8,000 years for his third ring. Who would have guessed he would encounter a 10,000-year soul beast, the abyssal demon spider? Having successfully vanquished it, the prospect of a 10,000-year soul ring lay before him. Impossible to resist. Although absorbing such a soul ring carried inherent risks, Chen Luo believed he could seize it if he pushed himself. With his steadily increasing soul power, his body had undergone significant transformation, instilling him with confidence in his capability. This was a rare opportunity that he must seize. Quickly, Chen Luo made his decision and began to strategize for the absorption of the soul ring. Absorbing a soul ring was not akin to merely restoring soul power. One could not simply seize at will. Should danger arise during the absorption, it could lead to dire consequences. Ensuring a safe environment for the absorption was paramount. With teacher Zhao and the others absent, returning to find them was not an option. Soul rings did not linger indefinitely, and time was of the essence. After some contemplation, Chen Luo's gaze settled on the corpse of the abyssal demon spider. Here lay a ready-made guardian. His eyes brightened, but soon furrowed in concern. Could he ensure the awakening of a 10,000-year soul beast? Was his body capable of enduring it? Chen Luo felt hesitant. He possessed two unique skills, soul harvest and awakening, which had remained unused, but that did not mean he had forgotten them. Soul harvest, to reap souls and enhance one's power. Awakening, to revive the deceased for one's own use. This was the ideal moment to employ awakening. He merely needed to ascertain his ability to awaken the target before him. As for soul harvest, it likely would not be applicable. Once a soul beast perished, its soul manifested as a soul ring. Using soul harvest on the abyssal demon spider would likely devour the soul ring entirely, leaving him with no suitable alternative. Moreover, soul harvest had its limitations. Indiscriminately consuming souls could result in backlash or even destruction of the body. Without absolute certainty, he could not afford to act recklessly. After a moment's hesitation, Chen Luo resolved to attempt to awaken the abyssal demon spider. He had no better options. Once the soul ring appeared, every moment was precious, and he needed to act decisively. Activating his martial soul, the Reaper, and wielding the Reaper's scythe, Chen Luo focused his intent and then forcefully struck the scythe against the corpse of the abyssal demon spider. The blade of the Reaper's scythe easily penetrated the spider's body without creating new wounds. Suddenly, a powerful suction emanated from the scythe, rapidly draining Chen Luo's soul power. The black soul ring hovering above the spider's corpse quivered slightly, and wisps of black energy detached from the ring, infusing themselves into the abyssal demon spider's body. Awaken now, abyssal demon spider. A gray glow erupted from the lifeless form of the abyssal demon spider, its wounds visibly mending at an astonishing rate, and the severed spider legs reformed, embedding themselves into the ground to support its body as it stood once more. Awakening was successful. Chen Luo felt his soul power deplete entirely. A wave of intense weakness crashing over him as the Reaper's scythe retracted on its own. For a moment, he struggled to maintain his footing, nearly collapsing to the ground. Enduring the discomfort coursing through his body, Chen Luo gazed at the revived abyssal demon spider, a faint smile gracing his lips. Success was all that mattered. At that moment, Chen Luo's complexion had turned pale to the extreme, and his body appeared somewhat emaciated. The Reaper's law was operating fervently, replenishing his soul power. Patrol the surroundings and ensure my safety. Chen Luo commanded the abyssal demon spider. The creature complied instantly. Upon resurrection, the abyssal demon spider seemed to have grown slightly larger, with faint gray patterns visible on its black body, surrounded by swirling tendrils of gray energy, appearing somewhat stronger. Although a 10,000-year abyssal demon spider was not particularly formidable, it was certainly a powerful entity within this area, and its patrol would offer a significant degree of security. Good heavens, reviving this creature nearly drained me completely. Chen Luo licked his parched lips and promptly began cultivating to restore his condition. Absorbing a 10,000-year soul ring necessitated being in peak form. The pitch-black and profound 10,000-year soul ring continued to hover in place, yet its original master had departed, now providing protection for its new master. As Chen Luo awakened the abyssal demon spider, he clearly observed wisps of black energy emanating from the soul ring, merging into the spider's corpse. However, the essence of the soul ring seemed unaffected. Those wisps of black energy resembled fragments of the abyssal demon spider's soul. Chen Luo's recovery speed remained astonishing. In no time at all, he had returned to full strength and immediately commenced the absorption of the soul ring. Wisps of black energy continuously detached from the soul ring, flowing into Chen Luo's body, filling every part of him with immense energy. The Reaper's law activated automatically at this moment, functioning at an accelerated pace, even more vigorously than when Chen Luo had restored his soul power from depletion. A chilling sensation enveloped him, not eroding the body, but striking directly at the soul. In that fleeting moment, Chen Luo felt as though his very essence had been frozen. This sensation was not unfamiliar to him. He had experienced it once before, during the awakening of his martial spirit at the tender age of 6. Compared to that occasion, the current chill was trivial. It was likely a soul shock emanating from the abyssal arachnid. Soul shock is a unique ability produced by high-level soul beasts at the moment of their death, before their souls dissipate, and is possessed only by those that have lived for over 10,000 years. The transition from a century to a millennium in age marks a qualitative change, and the same applies from a millennium to 10,000 years. A 10,000-year soul ring is not easily absorbed, as the terrifying energy it harbors, along with its accompanying soul shock, has caused countless soul masters to tremble in fear or even meet their demise. Typically, only soul masters who have reached the 50th level may attempt to absorb a 10,000-year soul ring, at which point their physical and mental faculties have matured significantly. However, Chen Luo is, after all, an anomaly. This was merely his third soul ring, perhaps due to the rejuvenation of the abyssal arachnid. Much of its soul had already been extracted, rendering the sensation of soul shock intense yet fleeting. As for the immense energy within the soul ring, it posed no challenge for Chen Luo. Under the fervent operation of the Deathgod's technique, that energy became a substantial aid in propelling him beyond the threshold of the 30th level. The process of absorbing the soul ring was destined to be lengthy, yet everything proceeded remarkably smoothly. When Chen Luo finally opened his eyes after the absorption, it was already deep into the night. Before he could even begin to perceive the changes within his body brought forth by the absorption, a tremendous sound nearby drew his attention. Upon concentrating, he realized a reckless soul beast had ventured into the area, and the abyssal arachnid was engaged in fierce combat with it. Chen Luo climbed onto a large tree, affording him a clear view of the battle. A mere 10 meters ahead, in an open space, the abyssal arachnid, enveloped in a gray aura, was locked in combat with a gigantic centipede exceeding 10 meters in length. The nightmarish centipede, judging by its size, was also a soul beast of 10,000 years, seemingly even older than the abyssal arachnid. The arachnid was likely just over 10,000 years old, at most 11,000, while the nightmarish centipede boasted at least 13,000 years of existence. The nightmarish centipede possessed the basic appearance of a centipede, albeit vastly enlarged. with its carapace adorned with black patterns that rendered it quite eerie. Generally speaking, a creature of the abyssal arachnid's caliber would not stand a chance against the nightmarish centipede in a direct confrontation. Given that the arachnid is renowned for its cunning and adeptness in setting traps to ensnare its prey, a frontal assault is not its forte. The nightmarish centipede, with its superior age, would typically overpower the abyssal arachnid in a straightforward battle, rendering it a mere meal. One should not harbor naive notions of spiders being natural predators of centipedes. In the realm of soul beasts, there are no absolute enemies. Strength is the sole measure of dominance. One excels in cunning, while the other thrives in brute strength, and with the existing disparity in power. The outcome is all but predictable, yet the combat unfolding before him was astonishing. The abyssal arachnid showed no fear against the nightmarish centipede, engaging it with a ferocity that was unexpected. It fought with a reckless abandon, having grown even more formidable after its revival. In battle, it disregarded its own injuries, functioning as a relentless assault machine. The nightmarish centipede must have been perplexed, unable to shake off such a relentless foe. Upon entering this territory, it had become the target of the abyssal arachnid, leading to an unyielding struggle with no opportunity for escape. Initially, when encountering the abyssal arachnid, the nightmarish centipede was filled with excitement, believing it had stumbled upon a feast, considering the apparent weakness of its opponent. With such a significant disparity in power, the outcome of the battle was already evident. The nightmarish centipede cautiously awaited the abyssal arachnid's offensive, fearful of inadvertently falling into its meticulously laid traps. Soul beasts that have reached 10,000 years possess a certain degree of intelligence. Using the term cunning is more fitting. One cannot ascend to the rank of a 10,000-year soul beast without having navigated life and death countless times. However, the nightmarish centipede ultimately misjudged the situation. The abyssal arachnid did not employ any schemes, opting instead for the most foolish direct confrontation. At that moment, the nightmarish centipede thought itself fortunate, believing it had been presented with an easy meal, as a head-on clash would surely guarantee victory for it. Little did it know, the abyssal arachnid was exceptionally fierce and utterly relentless. The arachnid's venomous fangs had already inflicted several gaping wounds upon the nightmarish centipede, causing dark blood to pour forth, while its condition deteriorated rapidly. Yet, the nightmarish centipede was not without its own successes. Its countless sharp legs and razor-sharp mandibles left numerous lacerations on the arachnid, even severing one of its fangs. Under normal circumstances, the abyssal arachnid would have long lost its fighting capability or fled, but this particular arachnid seemed to have gone mad, undeterred by its injuries, and continued its relentless assault. The nightmarish centipede began to sense the precariousness of its situation. If it did not take action soon, its demise was imminent. With a low growl, the nightmarish centipede unleashed a burst of dark energy from the unique patterns on its back, forming a blade that it thrust violently at the abyssal arachnid. The arachnid, embodying its fearless demeanor, ignored the blade entirely and charged forward, intent on inflicting another wound with its fawn. With a piercing sound, the dark blade penetrated the abyssal arachnid's body, yet the creature continued its assault as if unscathed, though it appeared increasingly battered and on the verge of collapse. The nightmarish centipede was taken aback, unable to comprehend how its ultimate attack had failed to vanquish the frenzied arachnid before it. In that moment of hesitation, the arachnid's fang left several gruesome wounds on the centipede. Furthermore, the arachnid unveiled its skill for the first time. A massive web erupted from its abdomen, swiftly ensnaring much of the nightmarish centipede's body. Although the web bore no venom, its resilience was formidable, imprisoning the centipede as if it were a cell. The nightmarish centipede struggled fiercely. Its claws could slice through the web, but complete liberation would require time. Meanwhile, the abyssal arachnid continued its relentless offensive, and soon the centipede was riddled with horrifying wounds, ultimately losing all combat capability, leaving it with but a breath of life. Just as the abyssal arachnid was poised to deliver the final blow to the nightmarish centipede, Chen Luo's figure suddenly appeared. Under Chen Luo's command, the abyssal arachnid halted its assault, remaining still in place. Chen Luo calmly regarded the near-defeated nightmarish centipede, instantaneously activating his martial spirit, as 3 soul rings, 2 purple and 1 black, rose from beneath his feet. Suddenly, The black soul ring glimmered brightly as Chen Luo gripped the scythe of death and swung it fiercely towards the nightmarish centipede. The scythe's blade effortlessly penetrated the decaying body of the creature, and in an instant, shadows erupted from the blade, binding a portion of the nightmarish centipede tightly. This was Chen Luo's third soul ring, a 10,000-year soul skill known as Shadowbind. When striking a target, it instantly releases shadows to control the opponent. Chen Luo retracted the scythe of death, but the effects of Shadowbind remained, albeit for less than 10 seconds. If he could control such a colossal creature, he could likely subdue an equally ranked soul master to their demise. However, given that the nightmarish centipede was on the brink of death, the duration of control was merely an estimate. If it were in its prime, being able to control it for 3 to 4 seconds would be quite impressive. Such a feat was already extraordinary, considering the nightmarish centipede was a 10,000-year soul beast. After testing his new soul skill, Chen Luo commanded the abyssal spider to deliver the final blow to the nightmarish centipede. He refrained from soul hunting the fallen creature, although confident. He was not yet assured enough to consume the soul of a 10,000-year soul beast, as he had no desire for an early demise. Soul hunting and absorbing a soul ring are two distinct concepts. The former completely devours the soul and energy, while the latter merely attaches special powers to one's martial soul, with the absorbed energy being a mere fraction. Skipping the soul hunting step was necessary, but awakening was still essential. The abyssal spider's body was on the verge of disintegration. While it could still fight, its combat effectiveness had significantly diminished. Reviving the nightmarish centipede would provide an additional source of power, and who would disdain a loyal servant? As Chen Luo had already been able to awaken the abyssal spider before acquiring his third soul ring, now that he had officially entered the rank of soul master. Reviving the nightmarish centipede, despite its higher age, should pose no challenge. Upon the nightmarish centipede's demise, a circle of deep, dark 10,000-year soul ring materialized around its body. Regrettably, it would be of no use to Chen Luo. Clutching the scythe of death, he initiated the awakening of the nightmarish centipede. As the scythe's blade entered the creature's body, the sensation he previously felt while awakening the abyssal spider surged back, even more intense this time. Perhaps due to his enhanced strength, Chen Luo was able to endure all discomfort. Moments later, he withdrew the scythe of death, his complexion slightly pale, yet he remained relatively spirited. This was the advantage of increased power. Before acquiring a soul ring, awakening the abyssal spider had nearly drained him. Now, even reviving a creature stronger than the abyssal spider left him with some energy to spare. The awakening was undoubtedly successful. The wounds on the nightmarish centipede healed rapidly, and it rose once more, enveloped in a grayish aura, its form expanding significantly. The black patterns on its back had transformed entirely to gray, rendering it even more eerie. The revived, nightmarish centipede stood silently before Chen Luo, awaiting his command. The black 10,000-year soul ring still hovered around the creature, albeit duller in color. Such a soul ring was a tremendous waste. How splendid it would be if it could be utilized. Chen Luo displayed a hint of regret. Suddenly, as if sensing something, a thought flashed through his mind. He quickly retreated a considerable distance and issued a command to the nightmarish centipede. The creature shifted slightly, and the gray patterns on its back radiated light, absorbing the black 10,000-year soul ring in an instant. It was as if everything had returned to its rightful place. With no sense of dissonance, the process was remarkably smooth. Upon absorbing its own soul ring, the nightmarish centipede's aura surged, and its size increased once more. Once merely a lifeless entity, it now seemed to possess a flicker of vitality. While Chen Luo marveled at the extraordinary spectacle, he received a message from the nightmarish centipede, inquiring whether it could devour the abyssal spider. He sensed a strong resentment emanating from it. Clearly, it held a grudge. Chen Luo glanced at the abyssal spider, whose body was already in shambles, seemingly devoid of value. However, he was reluctant to abandon it, for it had just protected him. Was there a way to restore the abyssal spider? Storing the undead in the necromancer's space can facilitate restoration. Chen Luo was taken aback. He had not anticipated the system would respond to his query. His strength had evidently increased significantly, likely unlocking the necromancer's space, which explained the sudden system prompt. Realizing this, Chen Luo promptly connected with the scythe of death. Before him appeared two distinctly different spaces, one being a storage space, now as large as a room, while the other was the necromancer's space, a truly ethereal realm. The necromancer's space displayed a prompt below, current stored undead, 02. Chen Luo's eyes brightened, and he felt an overwhelming excitement. Without hesitation, he approached the abyssal spider and placed his left hand upon its body. Black light erupted, and the abyssal spider vanished. When he looked back at the necromancer's space, the abyssal spider had entered that void-like world, entering a state of slumber, with wounds that seemed irreparable slowly healing. I feel like I'm soaring. Chen Luo was nearly on the verge of jumping for joy, his handsome face illuminated with a radiant smile. Approaching the nightmarish centipede, he placed his hand on it as well, drawing it into the necromancer's space. The nightmarish centipede appeared somewhat reluctant, but ultimately, Chen Luo was in command. Upon entering the ethereal realm, the nightmarish centipede did not fall into slumber like the abyssal spider, but remained quietly in place, seemingly increasing its strength at a sluggish pace. Injured undead could be healed in the necromancer's space, while those in good condition could slowly enhance their power, albeit at a gradual rate, likely dependent on the undead itself. This is incredibly powerful. Chen Luo felt that upon entering the rank of Soul Master, his strength had ascended to an entirely new level. Without lingering any longer, as Xiao Wu remained his utmost priority, he immediately set off on the path to find her. As he progressed, he simultaneously reflected on his newfound strength after becoming a Soul Master. His current soul power level stood at 33. If he activated the immortal state, he would likely possess the strength of a Soul King, with combat capabilities that had undoubtedly doubled. His physique had undergone another substantial enhancement, enabling him to overpower a soul sovereign with ease. Chen Luo even speculated that his martial soul, the Scythe of Death, was primarily manifested in his physical form, granting him abilities akin to that of his martial soul's essence. In addition to his personal enhancement, the activation of the necromancer's space within the Scythe of Death allowed him to store two undead. Chen Luo had fortuitously acquired two ancient soul beasts, the abyssal spider and the nightmare centipede, both of which were securely stored within his necromancer space, ready to be summoned whenever necessary. They represented his true trump cards at this moment. Upon the demise of a soul beast, he could utilize the technique of awakening to revive it, restoring all injuries and even enhancing its power. Furthermore, if their soul rings remained intact, he could absorb them, thereby further augmenting his strength, and they seemed to possess a degree of sentience as well. After mentally summarizing and organizing his thoughts, Chen Luo opened the task panel. He had successfully acquired his third soul ring, and a new sign-in task had refreshed. Main quest: sign in at the Tiando Royal Academy and join the new Shrek Academy. Side quest: achieve 30 consecutive victories at the Soto Great Soul Arena. To his surprise, a side quest had emerged once again. It seemed prudent to address this side quest first. Following the acquisition of his second soul ring, the sign-in task had solely consisted of the main quest. But now he was presented with a side quest once more. The main quest had two criteria: sign in at the Tiando Royal Academy and join the new Shrek Academy. The former was relatively straightforward. Given his current strength, he would be warmly welcomed if he set off for the Tiando Royal Academy right away. However, the latter, joining the new Shrek Academy, required the entire Shrek team to relocate. In Chen Luo's recollection, the new Shrek Academy was reconstructed based on Lu Erlong's Soul Master Academy. While it retained the name Shrek Academy, the prefix new was merely for distinction. According to the expected narrative trajectory, the Shrek younglings would only migrate to the Tiando Royal Academy upon graduation, and due to unforeseen circumstances, they would eventually reunite with Lu Erlong to re-establish the Shrek Academy. The main quest appeared to be a long-term endeavor, but Chen Luo was not in a rush. His current strength was more than sufficient. In fact, it was somewhat overwhelming, necessitating a period for adaptation. Moreover, he wished to remain by Xiao Wu's side. Although his growth had indeed been accelerated, Xiao Wu still required time to develop. To accompany the girl he cherished as she gradually matured and grew stronger was a dream cherished by countless boys. Thus, he decided to set the main quest aside for the time being and focus on completing the side quest, which would ultimately be a matter of time. As he traversed a thicket, Chen Luo arrived at a clearing with several diverging paths, leaving him momentarily uncertain of which direction to take. Just as he hesitated, He sensed a familiar aura approaching. He halted, silently awaiting its arrival, until a graceful figure emerged from the trees, standing before him. "Brother Chen Luo, what brings you here?" It was none other than Xiao Wu. Without uttering a word, Chen Luo pulled Xiao Wu into his embrace. "At last, I have found you." Beneath the dappled shade of the trees, the boy and girl locked eyes, sharing a moment that felt akin to a reunion after death, a connection that words could scarcely convey. Chen Luo gently tended to Xiao Wu's slightly disheveled hair, while she began to recount her perilous experiences. Upon hearing the thunderous roar, the Titan giant ape had released her and fled, fortuitously allowing her to break through to level 30 and acquire her third soul ring. Though Chen Luo recognized that Xiao Wu was fabricating her tale, he feigned belief. "I'm glad you're safe." Xiao Wu then noticed the bloodstains on Chen Luo's attire, marred by numerous tears, and her concern deepened. "Brother Chen Luo, what happened to you? Why are you here alone?" "You're injured." With a gentle smile, Chen Luo shook his head. "Mifine. I intended to intercept the Titan giant ape to buy you some time to escape. Unfortunately, I was thrown aside. Perhaps I overestimated my capabilities." Xiao Wu's expression turned to one of concern, her small hand lightly caressing his chest. Chen Luo grinned. "It's nothing serious, just a minor injury." Indeed, it was not grave. He had merely lost a considerable amount of vitality. Had it not been for the Deathgod's technique, he might still be lying injured where he fell. He continued, "When I saw you being taken by the Titan giant ape, I immediately pursued. Tang Sen seemed to have acted as well. I wonder where he is now." Xiao Wu softly admonished, "You are so reckless. You knew the Titan giant ape was powerful, yet you still chased after it. What if something had happened?" The journey was fraught with danger. As she spoke, her large, glistening eyes brimmed with guilt. Chen Luo affectionately ruffled her hair, replying earnestly, "I promise to protect you. If anyone wishes to harm you, they must first tread over my corpse. Without you, my existence would hold no meaning." Xiao Wu's eyes glistened with unshed tears as she gazed earnestly at Chen Luo. He smiled gently and added, "During my pursuit, I also broke through to level 30 and acquired my third soul ring." His experience was somewhat akin to Xiao Wu's, though his was genuine while hers was fabricated. Upon hearing this, Xiao Wu's eyes sparkled with curiosity. "What kind of soul beast's soul ring is it?" "The abyssal spider," he replied, recounting his encounter with the abyssal spider and the subsequent battle, omitting the details about awakening and the Deathgod's ring. Once she heard his tale, Xiao Wu's joyful expression faded, replaced by concern and reproach. "Brother Chen Luo, you were far too impulsive. A 10,000-year soul beast is exceedingly dangerous. Yet you dare to hunt it. What's more, you absorbed its 10,000-year soul ring. Any misstep in that process could have led to disastrous consequences. Please, never undertake such perilous endeavors again." Chen Luo chuckled, "But look at me, I'm perfectly fine. Have you forgotten that I was the one who absorbed a 1,000-year soul ring as my first? A mere 10,000-year soul ring is hardly a challenge." He then added, "The abyssal spider was already gravely injured, which allowed me to take advantage of the situation. Yet, he was acutely aware of the dangers involved. Even though the abyssal spider was wounded, he had expended all his strength to defeat it and when absorbing the soul ring. Had it not been for the prior extraction of some of the abyssal spider's essence, it would not have gone so smoothly." Xiao Wu said nothing further, simply embracing Chen Luo in silence. Being a soul beast herself, she understood the inherent dangers of soul beasts all too well. She recognized that Chen Luo was downplaying the situation to prevent her from worrying. Chen Luo was taken aback, but soon regained his composure, gently stroking Xiao Wu's back. After a long moment, they finally parted. "Let us go find Tang San," Chen Luo suggested. Xiao Wu nodded in agreement. When they reunited with Tang San, he had just completed the absorption of a human-faced demon spider soul ring and had also acquired the external soul bone, the 8 spider lances. Some events that transpired in the Star Doe Forest differed from Chen Luo's memories, yet the ultimate outcome remained unchanged. Tang San had also achieved his breakthrough while pursuing the Titan giant ape, subsequently encountering the human-faced demon spider and the formidable couple, the sky-splitting dragon and the snake, aligning closely with Chen Luo's recollections. Upon seeing Chen Luo and Xiao Wu return, the tension in the group dissipated, and Tang San felt similarly relieved. For him, both Chen Luo and Xiao Wu were of utmost importance, Otherwise, he would not have lost his composure and recklessly pursued the Titan giant ape. Now, with everyone safe and sound, joy filled the air. "It's time to head home, little monsters," Zhao Wujie exclaimed, fatigue melting away into a beaming smile as he waved his arms. The crowd erupted in jubilant cheers as they exchanged glances, having collectively endured several brushes with death. An unspoken understanding had long since woven itself into the hearts of all present. Now that the situation was resolved, they could finally return to rest. Zhao Wujie looked on with satisfaction at the scene before him, pleased with his students. The monsters were indeed exceptional. Their innate talents for cultivation and combat far surpassed those of ordinary individuals. They maintained a calm demeanor, made precise judgments, valued emotions, and faced life and death without fear. He eagerly anticipated their futures. "Chen Luo, come with me," Zhao Wujie beckoned. Chen Luo stepped forward, aware that everyone knew he had acquired his third soul ring. Zhao Wujie, having activated his martial soul's true form, was still in a weakened state, able to exert only 50% of his strength. They remained within the Stardew Forest, where dangers still lurked, and no one could predict what might happen next. Chen Luo had obtained a 10,000-year soul ring, and his previous strength was well known. Now, he had clearly become a formidable asset to the team. With Zhao Wujie and Chen Luo leading the way, they encountered no further troubles on their return. This was likely related to the Titan giant ape's presence at the forest's edge. It was expected that weaker spirit beasts would not dare to emerge for quite some time. Upon exiting the Stardew Forest, the Shrek students rested in a small town for 2 days. Daimu Bai, ever the generous soul, covered all expenses and no one practiced. They took the opportunity to relax thoroughly. Upon returning to the academy, Tang San specifically called Chen Luo and Xiao Wu aside. "I have some hidden weapons for you. Take them for now. Rest well today, and tomorrow, when you have time, I will teach you how to use them." As he spoke, he produced 2 Zhuge crossbows along with several other concealed weapons. "In critical moments, these can prove quite useful," Tang San continued. "I had initially planned to create stronger weapons before giving them to you, but after our experience in the Stardew Forest, having more weapons equates to more opportunities." Chen Luo and Xiao Wu expressed their gratitude with bright smiles. "Thank you, third brother. There's no need for such formality. We are family," Tang San replied, handing the weapons to them before returning to his dormitory. Chen Luo and Xiao Wu exchanged smiles before heading back to their own quarters. "I didn't expect third brother to be so generous," Xiao Wu remarked with a laugh. Chen Luo responded, "When has he ever been stingy? If he ever needs our help, we should do our utmost to assist him." Xiao Wu nodded. "Indeed, that's only right." After lying in bed for a while, Chen Luo turned to Xiao Wu and smiled. "Shall we practice or rest?" Xiao Wu pouted. "Let us sleep. I'm so tired." Chen Luo smiled gently, gazing at the ceiling, thinking to himself, "It is indeed time for a good rest." Calculating the time, the master should have arrived at Shrek Academy by now. After breakfast, the bell rang, and everyone gathered in the academy's playground. Both the dean and vice dean, Flinder and Zhao Wujie, were present, along with the academy's teachers, making for a particularly lively atmosphere. Flinder surveyed all the students and proceeded to introduce the faculty. "This is teacher Li Yusong, with the martial soul of the dragon pattern staff, a level 63 soul emperor. He was the elderly gentleman responsible for Shrek Academy's recruitment. Next is teacher Lu Qibin, with the martial soul of Star Chess, a level 66 soul emperor. He was slightly older than Li Yusong, in his 70s. And this is teacher Xiao Xin, with the martial soul of Jelly Bean, a level 71 soul sage. This teacher appeared considerably younger, of a similar age to Flinder. Although Li Yusong and Lu Qibin were older, they still possessed tall and robust physiques. Even though time had etched lines on their faces, they appeared more handsome than ordinary seniors. However, Xiao Xin was less aesthetically pleasing, short in stature. Even shorter than Xiao Wu, with small eyes and a prominent nose. Individually, his features were acceptable, but together they created a rather peculiar impression. Yet, appearances do not define one's capabilities. As long as one possesses sufficient strength, even the least attractive can shine brightly. Xiao Xin was a prime example. Had it not been for Flinder's introduction, who would believe that this individual held the rank of Soul Sage and was a rare food-type spirit master? Do not judge a book by its cover could not be more fitting than in Xiao Xin's case. After Flinder introduced the 3 teachers, they nodded towards the students. The gazes lingering a moment longer on Chen Luo. Li Yusong remained expressionless. Lu Qibin wore a faint smile, while Xiao Xian's eyes only held interest for Oscar. A middle-aged man stood beside them, and Flinder introduced him last. When he appeared, both Chen Luo and Xiao Wu's eyes were already fixed upon him. Tang San, however, seemed unsurprised, as if he had encountered him before. This man was none other than the master. Known for his research that led to the ranking of the top 10 martial souls, hailed as the most knowledgeable spirit master and the epitome of wisdom. He was also Tang San's mentor, my old comrade, Mr. Yu Xiaojing. Aside from Chen Luo, Xiao Wu, and Tang San, the others were quite curious and expectant regarding Yu Xiaojing's presence. They had witnessed Tang San's prowess and surmised that a teacher capable of nurturing such talent could not be lacking in skill themselves. After the introductions, Flinder imparted a few words of advice to the students before officially entrusting the teaching duties to Yu Xiaojing. Yu Xiaojing briefly outlined the upcoming teaching arrangements and then organized the students according to their ages. Number 1, Dai Mu Bai. Number 2, Oscar. Number 3, Tang San. Number 4, Ma Hongjun. Number 5, Xiao Wu. Number 6, Ning Rongrong. Number 7, Zhu Zhuqing. Huh, what about my name? The rankings of the Shrek 7 monsters remained unchanged. Yet Chen Luo did not hear his name. Noticing Chen Luo's puzzled expression, Yu Xiaojing calmly stated, Chen Luo's strength far surpasses that of the others. He will have a different arrangement. To this, the others had no objections. Chen Luo himself felt somewhat surprised but did not dwell on it. Indeed, his strength was extraordinary. If he trained alongside the others, it would likely disrupt the training balance, and standard exercises would not aid his growth. Gather here tomorrow morning. Do not be absent for breakfast. The consequence of tardiness is special training. Dismissed. Yu Xiaojing concluded before departing with Flinder and the others. Oscar and the others huddled around Tang San to discuss the master's arrival, and soon their attention shifted back to Chen Luo. My good brother, you truly are receiving special treatment, Oscar exclaimed with a grin, his expression saying, I saw this coming. Dai Mu Bai chimed in with a laugh. It's unavoidable. Who told you to be so strong? Ma Hongjun appeared somewhat disappointed. I had hoped Chen Luo could train with us. He is so powerful we could slack off a bit. Now, that dream is shattered. If he trained with us, could you handle the amount he would train? Dai Mu Bai shot Ma Hongjun a look. Ma Hongjun chuckled, true enough. Despite Yu Xiaojing's arrangements, the bond between the group and Chen Luo remained unscathed. They understood that Chen Luo was indeed too formidable. At only 12 years old, he already possessed the strength of a soul master. With 2 purple and 1 black soul rings, and had once single-handedly faced Zhao Wujia, Dai Mu Bai had experienced Chen Luo's might firsthand, making him acutely aware of Chen Luo's capabilities. At that time, Chen Luo was merely at the Great Soul Master level. Now, however, he has ascended to the Soul Master rank and acquired a 10,000-year soul ring. All that once seemed impossible has now been realized through Chen Luo, leaving others unaware of just how formidable he has become. It is quite possible that the 7 of them together would struggle to contend with him alone. The truth is, this is indeed the case. Chen Luo himself holds no particular opinion on the matter. He is destined to be the one who stands apart. If he were to be forcibly integrated into the Shrek 7 monsters, it would only serve to make him feel out of place. Being singled out for special treatment has its merits, after all. Chen Luo's purpose in coming to Shrek Academy was to grow stronger alongside Xiao Wu. While Shrek Academy may not be the best, it is certainly the most suitable choice, at least for Xiao Wu. If he could also gain something from his time at Shrek Academy, that would be the most favorable outcome. After a brief conversation, Ma Hongjun decided to drag Dai Mu Bai off to Soto City in search of amusement. Dai Mu Bai, of course, chose to decline. After all, he had only just established a good impression in front of Zhu Zhuqing and could not afford to ruin it now. Surprisingly, Tang San expressed his intent to head to Soto City as well. His motives were not akin to those of the others. He sought to find reliable blacksmiths to forge concealed weapons. On their way back from the Star Dove Forest, everyone, aside from Chen Luo, was keenly interested in how Tang San managed to defeat the man-faced demon spider. Naturally, Tang San mentioned his plans for concealed weapons. Ningrongrong, well aware of the advantages concealed weapons would bring to their sect, had already placed a significant order on behalf of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. The situation aligned closely with Chen Luo's previous impressions, Ning Rongrong did not embody the archetype of a seductive sorceress, but rather resembled a strong and capable businesswoman. Xiao Wu, shall we venture to Soto City together? Chen Luo suggested. Xiao Wu's eyes sparkled momentarily, but she ultimately shook her head. Perhaps not. Let us return and focus on our training. Since returning from the Stardow Forest, Xiao Wu had become even more motivated and diligent. Her fervent training evoking a sense of concern in Chen Luo. After a brief respite, we should explore Soto City. Chen Luo smiled. Only then did Xiao Wu nod in agreement. All right. Chen Luo recognized a shift in Xiao Wu's mindset, though he was uncertain of its exact nature. While diligence is commendable, it is equally important to relax when the time calls for it. He hoped that Xiao Wu would not gradually lose her innocent and lively spirit should the world collapse. He would support her, but if she ceased to smile, all his efforts would be rendered meaningless. The following morning, the Shrek group gathered in the dining hall, where the master personally prepared a nutritious breakfast for everyone. After their meal, they assembled on the playground. To their surprise, Zhao Wujin also arrived. I have come to understand your respective martial souls and abilities. From today onward, I will commence your enhanced training, the master declared solemnly, his gaze sweeping over the group before finally resting on Chen Luo. Chen Luo, step forward. Yes, Chen Luo complied. The master instructed, state your martial soul and soul power level. My martial soul is a scythe, and my soul power level is 33, Chen Luo replied. A flicker of astonishment crossed the master's expression before he continued. You may proceed with teacher Zhao Wujin. I have already informed him of your training regimen. Understood. Chen Luo did not hesitate and walked toward Zhao Wujin. Zhao Wujin greeted him with a radiant smile, seemingly quite excited. Follow me. Chen Luo glanced back at Xiao Wu before departing with Zhao Wujin. The master's gaze returned to the Shrek 7 monsters. We shall officially commence training. Chen Luo followed Zhao Wujin to a familiar open area within the academy, reminiscent of the spot where he had battled Zhao Wujin during the entrance examination. Zhao Wujin remarked with a grin, Little monster, the master had initially planned for you to spar with those little ones, but given your soul power level has reached 33, it seems I shall be your opponent instead. This is quite reasonable. After absorbing a 10,000-year soul ring, it would be rather absurd if your soul power had only increased by 1 level. You truly are impressive, having absorbed a 10,000-year soul ring for your 3rd soul ring. I can hardly wait to see the extent of your current strength. Chen Luo smiled slightly. I too am eager to see. In truth, he had anticipated the nature of his training for today since the previous evening. He simply had not expected the master to hold him in such high regard, allowing him to face Zhao Wujin directly. Originally, he had surmised that he might serve as a support fighter for the Shrek 7 monsters. Zhao Wujin's earlier words appeared to validate this notion, yet a twist of fate had occurred. Upon learning of Chen Luo's soul power level, the master decisively opted for an alternative approach. As for the training of the Shrek 7 monsters, it would likely follow the pattern Chen Luo remembered. First combat training, followed by physical training. I knew you wouldn't be intimidated. As expected, Zhao Wujin chuckled. Ahem, your training will consist of battling me. He began to outline the training regimen. I am well aware of your strength, and I shall not hold back. Your goal is to force me to unleash my martial soul's true form. Understood, let us begin. Chen Luo replied. Zhao Wujin grinned. Are you that eager? Martial soul manifestation. Zhao Wujin activated his martial soul, his 7 soul rings pulsating with radiant light as an overwhelming wave of soul power erupted forth. An oppressive force bearing down upon Chen Luo. Undeterred by Zhao Wujin's imposing presence, Chen Luo calmly activated his own martial soul. A colossal scythe materialized in his grasp, a shadowy form visible only to him overlapping with his own body. 3 soul rings, 2 purple and 1 black, rose slowly from beneath Chen Luo's feet, signifying a dramatic shift in his aura. Indomitable, Chen Luo declared, as black flames erupted from the scythe of death, instantly enveloping him, causing his 3 soul rings to shine brightly and elevating his presence even further. No wonder you are regarded as a little monster. You already exude the aura of a soul king. However, I wonder how long you can maintain this state during battle. Zhao Wujin exclaimed with excitement, launching himself towards Chen Luo without further ado. With no need for excessive dialogue, the training commenced immediately. Upon activating Indomitable, Chen Luo entered a remarkably unique state. enveloped by a sense of immense power that felt almost surreal, as if he could conquer anything. This overwhelming sensation instilled in him absolute confidence. Yet due to his inherent temperament, he remained remarkably composed. As he observed the approaching soul sage Zhao Wujin, he felt no trepidation. In fact, a subtle smile crept across his lips. To engage without unleashing your martial soul's true form? Oh, Teacher Zhao, you may be overestimating yourself. Chen Luo surged towards Zhao Wujin, his speed eclipsing that of his opponent. Clang! In an instant, Chen Luo collided with Zhao Wujin, his scythe of death striking down upon Zhao Wujin's arms. Immovable king body. Zhao Wujin's first soul ring flickered, preemptively predicting Chen Luo's attack. A brilliant golden light erupted around Zhao Wujin, the tremendous force catapulting Chen Luo away. Chen Luo skillfully controlled the timing of his attack. After Zhao Wujia's release of the immovable king, he summoned the Scythe of Death, unleashing an immensely powerful black flame. Boom! The black flames instantly engulfed Zhao Wujia, imbued with both toxic and fierce fire effects. With Chen Luo's increased strength, the damage from these two skills seemed to surge significantly. Much of Zhao Wujia's hair was singed away, and his flesh bore multiple charred wounds, with black flames writhing in some of the bloodied gashes, evoking a visceral pain just to behold. Zhao Wujia's face contorted with agony, unable to suppress a pained roar. He immediately summoned his soul power to expel the black flames clinging to his body. Surprisingly, rather than feeling anger from his injuries, a glimmer of excitement danced across his features. Very impressive. With your growing strength, your soul skills have indeed strengthened considerably, inflicting greater damage upon me. And that damn black flame is even harder to dispel. Your timing in battle was excellently executed. I had anticipated you would utilize that special soul skill and plan to counter with my first soul skill. Yet, you are more cunning than I expected, choosing to hold back until after my first skill had been unleashed. Truly remarkable. You are indeed a little monster. Gazing at Chen Luo, who had been sent flying over 10 meters, Zhao Wujia's excitement was tinged with self-deprecating humor. Goodness. It seems my first soul skill failed to inflict any substantial damage upon you. Your original plan was to attack and then immediately create distance, wasn't it? Well, that has indeed come to fruition. Chen Luo steadied himself. He had indeed sustained little harm, merely retreating in response to the explosive force of golden light. Zhao Wujia's keen observations after just a brief engagement were commendable. The warm-up is over. Let us commence the true battle. I am eager to witness your Millennium Soul skill. As he spoke, the second and third soul rings on Zhao Wujia's body glimmered simultaneously. 49. The so-called monster. Zhao Wujia's second soul skill, the giant golden palm, activated, transforming his hands into bear-like appendages, dramatically amplifying his strength and offensive capabilities. His third soul skill, gravity enhancement, was something Chen Luo had previously experienced during the entrance examination. At that time, Zhao Wujia's gravitational pressure had severely hampered Chen Luo's speed, prompting him to forego the fight. Without absolute speed, Chen Luo would merely serve as a slow-moving target before Zhao Wujia. Once Zhao Wujia's gravity enhancement was activated, Chen Luo felt an overwhelming increase in pressure, as though he were burdened by heavy weights, significantly affecting his speed. However, the challenge was manageable. It merely required some time to adjust to this newfound state. Calmly observing Zhao Wujia charging towards him, Chen Luo initiated his own actions, opting to retreat rather than attack. The simultaneous activation of two soul skills indicated Zhao Wujia's seriousness. Thus, it was imperative for Chen Luo to prepare himself optimally for the encounter. As a soul sage, Zhao Wujia was a formidable opponent, possessing far superior combat experience. Zhao Wujia could afford numerous missteps, but Chen Luo could afford none. A single opening would spell his defeat. Well done, little monster. After your power increase, you have demonstrated remarkable immunity to my gravity enhancement. I cannot help but admire you, Zhao Wujia exclaimed, his speed suddenly surging as he unleashed his full soul power. Fully entering combat mode, the distance between them closed rapidly. Zhao Wujia leaped, swinging his bare paw towards Chen Luo. Yet he struck only air. You adapted so quickly. A look of astonishment flickered across Zhao Wujia's face as he swiftly turned, swiping his paw backward. Chen Luo had positioned himself directly behind Zhao Wujie, bringing down the Scythe of Death. Clang! The Scythe of Death met Zhao Wujie's bare paw, yet the black flames surged forth unimpeded. Boom! Facing the onslaught of black flames, Zhao Wujie remained unfazed, channeling his soul power to shield himself as his first black soul ring glimmered with a deep, dark light. Activating his fifth soul skill, gravity compression. Intense pressure enveloped Chen Luo from all directions, drawing him uncontrollably closer to Zhao Wujie. Chen Luo's expression shifted dramatically as he gripped the Scythe of Death tightly, unleashing his own Black Millennium Soul Ring, summoning Shadow Binding. Countless shadows surged forth from the Scythe of Death, instantaneously ensnaring Zhao Wujie, binding him tightly. As Chen Luo approached within half a meter, the effects of gravity compression finally waned. He swiftly delivered a powerful kick to Zhao Wujie's chest, leveraging the force to create distance between them. Zhao Wujie struggled momentarily against the shadow binding, but this peculiar technique did not restrain him for long. Almost simultaneously with Chen Luo's retreat, the shadows were shattered by Zhao Wujie's force, dissolving into nothingness. Is this your Millennium Soul skill? Even I could be restrained by it. Zhao Wujie's face bore a look of astonishment as he continued to advance towards Chen Luo. Be wary, next time, I shall not grant you such a generous opportunity to escape. Zhao Wujie closed the distance once more, but Chen Luo remained unfazed, responding with calm composure. The Scythe of Death, after all, was a weapon, maintaining a certain advantage against Zhao Wujie's fists, providing ample space for maneuverability. Chen Luo denied Zhao Wujie the chance to close in, calculating the optimal range for the Scythe of Death's maximum attack. As soon as Zhao Wujie entered that zone, Chen Luo struck. Clang! The blade of the scythe collided with Zhao Wujie's bare paw once more, and black flames roared forth again. Zhao Wujie's skin twitched slightly. Do you never exhaust your soul power, little monster? And your soul skill is far too swift. Zhao Wujie had endured the black flames twice, his body marked with burns that continued to throb painfully, irritating his nerves. As the black flames erupted, Zhao Wujie decisively chose to retreat. Trying to run? A faint smile graced Chen Luo's face, appearing bright and sunny, yet to Zhao Wujie, it was utterly terrifying. Shadow binding. As the black flames surged, the shadows surged forth first, ensnaring Zhao Wujie once more. Caught off guard while attempting to retreat, Zhao Wujie stumbled and fell, once again consumed by the black flames. In that interval, Chen Luo seized the opportunity to strike the enormous blade of the scythe, leaving a ghastly gash across Zhao Wujie's waist. Maximizing his output, Chen Luo retreated just in time, establishing a safe distance as Zhao Wujie broke free of the shadow binding. Is this ever going to end? Zhao Wujie's face was etched with frustration, his gaze toward Chen Luo filled with astonishment. Does your soul skill have no cooldown period? And you release it without any need for preparation. How is this even possible? Chen Luo wore a faint smile on his face. I have exerted all my strength just to barely withstand a few moves from Teacher Zhao. Zhao Wujie shot an annoyed glance at Chen Luo. Enough with the false humility. You think I don't know? Your unique flame soul skill requires charging. Otherwise, with your ferocity, you wouldn't have only unleashed it once. But I must admit, your scythe is indeed sharp. Zhao Wujie wiped the wound at his waist, blood staining his palm. Yet under the influence of his soul power, the bleeding halted instantly, and the wound began to heal slowly. Clearly, this ordinary attack was ineffective against Zhao Wujie. His body was immensely resilient, with formidable defenses and a terrifying recovery ability. Only specialized soul techniques could inflict genuine harm on Zhao Wujie. Zhao Wujie was not wrong. After activating the indomitable black flame, it indeed could not be continuously released and required a certain amount of preparation time. It could be unleashed a maximum of 3 times in succession, followed by a waiting period of about 10 seconds before it could be used again. While 10 seconds may seem brief in the heat of battle, it allows for numerous actions to be taken. However, this does not diminish the formidable nature of the black flame. Zhao Wujie had suffered because of it. Even as a soul sage, had Chen Luo faced an opponent of equal rank, a single black flame attack could potentially incapacitate them or even lead to their demise. As for the shadow bind, it could only be released twice in succession, followed by a 30-second preparation time. This millennium-old soul technique's control capabilities were remarkable. Even Zhao Wujie found it difficult to escape, and against an opponent of the same rank, it could practically lead to their demise. On the playground, the Shrek 7 monsters had completed their combat training, and the master had provided critiques for each of them. Every flaw was pointed out with no mercy. It was now time for a lecture. The master glanced toward Zhao Wujie and Chen Luo, then turned to the Shrek 7 monsters, stating in a grave tone, "You are not yet worthy of being called monsters. True monsters lie beyond. Your performance today has disappointed me. Each of you has committed unforgivable mistakes, and now you shall all face punishment." With a roar, a golden giant bear slapped the ground, leaving a massive paw print and shaking the earth. A figure swiftly retreated to avoid the immense force, finally halting 20 meters away. In a flash of golden light, the giant bear vanished, revealing Zhao Wujie's figure, covered in various wounds, looking quite disheveled. "You've grown stronger. It took you less than 10 minutes to force out my true martial soul." Zhao Wujie beamed with joy. Chen Luo smiled slightly. "It's all thanks to teacher Zhao's excellent training. Spare me the empty pleasantries. Your achievements are a result of your own hard work." Zhao Wujie replied, "But it has been tough on me." He glanced at his wounds, then shook his head with a laugh. "It's nothing, as long as you grow stronger. It's all worth it. By the way, why has your soul power increased at such an astonishing rate? You must be at least level 35 now." Zhao Wujie could not discern Chen Luo's true strength. He could only sense Chen Luo's aura when he activated his indomitable form. After each battle, Zhao Wujie could clearly feel Chen Luo's growth, and today, Chen Luo had achieved a qualitative leap in power, suggesting an increase in soul power level. "Is it fast?" Chen Luo blurted out instinctively. Zhao Wujie frowned. "You think it's slow? Keep in mind that the higher one climbs, the more challenging it becomes to elevate one's soul power level. The transition to Soul Master is a significant threshold. After reaching that, the speed of soul power enhancement is less about effort and more about talent. In just 3 months, you've risen 2 levels. Not even I, nor the insights of Dean Flender and the Master, have seen such a feat." Chen Luo explained. "It might be due to the soul power granted by the Millennium Soul Ring. After absorbing it, there is still a substantial amount of energy within me that hadn't been fully assimilated. These 3 months of combat training with you have allowed me to absorb that energy, thus raising my soul power level by 2. Zhao Wujie laughed heartily. "That's indeed plausible, but you are truly remarkable. You are the most outstanding little monster I have ever encountered." Zhao Wujie never hesitated to praise Chen Luo. "All right, I need to rest now. While activating my true martial soul is exhilarating, the aftermath is exhausting, and I will need 7 days to recuperate." Zhao Wujie chuckled. "Your training is now complete. I have fulfilled my task perfectly. Go see the master. He may have other arrangements for you." "Thank you, Teacher Zhao." Chen Luo nodded, sincerely expressing his gratitude. Zhao Wujie waved his hand dismissively as he walked away. No need for such formalities. Chen Luo gazed at Zhao Wujie's departing figure, filled with appreciation. Unbeknownst to him, 3 months had flown by. Throughout this time, Zhao Wujie tirelessly accompanied Chen Luo in practical training, sustaining injuries each time, yet never uttering a word of complaint. The more severe the wounds, the more joyful Zhao Wujie appeared, that joy stemming from the heart. Even when weakened after using his true martial soul, he continued training alongside Chen Luo without a single word of grievance. Having such an exceptional teacher filled Chen Luo with deep gratitude. While his strength was indeed monstrous among his peers, he still lacked the ability to bring down Zhao Wujie, unless he unleashed the 2 undead soul beasts from the death realm. It was precisely because Zhao Wujie was so formidable that each practical training session pushed Chen Luo to his limits, allowing him to break through time and again. In addition to enhancing his combat skills, Chen Luo's soul power had also risen by 2 levels. This was not solely due to the benefits of the Millennium Soul Ring, but rather a result of his own diligent cultivation, significantly aided by his daily challenges against his limits. In a state of constant extremity, the Deathgod's techniques would operate at an accelerated pace, amplifying Chen Luo's cultivation speed. After breaking through each level's bottleneck, his cultivation speed was already extraordinary. Combined with training at his limits, Chen Luo felt that a 2-level improvement in 3 months was somewhat slow. This training session had yielded substantial rewards, and he eagerly anticipated future training. Chen Luo reflected contentedly, then mused. Regrettably, the method of rapidly enhancing levels through extreme challenges cannot be employed constantly. Otherwise, my soul power would soar. This method, while fast, lacks stability. For the time being, I must solidify the gains I have made during this period. The path ahead must be tread with careful steps, as rushing may lead to adverse outcomes. To journey further, I must ensure a steady and solid foundation. Chen Luo had always been a remarkably composed individual, never allowing immediate results to cloud his judgment or lead him down potentially destructive shortcuts in the pursuit of his future. Today, the consumption of soul power is still manageable. There is no need for deliberate cultivation. I shall head directly to see Xiao Wu and assess the situation. It has been 3 months, and their training should be nearing completion. Chen Luo dusted off his clothes and made his way to the training ground of Xiao Wu and the others. You have successfully completed the first phase of your training. You have not disappointed me. Take a week to rest well, in preparation for the upcoming second phase of training. Upon Chen Luo's arrival, the master was delivering his final instructions. After finishing, the master prepared to leave. As he passed by Chen Luo, he cast a surprised glance. Finished? Yes, it is concluded. Excellent. Master, Teacher Zhao mentioned that my current training is over. What about my training afterward? We will discuss it again in 7 days. Understood. With a few simple exchanges, the master departed. Chen Luo approached Xiao Wu and her companions, and Xiao Wu immediately noticed his arrival and rushed over. Let me see, did you get hurt today? Xiao Wu inquired with great concern for Chen Luo's well-being. After 3 months of rigorous training, Xiao Wu appeared unchanged on the outside. Her cheeks remained rosy, showing no signs of sunburn, still exuding a lively demeanor. Chen Luo smiled slightly. I am fine, just a few minor scrapes. Everyone is watching. Only then did Xiao Wu stand beside Chen Luo, her delicate face slightly flushed, gazing at the other members of Shrek. It was evident that the 3 months had brought about various changes in them. The most notable transformation was in Ma Hongjun, who had shed considerable weight. It still appeared somewhat plump. Compared to his previous bulk, the current Ma Hongjun emanated a sense of strength. The others had also undergone corresponding changes. Dai Mubai had become even more robust, exuding explosive power, with a newfound intensity in his gaze. Oscar appeared significantly healthier, judging by his appearance. One might not recognize him as a support-type soul master. Tang Xin had grown more muscular and seemed to have gained some height, his demeanor now more composed and resolute. Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing, the 2 girls, had also transformed drastically, having slimmed down considerably and developed more toned physiques. Beneath their stunning exteriors lay an indomitable spirit that was even more captivating. Chen Luo occasionally visited this place, but due to his own rigorous training, his visits were limited. It had been half a month since his last appearance. Upon seeing Chen Luo, Dai Mubai and the others approached him with great enthusiasm. Chen Luo, you seem to have finished earlier than last time. Truly impressive. Dai Mubai remarked with a smile. Just lucky, Chen Luo replied modestly. Ma Hongjun approached Chen Luo and, mimicking Xiao Wu's earlier gesture, asked with genuine concern, Let me see, did you get hurt today? Xiao Wu's face turned crimson as she shot a glare at Ma Hongjun. You glutton, try that again. Ma Hongjun retorted, What are you talking about? You should call me fourth brother. While teasing Xiao Wu, Ma Hongjun's gaze remained fixed on Chen Luo, genuinely checking for any injuries. Goodness, just a few scrapes, and they're nearly healed. Chen Luo, are you even human? Or has Teacher Zhao become weaker? Ma Hongjun exclaimed. Just then, Zhao Wujin's deep voice resounded. Fatty, who are you calling weak? Ma Hongjun jumped in surprise. When did you arrive, Teacher Zhao? Just now. As Zhao Wujin approached Oscar, without needing to be prompted, Oscar produced a sausage he had prepared earlier and handed it to Zhao Wujin. Teacher Zhao, you owe me 10 gold soul coins. When will you settle up? Oscar chuckled, his eyes squinting with mirth. Zhao Wujin shot him a disapproving look. Look at you, so unambitious. It's just 10 gold soul coins. I'll pay you next time. With that, Zhao Wujin departed. Oscar shrugged. Looks like my 10 gold soul coins are gone. Tang San remarked. Teacher Zhao's injuries seem to worsen day by day. Oscar laughed as he put his arm around Tang San's shoulder and pointed at Chen Luo, all thanks to Chen Luo's handiwork. In contrast to the lively demeanor of Dai Mubai, Ma Hongjun, and Oscar, Tang San appeared much more mature and spoke little. Yet he too was concerned for Chen Luo. He was the first to notice Chen Luo's arrival and immediately used his purple extreme magic eyes to assess Chen Luo's injuries. Upon seeing that Chen Luo was unscathed, he sighed in relief. Ning Rongrong approached Chen Luo with a smile. Chen Luo, I just heard your conversation with the master. Your training has concluded as well? Chen Luo nodded gently. Indeed, we also have a week off. Ning Rongrong smiled at Xiao Wu. We can rest together now. Take Xiao Wu to Soto City for a stroll. She has been mentioning you every day, wondering if you would get hurt or what you were up to. Before Ning Rongrong could finish, Xiao Wu playfully tickled her. Stop talking nonsense. Ma Hongjun interjected. Rongrong, why are you worrying? Chen Luo and Xiao Wu sleep together every day. You glutton. Are you looking for a fight? Xiao Wu retorted. Never mind. I can't afford to mess with you. I'm leaving. And Xiao Wu, stop calling me fatty. Refer to me as fourth brother, got it? No respect. With that, Ma Hongjun dashed away, heading towards Soto City. Before departing, he cheekily called out to Dai Mubai. Boss Dai, want to join me? Get lost. After 3 months of intense training, everyone was quite fatigued. Oscar and Tang Xin returned to their dormitory to rest, while Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing also headed back. Dai Mubai trailed Zhu Zhuqing, likely intending to see her home before returning to the dormitory. His chances of visiting Soto City seeming slim lately, as he had been unusually well-behaved. Only the two of us are left. Shall we go for a stroll in Soto City? Chen Luo turned to Xiao Wu beside him. Xiao Wu pouted. Don't listen to Rongrong. I never said I want to go to Soto City. Let us just go back and sleep. I'm truly exhausted. You've worked hard. Yes. Xiao Wu linked her arm with Chen Luo's. Actually, you're the one who has been working the hardest, battling with teacher Zhao daily. He is a level 76 soul sage. Even without using his martial spirit, he is incredibly formidable. Are you worried? Yes, seeing you come back injured every day, it truly pains me. As Chen Luo and Xiao Wu conversed, they walked towards the dormitory. Although they shared a bed, their schedules over the past 3 months had not aligned. Chen Luo often returned the latest. In the initial days, he was covered in injuries, but he gradually improved. Chen Luo never held back against Zhao Wujin, always giving his all, which meant Zhao Wujin left each day bearing his own injuries, as he too did not hold back against Chen Luo, allowing him to push his limits. On the first day of the holiday, Xiao Wu slept until noon. In contrast, Chen Luo spent the entire time in a state of cultivation, needing time to consolidate his strength. Having just undergone intense combat training and re-entered the rigorous routine of daily practice, Chen Luo found himself reluctant to exert such effort. Yet, every time he beheld Xiao Wu, a surge of motivation coursed through him. He knew that only by becoming sufficiently powerful could he protect her. As noon approached, Xiao Wu awoke, and Chen Luo accompanied her for lunch. Upon their return, they fortuitously encountered Tang San, who had come specifically to instruct them in the use of hidden weapons, while also providing an opportunity for the trio to engage in light conversation. From Nodding City to Soto City, and from the Nodding Junior Soul Master Academy to Shrek Academy, Chen Luo, Xiao Wu, and Tang San had grown up together. Their bond was exceptionally strong, and sometimes companionship was indeed a precious gift. Although Tang San was often reticent, his actions consistently demonstrated his care for Chen Luo and Xiao Wu. In their presence, he assumed the role of a strict elder brother. During the lessons on the use of hidden weapons, Tang San exhibited an air of utmost seriousness and precision, akin to a dedicated instructor, holding Chen Luo and Xiao Wu to high standards that had to be met to his satisfaction. The day swiftly passed, and as the evening approached, their training concluded. The three of them enjoyed dinner together before returning to their respective dormitories, while Tang San prepared to work late assembling hidden weapons. Chen Luo and Xiao Wu readied themselves for training. Shortly after Chen Luo and Xiao Wu returned to their dormitory, a sudden flurry of footsteps echoed outside their door. Before Chen Luo could open it, Oscar's voice rang out, calling for them. Chen Luo, Xiao Wu, Fatty has been beaten. Let us go help him. As the door swung open, the Shrek's 7 monsters gathered, with Ma Hongjuan's swollen face standing out among them. What's going on? Did I just hear that Fatty was attacked? Chen Luo inquired, as Xiao Wu peered over his shoulder, curiosity etched on her face. Who is that pig-headed fellow? Could it be Fatty? What happened? Chen Luo pressed further. Dai Mubai interjected. Is it you who should tell the story, or shall I? Ma Hongjun lowered his head, feeling too ashamed to mention his troubles. Dai Mubai cast a disdainful glance at him, saying, "Look at you, lacking any backbone." The situation is as follows. Fatty went to Soto City to address his fiery problem and encountered a lecherous man. They both fancied the same woman, which led to a brawl. The opponent, a soul master, whose name I believe is Douluos, overpowered Fatty and left him in this state, Dai Mubai succinctly explained. Fatty quickly added, "That guy insulted me, claiming I was lacking in certain aspects. Any man would find that intolerable. Wu Mei Fu, you must stand up for me. If I hadn't been training recently, I might not have made it back." "Who are you calling Wu Mei Fu?" Xiao Wu exclaimed, her eyes wide and her cheeks slightly flushed. Ma Hongjun responded, "Let us not dwell on the details. The point is, I've been bullied and beaten. What should we do about it?" Furthermore, he mentioned he had heard the brothel keeper say that the man often engaged in wicked deeds, causing countless innocent maidens to fall victim to his vile hands, only to meet a cruel fate thereafter. Such scum ought not to exist in this world. Then what are we waiting for? Let us move out. How dare he assault my brother? We must ensure he can't even take care of himself. If he truly is a scoundrel, we shall rid the world of his menace today. Xiao Wu, who had been subdued for so long, suddenly radiated the audacity of a leader. Chen Luo's lips curled into a subtle smile, while Tang San instinctively displayed a faint grin. The Shrek 7 monsters, along with Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing, had not arrived, primarily because they were unaware of the incident. Ma Hongjun, being a man of pride, wished to keep his embarrassment from becoming common knowledge. The intention behind gathering Chen Luo and Xiao Wu was clear. Everyone recognized Chen Luo's formidable strength, and they felt confident in confronting a soul master-level adversary. With Chen Luo's presence, their assurance was further bolstered. "Let us go," Chen Luo stated. The group set off at a rapid pace, arriving in Soto City in less than half an hour. Under Ma Hongjun's guidance, they traversed through winding streets until they reached a rather secluded corner of the city. Before them stood a row of aging bungalows, with several pink lanterns swaying in a breeze. Beneath the lanterns, several heavily made-up women stood, attempting to entice passers-by. Unsurprisingly, Ma Hongjun was met with Dai Mubai's scorn. "Fatty, you chose to resolve your fiery problem in a place like this?" Dai Mubai remarked. "I didn't wanna, but it's cheap here," Ma Hongjun retorted. Oscar chimed in. "Those women look old enough to be your mother. How could you even consider it? Enough of the banter. Let us focus on the task at hand. You all wait here while I go check if that scoundrel has left," Ma Hongjun insisted. Meanwhile, Oscar began preparing sausages, ensuring they were ready for whatever might transpire. Ma Hongjun soon returned, excitement written all over his face. "That guy is currently settling his bill and will be out shortly." The group then moved to a dark corner across from the bungalow, silently awaiting Douluos' emergence. Before long, a middle-aged man in his 40s emerged from the bungalow. His skin darkened, standing just over 5 feet tall, with a lewd smile plastered across his face. His right hand was bandaged, and he wore tattered shorts and flip-flops. It was indeed Douluos. "Today I'm feeling good. Just out for a stroll," Douluos hummed to himself as he sauntered down the street. Fatty, unable to contain himself any longer, clenched his fists. "When do we strike?" "Now," came Chen Luo's calm voice. Before anyone could react, Chen Luo had already surged forward with remarkable speed, his martial spirit unactivated. Douluos, still basking in the delight from earlier, was suddenly confronted by a shadow, followed by an immense force striking his jaw, sending him sprawling. Witnessing Chen Luo's swift action, Dai Mubai and the others immediately joined the fray. Chen Luo's punch dislocated Douluos' jaw, and the overwhelming force left Douluos dazed, denying him even the opportunity to summon his martial spirit before he was mercilessly pummeled by the group. They continued their assault for over 10 minutes before finally relenting, leaving Douluos in a near-death state. Chen Luo had only initiated the encounter, then stood aside, silently observing. Had he truly engaged, Douluos would have already met his demise. After venting his pent-up fury, Ma Hongjun felt significantly better, his spirits lifted as he led the group to dinner. Upon arriving at the restaurant, Chen Luo did not take a seat but smiled and greeted everyone, saying, "You all enjoy your meal. I have a small matter to attend to." "What is that?" "I'll accompany you," Xiao Wu immediately offered. "It's just a trivial matter. I'll return shortly." "Please wait here for me," Chen Luo reassured her. Ma Hongjun quickly chimed in. "Wu Mei, you're being overly distrustful of Chen Luo. I can read people well. He is definitely not off to do anything nefarious. Xiao Wu shot Ma Hongjun a glare, prompting him to fall silent as he discreetly perused the menu. Then hurry back. Be safe, Xiao Wu said. Dai Mubai chuckled. There's no need for such concern. Are you unaware of Chen Luo's capabilities? He turned to Xiao Ao. Fetch me a sausage. Would you? Chen Luo glanced at Oscar, who looked puzzled, but eventually handed him the sausage he had prepared earlier, asking, Would you like anything else? No, that's sufficient. After receiving the sausage, Chen Luo left the restaurant and proceeded to the small house where Ma Hongjun was dealing with his inner turmoil. Oh heavens, Yinji. What has happened to you? Someone come quickly. Yinji is in dire straits. Inside a small room of the house, a woman in her 20s lay on the bed, barely clinging to life. Her clothes were in tatters, and her body bore numerous wounds, the bed stained with blood. It appeared she was beyond saving. Beside her, an older woman anxiously shouted, and soon several other women entered the room, their faces etched with worry and fear as they gazed at the dying woman. Just as they were at a loss, a boy walked in, holding a sausage. Crush this and feed it to her. There is still a chance, he instructed. The older woman hesitated momentarily before taking the sausage and administering it to the woman on the bed. The boy then inquired, by the way, have there been frequent cases of girls meeting such fates lately? The older woman froze for a moment before shouting frantically, It must be Douluos, that inhumane scoundrel. When she turned back, the boy had already vanished. As the meal was being served, Ma Hongjun wondered aloud, Where is Chen Luo? Why hasn't he returned yet? Everyone should start eating. We need not wait for him, Xiao Wu interjected. The table was laden with delicious dishes, their aromas wafting through the air. That cannot be. Chen Luo should be back soon. Let's wait a little longer, Dai Mubai insisted. Xiao Wu, with calm and tranquil eyes, ignored the chatter and began to eat. Ma Hongjun and Dai Mubai exchanged glances, sensing Xiao Wu's discontent, their expressions tinged with awkwardness, particularly Ma Hongjun, who felt a tinge of guilt. Oscar then remarked, Rest assured, Xiao Wu, Chen Luo is certainly not up to any mischief. He asked me for a sausage, so he must be off to a fight. Perhaps even at the Soul Arena. Very likely, Ma Hongjun exclaimed. During those 3 months of training, I saw Chen Luo at the Soto Great Soul Arena several times. Dai Mubai looked surprised at Ma Hongjun. You certainly have a lot of energy. During such exhausting times, you still found time to seek entertainment in Soto City? Ma Hongjun shrugged. As you all know, I wasn't seeking fun, I was fighting for my life. He then turned to Xiao Wu, emphasizing, I genuinely saw Chen Luo there multiple times. Tang San, who had been quietly observing, suddenly spoke up, Chen Luo is back. The group immediately turned their attention to the door. Emerging from the shadows was none other than Chen Luo. My apologies for the delay. I encountered a minor incident, he stated as he entered the restaurant. You all could have started eating without waiting for me. That cannot be. Come quickly. The food is still warm. Let's all dig in, Dai Mubai cheerfully urged. Ma Hongjun added with a smile, Chen Luo, I truly appreciate your efforts today. We must drink to that later. Of course, Chen Luo replied as he took a seat beside Xiao Wu. Oomph. Xiao Wu scoffed, deliberately shifting away to create distance between them. Chen Luo was taken aback, observing the others who exaggeratedly mouthed that Xiao Wu was upset. However, the message was clear. With a gentle smile, he leaned closer to Xiao Wu and whispered, Who is upset, my dear Xiao Wu? Oomph. What is it to you? Why did you even come back? Would you prefer I hadn't returned? Xiao Wu pouted. What are you doing? Chen Luo, sensing her irritation stemmed from his lack of communication, replied mysteriously, I'll tell you later. That is more like it. The complexities of a girl's emotions were often elusive, yet Chen Luo understood Xiao Wu quite well, having spent many years together. Her primary annoyance stemmed from his failure to inform her of his whereabouts or include her in his plans. Enough of your whispers. Whatever you need to discuss can wait until you're back in bed. Start eating before it gets cold. Dai Mubai chided playfully. Chen Luo nodded and began to eat. Xiao Wu's cheeks flushed crimson, and she ceased her sulking, inching closer to him. The group began to eat and drink, the atmosphere filled with camaraderie. By the time they returned to Shrek Academy, it was already late at night. Once in the dormitory, Xiao Wu fixed her gaze on Chen Luo. He sighed with a smile and began to explain. I primarily went to handle 3 matters. What 3 matters? Xiao Wu feigned seriousness, adopting the demeanor of a concerned partner. To save a life, to take a life, and to simultaneously complete a soul battle at the Soto Great Soul Arena. Xiao Wu frowned upon hearing the first part. Save a life? Take a life? What on earth happened? Can you clarify everything at once? Chen Luo responded, if I told you everything at once. How will my dear Xiao Wu maintain her curiosity? Stop being vague. Just tell me. Xiao Wu insisted, her gaze fixed on him. There was a girl in the small house who was on the brink of death. I went to save her. All of this is the doing of Douluos. I eliminated him. Chen Luo succinctly recounted the events. Xiao Wu was momentarily overwhelmed by the information, quickly losing interest in overthinking and simply demanded, be more detailed. Chen Luo chuckled softly, ruffling her hair. I knew your little head wouldn't grasp everything at once. Xiao Wu rolled her eyes at him, urging, hurry up. Vide confronting boule. I caught a whiff of blood and recalled what the fatty had told us. Douluos is a depraved serial killer who delights in torturing young girls. The scent of blood was emanating from the small house, so I decided to investigate and ascertain whether Douluos was truly as vile as rumored. And indeed he was. A girl was on the verge of death due to his abuse. Others said this was not Douluos' first offense, but as he was a soul master, the common folk felt powerless against him. So you rid the world of this scourge? Precisely. Well done. Such scum deserves to meet their end. In fact, I didn't just deal with Douluos. I also eliminated 2 of his accomplices, all of whom were equally despicable. How infuriating. Why didn't you bring me along? That was so inconsiderate. I didn't want you to witness such a gruesome scene. My dear Xiao Wu, what have you not seen? Chen Luo playfully flicked her nose. Leave those matters to me. I wouldn't want you to dirty your hands. Is everything resolved now? Indeed. And then you also happened to complete a soul battle at the Soto Great Soul Arena? Xiao Wu finally mentioned the third matter that had nearly been overlooked. Chen nodded. Another victory. That's 30 consecutive wins now. Your speed is impressive. You've managed to accomplish so much. That Knoll is a soul master of a considerable rank. And his 2 companions probably possess formidable strength as well. Oh, they're hardly a challenge for you. And the arena battles are even less so. It would indeed be strange if you were to lose. Chen couldn't help but smile. Did someone think I returned too late and question my reason for coming back? Who was it? I don't know, but it certainly wasn't me. Xiao Wu feigned ignorance and yawned. I'm going to sleep. I'm truly exhausted lately. I'll rest in a moment. What is the matter? I have something to give you. Hurry and show me. Instantly energized, Xiao Wu's sparkling eyes seemed to radiate light. Chen brushed the Deathgod ring, and a jet black ring appeared in his hand. The ring's design was exceedingly ordinary, resembling a common band. However, upon closer inspection, one could discern intricate and profound patterns etched upon it. This is for you. This ring is quite unattractive. Your taste is rather poor. Despite her words, Xiao Wu swiftly reached for it, taking it into her hands and examining it closely, a joyful smile unconsciously gracing her delicate face. After a moment of admiration, she grew increasingly fond of it and slipped the ring onto her right middle finger. The black ring appeared to adjust seamlessly to the size of her finger, fitting perfectly regardless of how it was worn. The moment she donned the ring, a flicker of surprise flashed across her face. At that moment, Chen spoke. This ring is quite extraordinary. It likely possesses numerous functions. So far, I've discovered that it can conceal one's aura. Do you like it? The surprise on Xiao Wu's face vanished in an instant, replaced by an exuberant smile. I love it. Later, as Xiao Wu drifted into slumber, Chen lay on the bed, gazing at the ceiling while reflecting on the events of the evening. Initially, he harbored no intention of harming Knoll. To him, it seemed merely 2 men quarreling over a woman, resulting in a brawl. As a classmate and friend, assisting his friend in venting his frustrations was acceptable, but there was no need for it to escalate to a life-or-death confrontation. It wasn't until he arrived in Soto City and reached the humble abode that Chen realized the situation was far more complex. Prior to their departure, his friend had warned him that Knoll was a scoundrel who delighted in torturing young girls. At that time, Chen had dismissed it, believing his friend was merely exaggerating to garner sympathy. However, it soon became evident that Knoll was indeed a vile individual. Due to the influence of his martial soul and the death goddess techniques, Chen's perception was significantly heightened, allowing him to detect the scent of blood upon arriving at the abode. Remembering his friend's words, he understood the gravity of the situation. In a world where strength reigned supreme, the status of a soul master far surpassed that of ordinary folk. Knoll, being a soul master of considerable strength, felt emboldened to treat human life as inconsequential. Fortunately, in such a world, ridding society of such pests proved relatively uncomplicated for Chen. There existed certain rules among soul masters. They were not permitted to prey upon the weak merely because of their superior strength. However, Noel was cunning, consistently targeting the most vulnerable, knowing they lacked the means to resist, and few would intervene. Typically, Chen refrained from meddling in such matters. Where there is light, shadows inevitably lurk, and the brighter the light, the filthier the darkness. Yet, having encountered this situation, he couldn't turn a blind eye. Moreover, his motivations were not solely rooted in a sense of justice. Personal emotions were undoubtedly entwined. Having dealt with Noel, it was certain he would harbor resentment. And with two equally formidable companions by his side, Chen was unwilling to leave such a threat unaddressed. One must eradicate the root of the problem. Armed with sufficient justification, he resolved to eliminate all potential hazards. The fight transpired without excessive flair. Activating his indomitable spirit, Chen dispatched Noel and his companions in less than a minute. His formidable prowess, capable of contending with soul saints like Zhao Wujia, was not to be underestimated. Even with a soul king among them, Noel and his companions stood no chance, particularly given Noel's incapacitated state. Chen faced two opponents without a hint of uncertainty. After eliminating Noel and his associates, Chen employed the soul hunt technique to thoroughly erase their souls, gleaning memories and remnants that corroborated their true nature as scoundrels. As for their bodies, he paid them no mind, even eschewing the use of poison flames to obliterate the evidence. The deaths of lowly civilians or worthless soul masters would go unnoticed. The elimination of such individuals merely reflected the strength of the assailant, deterring any potential challengers. After all, they were truly deserving of their fate. This marked Chen's first experience using Soul Hunt against Soul Masters, and the sensation was distinctly unique. He could selectively view certain memories through their souls and absorb fragments of their strength. While completely devouring all their power was unrealistic, the energy he could assimilate, including their souls, was still considerable. From 3 Soul Masters, including a Soul King, he had yet to fully digest the strength they provided, a process that would undoubtedly require time. Absorbing power was straightforward. The more challenging aspect was meticulously purging the negative energy embedded within their tainted souls. For any adverse influence could prove detrimental. Absorbing the souls of beasts or soul beasts was far simpler, though they too harbored some negative energy. It was nowhere near as convoluted as that of humans. Whether the purest souls belong to non-humans remains uncertain, but the most corrupted undoubtedly stem from humanity. After dealing with Noel and his companions, Chen proceeded to the Soto Great Spirit Arena to complete his soul battles. Throughout the preceding 3 months, unless utterly exhausted, he consistently set aside time each night to engage in competitions at the arena. His motivation was not a trivial desire for victory, but rather a simple wish to fulfill the system's side quests. Over those 3 months, he participated in more than 20 soul battles, with tonight marking his 30th, culminating in yet another unbroken winning streak. Within his rank, no one could rival Chen, as few could provoke him to unleash his martial soul. Following his 30th consecutive victory, Chen received a notification from the system confirming the completion of his task, rewarding him with the Deathgod ring. At first glance, the ring resembled a miniature version of the Deathgod ring, though the intricate patterns were entirely distinct. The true value lay in the complex and esoteric designs resembling various formations. The capabilities of the Deathgod ring, including its storage and spiritual space, likely stemmed from these patterns. Upon acquiring the Deathgod ring, Chen swiftly comprehended its functions. However, the Deathgod ring remained shrouded in mystery, with only its aura-concealing properties revealed, as the system provided no further insights. Due to the unique nature of his martial soul and the Deathgod's technique, Chen Luo possessed an inherent distinctiveness. Unless he unveiled his full prowess, others would be unable to discern his true capabilities. Even a titled Douluos standing before him would likely remain oblivious to his strength. Furthermore, Chen Luo did not require the Deathgod's ring to conceal other aspects of himself, as it was precisely what Xiao Wu desperately needed. Transformed from a 100,000-year soul beast, Xiao Wu was still in her juvenile phase. Anyone with a soul power above Soul Douluos could detect her soul beast aura, and a stronger titled Douluos could easily unveil her true identity. It could be said that Xiao Wu was perpetually treading on the edge of peril. The Deathgod's ring was perfectly suited for her, capable of assisting in the concealment of her soul beast energy. Unless Xiao Wu revealed her identity, no one could discern it. And few would believe that an ordinary individual could be a 100,000-year soul beast. It was time to focus on cultivation and absorb the energy acquired from soul hunting. Once fully absorbed, my soul power level would surely rise again. If I disregard future developments, the reckless pursuit of soul masters could elevate my strength rapidly within a short period. However, such a path clearly leads to self-destruction. It is best to avoid such thoughts entirely. Occasionally absorbing a soul may be acceptable, but if the notion of relying on this for strength solidifies in my mind, my soul would already be tainted, and my life would be forever marred. Casting a glance at the slumbering Xiao Wu, Chen Luo promptly dispelled his distracting thoughts, rising to sit cross-legged and enter a state of cultivation. 7 days flew by in the blink of an eye. The Shrek monsters were about to resume classes, preparing for the second phase of training. During this week, Chen Luo successfully absorbed all the power gained from soul hunting, elevating his soul power level to 36. The rapid ascent of his soul power was astonishing, even to Chen Luo himself. Had he lacked sufficient composure, he might have resorted to hunting soul masters or soul beasts to expedite his strength. After breakfast, before the familiar school bell rang, the Shrek monsters gathered on the playground with remarkable self-discipline, Chen Luo among them. He understood that his second phase of training would undoubtedly differ from that of the Shrek 7. He was curious about the arrangements that the master would provide. Shortly after, the master arrived at the playground, appearing considerably more invigorated than before, likely influenced by the energy of the young ones. After delivering some brief instructions, the master quickly transitioned to the main topic. As expected, the second phase of instruction for the Shrek 7 would take place at the Soto Great Soul Arena. With no time constraints, training would conclude once they earned the Silver Soul Badge. Accommodations were arranged at a nearby inn, with all expenses to be borne by the participants. After organizing the Shrek 7, the master's gaze finally fell upon Chen Luo. Chen Luo, you are also to participate. You may engage in the soul battles autonomously. If you wish to further your practical combat skills, you can continue training with teacher Zhao Wujia. Unlike the others, a self-directed approach would suit you better. In that moment, Chen Luo comprehended the implication. He would not partake in a conventional second phase of training. Everything moving forward would depend on his own initiative. With his current strength, he could easily manifest Zhao Wujia's martial soul. However, engaging in combat against Zhao Wujia while he was in his martial soul state would yield less favorable results, as the disparity in power was immense. The difference between a soul master in their martial soul state and one not in it was akin to that of two worlds. Moreover, entering the martial soul state was not a trivial matter. Doing so would result in a period of vulnerability. There was no need to subject Zhao Wujia to such strain. There were other instructors at the academy, such as Li Yusong, but their training methods did not match Zhao Wujia's effectiveness. They lacked the freedom to unleash their full potential. And Chen Luo found it inappropriate to exert himself against instructors of advanced age. Thus, he decided to join the Shrek group to Soto City, to enjoy some time at the Soto Great Soul Arena. If it proved uninteresting, he would return to Shrek to train with Zhao Wujia. Primarily, Chen Luo required a transitional period. His recent surge in soul power necessitated thorough cultivation to stabilize it. Once he had made arrangements for Chen Luo, the master's attention reverted to the Shrek 7. Several restrictions were placed on participating in soul battles that everyone needed to heed. First, no revealing of appearance or names. All battles would be conducted under code names. Second, including Tang San, no one was permitted to use hidden weapons. Third, each person must compete at least twice daily, regardless of victory or defeat. At a modest hotel near the Soto Great Soul Arena, the Shrek members had settled in, and at this moment, everyone, including Chen Luo, gathered in Tang San's room to discuss matters concerning the soul battles. First on the agenda was each individual's codename, which aligned with Chen Luo's memory. The Evil Eye White Tiger Dai Mu Bai, the Sausage Specialist Oscar, the Thousand-Handed Shura Tang San, the Evil Fire Phoenix Ma Hongjun, the Soft-Bone Enchantress Xiao Wu, the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile Ning Rongrong, and the Netherworld Lynx Zhu Zhuqing. Chen Luo chose the moniker Deathgod Scythe. Following this, the arrangements for the upcoming battles were discussed, but Chen Luo lost interest in the details, as Chen Luo and Xiao Wu had formed a duo for the dance. They could not be separated, and thus Chen Luo could only participate alongside Xiao Wu. The master imposed a restriction. Chen Luo could not activate his martial soul during combat. Even without it, he would still overpower opponents of the same rank. However, Chen Luo understood that this was ultimately training for Xiao Wu, and he would exercise restraint, ensuring he did not become a hindrance to her growth. The soul battles commenced swiftly, with Chen Luo's solo match taking place first. As per usual, he did not even activate his martial soul and easily defeated his opponent. He felt no pressure here. He was merely there to accumulate points and earn rewards. Subsequently, he observed the matches of his fellow Shrek members, engaging in discussions with the master to analyze the battles and speculate on the outcomes. Already aware of the results, Chen Luo articulated his insights with clarity, and his unique understanding of combat prompted the master to nod in approval. Soon, all solo matches concluded, and everyone achieved their first victory of the day, followed by the duo battles. Chen Luo and Xiao Wu, as a pair, faced off against the cat and mouse duo. Throughout the fight, Chen Luo endeavored to restrain his strength, allowing Xiao Wu ample room to showcase her abilities. Nonetheless, they secured an effortless victory. In terms of practical experience and sheer strength, the cat and mouse duo was thoroughly outmatched. Chen Luo had been keenly observing Xiao Wu's progress. Indeed, she had grown significantly during this time. This soul battle was remarkably easy. I feel like you hardly had to exert yourself. After the match, Xiao Wu stretched contentedly and turned to Chen Luo. Chen Luo nodded. It's primarily because our Xiao Wu is exceptionally formidable, leaving me little opportunity to intervene. Don't think I'm unaware that you deliberately crafted opportunities for me. Although Xiao Wu had been fully immersed in the battle, she could still reflect on certain details post-fight, recognizing the chances Chen Luo had created for her. Otherwise, she would not have performed so effortlessly. Well done, Chen Luo replied. Sister Xiao Wu provided the most candid evaluation. Chen Luo smiled slightly. Is there a reward? I'll treat you to something delicious later. Sounds good. Your surprised expression is quite exaggerated. I'll pay attention next time. Unable to contain her laughter, Xiao Wu embraced Chen Luo's arm, and the two returned to the lounge together. The 2-on-2 soul battle among the other Shrek monsters soon commenced, resulting in a flawless victory for them. The first day had indeed started off well. As everyone reveled in their triumphs, the master maintained his usual serious demeanor. It's time for the team's soul battles. The Shrek 7 had also signed up for the team battle, and since 3 of them were at level 30, their opponents were also soul masters above that level. Naturally, Chen Luo was unable to participate in the team match. Although he desired to experience it, the master firmly declined, stating that his presence would disrupt the balance, leaving Chen Luo with no choice but to relent. Before long, the team soul battles were about to begin. Previously, Chen Luo could only witness thrilling soul master duels in novels or animations, but now he had the opportunity to watch it live, which filled him with great interest. In the arena, a confrontation was underway between a man and a bear. A young man clad in black combat attire wielded a massive scythe, engulfed in black flames. He appeared to have just sustained a severe blow, his body slightly hunched, clutching his chest, gasping for breath, with a hint of pain etched on his handsome face. The arena was in disarray, and before the young man lay 2 deep trenches. His feet were sunk into the earth. Before him, a golden giant bear emitted a low growl, followed by the voice of a middle-aged man. No more fighting. I can't take it anymore. I really can't compete with you. The golden bear waved its enormous paw, and its form rapidly shrank. In a flash of golden light, a battered middle-aged man stood on the ground, leaning on his knees, appearing very weak. Teacher Zhao, you've gained such a significant advantage, and you're giving up? Chen Luo instantly retracted his immortal state and his martial spirit, emerging from the earth with a faint smile, then walked slowly toward Zhao Wujia. Zhao Wujia waved his hand slightly. Don't think I don't know you're just playing tricks. Do you really think I'm that gullible? You left such a large opening. Do you think I'm blind? I can sense that with each level you gain, your strength increases tremendously. You can't possibly be a monster, can you? Sometimes I feel that if you were just a bit stronger, I wouldn't stand a chance against you. Chen Luo couldn't help but chuckle. Teacher Zhao, you're becoming increasingly exaggerated. Zhao Wujia frowned. I'm speaking the truth. All right, it's about time. Let us head to Soto City. The team battles for those little monsters should be starting soon. As he spoke, Zhao Wujia pulled out several sausages and stuffed them into his mouth, chewing vigorously. while his various injuries began to heal gradually. All right, Chen Luo nodded. Soon after, the two set off for Soto City. At the Soto Great Soul Arena, the announcer's clear and melodious voice rang out over the central arena, now welcoming the Royal Fighting Team and the Shrek 7 to the stage. A graceful young girl, around 18 or 19 years old, dressed in an elegant white gown, was hosting the only team's soul battle of the evening. The bright golden lights, professional sound amplifiers, and the signature announcer of the Soto Great Soul Arena all underscored the significance of tonight's Team Soul battle. In preparation for this event, the Soto Great Soul Arena had gone to great lengths, canceling all other team battles to host a special evening program during prime time. Silently, two doors opened on either side of the arena, and both teams entered simultaneously, walking toward the center of the arena. Before the contestants took the stage, the beautiful host had already been introducing them, and now, as both teams stepped forward, the audience erupted in cheers. From the left emerged the Royal Fighting Team, led by the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Soul Master, Yu Qianheng. From the right came the Shrek 7, led by Dai Mu Bai, with the little monsters of Shrek following in succession. As they took the stage, a silent clash of gazes occurred between the captains, Yu Qianheng and Dai Mu Bai, the tension rising even before the match officially began. Attention all participants in the Team Soul battle. You now have 1 minute to summon your martial spirits. You may only attack once I declare the start. The match continues until one side concedes, is completely knocked out, or falls off the arena. Floating in midair, the host, Dodo, flapped her white dove wings while addressing the teams with her melodious voice. I'm glad I made it. Otherwise, I would have missed tonight's incredibly exciting match. Chen Luo stood at the entrance where the battle teams appeared, alongside Flinder, the Master, and Zhao Wujia. Of course, the Master, Flinder, and Zhao Wujia were the true leaders. Chen Luo was merely there to enjoy the spectacle. At this moment, all the soul masters from both teams activated their martial spirits, and the arena was instantly filled with formidable soul power, causing the host Dodo to unconsciously ascend slightly into the air. Since we all want to watch the match, why are you dragging me into practical training? Zhao Wujia patted Chen Luo's shoulder, slightly irritated. The master then spoke up. How is the training going? This kid is getting stronger. I reckon it won't be long before I can't match him. Zhao Wujia shrugged. Teacher Zhao is just joking. It can't be that exaggerated. Chen Luo replied, his gaze fixed on the arena where the two teams had already begun to clash. The Master and Flinder exchanged surprised glances at Chen Luo before focusing their attention back on the battle. They had witnessed Chen Luo's growth firsthand. If the little ones on stage were their prideful little monsters, then Chen Luo was indeed the monster among monsters. Even when facing a formidable opponent like the Royal Fighting Team, once Chen Luo entered the fray, the outcome would be beyond doubt. The gap was immense. While Zhao Wujia's words contained some exaggeration, Chen Luo's strength was undeniable. While Dai Mu Bai and Tang Xin still worried about opponents of their level, Chen Luo was already capable of exchanging blows with Zhao Wujia, a level 76 soul sage, which spoke volumes. The battle in the arena quickly escalated into a heated confrontation. Following a clash between the team captains Dai Mu Bai and Yu Qianheng, the Shrek 7 executed a pre-planned strategy surrounding Yu Qianheng. Realizing something was amiss, Yu Qianheng attempted to break free, but unfortunately, he was alone against many. After enduring a series of attacks from the Shrek members, he sustained severe injuries, blood spurting from multiple wounds. Ultimately, after receiving a heavy blow from Dai Mu Bai, Yu Qianheng was sent flying, crashing against the shell of a tortoise soul master. Left barely conscious, such was the consequence of charging in recklessly. Even his teammates, foolishly waiting, failed to support him until it was too late. As Chen Luo watched the soul fighting match, he couldn't help but critique Dai Mu Bai. Seriously? You let a guaranteed kill slip away. Did you forget there's a healer on the opposing team? If only you had played it safe, you could have taken down Yu Qianheng. Chen Luo, were you mumbling about all by yourself? Zhao Wujin cast a puzzled glance at Chen Luo. I'm just saying that Tang San and the others are performing splendidly. Chen Luo replied. Despite his criticisms, the recent maneuvers executed by the Shrek 7 devils were indeed commendable. They had quickly seized upon Yu Qianheng's overzealous positioning, rendering him defenseless. The commander deserved a hearty reward for such tactical brilliance. However, one must admit, playing with strategy can be perilous. I shall eliminate all of you. Upon witnessing Yu Qianheng's injury, Dugu Yin lost her composure and let out an enraged roar. Her third spirit ring radiated with brilliance, transforming her originally emerald eyes into a deep violet, while a layer of pale purple light enveloped the green scales of her serpent tail. A dense, toxic purple mist spewed from her mouth, rapidly spreading through the air toward the Shrek 7 devils. In her frenzy, Deathgod disregarded Qi Ming's orders, consumed solely by the desire to annihilate the Shrek team. Tang San had anticipated this, and as he saw Deathgod unleash the toxic mist, he swiftly retrieved 2 large water sacks from the Night of the 24 Bridges and hurled them ahead. Dai Mubai, White Tiger's Radiant Wave. Fatty, Phoenix Fireline. At his command, Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun sprang into action without hesitation. Dai Mubai unleashed the White Tiger's Radiant Wave, instantly bursting the water sacks, creating a cloud of mist, followed closely by Ma Hongjun's Phoenix Fireline, which ignited into a fierce blaze, enveloping the purple mist in a fragrant conflagration. The purple mist ignited rapidly, and in a flash, tranquility returned. The remnants of the shattered water sacks lay on the ground, a testament to the fierce clash that had just transpired. Challenging Tang San with poison is somewhat reckless. Chen Luo mused as he savored the faint aroma of wine in the air, a smile unconsciously forming on his lips. The scenes unfolding before him were ones he had previously envisioned and even witnessed in more vivid animations. However, the experience of witnessing it live was distinctly extraordinary. Regrettably, he had no chance to participate. The battle on the soul fighting stage showed no signs of respite. While Deathgod targeted the Shrek team, Yi Lingling, positioned at the rear of the Huangdo team, was already healing Yu Qianheng. The healing powers of the 9-heart sea lotus were formidable. Floral scents wafted through the air, and white light emanated from the petals, enveloping Yu Qianheng and swiftly integrating into his body. Previously on the brink of death, Yu Qianheng now felt revitalized, his wounds healing rapidly, including the injured dragon arm that Dai Mubai had broken. In no time, all his injuries were fully mended. Rejuvenated, Yu Qianheng charged once more toward the Shrek 7, albeit with greater caution, having learned from his previous misstep and accompanied by Asro, who provided cover with his Black Panther spirit. Quick and decisive, Dai Mubai, you, and Zhu Zhuqing should utilize your spirit fusion technique. Just eliminate Yu Qianheng and Asro. Fatty, output your full potential to provide Xiao Wu with an opportunity to flank and take out their support soul master. Tang San was acutely aware that prolonging the battle would lead to their defeat. It was better to fight with everything they had. The other members of Shrek understood the gravity of the situation, and as soon as Tang San assigned the tasks, they executed them without delay. Dai Mubai and Zhu Zhuqing activated their spirit fusion technique, the spectral white tiger, charging directly toward the formidable duo of Yu Qianheng and Asro. Meanwhile, Ma Hongjun unleashed a furious barrage of attacks, striving to carve a path for Xiao Wu. Tang San ceased to hold back, activating his 8 spider lances as he surged toward the Huangdo team. The auxiliary members, Oscar and Ning Rongrong, positioned at the rear, were not idle. Oscar continuously supplied his teammates, while Ning Rongrong skillfully timed her spirit abilities to bolster those engaged in combat. The team displayed remarkable discipline and synergy, each member adeptly fulfilling their roles and maximizing their contributions. This was the right approach when a chance to win a team battle arises. There's no time for hesitation. One must act decisively. Initially, Chen Luo had worried about Xiao Wu's safety in the upcoming skirmish. According to the narrative, Xiao Wu would be ambushed and ultimately wounded by the sure Brothers Turtle shell spinning technique. However, witnessing the current events, his worries dissipated. As long as the Shrek 7 dared to advance, they would undoubtedly sweep away the Huangdo team. The Tang San before him was far more resolute than the one depicted in the story. When it came to battle, he would not delay. There was no need to wait until all teammates were incapacitated before launching a counterattack. If there was a means to alter the situation, it was imperative to safeguard teammates from unnecessary risks. Dai Mubai and Zhu Zhuqing, empowered by their spirit fusion, easily subdued Yu Qianheng and Asro, though they too were left drained of energy. This exchange was clearly advantageous, as they had seized a rare opportunity to eliminate 2 of the Huangdo team's primary forces simultaneously. In desperate circumstances, any trade was a gain. On the other side, Ma Hongjun utilized his Phoenix Fireline to stall the Sure brothers while Tang San cleared a path. as he activated the 8 spider lances. He simultaneously prepared the web binding, seizing the moment when everyone's attention was diverted by the 8 spider lances to ensnare the airborne wind chime bird spirit master. Tang San's 8 spider lances were formidable. Despite the Sure brothers' powerful defensive black tortoise spirit, they couldn't withstand the venom of Tang San's attack. Under the cover of Ma Hongjuan's firepower, Tang San pressed forward, carving a bloody path for Xiao Wu. Xiao Wu successfully breached the rear of the Huang Do team, facing the auxiliary spirit master without any pressure, swiftly taking her down. Within moments, only Yin remained of the Huang Do team. Tang San, Ma Hongjun, and Xiao Wu consumed the small hunting sausages that Oscar had prepared and slowly approached Yin. The ensuing battle was devoid of suspense. Yin stood no chance against the trio and was swiftly overpowered. Once the Shrek 7 decided to press forward, the remainder of the battle unfolded with remarkable efficiency, providing the audience with a series of exhilarating combat scenes. As the fight concluded, Tang San immediately moved to cure the poison of the 8 spider lances for the Huang Do team members, while Oscar generously offered his sausages. Sensing the goodwill from the Shrek 7, Yi Lingling of the Huang Do team also employed the 9-heart sea lotus to heal everyone. After all, it was a competition, and there was no need for animosity. During the match, they were adversaries, but afterward, they could become friends. The Shrek 7 recognized the strength of the Huang Do team, and likewise, the Huang Do team had come to respect the Shrek 7. While they weren't exactly friends yet, offering assistance to alleviate each other's troubles was certainly welcome. Chen Luo observed everything with keen eyes. The battle had concluded, yet he felt an insatiable yearning. Unexpectedly, those who favored tactical play had ultimately resolved the conflict in the most reckless manner, which, in its own right, was rather delightful. The most formidable did not even take the field, yet they emerged victorious in the soul-fighting competition. The Shrek 7 monsters were elated, each face radiating sheer exhilaration. Upon their victory, Xiao Wu immediately glanced towards the passage, and upon spotting Chen Luo, her smile blossomed even more brilliantly. At that moment, Tang San had already sheathed his 8 spider lances, exhaling a sigh of relief. At last, we have triumphed, though I did lose a piece of clothing and a silver soul coin. Ma Hongjun, with excitement, had his chubby cheeks trembling. He rushed over to give Tang San a bear hug. We won. We won. Meanwhile, Oscar was incessantly transforming sausages, his hand trembling uncontrollably, and his smile grew increasingly bright. Brothers, let us celebrate with some sausages. Dai Mubai chimed in. Quick, bring me 2. I feel completely drained. At that moment, Zhu Zhuqing had awakened. After Dai Mubai took 2 sausages from Oscar, he promptly handed one to her. As Zhu Zhuqing regained consciousness, she seemed a bit dazed. But after surveying her surroundings and realizing they had secured victory, her usually frosty visage melted into a stunning smile. Dai Mubai gazed at her silently, momentarily entranced. Zhu Zhuqing, noticing his gaze, felt her smile fade instantly. She took the sausage and walked over to Ning Rongrong. We won, she said to Ning Rongrong, her smile returning. Ning Rongrong mirrored her excitement. Indeed, we won. We did it. After relishing a moment of victory atop the soul-fighting platform, the Shrek 7 monsters departed, with Xiao Wu being the first to dash towards Chen Luo. Chen Luo, who had been waiting in the passage, was already beaming with joy, genuinely delighted for this group of little monsters. Xiao Wu intended to embrace Chen Luo, but seeing so many eyes upon them, she ultimately settled for linking her arm with his. Chen Luo, we won. You did brilliantly. Is there a reward? Let us go eat something delicious later. He sounds great. Perhaps overwhelmed by excitement, Xiao Wu's cheeks flushed slightly. Ahem. A series of coughs interrupted, each louder than the last. Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun stepped forward, with Dai Mubai being the first to cough, followed by Ma Hongjun, and finally, Oscar joined in. Chen Luo's gaze shifted to them, smiling as he said, You were all magnificent. This was the most thrilling match I have ever witnessed. Congratulations on your victory. Ma Hongjun approached Chen Luo, mimicking Xiao Wu's earlier gesture by wrapping his other arm around Chen Luo's, adopting the most flamboyant tone he could muster. What a pity you couldn't compete. Chen Luo, if you had, we would have won in no time. Chen Luo was momentarily taken aback. The others from Shrek nearly retched at Ma Hongjun's antics, while Xiao Wu immediately responded, You fat fool, get away. Ma Hongjun seemed to anticipate Xiao Wu's reaction, quickly releasing Chen Luo's arm and leaping aside, returning to his normal demeanor with a smile. Fifth sister, that's your mistake. Chen Luo belongs to all of us. Why should you be the only one to hug him? Laughter erupted among the group as Xiao Wu released Chen Luo's arm, ready to confront the chubby one. You glutton. Are you tired of living? Sister Xiao Wu, I was wrong. Ma Hongjun immediately retorted, quickly backing down with a proper attitude of contrition. Ha! The fat one has a point. If Chen Luo had participated, we wouldn't have had to fight so desperately. Dai Mubai laughed. The outcome hinged on that final assault. We were all a bit uncertain, but since Tang San gave the command, we charged ahead. Dai Mubai then put an arm around Tang San's shoulders. Indeed, it was quite perilous. Tang San was incredibly bold. Without his leadership, we might not have acted so decisively. Ma Hongjun added, I must thank Brother San. In that last wave of attack, had it not been for Brother San neutralizing those two tortoise spirit masters, I would have been hit by their soul skills. If I didn't die, I would surely be gravely injured. Tang San replied, I was mainly worried about Xiao Wu's safety. Ma Hongjun, but I still have to thank you, Brother San. Without you, I might not have made it. Brothers don't need to be so formal. Tang San exchanged smiles with the others before turning to Chen Luo. I did it. Chen Luo nodded, giving Tang San a thumbs up. Well done. As the Shrek little monsters cheered for their recent victory, Dean Flender, Vice Dean Zhao Wujia, and Master observed quietly from the sidelines, a look of contentment surfacing on their faces. Just then, a tall and handsome figure approached, his voice preceding his arrival. Dean Flender, Vice Dean Zhao Wujia. How have you been? Discipleship from Qin Ming. Qin Ming's entrance immediately captured the attention of the Shrek little monsters. Upon learning that Qin Ming was their senior, they all displayed expressions of surprise, with only Chen Luo remaining unfazed. After a brief exchange between Qin Ming and Flender, when introductions were made with Master, a bombshell revelation was dropped. The captain of the royal fighting team, Yu Qianheng, the possessor of the blue lightning tyrant dragon spirit, was actually Master S' nephew. Chen Luo, already aware of this, remained calm, secretly enjoying the shocked expressions of those around him. I have long severed all ties with the blue lightning tyrant dragon family. With that statement, Master departed, presumably to have a heart-to-heart with his nephew Yu Qianheng. Subsequently, Flender formally introduced Qin Ming to the Shrek little monsters. When mentioning Chen Luo, Flender, who was already brimming with pride, swelled even more. Qin Ming, you may not believe it, but this fellow is our academy's most outstanding student, Chen Luo. Oh, Qin Ming responded, somewhat taken aback. What a pity I didn't get to see this junior in action. Vice Dean Zhao Wujia interjected with a laugh. Of course he can't compete. It would disrupt the balance. If he participated, your students wouldn't stand a chance. Hearing this, Qin Ming was even more astonished. This junior is that formidable? Zhao Wujia nodded vigorously, while the Shrek 7 monsters all nodded in agreement, and Flender also smiled and nodded. Only Chen Luo appeared perplexed, feeling somewhat out of place in the conversation. Senior, don't listen to Teacher Zhao's nonsense, Chen Luo humbly remarked. Zhao Wujia chuckled, refraining from mentioning Chen Luo's battle with him, but feigned calmness as he revealed Chen Luo's age and rank. He is merely 12 years old and already a 36th level soul master. Upon hearing this, Qin Ming was momentarily stunned, his gaze shifting to Chen Luo with a look that transcended mere astonishment. It was one of shock and disbelief. 12 years old, 36th level. Indeed, a true prodigy. As they set forth from the heavenly dual royal academy, Qin Ming exhibited remarkable emotional resilience. Despite the astonishment evoked by Chen Luo's age and soul power level, he quickly acclimated to the situation. Notably, he paid close attention to Zhao Wuji's recent remark. If Chen Luo takes the stage, my students will have no chance to play. Even if Chen Luo possessed extraordinary talent and such a high soul power level at a tender age, it was unreasonable for one individual to alter the course of events significantly. Qin Ming could discern that Zhao Wuji was not being deceitful, yet he found it hard to believe that Chen Luo's prowess could sway the entire battle. Surely, one could not expect him to contend against 7 opponents alone. Zhao Wuji intended to elaborate further, but was promptly silenced by a glance from Chen Luo. Even if Qin Ming was a former student of the academy, it was unwise to divulge all secrets, especially those that pertain to another's vulnerabilities. Let us discuss this further at the hotel. Young prodigies, Please settle your scores and return swiftly, Flander instructed before departing with Zhao Wuji and Qinming. The Shrek team promptly proceeded to the arena's working area to finalize their scores. Before long, all scores were settled. Except for Tang San, every participant, including Chen Luo, received a silver badge. Tang San earned a gold badge, having maintained an unblemished record in both individual and team competitions, which amassed sufficient points for elevation. Others either lost a few matches in solo duels or in pairs, hence their silver badges were contingent upon their flawless team performances. Chen Luo was an exception, achieving victory in all his matches. However, his lack of participation in team duels prevented him from attaining a gold badge. He held little interest in such accolades. Had it not been for the monetary rewards and the companionship of Xiao Wu in the pair duels, he would have been disinclined to partake in these so-called competitions. If he so desired, he could easily obtain even the highest diamond badge, but such trivialities bore little significance for him. He preferred to challenge formidable opponents rather than engage in trivial bouts. In addition to the rewards for their team duel victories, the Shrek 7 also received a substantial bonus of 10,000 gold soul coins from the arena. After attending to these matters, they returned to the hotel. Flander and the others were engaged in conversation over drinks, though their meals remained untouched. As Ma Hongjun sat down, he unabashedly picked up the menu and began ordering, cheerfully stating, "Teacher, we won the competition today. You must treat us to a splendid meal." Flander fixed an intense gaze on Ma Hongjun, and upon noticing that the dishes he selected were meager and inexpensive, a faint smile of relief broke through his stern expression. However, Ma Hongjun's subsequent demand nearly prompted Flander to strangle his only disciple. "Forget all the dishes I marked. Bring the others quickly, and 2 bottles of fine wine." Flander glared at Ma Hongjun, his face darkening, while Ma Hongjun remained unfazed. The other young prodigies could not suppress their laughter at the scene. Zhao Wuji erupted into hearty laughter, exclaiming, "It's rare for our dean to treat us. Well done, fatty. We must feast." Qinming smiled slightly, well aware of the dean's notorious frugality. After this brief interlude, the conversation resumed, and after reminiscing with Flander and Qinming, the topic shifted back to the Shrek prodigies. Qinming expressed profound admiration for their talents, stating that had they not joined Shrek, he would have sought to recruit them to the Heavenly Dual Royal Academy. It was at this moment that the master returned. Even though they belonged to Shrek Academy, you could still bring them into the Royal Academy. "Brother Chen Luo, I'm stuffed and can't eat anymore," Xiao Wu remarked softly, leaning against Chen Luo as they strolled through the streets. Despite her curiosity about the various street foods, she felt no appetite. "Let's buy some beautiful clothes or see if there are any interesting trinkets," Chen Luo suggested. Xiao Wu shook her head. "Maybe another time. Let's go back. I'm quite exhausted from tonight's duel and wish to sleep." Chen Luo nodded in agreement. After dinner, Chen Luo upheld his promise to Xiao Wu. Yet after walking merely a block, her interest waned, and she wished to return. The others from Shrek were already en route back. Although they had only participated in one duel that day, the exertion had been akin to a full day's competition. They were all fatigued and yearned for rest. "Brother Chen Luo, are we really going to the Heavenly Dual Royal Academy?" Xiao Wu inquired softly, her tiredness evident in her voice as she rested on Chen Luo's back. Chen Luo, moving swiftly, smiled in response, "It appears so." During dinner, the master and senior Qinming discussed it, and Dean Flander has no objections. "But I suddenly feel reluctant to leave Shrek Academy. I recall someone once disparaging Shrek Academy's conditions," Chen Luo teased. "Don't overthink it. Let things unfold naturally. Our academy has its limitations, and moving to a better institution can be beneficial. Besides, our teachers will follow us. We are merely shifting environments to continue our studies. We will always be part of Shrek Academy." Indeed, Chen Luo's voice trailed off, contemplating another possibility, that once they reached Heavendo City, they could establish their own Shrek Academy. His voice grew fainter as Xiao Wu fell asleep. Upon returning to their dormitory, Chen Luo gently laid Xiao Wu on her bed before settling down himself. After an intense battle with Zhao Wuji, the exhilarating feeling of combat was gratifying yet undeniably exhausting. Staring at the ceiling, he pondered future developments. If all goes as planned, in 2 months, the Shrek team would depart for the Heavenly Dual Royal Academy, where further unforeseen events would unfold, leading them to Lu Erlong's academy and the establishment of a new Shrek Academy. Everything would unfold in due course, and the task of signing in would soon be accomplished. 2 months later, the day arrived for the entire Shrek Academy to depart for the heavenly Dual Royal Academy. Dean Flander lingered at the Academy's entrance for a while before waving his hand, leading the Shrek team onward. Ahead lay the heavenly Dual Royal Academy, with a mountain before them, an accompanying forest, and a lake at the foot of the left side, all part of the Academy's domain. Ning Rongrong smiled as she served as the tour guide, having led everyone since their arrival near Heavendo City. It seems the environment is quite pleasing, nestled between mountains and waters. Perhaps we shall retire here one day, Dean Flander mused with a nod of satisfaction, eliciting smiles from the other Shrek instructors. Upon hearing the words, Chen Luo, who was in the background, couldn't help but smile slightly. Soon, I shall be subjected to their ire, yet here I am, enjoying my retirement. It must be said that the environment of the Tiando Royal Academy is indeed quite splendid, with lofty mountains and flowing waters resembling a paradise. Even before entering, the fresh air that greeted him was invigorating, refreshing the spirit. This place is indeed very suitable for retirement. According to Ning Rongrong, it is merely 20 miles from Tiando City, allowing for leisurely excursions should one tire of the academy. After all, Tiando City is the imperial capital of the Tiando Empire, undoubtedly bustling with activity. Alas, such a fine academy is marred by the presence of a seemingly incompetent administrator. Though it had been a while since Chen Luo last visited Tiando Royal Academy, he still remembered the path up the mountain. Under Ning Rongrong's guidance, the Shrek group began their ascent. Shortly thereafter, they encountered a group of unruly students blocking their way, among whom was the future king of the Tiando Empire, Xuepeng. It was unclear whether Xuepeng's acting was commendable or if he was merely being himself, but his arrogance and foolishness were on full display, nearly provoking Chen Luo to step forward and deliver a couple of slaps. Naturally, he had no opportunity to intervene, as Dai Mubai single-handedly dispatched the rowdy students. Soon after, Teacher Sun Buyu from Tiando Royal Academy appeared. Upon learning of Shrek's identities, he exchanged polite words and led them further up the mountain. The academy was situated halfway up the mountain, and Sun Buyu escorted the Shrek group directly to a reception room, where they were briefly entertained before he went to find Qin Ming. Qin Ming soon arrived, extending a warm welcome to the Shrek members. After partaking in an exceedingly lavish dinner, he took them to their prearranged accommodations. During this time, Qin Ming shared all the details regarding Tiando Royal Academy, including the treatment of Shrek's teachers. Chen Luo had little interest in such matters, as they were scheduled to depart the following day. The next morning, after a hearty breakfast with Qin Ming, the Shrek group made their way to the Academy's committee, where all arrangements had been finalized, marking the last formalities. The more Chen Luo observed the environment of Tiando Royal Academy, the more he felt that Shrek Academy resembled a poor rural school, highlighting a stark disparity. As Chen Luo's gaze swept across the magnificent buildings of Tiando Royal Academy, he eventually arrived at the tallest structure. Though it was a single-story building, its peak soared at least 10 meters high, leading Chen Luo to initially believe he had arrived at the Spirit Hall. Upon entering, the Shrek group was fortunate to meet Dream God Machine, Bai Baoshan, and Jeline, 3 elders of the Academy's committee, who engaged in pleasant conversation with Flander. Seeing the formidable soul-level experts stirred some emotions within Chen Luo, but he was not overly excited. The 3 elders exuded warmth and friendliness, leaving a favorable impression. Due to Tang San's remarkable performance in the previous soul fighting competition, Dream God Machine and the others specifically called for him to assess his capabilities. The subsequent events unfolded similarly to Chen Luo's recollections. Tang San withstood the pressure and was likely to gain significant rewards, especially after revealing his external spirit bone, the 8 spider lances, which left Dream God Machine and his companions in awe. Who would have thought that such a genius would emerge in our spirit master community? I am truly grateful to witness this today. Dream God Machine's sentiments echoed those in Chen Luo's memory, observing the praise directed at his students. Flander felt a blend of joy and excitement, occasionally casting glances at Chen Luo, as if he wished to surprise Dream God Machine and the others further. Fortunately, Flander ultimately restrained himself. Chen Luo certainly noticed Flander's gaze, but chose to ignore it. He was inherently a modest person, preferring to avoid unnecessary attention. Flander conversed with Dream God Machine for a while longer, and both parties seemed to enjoy the discussion, successfully finalizing their arrangements. Just as the Shrek group was preparing to take their leave for their quarters, predictably, the clown made his appearance. Xue Peng, accompanied by his uncle, Prince Xue Xing, arrived, though the attention of everyone was drawn to the elder beside them. The elder was tall and lean, with emerald green hair and a pair of eyes that sparkled like emeralds. He emanated an ethereal aura, appearing almost like a specter. His expression was completely rigid, with sunken cheeks and disheveled green hair, clad in a simple gray robe. Was this the infamous Dugu Bo? The elder's appearance matched Chen Luo's recollections of Dugu Bo precisely. Upon seeing Dugu Bo, Chen Luo felt a rush of excitement. After all, he was a classic character from Douluos. However, alongside his excitement, there was a tinge of fear. He could distinctly sense an overwhelming aura of danger emanating from Dugu Bo, a feeling he had never experienced, not even in the presence of soul-level figures like Dream God Machine. Was this the oppressive presence of a titled Douluos? It felt as though, should Dugu Bo choose to act, none present would escape unscathed. Noticing Xiao Wu's evident nervousness, Chen Luo instinctively moved closer to her and took her hand. Upon feeling the warmth of his palm, Xiao Wu began to calm down. Following the clown's entrance was his personal performance. Prince Xue Xing, relying on Dugu Bo's support, brazenly forced the Shrek group to leave. Chen Luo had anticipated this outcome and thus felt neither surprise nor significant emotion. However, the others from Shrek appeared quite frustrated. Initially, Dream God Machine and the others intended to advocate for Shrek, but ultimately, the master declined their goodwill, leading Flander to guide the Shrek group away. Phew, they finally left. The oppressive presence of the titled Douluos was indeed overwhelming. Chen Luo sighed in relief. Even though he had mentally prepared for various scenarios before arriving at Tiando Royal Academy. Upon encountering Dugu Bo, his mind was consumed with a singular thought. Please, do not let anything unforeseen occur, or there may be dire consequences. Chen Luo, I believe the Blue Tyrant Academy is quite splendid. Its environment is not inferior to that of Tiando Royal Academy. Xiao Wu said cheerfully as they walked side by side through a dark and tranquil forest, curiously surveying their surroundings. I concur, Chen Luo nodded in agreement. The environment was not of utmost importance to him. Even in a simulated training environment, it was unlikely that any academy would possess a suitable setting for his needs. After all, his martial spirit was not merely a simple scythe, but rather the embodiment of death itself. Were he to seek a fitting training environment, perhaps a graveyard or a burial ground would serve him best. Despite Blue Tyrant Academy being smaller and lacking the grandeur of Tiando Royal Academy, it was still quite satisfactory for Chen Luo. Xiao Wu's assertion that Blue Tyrant Academy boasted a better environment was merely a self-soothing remark. After departing Tiando Royal Academy, the Shrek group arrived at Tiando City, with Qin Ming accompanying them. It must be said that Qin Ming, the senior, was genuinely commendable. He placed great value on relationships, willingly forsaking the advantageous conditions of Tiando Royal Academy to wander alongside the Shrek group, all the while feeling a sense of guilt. At the entrance of the Heaven Do City, Flander and his companions chanced upon a recruitment flyer for the Blue Tyrant Academy, prompting them to lead the Shrek group there. Given their formidable abilities, they would undoubtedly be met with enthusiastic welcome at any institution. During the entrance examination, when Qin Ming activated his martial soul, he frightened the examiner to the point of cold sweat, while Flander and the others, upon revealing their own martial souls, left the examiners trembling in fear. The test was, of course, passed with flying colors, exceeding all expectations. Blue Tyrant Academy had initially sought to recruit only a few Soul Master instructors, but was taken aback by the arrival of such illustrious figures. A teacher named Yin Shu promptly escorted the Shrek group to meet the Academy's dean, leading to heartwarming reunions among siblings and lovers. At that moment, the master was likely taking a leisurely stroll, with Lu Erlong reflecting on the events of the morning. Chen Luo couldn't help but smile. The Royal Academy of Heaven Do had been visited, and before long, Blue Tyrant Academy would be renamed Shrek Academy, marking the completion of his task. At this juncture, Xiao Wu seemed to recall the morning's happenings. In contrast to Chen Luo's smiling demeanor, she appeared quite irate. That prince was utterly despicable. Unable to contain her anger, she exclaimed, I truly wish to teach him a lesson. Chen Luo, however, interjected, perhaps he has his reasons. Xiao Wu quickly retorted, what reasons could he possibly have for treating us that way? The truth was, Meng Xinji and his companions were affiliated with Xueqing, huh? And if the Shrek group joined the Royal Academy of Heaven-Do, Shueqing his power would significantly increase. The Prince of Snowstar was deliberately acting as the villain, all for the sake of the avalanche. Chen Luo was aware of the entire situation, yet the thought of the Prince of Snowstar's vile countenance made him frown. Seeing Xiao Wu's furious expression, he readily agreed. I, too, wish to give him a good thrashing. After a while, Xiao Wu gradually calmed down and shifted to another topic. Is it truly impossible for siblings to be together? She inquired. Chen Luo nodded affirmatively, stating, of course not. That would violate ethics. You heard about the Master and Dean Lu ere long, didn't you? Xiao Wu nodded, her expression complex. Observing her troubled demeanor, Chen Luo couldn't help but chuckle. We are not actual siblings, so why ponder so much? Besides, I never claimed I wanted to be your brother. That's true. Xiao Wu's eyes sparkled as she glanced at Chen Luo, only to quickly avert her gaze, her face turning crimson. Chen Luo had intended to take her hand in that pleasant atmosphere, but suddenly sensed something amiss. He turned to Xiao Wu and said, I just remembered I need to find Tang San about something. You go ahead and meet with the dean and the others. I'll catch up shortly. Xiao Wu, somewhat perplexed, nodded and complied. Once she departed, Chen Luo exhaled in relief, yet his senses remained on high alert. A lingering presence had been fixated on him, clearly approaching with intent. Come out, he called, maintaining an exterior calm while turmoil brewed within. You are indeed quite extraordinary, a raspy voice suddenly resonated, and a figure clad in emerald green appeared. None other than Douluos Chen Luo eyed him warily, asking, what do you intend to do? To capture you, came the blunt reply, devoid of any superfluous words. Chen Luo was taken aback, wanting to exclaim, why the hell would you want to capture me? It was Tang San who harmed your granddaughter. I have nothing to do with that. However, it was evidently not the time for emotional outbursts, and he had to remain as composed as possible, though staying calm proved futile. He began to gather his soul power, preparing to activate his martial soul. Even knowing that escape was unlikely in the presence of a titled Douluo, he felt compelled to try. I thought you were special, but it appears you were just average. Perhaps your martial soul is unique, which is why I couldn't discern your power. Douluos regarded Chen Luo with a calm demeanor, gradually fading from view, seemingly abandoning his pursuit. Chen Luo breathed a sigh of relief, his back already drenched in cold sweat. That old man found me interesting simply because he couldn't gauge my strength? Unbelievable. At his age, he still acted like a curious child, nearly whisking me away. Douluos' softly spoken words were barely audible, yet Chen Luo's keen hearing caught every syllable, instantly clarifying the reason for Douluos' appearance. Thankfully, he hadn't activated his martial soul. Had he done so and revealed his soul ring configuration, he would likely have been taken away. Chen Luo pondered over the unsettling implications, instinctively swallowing hard. What that old man truly desired was inscrutable. Who could fathom the thoughts of a titled Douluo? As long as he was safe, that was what mattered. Chen Luo focused on calming himself and resolved in his heart. He must strive earnestly, for this sense of powerlessness was unbearable. Just as he began to regain his composure, faint sounds of disturbance echoed from the other side of the woods. It seemed Tang San was in trouble. Chen Luo did not rush over immediately. Instead, he waited until he heard the hurried footsteps of the master and others before making his move. As expected, Tang San had been captured by Douluos, but he would not come to harm and would likely gain much. Yet, if he rushed in too hastily, Douluos might change his mind and take him along as well, which would spell disaster. Rushing toward the direction of the master and the others, Chen Luo preemptively declared, I just saw Douluos. The master paused momentarily, then asserted, it must be him. He has taken Tang San. That cold aura is unmistakable. 1 month later, Chen Luo stood at the academy entrance, silently witnessing the nameplate being replaced with that of Shrek Academy. At long last, the day had arrived. His system task was finally complete. He stepped forward into the academy, eagerly awaiting the arrival of his system notification. Successfully signed in at the Royal Academy of Heaven-Do. Successfully joined the new Shrek Academy. Current main quest completed. Reward, Deathgod S armor. Chen Luo could distinctly sense the emergence of a new item within the storage space of the Deathgod S ring. He promptly made his way to his dormitory. Upon returning, he eagerly opened the storage space of the Deathgod S ring. A finely crafted black armor floated within the space, and without delay, he retrieved it. The Deathgod's armor landed in Chen Luo's hands, but before he could admire its craftsmanship, it transformed into a flurry of black light and surged towards his chest. In the blink of an eye, the armor reappeared, now adorning his form. It fit perfectly and felt remarkably light, almost weightless. Even through his clothing, Chen Luo could sense a chill emanating from the Deathgod's armor, while he also felt a faint resonance from the Deathgod's ring on his wrist. The armor enveloped his upper body, its entirely black surface exuding a unique metallic texture. Upon closer inspection, one could discern intricate inscriptions adorning the armor, which were also black. Without attentive scrutiny, they remained nearly imperceptible. Chen Luo had not yet had the opportunity to delve deeply into his studies when the system's prompts echoed in his mind. Deathgod armor. Artifact, one of the Deathgod set, providing absolute defensive power, negating all mental and soul attacks. The strength of the defense is proportional to the host power. Deathgod bracelet. Artifact, one of the Deathgod set, offering storage space and necromantic space. Deathgod ring. Artifact, one of the Deathgod set, concealing presence. Other functionalities remain unlocked. Deathgod set effect. Artifact collecting all 3 pieces doubles all effects. As the prompts resonated, Chen Luo observed the Deathgod armor and Deathgod bracelet emanating a faint black glow, seemingly establishing a unique connection. The Deathgod ring, although worn by Xiao Wu, still belonged entirely to Chen Luo, allowing him to sense its presence and the peculiar resonance emitted due to the set effect. He pondered whether Xiao Wu could perceive the ring's unusual transformation. Casting a glance at the Deathgod armor, Chen Luo focused his thoughts, causing the armor to vanish from sight. Artifacts were indeed remarkable. In addition to their formidable effects, their manifestation and retraction were exceedingly convenient. Chen Luo was keenly aware that these artifacts had yet to be fully activated, yet their current capabilities were already formidable and would unlock further as his strength improved. With the Deathgod armor, his ability to safeguard his life had significantly increased, presenting an opportunity to practice against Zhao Wujia and test the armor's defensive prowess. The Deathgod set also conferred additional bonuses, doubling all effects. While the armor's defense was not immediately apparent, he could assess the Deathgod bracelet. Did doubling the effects imply that the storage space and the capacity for storing necromantic entities were also multiplied? Upon opening the Deathgod bracelet, Chen Luo was not surprised to find that both the storage and necromantic spaces had indeed been greatly enhanced. The storage space, which could originally accommodate the belongings of a room, had now doubled. Although Chen Luo seldom utilized such vast space, the distinction between the potential and the actual utility was noteworthy. In contrast, the necromantic space was evidently more significant for Chen Luo. With the set effect, it could now contain 4 necromantic entities. The ancient cave spider, which had awakened in the Stardow forest, and the nightmarish centipede were both in their respective positions. The spider having fully recovered from its injuries and exhibiting a slightly stronger aura, now possessing around 15,000 years of strength. The nightmarish centipede had shown a more pronounced increase, currently boasting at least 13,500 years of strength. It appeared that both the cave spider and the nightmarish centipede had gained 500 years of power, yet their advancements were not comparable. The ascension of a soul master's soul power becomes increasingly challenging as one progresses, and the same holds true for soul beasts, with the latter's advancement proving even more arduous. At this rate, as long as I remain alive, is it possible for them both to reach the 100,000-year tier? Chen Luo found himself suddenly filled with anticipation. Since obtaining the 3rd soul ring and awakening the cave spider and nightmarish centipede, only about a year had elapsed. The rapid growth of these creatures in such a short span of time was indeed formidable. With 2 additional slots for necromantic entities, he was determined to fill them, as having more loyal servants was undoubtedly advantageous. However, quality was paramount. They must at least match or exceed the strength of his current companions, and he would seek the strongest configurations he could gather, contemplating future replacements as he grew stronger. Regarding the Deathgod ring, being part of the Deathgod set, it must possess extraordinary effects, certainly transcending mere concealment of presence, as the system had hinted at other functionalities yet to be unlocked. This was likely tied to his own strength. When his power reached a sufficient level, the ring's other capabilities would naturally become accessible. The same characteristic applied to the other Deathgod equipment, with the effects it could bestow being influenced by his own capabilities. Even though the Deathgod ring was not physically on Chen Luo, a unique connection had already been established. Otherwise, he would not have received the system's notifications or experienced the effects of the Deathgod set. The ring was particularly special in that it could be entrusted to others. Unlike the Deathgod bracelet and the recently acquired Deathgod armor, which would automatically attach to him upon manifestation, as if becoming part of his being. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door, followed by the voice of the master from outside. "Are you in your dormitory?" "Yes," Chen Luo replied, opening the door to find the master standing solemnly at the entrance. "I have found the simulated training grounds you desired. Follow me." Chen Luo nodded promptly. All right. The academy's simulated training area had been completed, but none of the existing locations were suitable for him. Naturally, if Chen Luo did not express his needs, no one would know what kind of environment he required for training. Under the master's guidance, Chen Luo made his way to the back mountain of the academy. Upon arrival, he discovered that the Blue Tyrant Academy, now known as Shrek Academy, was indeed quite expansive. The back mountain was not particularly tall, merely a small hill rising just over 50 meters, sparsely dotted with trees, giving it a somewhat barren appearance, resembling a giant tomb from a distance. Despite the academy's somewhat remote location, it was situated within the capital of the Heaven Do Empire, a place where land was incredibly valuable. It seemed wasteful that such an area remained undeveloped. Reaching the foot of the hill, the master began to speak. "This place absolutely meets your requirements for a simulated training environment." According to Erlong, it was originally a mass grave. Chen Luo surveyed the area and nodded, already sensing some peculiar presences. A mass grave? It suited his tastes perfectly. "I have other matters to attend to, so I will leave you to train here. If this location proves unsuitable, we can seek another. If you prefer not to attend classes, that is also acceptable. I have already notified the staff. You may focus solely on your training. As for the theoretical knowledge regarding soul masters, I will provide some books to Xiao Wu to bring back to the dormitory." The master offered a brief explanation before departing. He appeared considerably haggard during this time, evidently troubled by Tang San's situation. Since Tang San had been captured by Douluos a month ago, the master's appearance had been gradually deteriorating. During this period, the Golden Iron Triangle had even ventured into the forest where Douluos resided, seemingly having engaged in combat with him. It was likely that an agreement had been reached. Otherwise, the master and his companions would not have returned. Even so, as Tang San's mentor, the master was profoundly concerned for his safety, often maintaining a facade of calmness while offering comfort to Flinder and Lu Erlong, though internally he was undoubtedly tormented. Only the Golden Iron Triangle and Chen Luo were aware of Tang San's abduction. The master had kept this matter confidential, telling the other Shrek students that Tang San was undergoing secret training. In the ensuing month, the master assisted Flinder and Lu Erlong in completing the transition of the academy, with Blue Tyrant Academy officially renamed Shrek Academy. Chen Luo gazed at the hill ahead, then took a step forward, ascending the slope. Without needing the master's reminder, Chen Luo arrived here and immediately sensed that this place was extraordinary. As expected, it turned out to be a graveyard. The master's efficiency in handling matters was commendable. He swiftly found a suitable environment for Chen Luo's unique training. When it came to discussing his martial soul, Chen Luo refrained from disclosing the true nature of his martial soul, the Grim Reaper, and merely mentioned that the Scythe of Death exhibited peculiar characteristics, allowing for accelerated cultivation in graveyards or burial grounds. Although the master was somewhat astonished, he did not pursue the matter further. He simply noted the details regarding Chen Luo's martial soul in a thick notebook, but had never approached him for in-depth inquiries, suggesting that the master merely made a cursory record. This was preferable. Chen Luo was disinclined to engage in idle chatter with the master. Upon reaching the hilltop, he surveyed the vast expanse of the academy below. On the opposite side of the hill, there lay a massive pit, approximately the size of half the academy, and at least 2 meters deep. It was evident that this pit had been filled in at some point, making its original depth impossible to ascertain. Such a large tract of land lay in neglect, seemingly in this state for many years. The pit bore no signs of overgrowth, only a few trees, towering at over 10 meters, stood resiliently, yet they appeared long dead. The surrounding area mirrored this desolation, with patches of greenery only visible from a distance of nearly 10 meters. No wonder this area remained undeveloped. The atmosphere was overwhelmingly heavy with death. After taking a glance, a subtle smile graced Chen Luo's face. To me, this place is a veritable treasure trove for cultivation. The more corpses present, the more he relished it. In mere moments, he descended into the pit and deliberately positioned himself towards the center. Despite the sweltering summer heat, the pit exuded an uncanny coldness, sending chills down his spine. If anyone else were to enter, they might feel uncomfortable. However, Chen Luo felt as if he had returned home, invigorated and refreshed, eager to cultivate and grow stronger. Chen Luo promptly settled into a meditative posture. It became apparent that cultivating within an environment corresponding to one's martial soul expedited the enhancement of soul power and facilitated entering a meditative state. As he commenced the operation of the Deathgod technique, energy from his surroundings began to converge upon him with fervor, particularly the unique energy emanating from beneath the ground. Who knows how many bodies are buried below? Even after so many years, remnants of spiritual energy still lingered. Chen Luo lost track of time, continuing his cultivation until he noticed a gradual decline in his efficiency, prompting him to conclude his session. He felt himself drawing closer to the 37th level. If he maintained this pace, a breakthrough would not be far off. Rising, he wore a satisfied smile and stretched his limbs before departing the pit and returning to the academy. Pure cultivation alone could never swiftly amplify one's strength. Alternative methods must be employed as well, such as engaging in a good fight. Prior to beginning his simulated training, Chen Luo had already devised a plan for the upcoming period. Cultivating in a simulated environment was essential, as was periodic combat training. The latter not only sharpened his practical skills, but also challenged his limits, further stimulating his potential. A relentless focus on cultivation alone would not suffice, nor would continuous combat training. A harmonious balance between the two was crucial for optimal enhancement. Chen Luo also possessed another expedient method for strengthening his abilities, utilizing soul hunting to harvest souls. However, this approach could easily lead to addiction. Who could resist the allure of rapid power enhancement akin to cheating, even at the cost of a more distant future? Chen Luo's self-discipline was commendable, as he managed to restrain himself. If it were anyone else, they would prioritize immediate gratification over future considerations. That said, soul hunting was not entirely off the table. It simply needed to be employed sparingly. When the opportunity arose, it should be utilized, followed by diligent training to consolidate the gains, all while mastering the impulses within. Upon returning to his dormitory, Chen Luo took a shower and changed his clothes before heading to the academy's administrative building, where Zhao Wujie was typically found. Since arriving in Tiando City, he had yet to spar with Zhao Wujie and wondered if the teacher reminisced about the training days at Shrek Academy. New sign-in tasks required obtaining the 4th soul ring to refresh, but progress was swift. With a little effort, he would soon reach the 40th level. While en route to the administrative building, Chen Luo glanced at the new sign-in tasks, which, as before, necessitated acquiring a new soul ring. This time, the reward was the armor of the Grim Reaper. Perhaps the next reward would be the boots of the Grim Reaper? Ideally, by completing these tasks, he could assemble the complete set of Grim Reaper equipment, activating the set effect once all 3 pieces were secured, and the complete set would undoubtedly enhance his power further. Before long, Chen Luo arrived at the base of the Shrek Academy administrative building, where he coincidentally encountered the master exiting. "Ah, Chen Luo, have you finished your training?" The master inquired, somewhat surprised. "Yes," Chen Luo nodded, thinking to himself, "Could I have come here if I had not finished?" The master remarked, "I initially anticipated you would be in seclusion for at least a month. I didn't expect you to emerge so soon. How was your training?" "Very good," Chen Luo replied with a smile. "Excellent. Keep up the hard work." The master lightly patted Chen Luo's shoulder before passing by and reminding him, "Zhao Wujie is in the office. If you're looking for training, just head to the academy's training ground." "Understood." Chen Luo chuckled wryly, pondering how obvious his purpose for being there was. Upon entering the administrative building, he found the academy leaders on the 2nd floor. Before he could ascend the stairs, a female teacher called out to him, "Hey, which class are you in? If you need something, go find your class advisor." The teacher, in her 30s and clad in a green long dress, had a pleasant appearance, though her figure was rather ordinary. Chen Luo politely smiled. "Hello, teacher. I'm looking for Zhao Wujie." The female teacher frowned, about to say something, when an elderly voice suddenly interjected. "Let him through." The speaker was a tall, elderly man, aged yet vibrant. It was Li Yusong. Upon seeing Chen Luo, he rarely displayed a smile. Little monster, it's been a while since I last saw you. I heard from the master that you went into seclusion for cultivation. Yes, Teacher Li, Chen Luo replied. Zhao Wujia is upstairs. You're here for practical training, right? Indeed. Is it that obvious? Chen Luo thought. Li Yusong added, go ahead. I hope to have the opportunity to spar with you in the future. You're always welcome. Chen Luo replied with a polite smile before heading upstairs. Teacher Li, who is that student? I've never seen him before. He rarely appears in the academy. It's not surprising you haven't seen him. He is one of the Shrek 7 monsters. Tang-san? No, he is Chen Luo. Chen Luo? Ah. It is understandable that you do not recognize him. He has always maintained a low profile. The Shrek 7 monsters are a peculiar group, and he is indeed the most formidable among them. More powerful than Tang-san? Certainly. During our time in Soto City, he was already able to contend with Zhao Wujia. He must be even stronger now. Knock knock. Chen Luo rapped on the door. Come in, a feminine voice replied, that of Lu Erlong. The office door swung open, revealing a remarkably simple workspace adorned with a few desks and chairs, all exuding an air of cheapness, likely a product of Flinder's handiwork. Lu Erlong was engrossed in some documents for the academy, while Zhao Wujia lay sprawled across his desk, sound asleep, just the two of them in the office. Chen Luo, are you here to see the master? He just stepped out to check on Dai Mubai and the others' training. Lu Erlong smiled as she spoke. One must admit, Lu Erlong is truly stunning. Her exquisite visage bears no trace of age, radiating a unique charm of maturity, and her figure is strikingly perfect, though her taste leaves much to be desired. No, I'm looking for Teacher Zhao, Chen Luo replied. Finally, someone who cannot discern my intentions. Upon hearing this, Lu Erlong called out loudly, Zhao Wujia. Zhao Wujia jolted awake, his confusion evident as he instinctively turned to Lu Erlong, asking, what is the matter? Chen Luo is looking for you. Only after seeing Chen Luo did Zhao Wujia begin to regain his composure. He wiped the drool from the corner of his mouth, and, grinning, said, Little monster, what brings you to seek out your teacher, Zhao, so suddenly? I heard from a master that you were in closed-door training. I've completed my training and have come to seek you for practical combat training. Is it possible to decline? I've been quite busy with academy matters lately. It's exhausting. At this moment, Lu Erlong interjected, don't listen to his nonsense, Chen Luo. He spends his days napping here, only occasionally summoned by Flinder to lend a hand. Chen Luo regarded Zhao Wujia calmly. Zhao Wujia chuckled sheepishly. All right then, let us go. He then turned to Lu Erlong. Are you interested in joining us? This kid is quite strong. Lu Erlong replied. You two go ahead. I'll join shortly after I finish these matters. Very well. At the academy's playground, construction was still underway, leaving much of the area barren. Although it lacked aesthetic appeal, it was perfectly suited for combat. Flinder had personally overseen the procurement, remaining as frugal as ever, wary of anyone extracting even a penny from him. He had announced half a month ago that the playground would be renovated, yet no progress had been made. Zhao Wujia scoffed. Flinder is such a miser. Chen Luo smiled slightly. Dean Flinder is merely being economical for the academy. He is indeed stingy, a true penny pincher. Zhao Wujia stretched his limbs. Enough about him. Let us commence our combat training. It's been a while since we had a proper match. Oh, by the way, have you improved your strength? What is your current spirit power level? You should inform Teacher Zhao, so he can prepare. Zhao Wujia exhibited a cautious demeanor, having learned from past experiences. Chen Luo replied, I'm still at level 36. No change. Ah, I see. Zhao Wujia nodded. It seems you're not far from level 37. Where you and T have sought me out so suddenly. Chen Luo nodded with a smile. Exactly. Then let us begin. Spirit of the great strength Titan Bear, manifest. Zhao Wujia activated his martial spirit, and in a flash of golden light, a colossal golden bear materialized. Chen Luo's face twitched slightly. Teacher Zhao, is it truly necessary to reveal your martial spirit so soon? It's better to unleash it early and endure less suffering later. With that, Zhao Wujia looked around and bellowed. Students on the playground and those nearby, heed my warning. Step back immediately to avoid any accidental harm. If you wish to observe, maintain a safe distance. In truth, the playground was nearly deserted. However, upon Zhao Wujia's shout, a crowd quickly gathered, consisting of students and teachers alike. Chen Luo furrowed his brow. sensing the deliberate nature of Zhao Wujia's actions. 65. Terrifying. Noticing Chen Luo's expression of exasperation, Zhao Wujia laughed heartily. Little monster. When you seek my training, it must come at a price. We, the Shrek Academy, have just arrived. We ought to showcase our strength to the faculty and students here. While Zhao Wujia's administrative skills may be lacking, leading him to doze off in the office, during such special moments, he seizes every opportunity to demonstrate his prowess. Chen Luo glanced at the increasing crowd around the playground and sighed softly before activating his martial spirit. Death's Embrace. The spectral figure of the Grim Reaper that only Chen Luo could see materialized before him, merging with his body. The side of the Grim Reaper appeared silently, firmly grasped in his hands. 2 purple soul rings rose from beneath Chen Luo, followed by a profound black soul ring, instantly elevating his aura to its zenith. Outside the playground, the previously noisy teachers and students fell silent, their eyes widening in disbelief. When Zhao Wujia activated his martial spirit in its true form, gasps of astonishment ensued, as everyone recognized Zhao Wujia as a formidable teacher. However, with Chen Luo, it was different. His appearance revealed he was also a student of the academy, albeit a rarely seen one. Compared to the powerful teachers, a student's identity felt closer to the crowd. As they beheld Chen Luo unleash his martial spirit, and the terrifying combination of 2 purple and 1 black soul rings, they felt the immense strength radiating from him. Goodness, 2,000-year soul rings and 1 10,000-year soul ring. Can this be real? Such a young soul master. Are you seriously focusing on his level? Just look at his soul rings. The black one, it's a 10,000-year soul ring. My heavens, a 10,000-year soul ring. After the initial silence, a cacophony of astonished voices erupted, with many rubbing their eyes in disbelief, while others pinched themselves to ascertain they were not dreaming. The other Shrek monsters soon arrived. The commotion caused by Zhao Wujia's manifestation of his true spirit was significant. The massive fluctuation of soul power, while not encompassing the entire academy, certainly covered a considerable area, prompting the other Shrek monsters to rush over upon sensing it. Wait, the great strength titan bear? Has teacher Zhao lost his mind? Why is he revealing his martial spirit? Ma Hongjun's round face was filled with confusion. Oscar interjected, Fatty, first take a look at who's standing opposite teacher Zhao. Chen Luo? Wasn't he in training? Ma Hongjun exclaimed, suddenly aware of Chen Luo's presence, primarily drawn in by the imposing great strength titan bear. He must have finished his training. I didn't sense his aura becoming stronger. Dai Mubai chuckled. What is so surprising about this? Have you never witnessed such a scene before? When I sensed this commotion, I had already guessed 8 out of 10. Ning Rongrong cast a puzzled glance at the petite Xiao Wu beside her. Did you just find out? Xiao Wu nodded gently yes. We must teach him a lesson later for neglecting to seek you out immediately after his training. Ning Rongrong chuckled. He must be on the verge of a breakthrough. Another breakthrough? Ning Rongrong's brows knitted slightly, and then she remarked with a hint of annoyance, Could you ask your esteemed companion to take it a bit slower? I feel as though the gap between us is widening. Zhu Zhuqing stood coldly to the side, her silence among the Shrek 7 monsters well known. Yet, even her typically impassive face displayed a flicker of surprise, aligning her sentiments with the others. On the playground, Chen Luo and Zhao Wujia had commenced their initial clash. Chen Luo's speed reached its zenith while Zhao Wujia, having long prepared, activated his 3rd soul skill, Gravity Enhancement, which significantly reduced Chen Luo's velocity. Indomitable. Chen Luo swiftly unleashed his indomitable state, enveloping himself in black flames, his aura surging once more as the black Deathgod armor materialized upon him. This marked Chen Luo's first activation of the Deathgod armor in the indomitable state, and indeed, it was only the 2nd time he had summoned the armor. The black flames seemed to coexist harmoniously with the Deathgod armor, enhancing its defensive capabilities while bestowing the unique effects of the black flames. Beyond mere defense, the Deathgod armor voraciously absorbed the surrounding energy, replenishing Chen Luo's soul power at an accelerated rate. Should he acquire more pieces of Deathgod equipment, each with restorative properties, he might not need to worry about the time constraints of his indomitable state. With a speed advantage, Chen Luo initiated the first offensive, swiftly appearing before Zhao Wujia. The scythe of the Deathgod, cloaked in black flames, descended upon Zhao Wujia's head. The black flames surged violently, resulting in a scorched bear head. Almost simultaneously with the extinguishing of the flames, Chen Luo activated his third soul skill, Shadowbind. The black 10,000-year soul ring glimmered, unleashing countless shadows from the Deathgod scythe, instantly ensnaring the formidable diamond bear. Without delay, Chen Luo launched a second attack. The enormous scythe fell once more, again delivering a fiery strike to the bear's head. Enduring 2 consecutive assaults of black flames, even Zhao Wujie, in his martial soul true form, found it challenging to withstand. The massive bear head was charred black, with many golden hairs singed, and the corrosive effect of the black flames had left several gruesome wounds. Little monster, you are too ruthless. Starting off with lethal intent, Zhao Wujie channeled his soul power, dispelling the remaining black flames from his head, and then retaliated against Chen Luo. The Shadowbind had absolute restraining power against opponents of equal rank, but facing an adversary far superior, merely gaining a moment of offensive opportunity was commendable. Chen Luo seemed to have anticipated Zhao Wujie's attack, distancing himself after his second strike. Zhao Wujie was not one to let Chen Luo escape easily. He activated his 5th soul skill, Gravity Compression, sending Chen Luo uncontrollably hurtling towards him. Having battled numerous times before, Zhao Wujie swiftly followed up with his 4th soul skill, Position Tracking, denying Chen Luo any chance of reprieve. The 4th soul ring shot out, ensnaring Chen Luo. However, an unexpected turn of events occurred as the black armor on Chen Luo emitted a brilliant light, shattering Zhao Wujie's 4th soul ring. Cough! Zhao Wujie spat blood from the backlash of his soul skill, reconstituting his 4th soul ring, though it was evident the previous incident had inflicted significant damage. This is impossible. Zhao Wujie was taken aback, yet his movements persisted, swinging his colossal bear paw towards Chen Luo. This was an attack utilizing his 2nd soul skill, the Mighty Diamond Palm, exhibiting extraordinary power. Chen Luo had faced such situations before. While the overwhelming force pressed upon him, he could still wield the Deathgod scythe. The scythe's blade clashed against Zhao Wujie's massive paw, engulfed in black flames, as shadows surged forth, striving to diminish Zhao Wujie's strength. Yet, even as Zhao Wujie's paw was immediately scorched by the black flames and bound by innumerable shadows, the force transmitted through his palm remained formidable. Chen Luo was propelled through the air, crashing heavily to the ground. With a thunderous crash, the ground yielded a massive crater. When the dust settled, Chen Luo emerged, albeit visibly flushed, yet unscathed, his black flames burning even more intensely. Chen Luo appears to be fine. If he were injured, he would likely still be lying in that pit, Dai Mubai remarked. Oscar let out a sigh of relief, glancing at the sausage in his hand. These shall be reserved for Zhao Wujie. As Chen Luo rose, gasps of astonishment rippled through the onlookers, while the Shrek monsters felt relieved. Students and teachers marveled at Chen Luo's prowess. A soul master had withstood an attack from a soul sage without a scratch. Of course, he was not entirely unscathed. While he bore no visible injuries, internally, he felt as though his organs were shifting. Had it not been for the Deathgod armor mitigating much of the impact at a crucial moment, he would have been unable to continue fighting. Presently, he endured an intolerable pain within, a sensation he had grown accustomed to over time. Past encounters with Zhao Wujie had not been devoid of injury. If Zhao Wujie merely served as a stationary target for Chen Luo, their training would lose all significance. Nonetheless, Zhao Wujie's assault today had indeed been excessively severe. Fortunately, with the Deathgod's armor, he would not have to lie down for 3 days. Even if they intended to use me as a teaching material, there was no need for such a painful beating. Chen Luo could not help but sigh inwardly. The Deathgod's technique was operating frantically, healing his injuries. When he glanced at Zhao Wujie's disheveled appearance, he suddenly found everything acceptable. Zhao Wujie's bear-like head was utterly blackened, covered in various burn wounds, presenting a truly tragic sight. His massive bear paws bore similar marks, though they appeared slightly better than his head. How on earth can you still stand? Zhao Wujie exclaimed incredulously, his dark bear head pausing, mouth opening and closing in disbelief. He was acutely aware of the immense strength he had just exerted, eager to conclude the battle swiftly. Originally, the confrontation with Chen Luo was merely a demonstration for the faculty and students, showcasing their educational prowess and the talent of their students. However, Chen Luo's attacks had proven excessively fierce, seemingly stronger than before. If the battle continued, victory would surely be his, yet he would be left in a rather embarrassing state. After all, Zhao Wuji was a man who valued his dignity. He had deliberately increased his strength to conclude the fight earlier, as the previous exchanges had already left the students and teachers in awe for quite some time. Who would have guessed that Chen Luo would rise again? Appearing as if nothing had happened, Zhao Wuji then noticed the black armor adorning Chen Luo, and his eyes lit up with understanding. He had acquired something remarkable. As Chen Luo rapidly recuperated, Zhao Wuji hesitated only a moment before resuming his assault. In genuine combat, opponents do not afford one a moment's respite, unless they intend to obliterate your head completely. Zhao Wuji approached Chen Luo's practical training with utmost seriousness and intensity, striving to bring the combat as close to real-life scenarios as possible to better evoke one's potential and continuously push past limits. Of course, he also understood the concept of holding back. Otherwise, it would be unreasonable for a soul sage of his caliber to struggle against a soul master. Even if Chen Luo was not an ordinary soul master, if Zhao Wuji truly wished to eliminate him, it would be a matter of mere moments. However, amidst the practical training, there remained an element of training. True life and death confrontations were out of the question. Chen Luo's strength was undeniably impressive. Forcing a soul sage to reveal his martial soul in its true form was already a significant testament to his prowess. Even if Zhao Wuji had been somewhat lenient, at the current level of combat, even an ordinary soul king would not withstand it and would have retreated long ago. With the activation of his immortal body, Chen Luo's strength had approached that of a soul king, and his combat capability would only continue to strengthen, providing him with the genuine leverage to match Zhao Wuji. Zhao Wuji launched his attack without reservation, and Chen Luo could no longer withstand it directly, relying instead on his speed to evade and buy himself time to recover from his injuries. The tension of the battle remained palpable. Zhao Wuji could afford numerous mistakes, but Chen Luo had only one chance. If he were to endure another heavy blow from Zhao Wuji, even with the assistance of the Death Goddess armor to alleviate the damage, it was likely that he could not continue fighting. As his injuries healed rapidly, Chen Luo soon regained his fighting spirit, and the roles of attacker and defender switched as he unleashed a torrential offensive. Although Zhao Wuji managed to counter each of Chen Luo's strikes, he appeared increasingly bedraggled. What Zhao Wuji needed to fend off was not merely the razor-sharp scythe of the Death God, but also the terrifying black flames that clung to its blade. Those flames were impossible to block. Upon contact, they would engulf anything in an instant. While activating the immovable King-S body allowed him to cope, timing the battle against such a cunning little monster as Chen Luo proved exceedingly challenging. Logically speaking, given Chen Luo's age and strength, he should not have encountered many battles, a fact corroborated by Tang San. Chen Luo had only begun practical training after arriving at Shrek Academy, with Zhao Wuji as his training partner. Yet, this seemingly inexperienced young man demonstrated an uncanny ability to seize the moment in combat, as if he had undergone countless practical training sessions. At times, even Zhao Wuji found himself impressed. Indeed, he was a little monster. The battle extended just beyond 5 minutes, with Zhao Wuji finally seizing an opportunity to conclude it. Though 5 minutes appeared brief, it was significant when considering that Chen Luo faced a soul sage who had activated his martial soul's true form. Enduring 5 minutes was already an extraordinary feat, let alone surviving an entire round. The students and teachers observing from the periphery were left in stunned silence, and the late-arriving Lu Erlong was taken aback by Zhao Wuji's disheveled expression. Among the crowd, a tall young man was drenched in cold sweat. Glancing from the formidable Xiaowu to Chen Luo on the field, his gaze filled with trepidation. He is incredibly strong. The youth reluctantly admitted this undeniable truth. After the battle concluded, Zhao Wuji deactivated his martial soul's true form, appearing utterly haggard, his body marred by various burns. The crowd began to disperse, still eager to linger. But Lu Erlong ordered them to return, reminding them to train or attend classes as necessary. Aside from Zhao Wuji and Chen Luo, a few of Shrek's little monsters remained, with Lu Erlong quietly observing. Oscar, ever considerate, presented the sausages he had prepared earlier, adding with a grin, Teacher Zhao, you owe me at least 1,000 gold soul coins. I'll round it down to 1,000. When will you settle the debt? Zhao Wuji shot Oscar a look, prompting him to fall silent. However, after distancing himself from Zhao Wuji, Oscar remained persistent. I've kept a little notebook, so don't even think about dodging your debt. Teacher Zhao. Zhao Wuji rolled his eyes, opting to disregard Oscar and instead turned to Chen Luo, little monster. I believe we need to establish some rules for our future training sessions. Rules? What rules? Chen Luo inquired, still feeling considerable pain in his chest, though the Death Goddess technique was swiftly working to mend his wounds. Zhao Wuji replied, for instance, that special flame of yours. Let's refrain from using it. We'll focus on training strength and speed instead. Chen Luo countered, if I don't activate the immortal body and forego the black flames, even your defenses would be difficult to breach. How we fight then? Zhao Wuji seemed to acknowledge this point, bursting into laughter. I was just joking. We'll fight however we wish from now on. By the way, it seems you've grown stronger again. He shot Chen Luo a knowing glance, deliberately focusing on the area around Chen Luo's chest. Chen Luo smiled slightly. What change? I'm still just the same as before. Zhao Wuji chuckled, choosing not to elaborate further. Well then, I'm off to get some sleep. After each battle with you, I feel like I could sleep for days. With a wave, he departed. The aftermath of activating his martial soul's true form always left him in a state of weakness for several days, regardless of the battle's outcome. Chen Luo watched Zhao Wuji leave, then engaged in conversation with the little monsters from Shrek. Lu Erlong observed quietly until the discussions had nearly concluded, at which point he spoke, I didn't expect you to be the strongest. Next time we have a chance, shall we practice together? You flatter me, Dean. Chen Luo replied with a modest smile. Lu Erlong chuckled. There is no need for such modesty. I have just witnessed your prowess. Zhao Wujia has done remarkably well this time, intentionally allowing you to take the lead. I believe you will serve as an exemplar within the academy for a considerable duration. Indeed, Teacher Zhao has done an outstanding job. I am immensely grateful to him. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Lu Erlong turned his attention to the Shrek little monsters, inquiring about their training progress. Chen Luo silently listened from the side, primarily awaiting the arrival of Xiao Wu. Lu Erlong, not one for verbosity, briefly inquired about their circumstances before departing, seemingly to arrange for repairs on the training grounds. The other little monsters greeted Chen Luo before returning to their training, as they did not wish to squander the time that Xiao Wu and Chen Luo could spend together. Why didn't you come to find me after your training? Xiao Wu asked. Although she already knew the reason, she felt a twinge of regret. I was concerned it might affect your training, Chen Luo replied candidly. Are you about to break through again? Yes. How swift? It must be. Only by becoming sufficiently strong can I protect you well. As Chen Luo and Xiao Wu walked side by side along the academy's paths, he took the initiative to grasp her delicate hand, which felt soft and slightly cool. A comforting sensation. Their proximity allowed him to catch the faint fragrance emanating from her, leaving him somewhat enchanted. During the days you were away, an unwelcome fellow harassed me daily, Xiao Wu remarked. Chen Luo's expression instantly turned cold. Who? Xiao Wu couldn't help but chuckle. I believe he won't dare to come after me again. It seems I must attend a few classes, Chen Luo stated earnestly. Xiao Wu laughed lightly. It's not that serious. Focus on your training, and do not worry about me. I can handle it myself. Chen Luo nodded gently. Yes, I trust in your strength, Xiao Wu. With a playful jab, Xiao Wu teased. After today's battle, you will become a celebrity within our academy. What are your thoughts? Xiao Wu gazed at Chen Luo, a subtle smile gracing her lips. I'm sure many junior and senior students will take a liking to you. It seems I still have a need to attend a few classes, Chen Luo reiterated earnestly. At this, Xiao Wu revealed a satisfied smile before shifting the topic. This black ring unexpectedly glowed a few days ago, she said, touching the Deathgod's ring on her finger. Chen Luo nodded lightly. Unfazed, that is normal. As he spoke, he displayed the Deathgod's armor before Xiao Wu. Isn't it impressive? Quite ugly, Xiao Wu replied with a laugh. Though it's not too bad. She pointed at Chen Luo's Deathgod's armor, then glanced at the Deathgod's bracelet on his wrist, her gaze eventually settling on the Deathgod's ring on her own hand. Before Xiao Wu could inquire further, Chen Luo spoke first. They form a complete set and are interlinked. Acquiring them is rather unique. It's hard to explain in a brief moment. With that, Chen Luo put away his death goddess armor, grinning. It's a pity I cannot give them to you. Otherwise, I would bestow them all upon you. How would he want them? They are hideous. Rest assured, I will take good care of the ring. The exchanges between Chen Luo and Xiao Wu were always this simple. They required no superfluous words. When matters arose, they communicated directly and clearly. There was never a need for relentless inquiry. They both understood that secrets existed between them. And when the time was right, they would be revealed. There was no rush. After accompanying Xiao Wu for a leisurely stroll around the academy, Chen Luo escorted her to her training location before heading toward the back mountain of the academy. Following his battle with Zhao Wujia, he felt that he was on the cusp of reaching level 37. If all went well, he would achieve a breakthrough today. Zhao Wujia had indeed been fierce today, pushing him to the limits several times, and the heavier his injuries became, the more frantically the Deathgod's law operated, bringing him ever closer to a breakthrough. Upon reaching the back mountain, he entered the deep pit and resumed his training in his usual spot. The process of cultivation was destined to be long and tedious. Chen Luo lost track of time until he felt his soul power successfully ascend to level 37. His training mission was thus accomplished. Chen Luo had always found breakthroughs at lower levels to be quite smooth, never encountering significant challenges. Everything unfolded naturally. Only when crossing tiers did he need to linger for an extended period. After successfully reaching level 37, he did not immediately conclude his training state. Rather, he sought to continue for a while longer. Unfortunately, this state of cultivation did not last long, as he was interrupted by a peculiar sensation. Opening his eyes, he immediately glanced at the ground. The sensation originated from beneath, 68, the evil soul master Gong Zhongyang. Is there something below? Chen Luo blurted out instinctively, immediately scolding himself for his folly. There were certainly many things below. If there were none, could he train here? By day, he was alone, and by night, this place might be crowded. However, this unusual sensation was absent before. Could it be that my sensing ability has strengthened after reaching level 37? That was the only plausible explanation. Regardless of the situation, he needed to ascertain what lay beneath. Chen Luo activated his martial spirit, wielding the Deathgod's scythe, and began to dig downward. As he unearthed the soil, he gradually uncovered various bones, predominantly human, with a few from unusual animals. This was indeed a mass grave. Who could fathom how many corpses lay buried here? The sensation persisted below. He needed to exert more effort. In a short span, Chen Luo found himself standing in a pit approximately 7 or 8 meters deep, having intentionally excavated it large enough to prevent any potential collapse, allowing for swift reaction should something unusual occur. Just a bit more. Chen Luo raised the Deathgod's scythe once more, bringing it down forcefully, cutting through a substantial section of earth, transforming it into loose soil, which he easily tossed aside. While the scythe was somewhat ineffective for digging, it sufficed, and with the support of his formidable soul power, even hand digging posed no issue. After removing nearly another half-meter of soil, Chen Luo finally caught sight of the tip of what he had sensed, a human hand, largely buried, yet still identifiable despite being coated in dust. It was a hand, not merely a hand bone. Throughout the excavation, Chen Luo had encountered various bones, but upon seeing a hand, he could easily recognize it, and his brow furrowed. He continued to dig, and soon, the outline of a corpse emerged. With a firm tug, he revealed the body of a middle-aged man clad in a black robe. The man's visage was ravaged, as though his face had been forcibly torn away, leaving only a vague semblance. It was indeed a corpse. The man exhibited no signs of life. Uncovering a body from a mass grave seemed hardly surprising. However, the key point was that this grave had undoubtedly been abandoned for a long time, as evidenced by the variety of bones scattered about. The large pit was not in its original state. It appeared to have been refilled at some point, as indicated by the soil-less markings. It had been quite some time since that occurred. When Chen Luo unearthed the corpse, the earth beneath imparted an ancient sensation. Without a doubt, this burial ground harbored stories, and the narrative of the cadaver before him was likely even more profound. It seemed that this body had been interred long before, yet it had remained remarkably intact, its black robe appearing exceptionally unique. It was this very corpse that evoked a distinctive resonance within Chen Luo. Prior to its excavation, the sensation was faint, merely hinting at the presence of the body. However, Once unearthed, his awareness of its essence became significantly clearer. He could potentially employ soul hunting on it, or even awaken it. This was the extraordinary connection Chen Luo felt towards the corpse. Not all corpses could be subjected to soul hunting or awakening. Such capabilities were accompanied by unique sensations when possible. The necessity for soul hunting diminished, as the residual spirit within the body was but a fleeting whisper, likely less substantial than the massive python he had vanquished in the village of Caogo. Chen Luo pressed his hand against the head of the corpse, seeking a more direct understanding of its condition. The body was peculiar, revealing little. Yet the residual spirit could be distinctly sensed by him. Thus, he decided to forego soul hunting and attempt awakening directly, hoping that it might unveil the events that transpired here in the past. Chen Luo resolved in his heart, yet he did not act impulsively. Instead, he meticulously examined the body once more. To his surprise, using awakening on this corpse would demand an enormous expenditure of energy. This was merely an instinctual feeling. Only through the act of awakening could he ascertain the reality. Curiosity is a perilous trait, he pondered. Should he reconsider? Yet, his hesitation was fleeting. He felt confident that he would emerge unscathed, albeit with considerable depletion of energy. Before him lay a unique entity, and armed with the knowledge to explore its depths. How could he resist? Most crucially, Chen Luo received a task prompt. Awakening. He was not one to dither. After weighing his options briefly, he sprang into action. The scythe of death pierced the corpse, activating its extraordinary capabilities, and Chen Luo's soul energy was rapidly siphoned away. This state of affairs lasted only a minute, yet it drained nearly all of his soul energy, surpassing his expectations. Stop pretending to be dead. Rise, Chen Luo said calmly, regarding the man before him. The man remained inert, akin to a corpse. Get up, Chen Luo commanded more forcefully this time. The man begrudgingly rose, emitting a hoarse and unpleasant sound. Esteemed master, Gong Zhongyang is willing to serve you. Do not feign ignorance before me. I can perceive your thoughts clearly. You are as transparent as a blank page to me. Even a single drop of ink would be glaringly evident. Gong Zhongyang spiraled into a fit of hysteria, growling like a beast. Who are you? What have you done to me? You know very well, perhaps even better than I do, Chen Luo retorted. Gong Zhongyang quickly regained his composure. Your manner of speaking is rather dull. Speak, I wish to know. You claim to know all about me. Why must I repeat myself? He seemed disinterested in recounting his chaotic memories, ready to concede. I am an evil soul master, capable of devouring others' souls to enhance my power, and I can resurrect the deceased, turning them into my puppets. When I was revived, I believed it was my descendant who awakened me, only to find it was you. You must not belong to our kind. You are stronger than us. Many years ago, I was slain by a titled Douluos and imprisoned here, mingling with countless corpses, which granted me a chance at rebirth. Those bones are my kin. At that moment, as Gong Zhongyang spoke, Chen Luo received a notification of task completion. When he hesitated about the risk of reviving Gong Zhongyang, the task prompt appeared. It was a special task, the objective being to resurrect Gong Zhongyang. Rarely encountering such a task, Chen Luo could not afford a forfeit, so he decisively acted. Fortunately, everything proceeded smoothly. Gong Zhongyang was successfully revived, and Chen Luo completed the special task. However, the reward for this particular task was not a premium one, but rather a standard reward. Special tasks have a certain probability of yielding exceptional rewards, but it seemed fortune did not favor him this time. Of course, this was proportional to the task's difficulty. The more perilous the task, the greater the potential rewards, hence a higher likelihood of exceptional rewards. For tasks of lesser difficulty, receiving a standard reward was already commendable. Before completing the special task, the danger level was indeterminate. One could only approach it with a gamble in mind. Chen Luo could not ascertain if he would succeed in awakening Gong Zhongyang. Failure would yield severe consequences. Nonetheless, special tasks served as unique prompts for Chen Luo, indicating that he could take a chance, just as he had slain the giant python in the black woods of Deathgod Village, or forcibly absorbed soul rings in the soul-hunting forest. Experience would reveal the outcome. Gong Zhongyang continued to divulge everything Chen Luo wished to know, including his origins and the submerged past. Long ago, a group of evil soul masters emerged within the borders of the Tiando Empire, capable of devouring souls to rapidly enhance their powers. and employing nefarious methods to resurrect the dead as their puppets. Although this bore resemblance to Chen Luo's abilities of soul hunting and awakening, the reality was starkly different, which is why Gong Zhongyang deemed Chen Luo superior. These evil soul masters paid exorbitant prices for their special methods. Consuming souls risked losing their identity, leading to a state of savage bloodlust and transforming them into malevolent beings. Resurrecting the dead could potentially cost them their own lives. Even if they achieved their goals of soul consumption or resurrection, they faced great backlash. Perhaps one day the souls they devoured would erupt in vengeance, or the resurrected dead would strike when they least expected it. In contrast, Chen Luo need never worry about such dilemmas. As long as he could utilize soul hunting, his only concern was whether he could absorb enough. The same applied to awakening, where his only worry was satiating the entity. As long as there were no unpredictable factors, he could sense and circumvent them in advance. If he was confident, no mishaps would arise. Upon completion of soul hunting, he would directly enhance his strength, the only apprehension being the influence of the original memories of the soul's master. But this concern was minimal, as he need not fear soul backlash. Upon completing the awakening, the dead would serve his purpose, with no possibility of rebellion. If the undead were to exhibit any aberrant thoughts, Chen Luo would instantly sense it. There would be no need for him to take any corresponding measures. As soon as the undead harbored dangerous intentions, their unique connection would obliterate all consciousness within the undead, rendering them true specters. To put plainly, it would mean allowing them to die once more, and this time more thoroughly. Creating conscious undead is remarkably simple. Chen Luo has discerned the method. By preserving a fragment of the soul for awakening, he can enable the resurrected undead to possess awareness. The previously revived ancient nightmare centipede is one such example. As is the current malevolent soul master, Gong Zhongyang. These are inherent advantages for Chen Luo. While superficially, his abilities may appear akin to those of a malevolent soul master, there exists a fundamental distinction. Chen Luo's soul hunting and awakening are akin to an impeccably flawless divine art, whereas the special abilities possessed by malevolent soul masters resemble a counterfeit of a counterfeit, powerful, yet fraught with significant side effects. I'm one of those malevolent soul masters. I consider myself fortunate. My limited abilities seldom backfire upon me, perhaps due to the unwavering fortitude of my beliefs. I have never targeted the weak and pitiful. Those I have slain were deserving of death, each one steeped in malevolence, which is why I have never lost my way. However, this does not provide justification for altering my identity. They have branded us as malevolent soul masters, and thus, we are condemned to carry this title for eternity. Like a rat scurrying through the streets, reviled by all upon its appearance. I can hardly recall the year I executed a depraved nobleman who had mercilessly slain countless innocent children in pursuit of his own immortality. He was the true embodiment of a devil, yet because of his noble status, I soon faced retribution. I, along with my companions, were all captured. That man was immensely powerful, capable of shattering anything with a single sword. We fought valiantly against him, but despite our collective strength, we were no match, and ultimately, he eradicated us and buried us here. Once again, I reiterate, I am fortunate. Perhaps due to the peculiarity of my constitution, or perhaps because my companions wished to preserve me as their sole hope. I was able to absorb their vitality to maintain my corporeal form, even though I had already perished at that time. I do not know how many years I slumbered until you awakened me just now. I initially believed you to be our descendant, as such abilities are exclusive to us malevolent soul masters. Yet you are not. I am certain of that. I have articulated all that is necessary in simple terms. Gong Zhongyang's faceless visage appeared exceedingly eerie and terrifying, and his voice was harsh and grating, leaving an uncomfortable impression. Chen Luo need not worry about Gong Zhongyang's deceit, for he would immediately detect any falsehood, given their direct connection and his absolute dominion over it. "Where's your face?" Chen Luo finally inquired. Gong Zhongyang replied with a smile. "I tore it off myself. Once, I was nearly consumed by the backlash of a devoured soul, and in that moment of near loss, I removed my face. I do not need it to affirm my identity." "Do you still desire that face?" Chen Luo asked. Gong Zhongyang paused. "Even if I wished, it is no longer possible." "It is still possible," Chen Luo calmly responded. Subsequently, with a wave of his left hand towards Gong Zhongyang, dark radiance flickered. and Gong Zhongyang was drawn into the realm of the undead. His form was indeed peculiar. The gray aura of awakening was absorbed by his body. Although his face did not instantaneously restore, it could gradually regain form within the realm of the undead. I fear that frequent encounters with his faceless visage may leave me psychologically scarred. Gong Zhongyang's power is neither overwhelmingly strong nor weak, likely bordering on the level of a soul saint, just a hair's breadth away from a breakthrough. Perhaps a period spent in the realm of the undead will facilitate that advancement. Chen Luo never anticipated that during his cultivation in this place, he would also acquire an undead, particularly one that is a malevolent soul master. Truly fortuitous. And there's also the reward for the task. Chen Luo extended his hand, and a pitch-black badge materialized, adorned with intricate patterns and a rough illustration. It somewhat resembled a three-headed canine. 70. Evolution Deathgod Badge. Hellhound. An evolution badge that may be used on the target undead, enabling its evolution with the direction of evolution related to the undead's essence. And it may inherit some characteristics of the Hellhound, albeit with a certain probability of failure. Duration: within 1 hour. A Hellhound? Chen Luo scoffed. This is rather haphazard. It barely resembles a three-headed dog. After his moment of jest, a gentle smile returned to his face. An item that can aid in the evolution of the undead is undoubtedly a treasure. If only it did not have a time limit. He could have preserved it for later use, when he might possess a more formidable undead. However, it appears he must make a decision swiftly. Chen Luo promptly communicated with the 3 undead within the realm, demonstrating his considerate nature, refraining from coercing them into evolution. After all, evolution carries a risk of failure, and the ultimate choice rests with them. Before long, responses from the 3 undead arrived. The first to reply was Gong Zhongyang, whose resolve was unwavering. I do not wish to rely on external power to enhance myself. Since I have been granted a chance at rebirth, even as your undead, I wish to elevate myself through my own strength. Chen Luo retorted, when you were harvesting souls, why did you not possess such high awareness? Gong Zhongyang replied, those were individuals who deserved to die. You could have simply slain them. Why harvest their souls? With Gong Zhongyang's dissent, Chen Luo did not press further. Gong Zhongyang was the first human soul master undead Chen Luo acquired, possessing a semblance of human thought, hence responding swiftly. Next was the Nightmare Centipede, a soul beast nearly 14,000 years old, echoing Gong Zhongyang's sentiments, wishing to better itself through its own efforts. Apart from Gong Zhongyang, the Nightmare Centipede also harbored some degree of thought, albeit feeble. Even though soul beasts possess a certain wisdom, it pales in comparison to that of humans. Nonetheless, this did not impede the Nightmare Centipede from making a decision. Chen Luo could distinctly perceive its thoughts. Having already faced death once, it wished to avoid it again, primarily due to the explicit warning in the Deathgod badge's description, which indicated a chance of failure in evolution. The consequences of failure are all too clear: complete annihilation. Lastly, the subterranean demon spider, a soul beast nearing 12,000 years in age, exhibited no semblance of thought. Its soul had been entirely obliterated by Chen Luo. Compared to Gong Zhongyang and the Nightmare Centipede, the subterranean demon spider is the most genuine undead. Its existence is solely to obey Chen Luo's commands. The reason it was the last to respond was due to its inability to comprehend Chen Luo's inquiry. Had Chen Luo issued the most direct command, the subterranean demon spider would have been the first to step forward. Its response was unequivocal. It was willing to evolve, even in processing the simplest of information. The subterranean demon spider took considerable time, yet this did not diminish its unwavering loyalty to Chen Luo. The subterranean demon spider sought evolution not for its own sake, but to serve its master, Chen Luo, with greater strength. Upon sensing this information, Chen Luo felt an inexplicable wave of emotion. It appeared that in the future, when acquiring undead beings, he would need to deliberate on whether or not to completely erase their souls. Sometimes, bestowing thought upon the undead might not be a favorable endeavor, even if they would never betray him. If Chen Luo were to force the evil spirit master Gong Zhongyang or the Nightmare Centipede to evolve, they would have no choice but to comply. Yet, he chose to honor their wishes. This was the first and last time. From now on, he would dictate the terms. With such a valuable entity at their disposal, their failure to appreciate it rendered them destined to remain worthless for eternity. Chen Luo grasped the Deathgod's emblem and cast it directly into the realm of the undead. Under his command, the emblem approached the abyssal spider and seamlessly melded with its form. The process of evolution commenced. In that instant, as the emblem penetrated the abyssal spider, its body began to tremble uncontrollably, followed by a notable expansion. The creature's form darkened further, revealing crimson veins that spread across its body, particularly saturating the area around its spear-like appendages, which became strikingly blood-red, exuding an eerie allure. The evolution transpired much more swiftly than anticipated, and the abyssal spider displayed no signs of suffering. It had long since lost the ability to perceive pain. Its body swelled and darkened, with crimson patterns surfacing until the transformation concluded. Chen Luo received a notification from the system. The abyssal spider has successfully evolved into the Hell Spider using the Deathgod's emblem. Current identity: Hell Spider. Post-evolution, the Hell Spider's size had more than doubled, its dark body adorned with numerous blood-red markings. And the gray aura that once surrounded it had transformed into a crimson haze, resembling a creature from the depths of hell. Everything proceeded smoothly, devoid of any unforeseen complications. Chen Luo gazed at the Hell Spider with great satisfaction for over 10 seconds before shifting his attention to Gong Zhongyang and the Nightmare Centipede. At that moment, both undead beings were engulfed in envy. Within the realm of the undead, despite their distinct stations and mutual indifference, they could still sense one another's presence and transformations. Witnessing the abyssal spider's successful evolution into the Hell Spider, Gong Zhongyang and the Nightmare Centipede could hardly suppress their envy. This was your choice. Lamenting now is futile. Opportunities are scarce and will not be squandered on those who fear death, Chen Luo remarked nonchalantly. The Nightmare Centipede promptly became more subdued, shedding excessive emotion and entering a state of enhancement. Gong Zhongyang, however, was different. Being human, he could articulate his thoughts. Master, those who have died once tend to fear death even more. The great spider possesses no intellect, and thus knows no fear. Yet, its loyalty to me remains unwavering. We are also bound by compulsion. Regardless of whether it was by coercion, it had become irrelevant. The Nightmare Centipede and Gong Zhongyang, awakened by Chen Luo, were destined to pledge their allegiance to him for eternity. Should even a hint of disloyalty arise, without Chen Luo's intervention, their unique bond would swiftly extinguish the last vestiges of their souls, rendering them devoid of intellect and entirely undead. The current power of the Hell Spider had reached at least the level of a 30,000-year soul beast, marking a significant qualitative leap, and its body underwent substantial transformation, suggesting a promising future. If Chen Luo wished to acquire more undead in the future, he could consider the Nightmare Centipede and Gong Zhongyang first. Having dealt with the Deathgod's emblem and witnessed the abyssal spider's evolution into the Hell Spider, Chen Luo refrained from further contemplation of the realm of the undead. In that space, the Hell Spider, Nightmare Centipede, and Gong Zhongyang could all advance, developing independently. After casting a final glance at his Deathgod's ring, Chen Luo's attention fell upon the chaotic scene before him. He needed to tidy up, otherwise, his training would be impeded. Chen Luo retrieved his Deathgod's scythe and began to refill the various bones and soil he had unearthed. Yet, after merely 10 seconds of labor, he abruptly halted. Must I attend to such trivial matters myself? Why do I have so many subordinates? He swiftly summoned Gong Zhongyang, filled his pit. Gong Zhongyang promptly set to work, demonstrating diligence. Chen Luo stood aside, silently observing him toil. This is how it ought to be. I have painstakingly unearthed you, and the subsequent tasks must be handled by you. You are now a mature undead, and must learn to manage your own affairs. Gong Zhongyang did not employ his martial spirit, but instead filled the hole with his hands. His pace was surprisingly swift, and soon the pit was filled, albeit slightly depressed where he had originally been positioned. Master, the task is complete, Gong Zhongyang announced with a cheerful expression. His face had returned to normal, resembling that of an ordinary middle-aged man, somewhat simple-minded. Yet, those who appear simple often harbor cunning and ruthlessness beneath the surface. Chen Luo, having perused fragments of Gong Zhongyang's memories, could ascertain this truth. It's a face I can tolerate. That faceless visage was truly unsettling. May I return to the realm of the undead? Gong Zhongyang inquired. Chen Luo replied. Aren't you bored staying in there? Two undead soul beasts, one utterly devoid of intellect and emotion, the other with limited awareness, could endure a lifetime in the realm of the undead without issue. But you are different. Even as an undead, you are still human, possessing your own thoughts. Can you truly acclimatize to the realm of the undead? Gong Zhongyang smiled. Master, you need not worry. Upon entering the realm of the undead, unless you actively contact us, we will enter a dormant state. It is in this special state that we can continuously enhance our powers. Master, may I return now? Gong Zhongyang asked once more. Chen Luo discerned that Gong Zhongyang genuinely wished to return to the realm of the undead, likely seeking to surpass the limits of his previous life. This was advantageous. Soon he would acquire another capable ally. Chen Luo summoned Gong Zhongyang back, casting a satisfied glance at the environment within the deep pit. He had successfully broken through his soul power level, achieving an increase. Furthermore, he had acquired the undead evil spirit master Gong Zhongyang and subsequently obtained the Deathgod S emblem, facilitating the successful evolution of the abyssal spider into the hell spider. The rewards were bountiful, yet the ease and swiftness of it all left Chen Luo with a sense of unreality. Gong Zhongyang's soul power level stood at 69, just a step away from the threshold of 70, suggesting he would soon ascend to the rank of Soul Sage. Chen Luo was curious if, having become undead, he would still require soul rings. It seemed unlikely. All his other soul rings had turned gray, indicating that upon reaching 70, he would likely acquire a gray soul ring automatically. Oh, by the way, Gong Zhongyang's martial spirit is a longsword. He was slain by a titled Douluos whose martial spirit was a sword. A titled Douluos with a sword as their martial spirit? Could it be the sword Douluos? It should not be so. They are not of the same era. Chen Luo rummaged through his mind for information regarding Gong Zhongyang, but he merely cast a fleeting glance, too apathetic to delve into the depths of his memories. There was no necessity for it. Subsequently, he sensed a transformation in the hell spider. Aside from its growth in size and strength, the hell spider had acquired a peculiar ability, the power of duplication. This duplication was not a mere conjuration from thin air. Rather, it required a portion of the hell spider's own body as a medium to manifest. To describe it as duplication is perhaps less accurate than to refer to it as division. For instance, if one of its spider spears were to break, that very spear could instantaneously split to produce a new hell spider. The specifics of this phenomenon could only be comprehended through direct observation. Additionally, the hell spider's attacks were laced with a terrifying corrosive taint, resembling a curse in nature. These traits were likely inherited from the characteristics of the hell three-headed dog, indicating that the hell spider had successfully assimilated certain attributes of the latter. This evolution could only be described as flawless. With his thoughts gathered, Chen Luo resolved to continue his training for a while longer. Just then, he detected a familiar presence approaching the vicinity of the deep pit. Could it be Master Yu Xiaojiang? What brings him here? Oh right, this sacred training ground was introduced to him by Yu Xiaojiang. Perhaps he possesses some understanding of the past events related to this place. Could it be that he had orchestrated my arrival here for a reason? Chen Luo maintained his training state, curious to discern the true intentions behind Yu Xiaojiang's visit. Before long, Yu Xiaojiang arrived above the deep pit, extending his soul power as if to sense something. His training state appeared commendable, confirming that Chen Luo's martial soul was indeed a special one, suggesting that his future soul ring acquisition might lean towards spiritual development. Though Yu Xiaojiang's voice was faint, Chen Luo's keen perception allowed him to hear clearly. Could it be that I am overthinking this? Yu Xiaojiang merely glanced into the pit, seemingly assessing his own training status, before departing directly. Perhaps I truly am overthinking it. Chen Luo mused internally. Regardless of the circumstances, whether hunting souls or awakening, I must exercise caution in my usage, for I bear the lessons of past experiences, specifically, the cautionary tale of the evil soul master Gong Zhongyang and his ilk. In truth, there exists no absolute evil or righteousness. All is subject to human interpretation. Possessing unique powers does not inevitably lead one down the path of malevolence, while those who appear virtuous may be far more corrupted than the filth in a cesspool. Chen Luo gleaned this truth from the memories of Gong Zhongyang. Indeed, Many evil soul masters have strayed from the righteous path. Yet there are also those akin to Gong Zhongyang who do not exploit their special abilities for nefarious deeds. Instead, they harvest the souls of the truly wicked. The reality remains that regardless of one's past actions, once branded as evil, one is condemned to carry that label for life. Chen Luo was acutely aware of these truths, which fortified his unwavering resolve. Had he chosen to utilize soul hunting to enhance his strength, he would have likely attained the rank of soul sage, or even greater by now, yet he refrained from such choices. He would not jeopardize his future for immediate accomplishments, nor could he bring himself to obliterate the souls of others without cause. To rely on killing and soul hunting for power, should a day arise when he might be compelled to do so, that day is not now. No one can guarantee they will remain on the righteous path in the future, but one can be assured that the choices made in the present are indeed correct. Tang San has returned. Chen Luo had just concluded his training when he sensed two familiar presences approaching the gates of Shrek Academy. It was Tang San and Douluos. Chen Luo's sensitivity had grown considerably. Even from a distance, he could discern their auras, particularly those of familiar companions. Unbeknownst to him, half a year had passed. He wondered how Tang San had fared. Presumably, he had achieved significant success and returned with valuable treasures, while the other monstrous talents of Shrek Academy likely had their rewards. He and Xiao Wu's fortunes were perhaps uncertain. In Chen Luo's recollection, Xiao Wu had received the Heartbreak Red. Now that she belonged to him, it would be inconceivable for Tang San to gift her such a thing unless he was exceptionally benevolent. As for Chen Luo himself, being an additional entity, his prospects for rewards were rather ambiguous. Nevertheless, with the abundance of treasures at the Ice and Fire Yin-Yang Eye, it was possible that Tang San had prepared some rare materials for him as well. Yet, it mattered little. He felt sufficiently endowed with treasures already. More would be welcome, but lacking them would not be detrimental. What he truly hoped for was that Tang San could procure some beneficial herbs for Xiao Wu to aid in her cultivation. Chen Luo rose from the deep pit and hastened toward the academy gates. Upon his arrival, he found the area bustling with activity. As he had sensed, Tang San and Douluos had indeed arrived at Shrek Academy, welcomed by the academy's current strongest ensemble. Flinder, the Master, Lu Erlong, Zhao Wuji, Lu Qibin, Xiao Hexen, and Li Yusong were all present, each appearing solemn and vigilant. Some might question why Master Yu Xiaojiang was included among the strongest. Was he merely there to fill numbers? Yet, one must not forget that Yu Xiaojiang, Flinder, and Lu Erlong formed a golden triangle, capable of wielding immensely powerful martial soul fusion techniques. Although Yu Xiaojiang was the least formidable among them, he was nonetheless an indispensable part of the trio. The last time they ventured into the Sunset Forest to find Tang San, it was their martial soul fusion technique that had saved them. Otherwise, they would have been reduced to mere ash, and Douluos would not have listened to their pleas. Observing the grand display before him, Chen Luo understood that Flinder and the others were primarily there to welcome Douluos. If they did not extend the highest level of reception, this seasoned poisoned Douluos might take offense, bringing calamity upon Shrek Academy. Douluos appeared to be in good spirits, suggesting that Tang San had performed admirably at the Ice and Fire Yin-Yang Eye. Everything seemed to be progressing smoothly. Chen Luo thought to himself. He did not approach, but instead chose to observe quietly from a distance. Flinder, as the head of Shrek Academy, engaged in brief discussions with Douluos. Everyone was relieved to see Tang San safe and sound, and they were particularly elated to learn that Douluos would be serving as an advisor to the academy. An institution with the title Douluos in residence would undoubtedly elevate its standing significantly. It was evident that Douluos regarded Flinder and the others with a hint of disdain. Should he choose to engage in combat, the combined efforts of Flinder and his companions would likely not suffice as a challenge. Everything unfolded as Chen Luo had envisioned. After a few exchanges, the group proceeded into the academy. Observing this, Chen Luo took his leave a moment earlier. He had merely wished to ascertain whether events aligned with his memories and to witness Shrek Academy's moment of glory, for from this day forth, it would also be an academy with the title Douluos. Before long, Chen Luo arrived at the forest behind the academy, ultimately pausing before a thicket that loomed near human height, appearing densely packed. Without waiting for Chen Luo to speak, a graceful figure burst forth from the foliage and leaped directly into his embrace. "Brother Chen Luo, you've come to find me of your own volition," she exclaimed. "You finished your training today, right?" Let us go eat something delicious. Not today. We'll have to postpone it for another time, Chen Luo replied gently, patting Xiao Wu's back with a smile. Xiao Wu looked up, her small lips slightly pouting. Chen Luo, you have changed. You never used to say another day. Today is indeed rather special. How so? Tang San has returned. Huh? Tang San has returned? Xiao Wu expressed surprise. Wasn't he captured by that poisoned Douluos? Yes. But he has come back, Chen Luo affirmed with a nod. That's good as long as he is safe. Let's go see him. Xiao Wu did not exhibit overwhelming excitement. Merely a slight fluctuation in her emotions. The matter of Tang San being captured by Douluos was known only to Yu Xiaojiang and a select few. Chen Luo had confided in Xiao Wu alone, while the other Shrek monsters remained oblivious. Chen Luo had anticipated that Xiao Wu would be quite agitated upon hearing the news. Yet she remained remarkably calm, displaying only a hint of surprise and a touch of concern typical of a good friend. Chen Luo was confident that Tang San was fine. Hence he felt no anxiety. However, Xiao Wu's demeanor was different. After all, they shared years of camaraderie, yet she appeared remarkably composed. If I had been captured, Xiao would likely be in tears. Chen Luo mused as he took her hand, and together they headed to meet the other Shrek monsters at Lu Erlong's former residence. Upon their arrival, all the other Shrek monsters had gathered. Oscar chuckled. I was just about to call for both of you, the master remarked. Chen Luo must have sensed Tang San's return. His perceptive abilities have always been remarkable. Indeed, Oscar nodded in agreement. During this period, everyone had been engrossed in seclusion and cultivation, and all had made significant progress. Chen Luo glanced around, exchanging smiles with everyone, clearly sensing the enhancement in their auras. Well-timed indeed, as Sangu was just about to share some treasures with us. Ma Hongjun rubbed his hands together. Chen Luo's gaze fell upon Tang San. Though Tang San's appearance had not altered much, his strength had surged immensely. He was now at least level 37. The two exchanged knowing smiles. I have prepared a herb for you as well. It should be beneficial, Tang San stated. Great, Chen Luo replied, somewhat surprised, although he did not particularly need it. Having such treasures was always advantageous. After sharing pleasantries, Tang San began distributing the treasures, ensuring each person received a share. Dai Mubai received the 7 treasure flower, while Oscar obtained the 8-petal immortal orchid. The herbs they received were similar to those Chen Luo recalled, and soon it was Zhu Zhuqing's turn. Tang San produced the heartbroken red and narrated its story. To pluck its petals, one must focus intently on their beloved, wholeheartedly sincere, and spill a drop of blood upon the petals. If the heart is sufficiently sincere, the petals may be harvested. However, if there are distractions, even the act of shedding blood would yield no result. At Tang San's prompting, Zhu Zhuqing expelled a mouthful of blood, yet the heartbroken red did not acknowledge her sincerity. Next was Master Yu Xiaojiang, who similarly failed. Both Zhu Zhuqing and Yu Xiaojiang harbored mixed sentiments regarding their affections. Chen Luo fixed his gaze on the heartbroken red, eager to test his genuine feelings for Xiao Wu. However, Xiao Wu unexpectedly acted first. With a soft sound, Xiao Wu's blood dripped onto the heartbroken red, and before anyone could react, the flower gracefully detached from the Wujue stone, gliding effortlessly into Xiao Wu's delicate hand. This is mine. Xiao Wu playfully wiped the blood from her lips and flashed a smile at the others. Then, turning to Chen Luo, she gently waved the heartbroken red before him, seemingly reveling in her triumph. Chen Luo couldn't help but chuckle. You managed to beat me to it. I didn't realize you desired this. Had I known, I would have let you have it. He approached Xiao Wu, wiping the remaining blood from her lips with a smile. Silly girl. You're the silly one. Xiao Wu shot him a playful glare. Cough, cough. A series of coughs interrupted, followed by Dai Mubai's voice. Enough of you two. Are you trying to suffocate the rest of us? We're about to be sickened by your sweetness. Oscar added, could you show some consideration for us? Ma Hongjun chimed in unexpectedly, but you have Rong. Oscar's face flushed crimson, nearly ready to kick Ma Hongjun in retaliation. Meanwhile, Ning Rong remained calm, seemingly unaffected by their banter. Tang San continued distributing treasures. Since Zhu Zhuqing had not successfully gathered the heartbroken red and Xiao Wu had, Tang San then produced the water fairy jade bone intended for Xiao Wu. Soon, all the treasures were distributed, including the Master S9 grade purple mushroom and Tang San's own autumn water dew, leaving only Chen Luo's share. Tang San had mentioned that Chen Luo would also receive something. Chen Luo, it's your turn. Tang Sen retrieved a jade box containing a root resembling ginseng. This is the primordial ginseng emperor. Consuming it will significantly enhance your physique. I am aware that your constitution is quite unique, but this ginseng will undoubtedly benefit you and aid in your further advancement. Chen Luo, without any pretense, reached out to accept it, saying, "Thank you, brother." Tang Sen nodded gently. "I just consumed the autumn water dew, and I need to go into seclusion to cultivate. Once you take the primordial ginseng emperor, you should also enter a cultivation state to maximize its effects." "Understood," Chen Luo replied, though he did not consume the ginseng immediately. "Go ahead and cultivate. I will keep watch for you," Chen Luo assured. He then watched as Tang Sen began his cultivation before turning his attention to Xiao Wu by his side. "Why haven't you consumed the heartbroken red?" he inquired. Xiao Wu immediately shook her head. "I wouldn't dare. I'd rather not waste it." "This is for you," Chen Luo said, handing the primordial ginseng emperor to Xiao Wu. "I am confident in my own physique. You should take it. Everyone ought to have good things to enhance themselves, and you cannot be left out." Xiao Wu persisted. "I don't want it. I have the heartbroken red." "If I take yours, what about you?" "Just take it," Chen Luo insisted, pressing the primordial ginseng emperor into her hands. "Since it alters your physique, you could benefit from it. Your improvement might be significant, which would allow you to better utilize this treasure." "Oomph. Are you suggesting my physique is inadequate?" "That is exactly what I mean, so hurry and eat it. Then, join them in cultivation while I keep watch." After much persuasion, Xiao Wu finally relented. She consumed the primordial ginseng emperor and entered a state of cultivation. Only then did Chen Luo reveal a satisfied smile. He did not wish to see Xiao Wu lag behind her peers. Had he recognized those precious herbs, he would have sought to acquire some for her. While he was determined to continually strive and grow stronger to protect Xiao Wu, it was equally vital for her to become formidable. He trusted that Xiao Wu shared this sentiment. Otherwise, how could this vibrant and playful girl endure the tedium of cultivation and persist in her efforts? As the Shrek's 7 monsters consumed their treasures and continued their cultivation, their bodies gradually began to transform. The impressions of others regarding Chen Luo are largely consistent. Transformations in physical constitution, evolutions of martial souls. Dai Mubai's physique has further improved. And Ning Rongrong's 7-treasure glazed tile has evolved into the 9-treasure glazed tile, all aligned with Chen Luo's memories. However, his focus remains primarily on Tang San and Xiao Wu. The surface of Xiao Wu's body is now marred by numerous impurities, which, when eliminated, will significantly enhance her constitution. Meanwhile, Tang San's eyes have gathered a glimmer of golden light, indicating that his purple extreme magic eyes are on the verge of evolution. Chen Luo's gaze remains fixed on Tang San until he finally opens his eyes. Observing that Tang San exhibits no emotional change, Chen Luo shifts his attention. In his recollection, it was only through the use of the autumn water elixir that Tang San fully understood Xiao Wu's true identity. Yet, it appears he remains oblivious, likely due to the influence of the Deathgod's ring. This is, perhaps, for the best, as Xiao Wu's identity is indeed special, and the fewer who know, the greater the safety. Before long, the Shrek's 7 monsters gradually conclude their training, each having reaped corresponding benefits from the heavenly materials and earthly treasures. Chen Luo, being an auxiliary member, despite having received the primordial ginseng emperor from Tang San, has willingly given it to Xiao Wu, feeling no regret. He is simply delighted that she can accept the primordial ginseng emperor, fearing only that this silly girl might refuse it. Nourished by the celestial grade herbs, the Shrek 7 monsters have all experienced a notable elevation in their spirit power levels. Dai Mubai, the evil eye white tiger, is at level 40. Oscar, the sausage specialist, is at level 38. Tang San, the thousand-handed Jura, is at level 37. Ma Hongjun, the evil fire phoenix, is at level 36. Xiao Wu, the soft bone enchantress, is at level 38. Ning Rongrong, the 7-treasure glazed tile, is at level 37. Zhu Zhuqing, the nether cat, is at level 38. Of course, Chen Luo, the external member, is not to be excluded. Even without consuming the celestial great herbs, his level remains firmly above the others. As the Deathgod Scythe, Chen Luo stands at level 40. The moniker aligns perfectly with the titles of the Shrek 7 monsters. And only Chen Luo knows the true nature of his martial soul. During the past 6 months, Chen Luo has remained in the deep pit, cultivating and nearly exhausting its unique energy. He has even practiced with Zhao Wujia on several occasions, with Lu Erlong joining in the practical training as well. Lu Erlong's strength far surpasses that of Zhao Wujia, and under her pressure, Chen Luo's growth has accelerated remarkably. The key, however, lies in the fact that after breaking through level 30, he seemingly transcended the typical bottleneck phase. Previously, he would linger at a level for an extended period before advancing to the next, such as the prolonged stasis from level 19 to 20 and from 29 to 30, during which he often questioned his existence. Now, after surpassing level 30, that stagnation appears non-existent, allowing him to smoothly navigate to level 40. Perfectly timed to acquire new spirit rings. With a smile, Chen Luo gazes at the Shrek 7 monsters, inwardly reflecting on the passage of time. With Tangsan's celestial great herbs aiding them, everyone's spirit power levels have risen. Even Master Yu Xiaojing, who had been stuck at level 29, finally achieves a breakthrough to level 30. At the Master's behest, everyone will venture into the Spirit Beast Forest in 7 days to assist those in need of spirit rings. In the meantime, they can rest and further consolidate their training. Chen Luo is in no hurry, choosing to wait for the group to complete their preparations before joining them. "I've grown stronger again," exclaimed Xiao Wu, rushing to Chen Luo after finishing her training, her pretty face radiating excitement and joy. "Indeed, any improvement is welcome," Chen Luo replied, gently wiping the dirt from her face. Xiao Wu's skin, already exquisite, seems even more radiant after expelling the impurities, appearing as delicate as jade, with a hint of pink that tempts one to take a bite. "The primordial ginseng emperor was originally meant for you from Tangsan," she remarked. "What is mine is yours," Chen Luo replied tenderly. Xiao Wu beamed. "You are so kind." Ahem, ahem. The sounds of coughing interrupted them, as Ma Hongjun and Oscar could no longer bear to watch. Curiously, this time, Dai Mubai did not join in. He was too preoccupied, having embraced Zhu Zhuqing. Oscar exclaimed, "Could you not be so lovey-dovey? Indeed, you stimulated us before training and now again afterward. What have we done to deserve this?" Ma Hongjun added, "Dai Mubai, how could you so heartlessly abandon us?" Oscar sighed. Ma Hongjun approached Oscar, throwing an arm around his shoulder. "Hey Oscar, why don't we make a pair?" He winked at Oscar, who promptly kicked him away, saying, "Get lost." After their playful banter subsided, everyone's attention shifted back to Chen Luo. Ma Hongjun inquired with a smile, "By the way, Chen Luo, what level are you at now? You haven't consumed any heavenly materials, so we should be catching up to you, right?" Oscar shot Ma Hongjun a glance. "Even if Chen Luo let you train for half a year and then fed you 2 heavenly materials, you still wouldn't catch up to him. He could easily pin you down with one hand." Ma Hongjun chuckled. "When did I ever say I would catch up to Chen Luo in strength? I doubt I could ever surpass him. I meant in terms of spirit power level." The Shrek 7 monsters remained oblivious to Chen Luo's spirit power level. Not even Xiao Wu was aware, as they had not trained together in the same place. Moreover, Chen Luo's training sessions were lengthy, so not just the Shrek monsters, but even Master Yu Xiaojing and the other Shrek Academy teachers were unaware. They only knew that Chen Luo was at level 38 during his last combat training session with Lu Erlong. Once Ma Hongjun spoke, nearly all eyes turned to Chen Luo. At this moment, Dai Mubai and Zhu Zhuqing had separated, with Zhu Zhuqing reverting to her aloof demeanor, while Dai Mubai, having enjoyed the moment, opted not to press further, displaying admirable restraint. "Level 40, Chen Luo stated calmly. Just moments ago, he had summarized the spirit power levels of the Shrek 7 monsters, including his own, knowing full well they would inquire about his level. As anticipated, the ever-enthusiastic Ma Hongjun was the first to ask. Upon hearing Chen Luo's level, they were not overly surprised. If his level had been lower, they would have been astonished instead. "I knew Chen Luo's level would still be higher than ours. He is a true monster. I feel I'll never match his spirit power level in this lifetime. He is just too terrifying." Ma Hongjun laughed. Oscar chimed in. "I suspect Chen Luo might have consumed some heavenly materials. Otherwise, how could his spirit power level rise so rapidly? It's only been half a year." Dai Mubai remarked. "I remember he was only at level 36 6 months ago. Now he is at level 40. All I can say is I am in awe. It's merely luck." Chen Luo replied with a faint smile. Ma Hongjun immediately leaned closer, wishing to embrace Chen Luo, but a sharp glance from Xiao Wu made him comply. "Is there still a chance for luck, Chen Luo? I too yearn for a stroke of fortune," Ma Hongjun exclaimed. "To be honest, Whenever I feel like I might be a genius, I think of you and feel utterly worthless. I feel the same way. Oscar chimed in. Chen Luo had nearly grown accustomed to the peculiar reactions of these little monsters. Almost every encounter prompted them to express their innermost thoughts, while the few girls remained notably quiet. Unsure how to respond to these gentlemen, Chen Luo simply offered a faint smile. Once everyone had shared their sentiments, Tang San approached Chen Luo, smiling slightly. You've grown stronger. So have you, Chen Luo replied with a grin. Their exchanges required no elaborate dialogue. A mere smile could convey a multitude of emotions. After all these years together, even without romantic feelings, a bond akin to brotherhood had developed. Chen Luo's heart belonged solely to Xiao Wu, and his affections had always been straightforward. Everything is fine, Chen Luo remarked. Indeed, Tang San nodded. Not only is everything fine, but the gains have been substantial. This was undoubtedly the best outcome. After a brief conversation, before they could delve deeper, Flinder approached. Noticing the change in the atmosphere, his expression shifted slightly. What's going on? Everyone's soul power has risen so quickly? Flinder inquired, astonished. However, before Tang San and the others could respond, Flinder swiftly addressed the purpose of his visit. Tang San, Senior Dugu, is looking for you. He has brought Dugu Yin along. There seems to be an important matter at hand. You should exercise caution. After all, the title of Poison Douluos is perilous. The most toxic element is always the human heart, so do not place too much trust in him. Tang San smiled and nodded. Rest assured, Dean, nothing will happen. The old poison master isn't as terrible as you think. With that, Tang San followed Flinder to meet Dugu. The Shrek little monsters dispersed, not heading straight back to their dormitories. Despite their formidable talents, they worked harder than any other Shrek Academy student, returning to their respective training grounds to continue their cultivation. Chen Luo took Xiao Wu back to wash up. She was quite dirty and needed a shower. After accompanying Xiao Wu back to the dormitory for a bath, Chen Luo joined her at her training ground. With her soul power having significantly increased, Xiao Wu no longer desired to indulge in leisure activities. Her focus was solely on solidifying her strength. The Xiao Wu of today was no longer the playful girl from Notting City. While she still loved to have fun, she had learned to restrain her desires, prioritizing cultivation. Although the temptations of food and entertainment still held great allure for her, they paled in comparison to her commitment to training. After her shower, Xiao Wu donned a lovely pink gown. With the consumption of the Hunyuan Ginseng Queen, her physique had undergone tremendous improvement, as could be observed from her figure alone. Originally enchanting, she now appeared nothing short of perfect, complemented by her exquisitely delicate features, making the term fairy entirely fitting. Why do you keep staring at me? Xiao Wu noticed Chen Luo's gaze lingering on her, causing her cheeks to flush slightly as she inquired. Chen Luo smiled gently. I simply wanted to look. You seem to have become much more beautiful. Was I not pretty before? Xiao Wu blinked her big, watery eyes. Of course you were beautiful. Now you're even more so. Making it hard not to steal a few glances, Chen Luo replied. There's no need to keep staring. Xiao Wu's cheeks turned a deeper shade of crimson. You're about to train again. I'll be returning to my own training soon. Who knows when we'll meet again? So I must take the opportunity to gaze at you a little longer. It's not like we want to see each other again. Is it really necessary? Xiao Wu pouted. Chen Luo pulled Xiao Wu into his embrace and gently kissed her forehead. If I could, I would love to keep watching you like this. Xiao Wu's face instantly flushed bright red, reaching her ears, though she feigned indifference. Come clean. Have you been influenced by Dai and the others? Not all, he replied. Then why have your words become so cheesy? Where's the cheesiness? These are heartfelt sentiments. I don't believe you. Have you said such things to other girls? Impossible. We've always been together. Are you implying that when I'm not around, you seek out other girls? No, that is not what I meant. That is precisely what you meant. Chen Luo and Xiao Wu exchanged playful banter as they walked hand in hand, while the surrounding blue-silver grass seemed to roll up in disapproval. After escorting Xiao Wu back to her training, Chen Luo chose not to return to the deep pit for his own practice, but instead went back to his dormitory. The unique energy of the deep pit had been completely absorbed, making further training there less effective than in his dormitory. It had essentially become a barren wasteland. Tang San returned, and everything was as Chen Luo remembered. He had brought back numerous celestial herbs, resulting in significant enhancements for the little monsters. The only difference was that Xiao Wu had also acquired celestial herbs, elevating her soul power level. Those herds had originally been prepared for Chen Luo. Reflecting on these events, a smile crept onto Chen Luo's face as a vivid image flashed through his mind. Xiao Wu had plucked the heartbroken red with her blood, flashing him a smile. That smile would be etched in his memory for a lifetime. His soul power level had now reached level 40, and in 7 days, he would venture into the soul beast forest with the Shrek little monsters to hunt soul beasts and obtain new spirit rings, aiming for those with a minimum age of 20,000 years. After contemplating Tang San's return, Chen Luo immediately thought of his future plans to acquire new spirit rings and embark on new signing tasks, continuously growing stronger. He would strive tirelessly, building enough strength to protect her, ensuring that no one could harm her. 7 days later, on a clear morning, the gates of Shrek Academy were abuzz with activity. The Shrek 7 were gathered, and Chen Luo arrived punctually. In front of them stood Flender, Lu Erlong, Zhao Wujia, and the Master. The strongest forces of Shrek Academy were gathered, as today marked the day for the little monsters to hunt soul beasts and acquire spirit rings, necessitating thorough preparation. The Master was also set to obtain his 3rd spirit ring, marking a significant advancement for the Golden Iron Triangle. "Hey, Tang San, where's your little follower?" Xiao Wu teased softly. Tang San wore an expression of resignation. "Don't mention it. I barely managed to convince Tai Long not to come along." Over the past 7 days, Tang San had encountered numerous events, albeit with slightly altered circumstances. He had met Tai Long on the road, who, for reasons unknown, had approached him aggressively, seemingly eager to vent his frustrations. As one might expect, Tai Long proved no match for the formidable Tang San, who delivered a resounding beating. Following this, the classic scenario of a father chastising his son, even his grandfather, unfolded without omission. Tang San's background was gradually unveiled, and he also gained a loyal companion in Talon. During these days, although Chen Luo spent most of his time in training, he remained well informed about Tang San's experiences, even without witnessing them firsthand. The vivid accounts relayed by Xiao Wu painted a clear picture in his mind. Xiao Wu, known for her penchant for excitement, often sought out lively scenes after her training sessions, making her acquisition of such news unsurprising. After Xiao Wu spoke, Dai Mubai and the others joined in teasing Tang San until Flender interjected. Flender announced, "Our destination this time is the Sunset Forest. There are several matters you should take note of. First, the hunting of soul beasts must be accomplished by you alone. Unless absolutely necessary, we will not intervene. This constitutes the first phase of your graduation examination. The second phase will be the upcoming Advanced Soul Master competition. Second, within the Sunset Forest, you must rely on your own abilities. We will not provide any protection, and you must also safeguard us, as this serves as a test for you. Third, Chen Luo, you are a unique presence. If possible, I would prefer you to hunt soul beasts on your own, forming a team by yourself. Your presence tends to make others rely on you to some extent." The group of small monsters nodded in unison, and Chen Luo did likewise. The prospect of operating independently was precisely what Chen Luo desired. Flender further added, "Chen Luo, you need not worry about your safety. As long as you remain within a 500-meter radius, we can intervene at the first sign of trouble." Chen Luo nodded, but secretly thought, "You needn't concern yourselves with me. I can manage on my own. If one isn't sufficient, then 2 shall suffice. If 2 won't do, then I can always summon 2 eternal soul beasts. Even if I cannot roam freely in the Sunset Forest, I can at least ensure my own safety." Regarding Flender's arrangements, the Shrek small monsters had no objections, and neither did Chen Luo. The conditions were achievable for everyone, yet Flender had not clearly articulated the overall objective. Ma Hongjun boldly inquired, "Teacher, what is our goal for the graduation examination?" Flender replied, "In the first phase, you can hunt suitable soul beasts using collective strength. As long as we do not intervene, you will pass. As for the second phase, if you can secure any championship in the Soul Master competition, that will suffice for graduation." After speaking, Flender's gaze fell upon Chen Luo, his expression thoughtful, clearly indicating that he had not made specific plans for him. Chen Luo was an exception among the Shrek monsters, often receiving special treatment in various arrangements. Chen Luo's goal: well, let us aim for you to break through to the Soul King before your graduation, Flender stated, a decision evidently made on the spot. "Yes, Dean," Chen Luo responded without much opposition. Although breaking through to the Soul King before the graduation of the Shrek small monsters posed a challenge, it was certainly not impossible with diligent effort. However, the small monsters were less composed, unable to refrain from voicing their concerns. Dean, we can guarantee perfect completion of the first phase, but the second phase seems excessively daunting. Daimubai remarked. Indeed, even if our talents are somewhat adequate, we are still quite young, and in the Soul Master competition, we will face elite Soul Masters under the age of 25. Making it to the finals would already be commendable, let alone securing the championship. Unless you allow Chen Luo to join our team. Ma Hongjun added. Flinder shot Ma Hongjun a glare, causing him to fall silent. If Chen Luo joined, what would be the significance of their participation in the Soul Master competition? It was not an exaggeration to assert that even alone, Chen Luo could easily claim victory, but such an outcome would lack meaning. True strength finds little satisfaction in battling the weak, for there is no essence in such conflicts, Flinders stated solemnly. However, his inner intentions diverged from his words. When a moment called for it, he would still allow Chen Luo to compete, even if it were merely to dominate the competition. For the rewards of the Soul Master competition were far too enticing to ignore. Flinder himself would have relished the chance to participate as a student. Naturally, Chen Luo was Shrek Academy's ultimate trump card, and Flinder would refrain from deploying him unless absolutely necessary. Upon hearing Flinder's words, the small monsters, who had initially harbored some discontent, fell silent, fully aware that Flinder spoke the truth. Chen Luo was indeed far superior to them. At that moment, Xiao Wu suddenly spoke up. Dean, I have no objections to your arrangements for us, but your expectations for Chen Luo seem rather harsh. We have only a year or two before participating in the Soul Master competition, and he has just recently broken through to the Soul Sect level. How could he possibly advance to the Soul King so swiftly, while everyone else fretted over their tasks? Xiao Wu remained focused on Chen Luo's well-being. Flinder, upon hearing her, hesitated, seemingly questioning the validity of his earlier thoughts. Indeed, achieving a breakthrough within a year or two was an exceedingly formidable challenge. Even if Chen Luo was no ordinary prodigy, it would still be a daunting feat after all. The later stages of a Soul Master's advancement become progressively more challenging, with difficulties multiplying and placing immense demands on innate talent. Those lacking sufficient talent may find themselves stagnating at a particular level for a lifetime. As for Chen Luo's talent, there was no doubt, given time, he would undoubtedly emerge as a renowned title Douluos. Yet, even geniuses require time to mature. Just as Flinder was about to speak, the master interjected, I believe he can achieve the goal. At this, Flinder nodded, a smile gracing his face as he turned to Xiao Wu. Have a bit more faith in your Chen Luo. We all believe he can accomplish it. As even Dean Flinder began to tease, Xiao Wu's face flushed crimson, and she fell silent. Meanwhile, the other small monsters chimed in. We also have faith in Chen Luo's strength. After all, he had accomplished numerous extraordinary feats. While discussing their objectives, they did not halt their progress. The Sunset Forest is in close proximity to Heaven-Do City, serving as a primary hunting ground for Soul Masters from most cities surrounding it, which was precisely why Shrek Academy had chosen this location. Before long, the group from Shrek arrived at their destination. Upon entering the forest, Flinder immediately issued the command to split up. Chen Luo, you may act freely. As long as you do not stray too far, you should encounter no issues. We trust in your abilities, and you likely won't need our assistance. After acquiring your soul ring, come find us. Flinder had always placed unwavering trust in Chen Luo's capabilities, even neglecting to mention that they would seek him after obtaining their soul rings. He believed that Chen Luo would complete his task ahead of them. Understood, Dean. Chen Luo nodded before parting ways with the group. The others smiled as they watched him depart, though Xiao Wu's eyes betrayed a hint of concern. Chen Luo, do be careful, Xiao Wu cautioned. Chen nodded and waved his hand, reassuring them. Do not worry, I will soon reunite with you. In comparison to the Stardo Forest, the Sunsetting Forest is significantly smaller, and its temperature is notably lower, hosting a variety of temperate plants. The density of flora is not overwhelming, allowing for easier movement. However, the availability of soul beasts here pales in comparison to that of the Stardo Forest. As Chun walked along the path in the forest, he attuned himself to his surroundings. Being still on the edge of the forest, he was well aware that suitable soul beasts were unlikely to be found. Yet he deemed it prudent to remain cautious. During his journey, Chen also took the time to organize his thoughts. There remained half a month until the commencement of the elite competition at the Soul Master Academy. In this interval, the Shrek little monsters would strive to enhance their abilities, striving to acquire soul rings. Tang San, during this phase, had already broken through to level 40 and obtained his first 10,000-year soul ring. Regrettably, as the most thrilling part of Douluos approached, he found himself relegated to the role of an observer, unable to partake in the excitement. However, Dean Flander was correct. Merely dominating weaker foes lacked allure. Perhaps watching the competition would be more fulfilling. Actually, during the time of the Shrek Little Monsters competition, he could engage in his own training, rather than constantly trailing them, which seemed of little significance aside from staying close to Xiao Wu. Remaining by Xiao Wu's side, however, would not expedite his growth. Time was running short, and he needed to enhance his strength as much as possible. Enough of these thoughts for now. I shall focus on the present and aim to acquire my 4th soul ring. Securing the 4th soul ring would allow him to refresh his tasks, enabling him to plan accordingly based on the new sign-in missions. And he still had system points to utilize. Perhaps after obtaining the 4th soul ring, he could indulge in a round of lottery draws. Chen had never forgotten about the system lottery. He had merely been restraining himself from using it, hoping to amass more points for a consecutive draw, believing that luck might favor him then. His current strategy was to secure the 4th soul ring, assess the new sign-in tasks, and if they were easily achievable, complete them before attempting the lottery. If not, he would draw first and then tackle the tasks. Time was truly of the essence. On the outskirts of the sunsetting forest, there were indeed few soul beasts. While there were numerous weaker soul beasts, none were of interest to Chen. He adhered to a sustainable approach, refraining from preying on the weaker soul beasts. Even when confronted by some more aggressive ones, he would merely unleash a potent aura to frighten them off without causing harm. The growth rate of soul beasts was exceedingly slow, should indiscriminate slaughter continue. It wouldn't be long before soul beasts became mere legends in the Douluos world. This was a concept understood by all. Hence, any soul master with even a modicum of sense would refrain from recklessly attacking soul beasts. Regrettably, he was unaware of the location of the Eye of Ice and Fire. Otherwise, he would venture that way, provided that the eccentric Douluos was not present. That individual was quite peculiar, and should he take an interest in Chen again, it could lead to complications. Reaching a large tree, Chen gazed into the distance, recalling the Eye of Ice and Fire, but soon his thoughts returned to Douluos. At present, he no longer felt the same fear of Douluos. Although he would surely still be no match for him, at least he had a chance of preserving his life. The last time Douluos attempted to capture him, he had been prepared to unleash the man-faced demon spider and the nightmarish centipede. Even if those two 10,000-year soul beasts could not delay him for long, they could buy him some time until Flander and the others arrived. A tidal Douluos facing a 10,000-year soul beast could easily dispatch it, but even so, it required a certain amount of time. Now, with the addition of a powerful ally, the malevolent soul master Gong Zhongyang was on the verge of breaking through to Soul Sage. Even if Gong Zhongyang was merely cannon fodder before Douluos, he would at least provide Chen with an additional opportunity. Why do I always think of the worst outcomes? I bear no grudges against Douluos. It is highly unlikely we would engage in serious conflict. After he was disappointed in me last time, he probably wouldn't take much interest in me again, especially with Tang San around. Those two are the true best friends, Chen mused to himself. Jumping down from the tree, Chen continued his journey through the forest, ever vigilant of Flander and the others' positions. After all, Flander had instructed him to maintain a certain distance from them. It was not that Chen sought the protection of the Golden Iron Triangle. He simply wished to alleviate their concerns. He anticipated that Tang San would soon employ the fragrance of the ethereal flower to attract soul beasts. If he could not find a suitable target beforehand, he might as well position himself near them for greater efficiency. Chen mentally prepared for this plan. Quickly traversing the forest, half a day slipped by in no time. Chen sensed a battle occurring among the Shrek little monsters, likely having encountered suitable soul beasts, while he had yet to come across anything of worth. Their current location remained at the edge of the sunsetting forest, making it exceedingly difficult to encounter formidable soul beasts. Although 10,000-year soul beasts were as common as cannon fodder in the latter stages of Douluos, with soul masters possessing them frequently, the actual number of soul beasts exceeding that threshold remained scarce. If he could not find anything soon, he would reunite with Flander and the others, either informing Flander of his intent to delve deeper into the forest or waiting for Tang San to use the fragrance of the ethereal flower to lure soul beasts. Maintaining a vigil, Prolonging the search was not a viable option. While Flanders' arrangements indeed ensured his safety, they simultaneously restricted his range of activity. Perhaps he should have followed Flanders' advice from the beginning. Had he ventured deeper into the sunsetting forest, he might have already discovered a fitting soul beast. Another half-day passed. Yet Chen still had not located a suitable target. The strongest soul beast he encountered was merely a 10,000-year cave demon spider, which would likely become Tang San's target soon. Contributing to his fourth soul ring, Chen resolved without hesitation to reunite with the Shrek group. Before long, he found them and directly conveyed his situation to Flander. To Chen's surprise, Flander readily acquiesced to his request. "We trust in your strength," he reiterated. This was advantageous, sparing him from unnecessary complications and explanations. However, Xiao expressed concern and insisted on accompanying Chen. He was more than willing to take her along, but Flander and the others disagreed, and their reasoning was sound. Acting alone was an entirely different concept than bringing someone along. It was not that Xiao Wu lacked strength. Rather, in comparison to Chen's capabilities, she would not significantly contribute and might even become a burden. If Chen encountered danger, he could escape alone, but bringing Xiao would exponentially increase the difficulty of fleeing. Ultimately, Chen had no choice but to depart under Xiao Wu's worried gaze. With Dean Flanders' permission, Chen began his approach toward the heart of the sunsetting forest, confident that he would find a suitable soul beast there. "Really, should we not worry about him?" Flander whispered to the master beside him. The master nodded with certainty. "Rest assured, even if he encounters danger, he will emerge unscathed. Do not question his combat prowess, even in a battle with the twin dragons. He can endure several rounds." "I understand this." Yet Flanders still appeared somewhat anxious. His earlier acquiescence to Chen Luo's request was, in fact, a signal from the master. The master continued, "However, the soul beast forest is exceedingly perilous. It is possible that Chen Luo may encounter an exceptionally formidable soul beast. Do not overthink it. Although the Sunset Forest is the largest soul beast forest near Heavendo City, it does not harbor many powerful soul beasts. Do you think this is the Stardow Forest, where one might casually encounter the Forest King, the Titan giant ape of 100,000 years?" Hearing this, Flanders nodded in agreement. Having distanced himself from the Shrek members, Chen Luo summoned his two skeletal soul beast companions. He also wished to call out Gong Zhongyang for some fresh air, but that fellow was engrossed in a breakthrough to the Soul Sage level. So Chen Luo decided against it. Being at the heart of the Sunset Forest, caution was paramount. Despite his confidence in his own strength, prudence was never unwarranted. Here, Chen Luo had already sensed several potent auras and was in the process of selecting a suitable soul beast. "Forget the selection. You will do, King of the Earth." At this point, Chen Luo found himself in the central region of the Sunset Forest, where the soul beasts typically had lifespans exceeding 10,000 years. Though they were few in number and did not include exceedingly powerful entities. Standing atop the Hellish demon spider, Chen Luo quickly identified his target, a king of the earth approximately 20,000 years old. He commanded the Hellish demon spider and the nightmare centipede to advance. And before long, they reached a clearing. Ahead, flames soared. An enormous scorpion was indulging in its meal, having already severed the neck of a wolf-like soul beast. The giant scorpion was tearing into the hind leg of the wolf-like creature, with a circle of black soul rings hovering above its lifeless body. The scorpion's eyes was nearly equivalent to that of the hellish demon spider, and it appeared even larger. Its exterior was striking, a deep blue hue, with a strong aura of malevolence emanating from its joints. A tail composed of 4 segmented bones, arched high, culminating in a ghostly blue tail hook. Chen Luo could gauge the scorpion's strength and, through its appearance, discern its identity and age. The King of the Earth was a notoriously domineering soul beast, known for its bloodthirst. While it might not instill fear in soul beasts like the human-faced demon spider with its potent venom, few soul beasts of the same rank dared provoke it. It was undeniably a top-tier fire-type soul beast. Upon reaching the 10,000-year mark, the King of the Earth's body turns deep blue, with each tail segment representing 5,000 years of cultivation, totaling 20,000 years with its 4 segments. Let us not forget that Chen Luo had studied considerable knowledge regarding soul beasts. Although not as proficient as Tang San, he could easily identify them. The King of the Earth in front of him perfectly met Chen Luo's requirements for soul rings. boasting an age of over 20,000 years and possessing a unique elemental fire. Although Chen Luo had already imbued the Scythe of Death with fire attributes at his second soul ring, the King of the Earth remained a viable option. Absorbing its soul ring would enhance the fire attributes of the Scythe of Death. No need to deliberate further. There was nothing else to consider. You will do. King of the Earth, Chen Luo declared, confirming his target, and gestured for his two skeletal soul beast companions to engage. He leapt from the hellish demon spider, activated his martial soul, and entered an indomitable state. The King of the Earth, being a soul beast of 20,000 years, would not be easily subdued. While his two skeletal companions, the hellish demon spider and the nightmare centipede, might be able to vanquish it, they would undoubtedly incur some cost, which was unnecessary. Why stand idly by when he could join the fray? If only Gong Zhongyang were not preoccupied with his cultivation to reach the soul sage level. Otherwise, bringing him along would have assured a swift resolution to the confrontation with the 20,000-year King of the Earth. Still, it mattered little. Even without Gong Zhongyang, they could take down the King of the Earth. Let us not forget that the hellish demon spider had already reached the 30,000-year level, making it more than capable of handling a 20,000-year King of the Earth. Chen Luo merely wished to minimize losses, or rather, reduce energy expenditure. Otherwise, the hellish demon spider, as a skeletal soul beast, could easily dominate the King of the Earth. However, considering the King of the Earth's status as a 20,000-year soul beast, any damage inflicted upon the hellish demon spider would necessitate time for recovery in the realm of the dead, which was not ideal. As Chen Luo and his two skeletal companions approached, the King of the Earth took notice but remained motionless, continuing to savor its meal. It was only when Chen Luo and the hellish demon spider drew nearer, with the nightmare centipede circling behind, that the King of the Earth finally took action. Soul beasts possess keen senses, and those of higher cultivation are naturally more perceptive. Especially for soul beasts over 10,000 years old, they exhibit a degree of intelligence. When Chen Luo, the hellish demon spider, and the nightmare centipede encroached upon the King of the Earth's awareness, it was initially perplexed, wondering how humans could coexist with soul beasts. However, as Chen Luo began to act, the King of the Earth sensed imminent danger, yet brimming with confidence in its strength. The King of the Earth regarded Chen Luo and his two skeletal companions as mere appetizers. No, more accurately, a main course. Upon seeing them, the King of the Earth suddenly found the wolf-like soul beast in its grasp less appetizing. As Chen Luo and the human-faced demon spider closed in, the nightmare centipede had already maneuvered behind the King of the Earth, and a fierce battle was imminent. The King of the Earth maintained an air of composure. When Chen Luo and his companions approached within a certain range, a blinding blue light erupted from its body. Suddenly, the air within a radius of several dozen square meters around it warped, and the ground beneath it cracked violently. The King of the Earth struck the ground forcefully with its massive pincers, generating a powerful shockwave within the distorted air. Chen Luo, the hellish demon spider, and the nightmare centipede were momentarily immobilized by the shockwave, halting in their tracks. At that moment, with a resounding crash, a ghostly blue pillar of fire shot skyward from the cracked earth beneath the King of the Earth. The pillar measured a staggering 10 meters in diameter, instantly engulfing Chen Luo, the hellish demon spider, and the nightmare centipede. This was the King of the Earth's innate skill, the magma rift strike, capable of creating air tremors over a certain area to induce dizziness in enemies, with the duration of disorientation dependent on the disparity in strength between the King of the Earth and its opponent. Once the opponent's body was immobilized, the next moment would see the eruption of a scorching column of fire, akin to molten lava, delivering a lethal blow. As the ghostly blue pillar gradually dissipated, Chen Luo and his two skeletal companions were nowhere to be seen. Of course, they had not been reduced to ash by the ghostly blue flames. This was evident from the King of the Earth's display of alertness and surprise. The gigantic, ghostly blue tail hook behind it was poised for attack, while its massive pincers remained ajar, ready to shred anything that approached. Everything around returned to a serene calm, as if nothing had transpired, were it not for the sunken earth surrounding the King of the Land and the scorched marks upon its surface. The figures of Chen Luo, the hellish demon spider, and the nightmarish centipede re-emerged, maintaining a cautious distance from the King of the Land, with the nightmarish centipede positioned slightly ahead, yet still in a place of absolute safety. The king of the land had revealed its skills. The moment for the hunt had arrived. Chen Luo gently waved his hand, prompting the hellish demon spider and the nightmarish centipede to charge toward the king of the land. He followed closely behind the two undead soul beasts, poised for the perfect opportunity to reap the rewards, and, should the chance arise, he too would advance to deliver strike.